The wedding day was bustling with excitement, and the bell hanging from a pink ribbon continuously chimed. The officiant announced, "At this moment I am pleased to declare Aiden Leonster and Ellen Zahad." Simultaneously, a buzz of chatter erupted. Perhaps because this was a union between a ducal family and a marquis family, the wedding was truly grand. The power of both families would only grow. How adorable the bride and groom are! Amidst the murmurs, a couple ascended the dais. The bride was a beautiful girl, yet her green eyes showed no trace of happiness. No matter how I looked at it, I couldn't believe I had transmigrated into a famous novel. My divorce from my husband had failed, and how on earth did I become the infamous villainess Ellen Zahad?
A woman in her late 20s, clearly smitten, spoke up. You're so handsome." After saying it, Aaron froze, bewildered, thinking, why am I already so flustered for no reason? I wonder why Aiden is showing such a disgusted expression. Aaron stammered, "Nice to meet you," but before she could finish, Aiden abruptly turned away. Seeing him climb onto the bed, Aaron smiled again and said, "We've only just met today. Let's talk a little, shall we?" Aiden still said nothing. Suddenly, he turned back and coldly stated, "Don't touch me." Hearing him say that, Aaron angrily thought, how unpleasant. Then she climbed onto the single bed opposite, thinking to herself, I had no intention of touching him anyway. What's wrong with this guy? After that, she closed her eyes. The moon gradually rose higher, and a long time later, Aaron opened her eyes. She sat up and thought, I'm already 29 years old, and now I'm married at just 10 years old. How am I supposed to sleep? Aaron went to sit on a chair, huddled up, muttering to herself, time is passing so slowly, it's exhausting. When she looked up towards Aiden, an idea struck her. Slowly, she crawled onto his bed, continuing to think, at least I should get closer to admire this handsome face. Her gaze drew closer and closer to Aiden's face, and in her mind she began to recall the plot. We are only a couple in name. By the age of 20, this relationship will only get worse, but
Aiden had white hair, and his still young face already clearly showed his beauty. Ellen knew that when this handsome face grew up, he would become the head of the most powerful Leinster family in the kingdom. Darkness would control everything in this kingdom. He would become such an Aiden Leinster. In the original story, Aaron fell in love with Aiden at first sight when they were both 10 years old, but perhaps it wasn't love, but an obsession. She joined Aiden's sword training and injured him. She vented her anger on those around Aiden. She even used her ducal family status to pressure Aiden. In the end, she ignored Aiden's request for a divorce, even though he couldn't bear it anymore when they were 20. At that time, Aiden clutched his head and said, You're driving me crazy. How much more do you intend to ruin my life before you're satisfied? And Aaron replied with a nonchalant smile, We're a pair, aren't we? She had followed Aiden every step of the way and disrupted his life, which made him want to escape his wife after 10 years of endurance. Aaron rested her chin in her hand, pondering. I also can't understand why Aaron Zahad was so reluctant to let him go. If they had gotten along, she would have been able to gaze at this handsome face every day, and it wouldn't matter if she didn't love him, right? Thinking this, Aaron became a little pensive. Then she sat up, thinking perhaps she had gazed enough. It was almost dawn, and if he caught her red-handed, he would surely hate her even more, so she turned and got down. At this moment, Aiden suddenly said, I don't want to. Realizing Aiden was talking in his sleep, Ellen immediately asked in a low voice, Duke of Leinster. He mumbled, Uh-huh. She asked again, Are you all right? He replied, No. Hearing this, Ellen thought to herself, Is he having a nightmare? Seeing Aiden's eyebrows tightly furrowed and his whole body trembling incessantly, his breathing also ragged, as if he was terrified of something, Ellen slowly crawled onto the bed. Her small hand reached out to touch Aiden's head. Then she wondered again, He doesn't have a fever. What's wrong with him? Suddenly she startled, her eyes wide open, because Aiden had woken up. He stared at her blankly, and her expression stiffened. Aiden softly exclaimed, Ellen immediately withdrew her hand and asked with concern, Are you all right? In response was Aiden's cold shout, Don't touch me! Ellen was momentarily stunned, and Aiden trembled even more.
Seeing him look as if he'd been fished out of water, Aaron asked again, Are you hurt anywhere? Aiden still instinctively yelled, Stay away from me. Having been rebuffed twice, Aaron turned her head and said, All right, I won't touch you. I'll call a doctor here. As soon as he heard this, Aiden immediately said in a panic, No, don't! Then he lowered his voice, I'm fine. Don't call a doctor. Just leave me like this. I'll be fine when I wake up. Please. By the time he said this, Aiden was a little choked up. He curled up, like a wild animal protecting itself, along with the plea, Don't touch me. I hate being like that. It's terrifying. Hearing him say that, Aaron then realized he didn't hate her. In the original story, he clearly showed a dislike for being with Aaron. Wasn't it because of Aaron's overly intimate behaviors? Dawn was breaking. Aaron pulled a chair to sit by the bed. Aiden was still lying on the bed in a curled-up position. She thought to herself, if he reacted like that even though this was the first time he met Aaron, then Aiden must have experienced something before he got married. To be able to live together peacefully for the next 10 years, she must take care of this child. Aaron wondered, did he want to be cared for? Her thoughts concluded as she closed her eyes.
After some time, Aaron suddenly looked up with a start. From behind the pillar, Aiden was watching her warily. They were silent for a few seconds. Aaron was the first to ask, "Are you feeling better? Are you okay now?" Aiden didn't answer, his face still full of repulsion. He quickly got out of bed and headed for the door. As he opened the door, Aiden mumbled, "Go back to your room and rest." After saying that, he turned back to look at her once before leaving the room. He left Aaron with an expression that was beyond words, and she looked outside for a moment. Afterwards, a voice echoed from the bathroom, "Don't worry, just let me help you." The speaker was Mona, a maid, who was helping Aaron bathe. Aaron leaned back in the bathtub, comfortably enjoying the aristocratic treatment.
After changing, Mona began to brush her hair. Meanwhile, Aaron secretly thought about what she could do with her identity as Aaron Lanster. She had to survive and stop bothering Aiden. If she knew how to behave and save her assets, then when Ulia appeared, she could divorce him quickly and leave this place, living a peaceful life in another region. Anyway, recalling Aiden's panicked expression, Aaron's emotions wavered slightly. Just then, Mona suddenly said, "Oh, that's right, you have a meal scheduled with the Duke and Duchess today." Aaron looked up and asked, "There's that too?" Mona replied, "I heard they left early this morning." Hearing her say that, Aaron asked with a hint of surprise, "What?" Mona stopped brushing her hair, tilted her head, and said, "It seems there's something urgent. It might last for half a month." Aaron thought to herself, that's good. Now she didn't have to worry about the unnecessary relationship with the Duke and Duchess or the ambiguous relationship with Aiden. Half a month. During this time, she absolutely had to find out what had happened to Aiden Lanster. After a while, exclamations of delight echoed around the dessert-laden table. "Oh my, this cream cake is so smooth and soft. Can we use these lovely teacups?" Aaron sat at the table with the maids, smiling as she said, "Of course. I said we should get to know each other better. Just enjoy today." A black-haired maid said, touched, "You're the first person who has ever cared about servants like us." Aaron hesitated and said, "Actually, even though I'm married, I don't get many chances to see Aiden, so I mostly just stay here by myself. I don't know anything about my husband." A maid said, "Regarding that, we don't know anything about Sir Aiden either, because he's not the type of person who would talk to us." The black-haired maid added, "He seems very strict and not at all approachable." Aaron asked curiously, "So who knows the most about Aiden?" The black-haired maid replied, "His lordship often trains with the knights, so they might know more about him, but no one can understand him like Miss Whitney." Aaron asked again, "Whitney?" The black-haired maid explained, "She is his lordship's nanny. She has taken care of him since birth. It's no exaggeration to say that she understands him even better than the Duke and Duchess. Aiden's schedule is always packed, and Miss Whitney is the one who arranges it." Upon hearing this, Aaron thought, "That's right. Noble children are usually cared for by nannies from birth. I also came here with Mona." She reached for her teacup, continuing to think, "So I'd better approach his nanny." On the training grounds, Aiden was huddled in a corner when suddenly someone asked, "How do you feel after getting married, Your Grace?" Aiden looked up. The person who had just spoken was a tall, blonde knight. Aiden called, "Philip?" Philip immediately replied, "Yes, Your Grace." Aiden asked, "Do you feel better after getting married?" He immediately said, "Of course I do." Aiden, curious, asked further, "In what way is it good?" Philip scratched his head and said, "I married my first love, so being able to see her every time I return home, that feeling is wonderful. Oh, and of course, there are many cases where feelings develop only after marriage." Hearing that, Aiden immediately buried his head between his knees and said, "Perhaps I'm not one of them." Philip, confused, uttered, "Huh?" Aiden mumbled again, "I'm very scared." Somewhere in the ducal mansion, Aaron thought seriously, "It's been 3 days, and I still haven't seen Aiden Lanster. He hasn't come to dinner with me. I've followed him through every corner of the palace, but he keeps disappearing when I'm chasing him." Aaron clutched her head in confusion. "It's as if I'm hunting him down like Aaron in the original story, even though I'm not the real Aaron."
"Never mind, I have to find him first." Just as she looked up, she coincidentally saw Aiden. After a few seconds of bewilderment, Aaron happily thought, "Finally, I've found him." The maids were useful after all. They had said, "If we see Aiden, we'll inform you immediately." And now she had found Aiden. As Aiden was about to slip away, Aaron called out, "Prince of Leinster!" Aiden reluctantly turned his head. Seeing his panicked expression, Aaron felt a surge of anger. She strode towards him with impactful steps, thinking, "Isn't he being a bit much? What have I even done?" The moment she touched Aiden, he shrieked, "So dirty!" Aaron froze on the spot. Aiden, panting, backed away, trembling as he said, I told you not to touch me." Aaron finally recovered, looking down at her hand, which was reddened from the impact, and asked in a low voice, "Am I really that detestable? If you want, I'll pretend not to know you.
all right? After saying this, she thought, even though I don't know why I have to do this, if he hates me that much. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. Sir Aiden. Behind Aaron, a woman in a purple dress suddenly appeared. With just one look from her, Aiden began to tremble again. Aaron thought to herself, so this person was Whitney. She saw her walk over and take Aiden's hand. At that very moment, Aaron seemed to realize something. Then she heard Whitney ask, "Are you tired, sir? Perhaps we should return to your room?" Aaron was inwardly shaken, thinking, "It's..." Whitney continued, "Please answer me. Should we go back to your room?" Aaron inwardly confirmed that this woman was the root of everything. In the original work, Aiden never paid attention to any woman other than Ulia. He even hated them. I thought Aiden's way of avoiding Aaron before she approached him was exaggerated by the novel's author, but everything happens for a reason. Whitney had exploited her position as a nanny to completely control Aiden, forcing him to comply with her will. She threatened him both physically and mentally, making him obsessed and terrified because no one knew and could help him. Aaron had unknowingly provoked him because she wasn't aware of this. That was what happened in the original story. Having finished her thoughts, Aaron spoke up, "Let go of his hand." Whitney replied, "I cannot. This is my duty." Aaron immediately raised her voice. "I said, take your hand off him." As soon as she finished speaking, she took off her outer dress and draped it over Aiden. This successfully separated Whitney, although her expression was not pleasant. But this time, Aiden no longer had that repulsive expression. He even seemed a little startled. After a few seconds, Whitney said, "Little miss, you haven't been at the palace long, so you don't know." Aaron interrupted firmly, "I don't need to know." After saying that, she looked at her with a cold expression, while thinking to herself, "I am the young lady of the Lester family after all." Whitney paused for a moment, then she said, "I apologize." Aaron didn't bother to care. She turned her head and asked, "Aiden, may I hold your hand for a moment?"
When Aiden agreed, she immediately took hold of him, supporting him through her dress and guided him inside. The two gradually disappeared from Whitney's sight. Duke Leinster was a man known to all. Everyone revered and admired him, and the ducal family ruled the kingdom. Thus, Aiden carried the family's honor and a great responsibility from birth, and of course, the name Leinster was often mentioned with respect, pride, and prosperity. Sadly, Whitney believed he lacked patience and perseverance. Under the guidance of Whitney, who had served his family for many years, she had instilled in Aiden's mind that he could not continue to live like this his entire life.
Sir Aiden will become the head of the family and bear a great responsibility for the Leinster lineage, if that happens. I won't be able to serve the Leinster family forever. You will have to rely on your own strength. Do as I say. If I say such things, can I escape and continue to grow up? Before the wedding, Whitney said, "Since Sir Aiden will be getting married tomorrow, his responsibility to this family will be a significant one. The purpose of this marriage is an alliance between two families, so you must be careful not to harm the family's honor. The Zahad family is still under the control of the Leinster family. You must bring the most benefits from them to our family. Lady Erin Zahad is the one with whom you will proceed with the marriage." Sir Aiden often lost focus and forgot his status. That lady will know how to use her husband, Aiden thought at the time. Isn't she only 10 years old, just like me? Seeing no response from him, Whitney stepped forward. She stared at Aiden with authoritative eyes and asked, "You don't want the Duke and Duchess to see this, do you?" As I said, women are always like that, always cunning, so you must not blindly trust them. A man who always smiles at his wife is certainly not a Leinster, Aiden thought to himself. This is truly absurd. Whitney said that even servants could disrespect their masters and try to dominate them. Aiden wondered, will what Whitney said truly happen? She then said, "Sir Aiden's status and honor will be devoured in a moment of carelessness. They will gradually seize your position." If Sir Aiden isn't careless, can they really do that? Aiden continued to think. No, I just want to ignore everything. After injecting those ideas into Aiden's head, Whitney squeezed his hand and said, "That is the essence of today's lesson." Aiden secretly wondered, is what Whitney said true because she is also a woman?
She tapped the balcony railing, muttering to herself, "No, as a modern citizen, I must protect children. Even in this damned place, I'm just a child who has to marry him. All right, I need to heal Aiden's emotional wounds before we divorce. After all, Ulia is still Aiden's destiny, so the story's progression will only change a little. Wouldn't it be better if I took care of this kid and then let him go to Ulia? That way, I won't have to worry about my death anymore." The next day at the training grounds, Aiden swung his sword, splitting a dummy in half. The upper half of the dummy fell to the ground, and Aiden immediately grabbed a towel and began wiping his sweat. Just then, a voice called out, "Aiden!" Aaron approached and said, "Hello." Aiden silently looked at her, this time without the usual aversion, but suddenly Aaron walked past him. Aiden turned his head to look, only to see Aaron had already reached the knights. Philip bowed and asked, "What is the young lady doing here?" Aaron replied, "Since I will be living in this palace from now on, I came here to greet everyone." Philip smiled and said, "That's truly impressive, young lady." He then leaned in and whispered, "Our young master is a bit difficult, isn't he?" She replied in hushed voice, It's a secret, but it's forgivable because he's very handsome." At that, all the knights burst into laughter, holding their stomachs. When Aiden felt bored and was about to leave, another voice rang out, "Sir Aiden." The laughter ceased, and Erin turned her head to look. In the center of the training grounds, Whitney had appeared, no one knew when. She said, "You need to complete your training." Aiden replied, "I know." However, before he could finish speaking, Erin interjected, "Aiden has something to discuss with me."
Whitney bowed and said, "Young lady." Erin asked, "Can he talk to me first and then do his homework later?" She immediately grabbed Aiden's hand and replied, "He must do his homework on time. It's better to talk later. Sir Aiden, let's go." As she dragged Aiden away, Erin shouted again, "Let him go!" Whitney uttered a surprised, "Huh?" Erin said again, "Get out of the way." This time she asked, "Young lady, why suddenly—" But Erin said nothing more. She just stepped forward and pushed her hand away. Whitney once again showed an expression of disbelief. Aiden's face was equally bewildered. After pushing her away, Erin immediately said, "Aiden has something to tell me, so I'll go with him." Whitney frowned and said, "Young lady, if you insist on doing this, I'll have no choice but to report it to the Duke." Upon hearing these words, Aiden immediately broke into a sweat. Then he heard Erin say, "Go ahead and report it. Whether I'm here for just one day or even a year, I am still the young lady of this family."
"There's no reason for a nanny like you to stop me." With that one sentence, the entire field immediately fell silent. Even Whitney couldn't say anything more. At this moment, Erin tugged at Aiden's sleeve. "Let's go." Then the two calmly left the training ground, drawing everyone's attention. Erin pulled Aiden along through the garden. He followed behind, a look of doubt on his face. "This isn't the way to the library, is it?" Erin replied, "I know," and at the same time let go of his hand. Aiden held his arm, asking shyly like a young maiden, "Why did you step in like that? My parents really trust Whitney. Whitney might speak ill of you to them." Erin replied, "Because I want to be closer to you." This surprised Aiden, and he asked again, "With me?" She continued, "Husbands and wives should stand by each other, shouldn't they?" In her heart, she thought, "Even if it's just until the divorce." But outwardly, she added, "We'll still be together later, and we haven't been able to talk much over the past while."
Getting married at this age, we're no different from a pair of best friends. Erin smiled and said, "I'll always stand by you, and you must stand by me too." Aiden hesitated and asked, "Is that all?" Erin chuckled, "What more could you want?" Hearing that, Aiden fell into deep thought. He seemed different from what Whitney had said. Then he asked, "So what do friends usually do together?" Erin was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Oh, I have to teach him even these kinds of things." Then she replied, "We eat and hang out together." Aiden asked again, "Do those things? Eat, hang out?" After muttering a few times, Aiden continued to ask, "So what do people who stand by each other do?" Erin glanced up at the sky. "Perhaps comfort each other and smile at each other too, right?" Aiden asked further, "Are we going to do those things together?" She immediately nodded and smiled, "Of course," while thinking, "How adorable." Aiden said seriously, "I've never tried doing these things, so I don't know anything at all."
He was hesitant, wondering if marriage was truly as terrifying as Whitney had described. Erin suddenly approached, cutting off Aiden's train of thought. With a smile, she said, "This is going to be fun. Just you wait." In that instant, Aiden's heart quickened, and his face flushed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I want to be on your side." As soon as the words left his mouth, Aiden froze, awkwardly bowing his head and thinking, "Oh my God, I just blurted out an answer to her." Suddenly, Aiden looked up in surprise. Before him, Erin's sparkling eyes were wide, and her face was radiant as she gazed at him. That evening, Erin sat before a mirror while Mona brushed her hair. She thought to herself, "He trembled just seeing me and was so nervous even though I only offered to be his friend. And yet, with just a smile, perhaps even an enemy would want to join his side." Erin secretly made up her mind. "All right, until the divorce, I want to be his best friend." If that's the case, remembering Whitney's face, she continued to think, "I just need to get in her way." By then, her hair was brushed, and Mona asked with a smile, "Is there anything else you require?" Erin smiled. "That's all." Meanwhile, Aiden was also thinking, "Friends, on my side. So this is what marriage brings." Remembering Erin's face, he unconsciously broke into a relaxed smile. "This isn't as bad as I heard it would be." The next day, as he walked along a small path in the estate, Erin suddenly appeared. "Aiden, good morning." Aiden was momentarily startled. After looking at her for a few seconds, he smiled and replied, "Good morning." Erin secretly let out a soft, "Ah," then covered her mouth, chuckling to herself. "He greeted me back. I'm sure I'll be able to shake hands with him soon." Then she asked, "Where are you going?" Aiden replied concisely, "To the arena." She then asked, "May I come with you?" He turned to her with a surprised look. "Come with me?"
So Erin said, "We're friends, after all. I won't disturb your practice."
After a few seconds of hesitation, Aiden finally agreed. Okay. After a while, Erin's face was covered in sweat. Breathing heavily, she looked at Aiden and thought, I also need to improve my physical fitness. Who knows what kind of crazy things I'll have to face later? How can he climb mountains so effortlessly? Suddenly, she pointed forward. Huh? In front of them was a maid named Wendy, who was running after a carriage, screaming, Ah! Ah! However, the truly worrying thing here was that the carriage was hurtling straight towards the two of them. Fortunately, at that moment, the wheel hit a rock, so amidst the crash and the screams, Erin fortunately escaped harm, but her face was blank. After a few seconds, a soft groan was heard.
Wendy slowly got up from Aiden, then hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I was too careless. I sincerely apologize, sir. Aiden coldly said, Get away. Wendy then asked, bewildered, Huh? Aiden gritted his teeth and said, Step back, take your hands off. Erin also spoke up, Wendy, it's all right, just stand up. She still looked dazed, stammering, Miss? Seeing her dawdle, Erin's voice also turned cold, Hurry up. So Wendy quickly stood up and said, I'm sorry. At the same time, she murmured in surprise, she called my name. After she left, Erin turned to Aiden, who was cowering. Hey Aiden, she reached out her hand. But seeing his body trembling, Erin's arm stopped midair. She thought to herself, so that means he's always been silent with others, so he can't quickly accept this friendship. Now, recalling the situation on their wedding night, Erin continued to think, just like that night. At the same time, Aiden gritted his teeth and thought, this is so uncomfortable. Why am I the only one who has to endure this?
A long time later, Erin called out again, Aiden. She was silent for a moment. Then she continued, Do you remember what I told you? We're husband and wife. I'll always be on your side, so everything will be all right, okay? Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, and Erin's gentle voice continued, Now you can rest easy. Your frustration isn't a big deal. Tears still welled up in Aiden's eyes. Erin silently watched him for a long time, and another moment passed. When Aiden had calmed down and stood up, Erin finally let out a sigh of relief. Aiden said, Let's go. Hearing this, she replied, Oh, I just remembered I have something I need to do. Sorry for inviting you earlier. I'll come watch him train next time. Aiden nodded. Then he continued walking up the mountain. Erin watched his retreating back, thinking to herself, Although I feel bad for letting Aiden go alone, I need to get a handle on Wendy's situation before Whitney finds out. Returning to the Duke's mansion, Erin said, Wendy, you need to be more careful next time. You almost injured Aiden. If something unfortunate were to happen, who would bear the consequences, Wendy? She bowed in fright and said, I'm truly, truly sorry. Erin replied, Luckily it wasn't a big deal. Wendy, you know there's someone who is very strict about small matters, don't you? As soon as she heard this, Wendy immediately imagined Whitney, and with a face full of panic, she said, Save me. Feeling she had scared her enough, Erin took her hand. Then she gently said, Don't worry too much. As long as you're careful, no one will know.
Wendy was immediately grateful, thanking the young lady, thanking her. Erin smiled, thinking, It's true that holding hands makes conversations much more comfortable. If only I could hold Aiden's hand and talk to him like this. But this method makes Aiden uncomfortable. I must be very careful, because the most important thing is for Aiden to feel safe. The wooden blade swung down, and Aiden immediately raised his sword to parry. His gaze drifted towards the entrance gate. It had been several days, and he hadn't seen Erin. She usually came to find him. Seeing him distracted, Philip seized the opportunity to swing his sword. Ha! After pushing him back, he thrust his sword again. Aiden also quickly swung his sword in retaliation, knocking Philip's blade away. Then he pointed his sword at Philip's neck. At this moment, Philip saw Aiden looking towards the gate again, and he asked, What are you looking at by the gate, my lord? Aiden didn't answer, but asked, May I ask you a few things, Philip? He asked back curiously, What is it? Aiden wondered, Do you spend time with your wife? Hearing this simple question, Philip let out a breath. Of course, because she is my first love and also my childhood friend. We grew up together from childhood, seeing new things together. Aiden asked again, What do you usually do with your friends? Philip replied thoughtfully, At your age, Lord Aiden, we would play together and also ride horses together. Connecting this to Erin's words, together, Aiden bowed his head in thought for a few seconds, then threw the wooden sword aside. Then he left directly, leaving Philip full of doubt, asking, Where are you going, my lord? At this moment, Erin was also thinking, It's been exactly 4 days, and I've been wondering if I should see Aiden. I've tried, thinking I could heal his wounds, but I'm afraid that accident will only hurt him more. So if I see him, I'm afraid I'll touch upon his emotional wounds, and it makes me feel conflicted. When she looked up, she was startled. Oh, Aiden. He walked over and said, Long time no see.
Erin was surprised, thinking he came to talk to me himself, while outwardly she nodded, Yeah, I really do miss you. Aiden hesitated a little, then said, I'm on my way to practice. Erin heard that and pointed in the opposite direction. Then shouldn't you be going this way? The training ground is over here. Aiden didn't even turn his head as he said, Today I'm going behind the mountain range to practice horseback riding. As he spoke these words, his hand was trembling.
Her face flushed. Aiden secretly glanced at her and continued, Even though it's a mountain, it's not very high, and the path isn't too rugged or difficult to walk.
The implication was too obvious, and Aaron immediately smiled. Then she asked, "Can I come along?" Aiden quickly turned back. "Really?" The two continued walking. Aaron secretly let out a sigh of relief. "I've been so troubled for 4 days, afraid he would avoid me, but it seems he's also been thinking about me. Why is everything he does so adorable? I'm in big trouble. Liking him this much isn't good." Seeing her cover her face, Aiden kindly asked, "Are you tired?" Aaron was stunned, thinking, "Is he asking me this because he thinks I can't keep up with him?" So she quickened her pace to catch up with him. "So that's it. This is Aiden's purity. He's elegant, shy, but adorable." Thinking this, she was startled. Wait, what am I thinking? Well, this is definitely just friendship. As long as I don't like him the way a girl likes a boy, it'll be fine. After the two arrived, Philip gestured. "I have prepared a resting place as per Sir Aiden's orders. Young lady, please come this way." Aaron trembled with happiness. Aiden, blushing deeply, mumbled, "Oh my goodness, Philip really is." Philip led the horses over and continued. "He suddenly wanted to practice horse riding, so I prepared them. You're very good at riding, aren't you?" Aiden tried to cover up. "It's just that if I don't practice regularly, I feel uncomfortable."
Seeing him climb onto the horse, Aaron gaped in surprise, thinking, he climbed onto a horse bigger than himself so easily? Aiden lifted his leg, kicked the horse's flank hard. Hup! The giant horse immediately galloped away. That's right, Aiden was always outstanding in the original story. His combat skills were always the best in the kingdom, and in the future, he would become the ruler of the entire kingdom. Aaron's eyes sparkled as she clapped and praised. So cool! At the same time, she thought, handsome and cool too. When Aiden stopped, she immediately went up to him and said, "I didn't know you were so good at riding horses." Being praised directly, Aiden's cheeks puffed up. He asked, "Do you want to try riding?" Aaron was also very surprised by this unexpected request. Me?" Aiden pointed to the grass field and said, "It's not very steep here, so it's fine to try riding a lap." Aaron was thinking, just like the female lead in novels. Then she excitedly said, "I want to ride." Seeing her expectant face, Aiden also blushed slightly. He held out his hand. Then, this action surprised Aaron. She secretly thought, am I riding a horse with Aiden, even though I can't ride by myself?
But it wouldn't be a problem to ride with Aiden, and perhaps he would tremble again. Thinking of that prospect, Aaron hesitated a little. Then she said, "Philip, I will ride with you." Philip was startled and asked, "Little miss, why do you want to ride with me?" After asking, he helped her onto the horse. "Hold on tight." Seeing this, Aiden had a very peculiar expression. He looked down at his hands, silent. Over there, Philip helped Aaron onto the horse and said, "All right." Then he also mounted. Looking at Aaron's excited face, Aiden thought to himself, "I don't want that." "Huh?" He was surprised. "I don't want it?" "Don't want what?" Aaron, sitting on the horse's back, cheered, "Wow, this is amazing." In her heart, she thought, "It's a little scary because I'm still so small, but it's so much fun." Aiden rode closely behind. By now, he had calmed down, thinking internally, "It was difficult for me to be touched like last time, but sooner or later, I'll be able to hold Aaron's hand naturally." After thinking that, Aiden looked towards Aaron again, more precisely at her arm. He steered his horse to the side, then reached out his hand and called, "Aaron," she said in surprise, "You startled me." Seeing Aiden's arm reach out, Aaron instinctively flinched away. As a result, she lost her balance and fell to one side. "Ah!" Philip exclaimed in alarm. "My lady." Immediately after, Aaron raised her hand, then sat upright and said, "I'm good at balancing, aren't I? I'm fine." After they finished riding, Philip walked over to Aiden and said, "Now that you mention it, I don't see Whitney anywhere. If the training schedule is changed, you usually have to explain why." Aiden didn't reply, but turned his head to look at Aaron. At this moment, she was laughing and talking with the knights. Aiden thought to himself, Aaron is friendly with everyone in the family. At this moment, Aaron extended her hand, and the knight bowed his head and nobly kissed her hand. Aiden's expression quickly darkened, and he thought to himself, "But she avoids me. She doesn't avoid others, yet she says we're friends." Inside the castle, voices of inquiry rang out. "Miss Whitney. Ah, here she is. Whitney, we apologize, Miss Whitney, for bothering you so early in the morning." The black-haired maid and the brown-haired maid said in unison, "You're the only one we trust enough to ask." Just as she was on the verge of exploding, a different voice called out, "Whitney." After seeing that the caller was Mona, Whitney complained, "I've already told you, but if that's the case, you should take care of them yourself." Mona paid no mind, smiling as she said, "Our little lady has assigned us a lot of tasks, and there are many different things to learn in this new family. I still don't fully grasp how the Leinster household works. Please help us. Even though I've bothered you, we'll gradually learn." Hearing this, Whitney thought, "What a strange woman." Mona suddenly added, "Oh, by the way, Our Lady is looking for you." In the room, Aaron stroked her chin thoughtfully. Aiden is the young master, so of course he's perfect. But because of Whitney, he mistakenly believes he's inferior. Moreover, in the original story, he secretly started businesses from the age of 11, accumulating a massive personal fortune, enough to control the entire empire.
Perhaps I should give him a chance. I can't get involved in Aiden's business.
If I help Aiden gain credibility, I'll be filthy rich after divorcing him. At this, she whispered, "That's not bad." The door opened and Whitney walked in. "Young miss, were you looking for me?" Aaron turned around. "Yes, I have a few things to say." She immediately looked annoyed. "I've told you." Her words were cut short by Aaron. "From now on, you don't need to look after Aiden anymore." The room fell silent for a few seconds. Then Whitney asked, "What do you mean?" Aaron repeated, "I said you don't need to be a nanny anymore." Whitney frowned and said, "Miss, even if you are the young miss, you cannot decide this on your own." Aaron replied, "I will personally address this with the Duke and Duchess when they return. I am compelled to do so because I cannot allow someone who wants to control their master to be near Aiden."
Whitney said, "I merely do what the Duke requires. Stay by young Master Aiden's side and manage everything for him. As his governess, it's my responsibility. Ever since the young master was born, I've been the only one to support him. Not only do I understand the young master better than anyone, but I also bear the great responsibility of taking good care of him." Aaron said indifferently, "Care, it's more like coercion." She thought to herself that Whitney was the one who had controlled a child who hadn't even been able to form his own values. Whitney retorted, "I have never done anything beyond my bounds. How can a young lady who has been here for less than a month possibly perceive and judge?" Aaron showed no compromise. "We'll talk about this later. Anyway, I want you to temporarily stop being Aiden's governess for a while. Right now, no one can go against my orders, can they?" Hearing her say that, Whitney's face clearly twisted in anger, but she was powerless. On the small path amidst the flower bushes, Aiden raised his hand, recalling Aaron's bewildered face. His steps suddenly halted, his eyes fixed on his hand. He thought to himself, even now he still hated physical contact with others, but if it was Aaron, was it because she had worried when he felt unwell and she stood by his side? Did he truly want that? Did he truly want to touch Aaron? Could he touch her? Recalling the moment Aaron offered her hand for the night to kiss, Aiden's face darkened once more, and he looked up at the clouds.
He silently asked himself, was Aaron truly on his side? At this thought, Aiden immediately lowered his head, having sat down by the tree. He looked out, then with a whoosh, vanished from the spot. Because in the distance, Aaron was humming a tune as she approached. The air was so fresh and the flowers smelled wonderful. She stretched and thought, even if it's only temporary, preventing Whitney from getting close to Aiden makes me feel so satisfied. Suddenly her eyes stopped, and through the flower bushes, she saw Aiden lying asleep under the tree, immediately showing a startled expression. Aaron softly called out, "Aiden." He didn't answer, so she bravely approached. Kneeling beside Aiden, Aaron thought to herself, this was the first time since their wedding night that she could stare at this face, because he was very sensitive around other people.
Even so, he seems to be doing better now. He no longer avoids me and even smiles at me. It's a feast for the eyes to see him smile. If he smiled more often, I'd be so proud. No matter how many times I look at him, I still find his face as beautiful as a sculpted statue. Then she whispered, "He really drives people crazy." Aiden, pretending to be asleep, heard her and blushed, thinking, just as I thought, Aaron likes my face. She had been staring at him for a while now. He recalled Aaron's words during their wedding, "You're so handsome." Aiden continued to think, I know Aaron has been looking at me the whole time. If I just stay like this, she'll come closer to me. Sure enough, Aaron was reaching out her hand. She gently touched Aiden's forehead. He thought again, she's touching me. Her whole body pressed close to Aiden, her delicate breath brushing against him. He was a little surprised. I feel normal. Even though Aaron is touching me, I'm completely fine. When Aaron took her hand away, Aiden whispered, "Don't take it away. Just a little more, more." He suddenly opened his eyes. Aaron's movements immediately froze as if she had been turned to ice. At that moment, Aiden suddenly sat up and Aaron remained stiff. Seeing Aiden lean closer, she whispered, "Ah, no." Their lips met and time seemed to stand still. A second later, Aaron blushed and sprang up, covering her mouth with her hand.
She said that. Aiden, bewildered, thought, doesn't she like it? Aaron, smiling again, reassured him. That's right, it was just an accident, nothing serious. Aiden thought, oh, it's nothing? Aaron then asked, Aiden, are you okay? He continued to think, so it's because of me? Aaron is worried about me? Even now, many people are concerned about him. They want to know about his swordsmanship, how quickly he learns, or if his health is sufficient to inherit the Leinster family. In reality, no one truly cares about him or what he thinks. Despite that, when Aaron said that, right, he was just an accident. Aiden, are you okay? Aiden continued to think, now I see someone. Aaron is truly worried about me. Seeing that he said nothing, Aaron added, well, it's okay for close friends to kiss lightly. As friends, you can also hold hands or even hug. Aiden asked again, really? She nodded, blushing as she lied. That's right. At the same time, she thought, a light kiss might not be entirely appropriate, but, well, it's not that wrong either.
Aiden smiled faintly. Then he asked, if that's the case, shall we try? Aaron hesitated. What, hold hands? She was bewildered.
Aiden asked her first, then she quickly asked back, "Will you be okay?" Aiden replied, "I want to try the things you do with friends." Erin blushed slightly and lowered her head. Despite a little hesitation, she still replied, "All right then." So Aiden took her hand, and both their hearts suddenly beat a little faster. Aiden's eyes widened, and he said, "So I can hold your hand? I think this feeling is very comfortable, thankfully." Erin didn't hear clearly and asked again, "Aiden, what did you say?" Aiden replied, "I'm very happy because Erin is my wife." Erin's heart accelerated once again. After a while, the two walked hand in hand down the small path. The maids, seeing the sight, exclaimed in unison, "Oh my!" That made Erin's face as red as a tomato. Feeling Aiden's hand, she thought to herself, "Aiden won't let go of my hand at all. It seems my hand is sweating. Will he find it uncomfortable?" Looking at his cheerful face, she smiled and thought, "That's right. This is still better than him being scared. Who would have thought my words would be so effective?" At this moment, Aiden suddenly asked, "Erin, when do friends hug each other?" Erin let out a questioning, "Huh?" Aiden said again, "I want to try hugging you too." Hearing that, the 29-year-old woman awkwardly scratched her face. He asked so directly. Now there's no trace of fear from him at all. She replied, "Even if they are friends, no one hugs each other without a reason." Aiden, intending to do everything one could do with a friend, innocently asked, "So what else can friends do?" Erin hummed, thinking to herself, "Perhaps this is an opportunity?"
Try to get him to interact a lot with people he trusts. It might help him later on. Then she wrapped her arms around Aiden's back, gently pulling him into her embrace. She then said that when we want to congratulate or comfort someone, or when we want to encourage each other, we can hug like this. She added, "I'm always on your side. I hope you won't have to suffer any sorrow, but only walk on a path of flowers." Aiden enjoyed the peaceful feeling Erin brought. Just then, Whitney happened to walk past. She looked out the window, her expression very displeased. After a few seconds, Aiden pushed Erin away and said, "I have something I want to show you, Erin." With that, he pulled her and ran. Erin ran after him, asking with a puzzled expression, "Aiden?" A moment later, a stack of papers lay before Erin. She gaped, her face covered in sweat, speechless.
Aiden said excitedly, "These are the businesses of our Leinster family." Erin silently let out a confused, "Huh?" Aiden asked, "Do you want to see them?" Hearing this offer, Erin stammered, "Me?" Aiden continued, "I'm personally overseeing them." While he was waiting for Erin's admiration, she thought, "Why is he looking at me like this? Should I just refuse and slip away? Is he perhaps suspicious of me and testing me?" Aiden continued, "If there's anything you don't understand, I'll explain it to you." Just as Erin was about to refuse, she saw something. She thought, this strange handwriting. Did Aiden write it? Don't tell me. While she was bewildered, Aiden continued, "These business ventures aren't necessarily profitable projects. Their purpose isn't necessarily to generate profit." Erin picked up a paper covered in dense writing. These astonishing documents were all in Aiden's handwriting. Based on what was written in the report, he was figuring out how to generate profit from the Leinster family businesses. He was surely trying to earn profits and turn them into his own private business fund. In the original story, he secretly established and ran his own business at the age of 11. Perhaps he was truly preparing, but it seemed he hadn't figured out a way to launder money yet. Thinking this, Erin immediately looked up and said, "Aiden, I can help you this time. Let me help you with the business you want." Hearing her words, Aiden slowly let out a breath. Then he said, "Just hearing you say you'll lend a hand is reassuring enough, Erin." She thought silently, "He surely thinks there's nothing I can help with while suffering alone." So she turned and said, "Let's go out for a trek." Aiden immediately said, "I'll have someone prepare the carriage." These words surprised Erin a little. She asked, "Aren't you curious where we're going?"
Aiden smiled and replied, "You're going with Erin. I trust you." Erin, looking flustered, said, Just recently you were saying business matters were as easy as pie." At her reaction, Aiden calmly tilted his head and asked, "Erin, you're on my side, right? You're also my best friend." Erin was immediately touched and thought, "That's right, I am on Aiden's side. How could I not be on his side after doing all this?" She covered her mouth and said, "Don't trust others so blindly like this." After a while, the two stood in front of a building. Aiden asked, "A bank?" Erin nodded and said, "That's right, follow me." After entering, Erin immediately said, "We're here to check the assets registered under Aaron Zahard's name."
A bank employee immediately took out a piece of paper, thanked the visitor, and asked, "Would you mind taking a look at this? This is Aaron Zahad's account statement. Could you please confirm it first?" Erin picked up the paper, thinking to herself, "Even though I wasn't the pampered darling of the Zahad family, I did receive a substantial sum from them when I got married." After reading it, she pushed the paper towards Aiden and said, "Here, it's all yours. Take all my money. No one will know where this money ended up if I withdraw it here. With this amount, you won't have to take risks to earn money anymore." Aiden hesitated and asked, "Really? Can I actually accept this money?" Erin calmly drank her tea, glancing at him. "Of course," she said. "I'm investing in you." Aiden couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. Investing? Aaron explained, if you prosper in business thanks to this money, then you'll have to pay me back many times over, you know. Hearing her say that, Aiden was moved and bowed his head low. So, Aaron, he said, you think I'll succeed in business? Aaron smiled and replied, I'm on Aiden's side after all.
Aiden mused for a moment, thinking, I will definitely repay Aaron many times over this amount, no matter what. On the street, Aaron said, today is the first time we've gone out together. Aiden immediately asked, should we stroll a bit longer? So the two of them held hands and walked through the market. Upon seeing them, everyone began to buzz. Oh my, how adorable. Look at them holding hands. Someone gave them both a bouquet of flowers and asked, you two are friends, right? Another offered a skewer of grilled meat. Young lady and young master, would you like to try? Aaron took the grilled meat and tried to ask, Aiden, do you want some? He looked at the unfamiliar food in her hand, hesitating slightly. Oh, without waiting for him to finish, Aaron offered the skewer. Try it. Just as Aiden was about to take a bite, the 29-year-old played the trick of pulling the skewer back, then burst into laughter. Aiden's face turned red with embarrassment. He said thoughtfully, Aaron is so strange. This made her exclaim, huh, in surprise. He continued, we're the same age, but you treat me like a child. After saying that, Aiden smiled, then took Aaron's hand again. As they walked forward, he said, I'm the same age as you know. Aaron is my friend. Aaron gave a helpless smile. He's only 10, but he's quite mature, isn't he? A few minutes later, when they reached another street, Aiden gently reminded her, from here on there will be a lot of people, so don't let go of my hand. Aaron stayed close behind Aiden, looking around, thinking to herself, it's really crowded.
Suddenly she let out a cry. Huh? Then she looked around in a panic, thinking, Aiden, where is Aiden gone? Aaron stood amidst the crowd searching desperately. He's not here. Where did he go? As she searched, she called out loudly, Aiden, Aiden! Suddenly a familiar figure caught her eye. At the corner of the street, Aiden was hunched over, his body trembling uncontrollably as in fear. Aaron rushed over. Aiden! Standing before him, Aaron called out again, Aiden! Seeing Aaron, Aiden couldn't help but lunge forward and embrace her tightly. Aaron's expression stiffened slightly. She hesitated slightly before placing her hand on his trembling shoulder. Then she said, if you're suffering because you're hugging me, then… Aiden interrupted. That's not it. Only with you, Aaron, it's fine. Not with anyone else. Hearing this, Aaron thought, it still seems very difficult for him. Psychological trauma is very difficult to recover from. I can't rush him. At this point, she spoke up. Aiden, I have a somewhat difficult request, but could you listen to me? He might be confused, but I should advise him not to let go of my hand. Aaron continued, it would be great if I could always stand by Aiden's side, but I can't always do that. Things like today might happen again. So, starting with small things, little by little, we need to be careful for a long time.
She pleaded, Aiden, can you let other people touch you like I did? Seeing his awkward expression, Aaron thought to herself, he's going to have to try very hard. A few days later, Aiden came to Aaron and said, Aaron, I'm late. She thought to herself, when she told him to try and overcome his obsession, Aiden's reaction was far from what she expected. Under her puzzled gaze, Aiden suddenly lowered his head and said, praise me, please. Aaron immediately smiled brightly. The day before, when Aaron said, Aiden, can you let other people touch you like I do? It'll be okay if it's just a light touch on the shoulder or holding hands for a bit. Aiden replied, I understand what you mean, even though I don't feel comfortable with it at all, but I will try my best. In return, when I do well, I want one thing, your praise. So Aaron reached out and patted Aiden's head, saying, you did very well. Sitting tiredly on the bench, Aiden said, when Wendy dropped her hair clip, I helped her pick it up and gave it to her. Aaron asked, did you find it difficult to do that? He immediately replied, just a little. But in his heart he thought, actually I was extremely tense. Then he lied to himself, saying, it felt really good. After saying that, Aiden continued, Aaron, I want to ask you something. She let out a skeptical hum. He then asked, if I do that twice in a day, will I get double the reward? After hearing that question, Aaron was surprised. Huh? You want more rewards?
Aiden said, how about 3 times? Then changed his tone. No, make it 5 times. Hearing this, Aaron smiled happily. She thought to herself, this is going to be great. A few days later, in the castle, a brown-haired maid said, it seems the young master and young lady have been going out frequently lately, haven't they? The blue-haired maid next to her replied, that's right. Today, the young miss waited for young master Aiden to finish his studies. As soon as young master Aiden comes out and sees the young lady, his lips spread into a wide smile, and he immediately follows her. The black-haired maid exclaimed, oh my, how adorable. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and the two maids immediately startled, saying, hello, Miss Whitney. We have work to do, so please excuse us. She didn't say a word. Her eyebrows furrowed so tightly they looked like they wanted to stick together. In the room, Aaron put a piece of eclair into her mouth, munching. She said, this is the first time I've ever eaten such a delicious eclair. Beside her, the head chef respectfully said, thank you, young miss. Aiden watched from across the table, thinking with a touch of admiration that even in an unfamiliar place, she could make friends with someone she just met, right from the moment she ordered. Aaron casually asked, "What's the best dish here?" The waiter replied, "Please try our special menu." Aaron then said, "Oh, really?" Aaron's casual demeanor was due to her 29-year-old social skills, but Aiden didn't know this. He marveled, "Aaron is truly amazing." She calmly drank her tea, while the chef politely smiled and said, "Then I'll take my leave now." Afterwards, Aaron spoke up, "Aiden, this place is great, isn't it? Even though it's a bit far and not very well known, the dishes use very fresh ingredients. With food this delicious, they're sure to succeed later, right?" Aiden looked around, then hesitantly said, "It's delicious, but—" Aaron interrupted, "People who find this place will surely love it," she thought to herself, because this shop would indeed become widely renowned. In the original story, thanks to someone's help, Angela's Bakery became the largest franchise in the empire, expanding internationally and even having a street named Angela. That someone could be Aiden, or it could be a third party. Nevertheless, if Aiden invested early, the profits would be substantial. But I think Aiden still doesn't have faith in this, so he should take his time to think. Then Aaron offered a pastry. "Aiden, try this," and he immediately opened his mouth. After Aiden took a bite of the Earl Grey sponge cake, Aaron continued, "This isn't too sweet, but it's incredibly fragrant. It suits your taste, doesn't it?" At the same time, she whispered, "I already knew this."
Aiden chewed his pastry thoughtfully for a moment, then looked outside hesitantly. A few seconds later, he faltered and asked, "Should I invest in this shop?" The sudden question quite surprised Aaron. "Huh? Wait, he changed his mind in the blink of an eye. I mean, how is he already thinking about investing? I don't even know where to start." As she was wondering how to answer, Aiden continued, "On second thought, given its small scale, I think it would be better to invest discreetly without anyone finding out, because nobles typically only invest in grand ventures like stocks or commerce." Aaron let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "I'm so proud and so happy that he understood my thoughts." She replied, "Aiden is right. Even a small venture like this can be a business. Small things like this can sometimes stir up someone's daily life, can't they?"
Aiden's happiness was evident on his face. He continued to ask, "So how should we begin?" In the evening, as Mona brushed Aaron's hair, she said, "You look very happy." She asked, "Is that so?" Mona, a little curious, asked, "Do you like young Master Aiden?" Aaron smiled and replied, "Of course." Mona added, "I thought the two of you were too young to marry, but it seems my young lady has matured a lot. You've truly fallen in love." Upon hearing this, Aaron was immediately stunned and thought, "Huh? What are you saying? Love whom?" She turned her head confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" Mona uttered a doubtful, "Yes." Aaron then said, "Aiden is just my friend." She added in her mind, "That's all. Since the female lead will appear soon, I'm just helping him overcome his obsession as a friend." Mona didn't dwell on it and changed the subject. "All right, have you been informed yet? The Duke and Duchess are returning to the estate. If they travel quickly, they'll arrive the day after tomorrow." A few days later, a carriage stopped in front of the castle gates.
Aiden and Aaron stepped forward to greet them, welcoming their return. Before them stood Duke Logan Leinster and Duchess Isabella Leinster, Aiden's parents. Aaron thought to herself, "Wow, their every move exudes an aura of elegance." Outwardly, she politely bowed and said, "Hello, it's an honor to finally meet you both as Aaron Leinster." Logan said indifferently, "All right." Isabella nodded and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Aaron." Aaron continued to think, this must be the nobility of the upper class. Every word they spoke seemed meticulously calculated before being uttered. As they passed the two young ones, Isabella said, "You two should rest. We will make time for you tomorrow." Watching the backs of the two parents, Aaron felt a little worried, wondering if she would do well. As soon as the two parents entered, the butler handed Logan a stack of papers. "These are proposals sent during your absence from the elders of the church." A servant also handed Isabella another stack of papers. "These are records of the expenses for maintaining all activities within the mansion." At this moment, Whitney stepped forward and said, "I am here to report on young Master Aiden. He still trains and studies diligently in the mornings, and the family's business matters are also quickly resolved by the young master. However, he has started doing things he never did before at the young lady's behest, and frequently goes out even without a schedule. Consequently, the young master's important lessons are constantly being postponed. Furthermore, even though the young lady knows nothing, she arbitrarily changes the servant's duties. I don't know if they are intentionally bothering me, but they keep coming and asking me all sorts of things. The young lady is still young, so her rude behavior can be understood, but it seems Lord Aiden has been deprived of the opportunity to express his opinions and is being controlled by the young lady. I fear that he will be judged by other noble families, especially the Zahat family."
After listening to her rambling, Isabella said, "All right, I understand." Whitney smugly replied, "Yes, then I will inform the young lady."
To her surprise, Isabella interrupted. No. Although she is young and has only just gotten married, I cannot judge her by her age. She ordered, Whitney, from now on you are to temporarily cease your involvement in Aiden's education. On the other side, Logan also said, I will handle it. Whitney frowned, thinking, are they tired from having to rearrange everything? They seem to care less about their children than before. Fine, I will personally make that little girl please him. Thinking this, she bowed her head and said, I understand, I will do as you say. After she left, Isabella suddenly whispered, it seems our daughter-in-law has quite a personality. The next day in the hallway, Mona said, I heard that Whitney reported you to the Duke and Duchess yesterday. Aaron asked indifferently, is that so? Mona added, so the young lady must perform well at breakfast today. At this moment, Aaron suddenly saw someone.
She happily called, Aiden. He smiled and asked, did you sleep well? Aaron thought to herself, I had been worried about him, afraid he would be stressed like yesterday, but no. Then she said, well then, let's go. Arriving at the dining room, Isabella and Logan were leisurely having their meal. Aaron quietly glanced to the side when she saw Aiden was pensive. The atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy. Aaron then broke the silence. This is the first time I've had a meal with father and mother. Isabella interrupted. I know, let's eat quickly. Aaron's expression stiffened, but she didn't give up, saying again, this salad is so delicious. Isabella looked up and said, it's good that it suits your taste. That cold tone made Aaron's face break out in a sweat. She thought, how suffocating. After finishing the meal, at the tea table, Isabella said, I bought a very delicious tea from the territory.
Finally, I can meet you in person. Aaron lifted her skirt and curtsied. Thank you for inviting me here. I have always awaited your return. Isabella kindly asked, is there anything that makes you uncomfortable here? Everyone here is a stranger to you. She replied, thank you for thinking of me. Although they are strangers, everyone has helped me a lot. I think everyone here is kind. Hearing her words, she nodded. That's good. The tea is brewed. Please drink it. Isabella continued, it's made from a plant found only in this territory. Aaron raised the teacup and took a sip, then thought, is it because I'm still too young that I only taste bitterness? Isabella asked, is it good? Aaron gently placed the teacup down with both hands, then said, I don't know much about tea. I'm also not sure if I know how to appreciate it, as this isn't a sweet tea. Isabella said thoughtfully, I know. Then please try this tea. After the maid changed the tea, Aaron raised it and tasted a bit. Just as I thought, the fruity flavor is wonderful. Isabella quietly watched her for a moment, then suddenly said, Aaron, continue to do that from now on. These words couldn't help but surprise her. Huh? Isabella continued, you don't have to drink what you don't like. Just eat and drink what suits your taste. Aaron replied with a hint of confusion. Yes, I will do that. Then Isabella asked again, I heard that you and Aiden get along very well. Aaron immediately replied, yes, we stand by each other. She said again, I know, keep it that way. Aaron closed her eyes and wondered, is that all? I really don't know what she thinks about Aiden. Isn't she going to talk about Whitney? Suddenly, Isabella added, now that I think about it.
Aaron was also a member of the Leinster household, so you will have that privilege. Aaron's face was full of question marks. She thought, why so sudden? Isabella said, the Leinster household adjusts the servants' duties 4 times a year. By then, would Aaron like an opportunity? If Aaron becomes a member of the Leinster household, you will also have similar authority. Aaron was stunned, thinking, adjusting duties. That's not an easy task when you're close to the servants. Just a little trouble is enough to create discontent. But it's also an opportunity, so she replied, all right, I'll try. That evening, on the large bed, Aiden asked, did you feel uncomfortable having tea with my mother? Aaron shook her head. Not at all. It was wonderful, actually. Aiden, next time let's have tea with both our parents. Hearing that suggestion, Aiden hesitated slightly and replied, I don't do that with them. I've never experienced family time like that. Aaron said, you'll have that in the future. It's not because you hate it, is it? She reached out her hand and continued, if you feel awkward, just hold my hand. I'll try to talk as much as I can so you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. Aiden still hesitated slightly. A second later, he asked, Aaron, is it your wish to take on the division of duties among the servants? Aaron blushed and asked back, are you worried about me? Aiden replied, no. Then Aaron took his hand and said seriously, I'm fine. Besides, I want to try it. Aiden thought to himself, she's looking at me like a child again. Suddenly, he pulled Aaron, and she gasped, huh? As her whole body fell on top of Aiden. After a few seconds of silence,
Aiden said, Aaron will do well. I believe in you, Aaron. She thought to herself, seriously? How can he be this cute? It makes me want to treat him better. Then she softly replied, The next day, Whitney, with an annoyed expression, raised an eyebrow and asked, is this task going to be handed over to the young mistress? Aaron replied, Mother has handed it over to me. And at the same time, she asked the servant in front of her, have you written down your desired tasks? The servant replied, yes.
Whitney, being ignored like that, became so angry she laughed.
"Oh, really? This is your first time taking on this job. I hope you do well." She turned and said, "You've worked hard." This action made Aaron a little suspicious. Just like that? Why is everyone so cold? Is it because of the madam? Somewhere in the corner, Whitney said, "The person in charge this time is a young girl. She will assign you more difficult tasks than what you currently have." Someone immediately asked in a panic, "Really?" Whitney added, "Although I know you've all done an excellent job until now, this time I won't help you with anything." The blue-eyed servant asked, "So what should we do?" She replied, then walked away with an annoyed expression. The blonde maid next to her exclaimed in surprise, "What? How can we?" Whitney cut her off, saying, "We must let the young mistress know the rules for survival in this place. If many people speak up at once, they can defeat a young girl, can't they?" Another day passed, and Aaron announced the job classification list. "I have reviewed all work results from the past period and classified them according to each person's abilities and experience." The blue-eyed servant immediately stepped forward. "I cannot accept this." Aaron said, "Even if it's not the job you prefer, if you work hard, I can reconsider next time." He retorted, "This is absurd. Until now, we have all completed our tasks well without any problems. How can you change us to a new job?" Oh, the blonde maid also interjected, "Even so, I will continue to work where I am."
"Milady, are you discriminating against us because of Whitney? Is that also why you're ignoring the fact that we've performed our duties well and deliberately reassigning us to new tasks?" Aaron calmly retorted, "Your current job is pharmaceutical management, isn't it? And organizing Aiden's dressing room? Both of you follow me. Everyone, let's go into the medicine room." Aaron began, "You couldn't distinguish the herbs even when their names were provided, so in 3 months there were 5 cases incorrectly listed in the records, and in just 1 month the teas have increasingly deteriorated and spoiled. Isn't that right?" Then, going to Aiden's room, she opened the wardrobe door. As she reached for a sleeve, a button immediately fell off. Aaron put the button into a jar and said, "After checking everything, I've collected 9 buttons. Today makes 10. She grabbed another shirt, then said with annoyance, "Again, why are these sleeves so wrinkled?" After enumerating all the errors, Aaron and the other 2 returned to the assignment board. She asked, hands on hips, "Have you truly completed your work well?" The blonde maid was speechless. The blue-eyed servant said, "I admit all my mistakes, but during the entire time working, such minor mistakes are inevitable. If this is why you're dismissing me, it's truly outrageous." Aaron retorted, "Why do you claim I must fire you when these things are crucial for the Duke?" He asked indignantly, "Such things? Removing weeds and fertilizing are precisely the 2 tasks others wish to avoid," Aaron said, glancing at them and thinking to herself, "Look at these people." She immediately recalled that evening. Aiden had said, "Aaron, there's no reason Whitney wouldn't do anything." Aaron replied, "I think so too, but I don't know what she'll do, so let's just wait and see. Don't worry too much. Whatever Whitney does, I'll do something if I can." Aiden still worriedly said, "Aaron, in my opinion," that servant continued, "Miss, because you are still young, you might forget these small details." Aiden's words still echoed in Aaron's head. Whitney could make Aaron make a mistake. And the blonde maid also said, "Aren't you being too rigid? She'll use her people to set a trap for you." And just then, Isabella suddenly walked in. "What's going on?" Aaron immediately turned her head to look back, her eyes scanning the room. She remembered Aiden's words again. "I'm sure she'll involve my mother, because that's a way to find Aaron's mistakes." The atmosphere in the room was silent for a moment. Whitney suddenly appeared, bowing her head and saying, "Forgive me, I cannot stand by and watch this any longer, so I have no choice but to ask for your ladyship's help. The servants here are having trouble with the new assignments." She curled her lips into a smug smile and continued, "It's not as if enthusiasm alone can ensure the young mistress handles everything smoothly." Upon hearing this, Isabella turned to look at Aaron and asked, "Is that true?" She replied without a hint of fear, "I have questioned the staff here for a few days and have identified the issues with the assignments. Experienced and highly regarded individuals have been assigned to different tasks without proper justification. Additionally, some inexperienced individuals are doing unsuitable work, leading to many problems." Aaron glanced at Whitney. "Furthermore, some tasks are being used as punishment for them." She silently added in her mind, "It's all because of Whitney." She interjected, "Your ladyship, this is precisely the young mistress's inexperience I spoke of. We cannot allow anyone to do as they please, can we? The young mistress arbitrarily changed the servant's duties over minor mistakes. If that's the case," Isabella cut her off, asking, "What do you mean by arbitrarily? As a daughter-in-law of the Leinster family, Aaron has the right to do so. You are not in a position to judge her as young or inexperienced." Whitney paused, but she didn't give up. "Sir, I mean, if someone doesn't want to work, there must be a good reason for it." Aaron suddenly spoke. "What Whitney said is true. There are many necessary tasks to be done for the mansion, but they are very difficult and tedious, so no one wants to do them. However, cleaning the toilets and stables is considered a punishment because it's for those who are ostracized. How can they work hard if they have to endure such injustice? So I think we should reward those who take on those tasks." The novel idea surprised Isabella a little. "Reward?"
Aaron explained. Yes, as an incentive to do the jobs they don't want to do. For example, whenever I'm sick, I get chocolate-covered strawberries as a reward for taking my medicine, even if it's medicine I don't want to take. But just thinking about eating the strawberries, I'll take it without complaining at all. Isabella scoffed. Then she said, but we can't reward them with chocolate-covered strawberries. What do you think the reward should be, Aaron?
Aaron replied, it's money. Seizing the opportunity, Whitney interjected, the Duke's household already pays them quite well. No one would volunteer just for that small amount of money. But suddenly another voice rang out, I will do it. It was a maid. She said, I also have the responsibility of supporting a family of 6. The stables are fine. I'd even do more than that. I'm very willing to do it. Beside her, a dark-haired servant added, I also have 4 younger brothers. I would like to do it too. Another maid asked, Madam, may I speak? Isabella replied, go ahead. So she said, I truly hope that the young mistress will continue to lead us in the future. The dark-haired servant agreed. I think so too. It's true that the young mistress is still young and has only just become a member of the family, but she is a very good listener. Like this time, she only thinks of what's best for us. After hearing all the servants' opinions, Isabella smiled and said, I understand. She turned to Aaron and said, then let's follow Aaron's suggestion. Adjust the wages, reallocate tasks, and furthermore, improve working conditions. Aaron politely said, please help me. I lack the ability to assess small details. As Isabella left, Whitney still trailed after her, saying, Madam, please consider this carefully. If you easily accept requests and give more money just because the tasks are difficult, employee discipline will become lax. If this spreads, all sorts of people will come to the Leinster family seeking work. And what about the upper class? Won't they gossip that the Empire's great family has lost its dignity because of an immature child? Hearing this, Isabella's hand paused on the doorknob. Her expression darkened, and she called out sternly, Whitney, do you remember when Aiden was very ill as a child?
Aiden was so ill, yet you still told me to attend the royal banquet, saying, how could a prestigious and perfect family like Leinster be held back by a child? And back then, you had also stayed awake for 3 days and 3 nights to care for Aiden. There were many doubts about the successor to the Presbyterian Church, but no mother could remain silent and restrain her emotions. I should have withdrawn you from the successor's training earlier. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed in the dark night. Mother, Aiden is only 3 years old. Isabella was slapped directly across the face by someone, who said, if you behave like this, who would dare call you the Duchess designate? Don't you know that your foolish behavior in this house is ruining Leinster's heir? After recalling that situation, Isabella continued, I acknowledge your concern for Aiden. That's why I chose you to be his wet nurse. The other person's words still echoed in our head. Cast aside your emotions and act like a duchess before the servants laugh in your face. She said again, back then, I gave you the authority to manage the servants because I didn't know who to trust. In Isabella's memory, that person had said, you are the next Duchess of House Leicester. Be strict and always objective before the upper class starts gossiping about you. Returning to the present, Isabella added, because of your sincerity towards Aiden, I trust you to manage the servants well, something I cannot do myself. What I entrust to you is not just the reputation of House Leicester. Whitney called, Lady Isabella. After returning to her room, Isabella silently recalled the words she had heard. Young Master Aiden had been deprived of his voice and seemed to be controlled by the young mistress. She always listened to the servants. Some tasks were used as a form of punishment. She immediately turned to her maid Helena and ordered, Helena, investigate Whitney's recent behavior in the mansion for me. Find out everything you can, even from before. In Aaron's room, she asked, so you mean the Duchess is investigating Whitney? Mona replied, yes, although I didn't hear it directly, seeing Helena running around investigating everything like that, something must be going on. Aaron thought to herself, it's possible the Duchess doesn't hate Aiden. Honestly, I want to tell the Duchess everything Whitney has done.
However, she also neglected her children and treated Aiden no differently, which could hurt Aiden. Didn't she love Aiden even a little, despite telling him that she was no longer a part of his life? It was truly a difficult time for Aiden. Parents should witness firsthand what happens to their children. Mona suddenly asked, shall we go to the dining room for breakfast? Aaron immediately stood up and left the room. The thought continued, shouldn't adults also feel guilty for their irresponsibility? Upon reaching the dining room, Aaron sat down at the table. As she took a bite with her fork, she thought, breakfast was the only mandatory gathering time for the whole family. She had been observing the Duke and Duchess for a few days now. As a result, their relationship was truly terrible. They didn't even glance at each other anymore. At this moment, Aiden stood up and said, thank you for the meal. Aaron winked and asked, are you going for your morning practice? Have a good day. He smiled, and suddenly a voice called out, Aiden. Aiden turned his head to look at Isabella and asked, yes? She paused for a moment, then lowered her head and said somewhat dejectedly, it's nothing. Have a good day, son. Aiden replied, yes.
The atmosphere in the room once again fell silent, a little heavy. Aaron couldn't help but break the stifling silence, saying, "Aiden is very diligent. He always takes a walk around the garden after finishing his practice."
She added, "I heard he wants to figure out a way to overcome his shortcomings during practice." Upon hearing this, Isabella was stunned for a moment. At noon, Aaron hid in an ideal spot, watching the small path behind the garden and muttering, "Just as I thought. She came immediately after I revealed that Aiden often walks here after practice." She held a pair of glasses in her hand, her eyes intently watching, her mouth continuing to whisper, "The Duchess cares deeply for Aiden, but she doesn't know how to show it. Oh no, I can even feel the awkwardness between them. At this rate, they'll just turn away without saying a word. I guess I'll have to step in and help." Saying this, she immediately stood up and ran off. In her haste, Aaron bumped into someone. "Ah!" she exclaimed, looking up. Seeing Logan standing tall right before her, Aaron immediately covered her mouth. "Oh, Your Grace," she stammered. Logan gave a cold grunt and walked straight past her.
Seeing him sit down in the spot she had just vacated, Aaron fell into thought. As she observed his intent expression, a thought sparked in her mind. "Don't tell me." Aaron slowly walked over. Father," she said, offering the glasses with both hands. "Would you like to borrow these?" Logan silently looked at her. A few seconds later, he took the glasses and said, "Thank you." Seeing him hold the glasses and secretly glance at Aiden and Isabella, Aaron was momentarily silent, thinking, "Oh, for heaven's sake, what's up with these adults? They're like a club of socially awkward people." Carrying a mix of anger and helplessness, she picked up her skirt and left to deal with important matters. In the garden, Aiden and his mother were in an awkward situation. Aiden thought to himself, "I've already greeted her, but with Mom's gaze, I can't just leave, yet I also don't know what to say." Just then, their savior, Aaron, ran over. Mother, Aiden, both called out in unison, "Aaron."
"I saw you two here, so I ran over immediately," she said happily, thinking at the same time, "It's a good thing I got here quickly." Then Aaron suggested, "Let's go for a walk together." The three of them strolled cheerfully in the garden, and Aaron chirped, "So Aiden, walking together like this is really fun." Isabella always watched Aiden intently. There was a petal on his head. She slowly reached out her hand, silently intending to remove it. The moment her hand touched Aiden, he immediately showed a look of fright. The air hung still for a few seconds, and Isabella apologized remorsefully. "I'm sorry for startling you." Aaron bent down to pick a flower, gently placing it in Aiden's hair. Then she smiled and said, "I knew it. It suits you so well." Aiden's look of fright immediately vanished, and he said, "I'll put one in for you too, Aaron." Aaron then turned to Isabella, "And you too, Mother. I'll give you this flower." After placing it, she exclaimed in admiration, "You're so beautiful, Mother. I've never seen you like this before. You and Aiden look very alike." Hearing this, Isabella chuckled softly. "Ah," she said, "thank you, dear." Upon returning to her room, Isabella carefully placed the flower in a box. Recalling Aiden's startled and frightened expression, she suddenly became a little pensive. Just then, Helena entered. "Madam, may I report my findings from the investigation into Whitney?" Isabella sat up straight, listening silently as Helena spoke. There have been many testimonies that Whitney visited night training sessions and other training sessions, and she frequently interfered with the young master's attire, even his relationships. And before the young lady's order, Whitney's private lessons increased to 10 or even up to 12 hours. She added, those lessons only took place when only young Master Aiden and Whitney were present, and during those lessons no one was allowed to observe from outside. Helena turned to another page. "Next, I will report in detail on the testimonies. Young Master Aiden responded to Whitney's words with helplessness.
It seemed the young master was very afraid of Mrs. Whitney. Sometimes after private lessons, some people had seen young Master Aiden with shoulders so badly scratched that they left wounds. The sky was dark, and a desperate scream echoed through the castle. "I've been wronged, my lady!" Whitney shouted loudly. "Please listen to me. I believe it was the young mistress's plan." Isabella interrupted. "Whitney." She slowly walked up to Whitney, her voice deep and low. "You exploited my child to satisfy your sense of superiority. Did you think I wouldn't find out what you did to Aiden?" After speaking, she immediately ordered, "Get her out. Don't let her set foot in the capital ever again." Hearing the order to expel her, Whitney immediately panicked and said, "Please forgive me, my lady, considering my many years of loyalty to the Leinster family and young Master Aiden. That was my way of teaching, for young Master Aiden's own good." Isabella retorted, "Teaching?" Immediately after, she grabbed Whitney by the collar and said, "How dare you teach my child by threatening him, oppressing the boy so he would obey and submit to you? No one in this world considers violence a way to educate children." Isabella's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth as she asked, "Do you know that letting you live is my last act of mercy?" In Aiden's room, he looked out the window where the pleas were echoing. "My lady, please, my lady." He thought to himself, "Even though I'm witnessing it firsthand, I can't believe this is real."
I didn't think she was that scary. Whitney was escorted out by 2 people in black. Still not giving up hope, she said, I was wrong. Please. Aiden continued to think, what a truly despicable person. Looking at Aaron, Aiden thought again. Aaron had shown him that he didn't need to be afraid. In the forest, Whitney was still screaming, Let me go, you scoundrels, you lowly rats! Suddenly, her curses fell silent. In front of her, Logan was quietly checking his watch. On the ground lay 2 servants loyal to Whitney. When Logan closed his watch, the faces of the 2 men were filled with terror. He glanced at Whitney. The 2 servants behind him immediately took out a piece of white cloth and gagged her, her screams reduced to a single muffled sound. After sending the 3 on their way, Logan returned to the castle. Not long after stepping through the door, he heard Isabella ask, You must have received the report about Aiden by now, haven't you? Logan hesitated for a moment, then replied, Yes. Isabella asked, So, what do you think? This time Logan didn't answer, so she continued, Everyone only praises the boy for his politeness.
Even your mother was like that. He liked children who acted like wooden puppets. I didn't even know he wore a mask to hide his fear. And I didn't know he needed help. He couldn't even face us. Isabella continued, We only kept repeating that he was the Leinster heir. We made him live a lonely life. After speaking, she silently watched Logan's expression for a moment. Then, disappointed, she said, You don't seem to feel any remorse after all this. Isn't that right? You're always like that. You believe everything will be fine if you do nothing. You know Leinster better than anyone. A flicker appeared in Logan's eyes. He recalled a long time ago, wondering why he had been so foolish. I can't believe I treated such a lovely child as a means to an end.
He said, I'm sorry, Isabella. Could you stay by my side a little longer? I will expand my power and make this family mine until those women can no longer threaten me. That day, Logan declared, Your injustice will end today. From now on, I can protect you and our son with my own strength. In the end, I seem to have missed something very important, but I think it will be all right. On the day of the funeral, Logan looked to his side, where Isabella was standing, and thought, No one in our family can surpass us now, because I have been able to fully protect you and our son. I think it's enough for just me to be lonely. Unaware of Logan's thoughts, Isabella gripped the railing so tightly that her hands wouldn't stop trembling. She said, Your indifference towards me is fine, because I've grown used to it. But what about Aiden? You cannot do that to your only son. I'm fine. I'm used to it now, but not with Aiden, our little son.
After Isabella finished speaking, Logan remained silent. He bowed his head and let out a soft sigh. Seeing this, Isabella gave a self-deprecating smile. She said, You're always like this. With that, she turned and walked inside. At this moment, by the corner of the wall, Mona had unintentionally overheard the entire conversation. After returning to the room, Aaron asked, Did you hear them talking? As Mona adjusted the bow on Aaron's collar, she replied, I only overheard it by chance, so I was surprised, but I also feel sympathetic towards them. Aaron thought to himself, The Duke of Leinster is a rigid person. He's like a dummy. He seems indifferent to everything and doesn't make eye contact with anyone. But it's because he doesn't know how to interact with people. That's why, by now, the Duchess's heart has grown cold. In Aaron's imagination, she was asking, Do you know how important a marital relationship is to the emotions of children? You must make your son your confidant. In fact, his life also depends on it. Then she whispered tearfully, Is there no way to improve their relationship? If this family could share a little affection with each other, Aiden's life might be different from what it was originally.
It would be a shame if we couldn't share our warmth with anyone throughout our lives.
The next day in the room, Isabella said, Aiden? He immediately replied, Yes, mother? She said, I'm sorry. After a slight pause, Isabella continued, For not realizing sooner, for letting you learn to endure, for not being a reliable parent. She gripped her skirt and added, I know just apologizing isn't enough. From now on, if anything happens, will you tell me? No matter what it is, I will support and protect you. Aiden steadfastly asked, As a member of the Leinster family, I must resolve everything myself and take responsibility for it at all costs, right, mother? Isabella remained silent for a moment before saying, Aiden, you don't always have to obey us. Think about what you want, then choose your own path. That will be the Leinster family's way in the future. Aiden thought to himself, What I want? He looked at Isabella for a moment, then gently touched her hand. Isabella was surprised. Aiden, she said, You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself for my sake. Aiden silently counted, 1, 2, 3. Then he let go of her hand and said, I'm fine. Now I know what I want. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought, he is what I want. Isabella looked at Aiden in a daze. He just smiled faintly, then left the room. Watching her sons retreating back, Isabella thought to herself, the children already know everything, but she didn't intend to tell me. Perhaps she wanted me to realize it myself. She let out a breath, then whispered, how fortunate that she is your wife.
Aiden walked down the road, thinking to himself, his heart strangely at peace. He thought that the emotions he had suppressed for so long might finally surface, but he looked up at the sky. He continued to think, now that no longer matters, because there is something more important. One day, she unexpectedly came to him and said that she would always be by his side. He remembered Aaron's words, I'll be by your side and you'll be by mine too. Aiden continued to think. She had solved all his problems. The phrase, I'm on your side, Aiden, felt like it had only just been said. She had truly helped him. He couldn't remember what happened before Aaron appeared anymore. It was as if the shackles that bound him had been removed. Aiden ran down the small road, his eyes fixed forward, thinking all he wanted was one person. His footsteps stopped.
Aiden looked towards the fountain, thinking now only one thought flashed through his mind. I want Aaron to be with me forever. No one can take Aaron away from me. He smiled, silently telling himself, I will hold her tightly in my hands. Aaron asked, have you held your mother's hand yet? Aiden immediately replied, yes. She stroked Aiden's head and said, I'm sure she was very happy, because she also knows you tried very hard to do it. Then she changed her tone, but if you find it too difficult, don't force yourself. Aiden lifted his head and sat up. Aaron continued, I hope you don't have to avoid others even a little bit. I don't want you to suffer anymore. Aiden replied in a low voice, not really. Aaron asked again, really? He smiled and said, if I can endure a little better, I can get praise from Aaron. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. She thought to herself, he's clearly much better than before. In the training yard, Aiden swung his sword, shouting. Aaron, sitting next to Isabella, said emphatically, well done, Aiden. Then she rested her chin in her hand and said, Aiden looks so cool when he holds his sword. He looks so cool that it makes me want to learn swordsmanship to be cool like him. Hearing that, Isabella said, Aaron, you can learn swordsmanship if you want. She was stunned and asked, huh? Isabella explained, before I got married, I also learned basic swordsmanship. Hearing her say that, Aaron exclaimed, wow, really? I want to learn. Mom, will you teach me? Isabella said with a bit of embarrassment, I've stopped practicing for a long time, so I'll practice by myself first, so I can review.
Father changed his tone. Then we'll practice with studious Aaron, okay? Aaron thought admiringly, Mom is so cool. Suddenly remembering Logan, she immediately said, oh, speaking of swordsmanship, I just remembered, Father is the best swordsman in the Empire, isn't he? Father is a war hero. How about Father practices with us too, and Aiden? Our whole family will practice together. Speaking of which, Aaron asked again, have you ever seen Father wield a sword so skillfully, Mom? Isabella thought to herself, he's not just cool, but also elegant and agile. It's hard not to fall for him. The moment I look into his eyes, I thought about it for days, she said with a hint of loss. But now, that person, he no longer wants to be with me. Hearing the sadness in her words, Aaron immediately asked again, why is that? Isabella replied, my feelings are gone. Hearing these words, Aaron thought again, but I understand that Mom missed Father very much back then. In the garden, Aaron said, resting her chin on her hand, Father should have seen Mom's expression then. She said, I want to live happily with Aiden, and with Father and Mother too. It would be wonderful if we could drink tea and go out together. Logan replied, as you know, I am truly very busy.
Aaron immediately retorted, is there someone who, despite always saying they're busy, still comes to see Mom every day? The opera glasses I lent you, you return them with the excuse, if Bella finds out, I'll be so embarrassed. Admit it, Dad, you still love Mom very much, don't you? But why don't you do anything? Aaron spread her arms and said, my dad does everything for the person he loves, and then they grow closer and closer, and then they like each other more and more. If you don't tell Mom how you feel, she won't know anything. She's still waiting for you to confess your feelings. Logan sighed, I really can't understand why you think Isabella still loves me. Aaron also sighed and said, do you know what Mom looks like when I mention you in front of her? Without waiting for his answer, she continued, Mom looks very lonely. She's not angry or hateful towards you. She's reluctantly closed off her heart. At this point, Aaron's voice carried a hint of pleading. Please, Dad, don't let Mom feel lonely.
How profound Father's love was. Mother was the only one who wanted to understand it better than anyone. After saying that, she stood up, brushed the dust off her skirt, and said, I love you very much, Father, so I'll tell you how to do it right. This is your homework. Mother said she's going to practice tonight, Father. You should go there and confess your feelings. Only the two of you will be together, so Mother will definitely listen to you.
Though I said this was Father's homework, I still couldn't trust him, so I came here. When will Father arrive? Helena approached, adjusted Isabella's clothes, and said, Madam, you seem to have lost a little weight these past few days. Are you working too much? She replied, Not at all. Recalling Aaron's words, and Aiden's as well, our family will practice together. Isabella smiled and thought, if it means getting closer to Aaron and Aiden, I will definitely do it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the strap of her protective gear. Isabella immediately noticed the difference. At this moment, Logan was helping her put on her protective gear.
If you don't wear your protective gear properly, you could get hurt, he said. Helena, who had been chased out, stammered softly. Lady? Isabella thought to herself, perhaps not. No, it couldn't be. A few memories surfaced. That day in the carriage, the coachman had said, Our next destination is the household of Count Piero, my lady. Please change into the necklace the Count recently gifted you. As Isabella took off her necklace, she thought, why won't it come off? Suddenly a hand reached out. It was Logan, silently helping her unfasten the necklace. Feeling that tenderness, Isabella thought to herself, there is again. He always makes me feel so flustered. Back in the present, Isabella's face darkened. She told herself, stop with these baseless fantasies. With this man, it's all meaningless. At the same time, Logan finished what he was doing and said, all right. Isabella, without turning her head, said, fight me. She slowly turned around, holding a wooden sword. You live by secluding yourself in the training yard. I've been practicing swordsmanship on my own. Why don't you try teaching me just once? Aaron, hiding in the corner, was bewildered after hearing this. What? I only intended to help them reconcile, but now I'm making them fight each other? Logan remained silent. Isabella's gaze remained firm, but in her heart she said, please, just leave me alone and go. Just say you don't care about me, so I can be disappointed once more and close myself off. Logan's actions surprised her again. Huh? He picked up a broad wooden sword, stepped forward and said, I will only defend. Do as you wish. Isabella immediately furrowed her brows, ready to explode. Aaron silently exclaimed, oh my. In the yard, the two parents had begun their battle. After a slash, Isabella immediately furrowed her brows and cried out, ah! Her body, unexercised for a long time, lost its balance from a small collision. Logan quickly caught his beloved wife, tenderly asking, are you all right? Isabella replied, continue. She stepped back a few paces, raising a hand to wipe away sweat. Then she said, I've thought a lot about divorcing you, thinking that if I hadn't married you, Aiden wouldn't have had to grow up in indifference. Raising her sword once more, Isabella continued, but now it doesn't matter anymore. From now on, I don't care if you care about Aiden or not. I won't let our divorce put pressure on Aiden. As she said this, she charged forward. The two swords clashed. Isabella declared loudly, however, he will no longer bear the lion's surname. He will no longer have anything to do with you. The child you couldn't protect, from now on, I will protect him with my own strength. Logan knocked the sword away, then grabbed her hand and shouted, Bella, she cried out in pain. Wait, Logan. He directly pinned Isabella to the floor. After subduing her, Logan slowly took off his gloves. Seeing that her hand was not seriously injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling Eli's words, if Father doesn't say what he thinks, no one will know it, and no one will know how profound and kind Father's heart is. Mother is the one who wants to see that the most.
Logan was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, I avoid talking about Aiden because I thought you would be uncomfortable. Isabella asked, what are you talking about? He continued, because you are my wife, you have had to endure everything in the Leinster family. At the very least, I don't want you to endure having to meet my son. Isabella was skeptical. He said again, I thought you didn't like being by my side. I never stopped loving you. Isabella was stunned for a moment. She asked, what did you say? Logan said, I always remember our love in every moment. Feeling uneasy, Isabella quickly interrupted. No, wait. But he continued, from the first time we met at the wedding, from the provocation of a young countess whose name I don't remember, in the moment you gently accepted, the hem of your dress getting caught when you took off your shoes, or the sight of you concentrating on reading a book, when you stared at fresh tea leaves and hummed, when you hugged our son and smiled, those breaths full of vitality spread to me, even your breath near me, and just now when we dueled. Isabella shouted, stop. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Then Logan said, if all of that makes you uncomfortable, then perhaps I am someone who could do nothing for you during the difficult time you endured. Isabella said, no, I need time to think, after which she hurried past Aaron.
She then looked back at Logan, who was kneeling in the courtyard, and thought, Father tried his best, didn't he? Should I go comfort him? Seeing him let out a sigh of relief, she wondered again why he looked so much more relieved. Am I seeing things? Meanwhile, Isabella stopped in a secluded corner, her face flushed red. In her mind, she recalled an old memory. Please call me Bella. The nobility usually calls me Bella. Hearing her say that, Logan immediately called out, Bella. Isabella secretly wondered, is it because I'm not feeling well that I feel so hot? The next day, in the carriage, Aaron said, I'm so happy to be able to go out with you today, Mother. Aiden added, thank you for spending time with us. Isabella, even more delighted, said, I'm truly happy because this is our first outing together. At this moment, Aiden quietly said, Hey, Aaron, the store we just visited. She leaned her head forward and asked, Huh? Isabella rested her chin in her hand and thought, these two, although it seems they're hiding something, they might be planning to invest in some field. Because it was a commercial marriage with the Zahad family, I was really worried that the adults had used the children to resolve things. On the contrary, the two had become invaluable partners to each other.
Aaron must have tried very hard for Aiden. The boy was carefully leaning on Aaron, and I felt a little jealous. Recalling Logan's words, I can't stop loving you, Isabella blushed slightly as she thought. The anger and disappointment accumulated over many years now left her unsure what to do with that confession. Her face was covered in sweat, and she wondered what she could do now. Could she look at him again? Just then, Aaron called out, Mom, we're home. When no one answered, she called again, Mom. Seeing Isabella leaning against the carriage wall, her eyes closed, her breathing heavy, Aaron shouted, Mom, Mom, wake up, Mom. Aiden also called out, Mom, wake up, Mom. Aaron said, Mom has a fever, quickly call. At this moment, the carriage door suddenly opened, and Logan entered, his face filled with worry. Logan carried Isabella into the castle, loudly declaring, Summon the physician immediately. Seeing his hurried and worried figure, Aiden and Aaron were both stunned into silence. After the physician arrived, she said, The lady's body is very weak. It appears to be due to long-term accumulated stress and fatigue. Therefore, do not let the lady endure any more pressure. Logan asked, How serious is her condition? The physician replied, It is very critical, my lord. If the lady does not receive proper care, she will not live long.
Hearing that, Logan immediately turned his head to look back. Isabella was lying unconscious on the bed. He slowly approached, knelt down, and a soft call echoed in the room. Bella. By evening, Isabella gradually regained consciousness, the call Bella still echoing in her ears. Logan said, Although the fever has subsided, it's still better to take the medicine one more time. As the spoon of medicine was brought to her mouth, Isabella thought to herself, He is so thoughtful. She asked, Sir, has it ever been like this before? Logan hesitated slightly and said, When she gave birth to Aiden, I was so worried I couldn't do anything, even though I was called away by the previous Duchess immediately afterward. Isabella sat up, and upon reflection asked, Sir, you never called her mother before, did you? Logan replied, I am an illegitimate child, and she hated me calling her that. It's no wonder. To her I was nothing more than proof of her husband's betrayal that she had to endure. The previous Duchess was always strict. How intimately you call your wife. It's truly unpleasant to hear. Logan continued. Perhaps that's why we couldn't stand the way family members showed affection to each other.
He gripped the bed frame and said, She's right. If she hadn't married me from the start, she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Isabella asked, So you love me, but you couldn't tell me? She said, I always disappoint you. Hearing this, Logan quickly interrupted, Bella, don't think that. Everything has been unfair to you. Isabella was stunned. She reached out and hugged Logan while he was saying, If I had known it would be like this. She pulled his head closer and whispered, You shouldn't be heartbroken over me. They shared a passionate kiss, and Logan slowly closed his eyes. The kiss continued for a long time, and the sky grew darker. Logan said caringly, You need more rest, so just lie down. Isabella said, I'm truly sorry. It's been so long since we understood each other's feelings like this. Logan pulled the blanket over her, then said, Starting over from scratch isn't so bad. Let's be honest with each other from now on. So you have to live a very long life. Isabella touched his face and suggested, In that case, why don't we start over from when you didn't have a beard? The next day, Eileen was astonished, her eyes wide and mouth agape.
She asked, Did you sleep well? Father, Logan, who had shaved, replied, Yes. Aaron thought to herself, What is this? He looks 10 years younger. Aiden, calm as if he had never been shocked by anything, said, Good morning, Father. He nodded and said, Good morning. Isabella also walked over and said, Good morning. As soon as Aaron saw her, she asked, Oh, Mother, are you feeling better now? She smiled and replied, I'm fine. I've made you two worry. Moreover, I have something to tell you two. After a moment, Aaron asked in surprise, Mother, are you returning to the territory? Isabella replied, I intend to stay there permanently. I've decided to live in the territory from now on. Logan added, Bella won't be able to fully rest while in the capital, so she decided this. Isabella added, That's how it is. Do you two want to come with us?
Aiden and Aaron replied in unison, We'll stay here. Aiden added, I don't know if I can leave the capital for a short time, but not for long. Logan said, The important thing is where you two want to live. Aiden continued, That's what I wanted to say. I still want to study here, and there are many things I want to do here. Aaron also said, I know what you're worried about, Mom and Dad. Aiden and I will be fine. We'll try our best. We really want to live here. Isabella smiled and said, if that's what you want, then we won't force you anymore. After a moment, Logan said, from now on, you will handle most of what happens in the capital. If there's anything you can't resolve, send it to me in the territory. Of course, if it's too difficult, I will come to the capital. He continued, if you encounter difficulties or failures, don't forget that I'm always behind you. Aiden replied, yes, I understand. Seeing him looking at something on a piece of paper, Logan said, I know what you're planning. It's not a bad idea. However, until you have a firm footing, you shouldn't reveal it to others. He advised, if you draw the attention of the family elders, they will try to interfere with our family's business, using your young age as an excuse.
Aiden replied seriously, I will remember that. After a few seconds of silence, Logan spoke again. I apologize for not telling you sooner, he said seriously. Aiden, those who demand you to be a perfect heir are only trying to satisfy their own expectations. I don't want you to be confined by such things. He stroked Aiden's head and continued, don't forget, I am always happy that you are the child of the woman I love. I hope you will always protect those you love. Aiden blushed slightly and replied, yes, father. The next day, Isabella said, Aaron, I will entrust all my authority in the capital to you. Although your responsibilities will be greater then, you don't need to feel too burdened. It's okay no matter what happens. Aaron asked curiously, Mother, may I ask you a few questions? When Whitney first spoke to me, why did you leave me alone? Isabella replied, perhaps at that time, I saw a glimmer of hope in you, Aaron. What would become of this child? Able to live her own way, her heart potentially protected. She continued, but I am certain that you can, and with your help, I will gradually find my own happiness. I will always pray for you to be happy forever. Hearing that, Aaron happily said, thank you. She continued to ask softly, in your previous life, were you a hero who saved an entire territory? Or rather, an entire empire? Isabella covered her mouth and chuckled. You think so? Beside the carriage, Logan said, we will depart now. Isabella said, live well, Aaron. Aiden, she thought to herself, I really wish I could be a little closer to my two children. At this moment, Aiden suddenly raised both hands, and Isabella was stunned for a moment.
Then she asked incredulously, Aiden, can you hug me? Aiden replied, you're my mom. So they hugged, under the joyful gaze of Aaron and Logan. After a few seconds of surprise, Isabella said, thank you, Aiden. I'll always love you. A feeling of happiness welled up inside him, but Aiden didn't say anything more. After getting into the car, Isabella said, don't forget to send us letters. The two immediately replied, yes. Aaron said loudly, we'll also take portraits, Dad and Mom. Remember to always send them along with your letters to us. Isabella replied, of course. Suddenly Logan said, wait. He knelt on one knee in front of Aaron.
This is the first time I've met a child like you, he said appreciatively. To me, that is something precious. Aaron smiled at him as the carriage began to depart. Isabella said, portraits. I don't know what they'll look like when they grow up, but can we exchange portraits every year as they grow? She continued, resting her chin in her hand. I've already said it. This feeling is so new, isn't it? It's also the first time I've seen you smile so brightly. Hugging Logan, Isabella continued, we will change, in a truly happy way, okay? Meanwhile, Aiden and Aaron were also busy. Aaron leaned forward, pointing at a piece of paper, and said, last time we looked at some shops, so we'll invest in this shop, in this one too. Aiden replied, yay! And Angela will be the central area. We can buy a few houses around it. This way we can turn this alley into a bustling street. Aaron continued, the purpose of this plan is to attract more large businesses to this alley. Then the residents in this alley will have no choice but to relocate to another place, even if they don't want to. For the residents to be able to stay here, she explained, as long as they are interested in doing business and opening a shop, they will be able to continue living here. Otherwise, we will let them move elsewhere to settle down without having to worry about anything. At this point, Aaron continued with an example. I can't change my profession, so I would leave, but luckily I wouldn't have to worry about buying a house. She added, we also need to calculate compensation for the residents. Aiden was surprised upon hearing this. I didn't think of that. You're really good, Aaron. She then said, living in the capital has many more benefits, so they might choose to stay in the capital. Aiden said gratefully, thank you, Aaron. If you weren't here, I would still just be a boy trapped in darkness. Hearing him say that, Aaron told Aiden, although I can't make your past sufferings disappear, from now on, let's create beautiful memories together, okay?
Aiden nodded. All right, childhood is a valuable period in everyone's life, after all. Aaron paused for a moment, then she asked in a serious tone, what are you talking about, Aiden? Are you saying that this moment doesn't matter? Aiden hesitated. Well, because after we grow up, we'll forget the memories of this moment anyway, and this moment will be pointless. Erin wondered if Whitney had perhaps said these absurd things to him. She put her fork down and said, Aiden, no time in life is ever useless. This moment is meaningful to you too. These words struck Aiden like a thunderclap. He looked at his hands and said, You're right. Every moment spent with Erin is precious. Erin continued, So in the future, let's spend more time together. Aiden nodded. Then he smiled, thinking, honestly, time without Erin was truly meaningless. Suddenly, a servant entered and announced, Mistress, this is a letter from the Zahad family. Erin wondered, Huh? What's going on? She opened the letter and began to read. Erin, it's been a long time. Do you truly trust the Leinster family? I would be very relieved if you could help our Zahad family. Don't forget, even when you are a member of the Leinster family, you are still a member of the Zahad family. Therefore, as a member of the Zahad family, you must always know what your duty is. Keep in touch with us. We hope to receive a reply from you. After reading the letter, Erin immediately threw it into the fireplace, dusting off her hands as she said, What is he trying to do? She thought to herself, until now they had disregarded her and sold her like an item. But as soon as the Duke and Duchess left, they immediately contacted her and emphasized that they were her family. As soon as she was adopted, they dragged her to the wedding. Anyway, in the original story, the Zahad family deliberately used Erin to control Aiden.
Erin secretly resolved that now the only way was to escape that family and start her own new life. She had to leave that family by any means necessary. As for Aiden, Erin paused, then continued to think, and Ulia too. Formal greetings echoed through the castle. It is an honor for me to meet the Duke and Duchess of Leinster. We are the ones who should thank you for coming. Please visit any time, Marquis Senior. With reluctant expressions, Aiden and Erin let out a subtle sigh. After taking over the mansion and the capital's businesses, the number of regular guests coming to see them increased rapidly, a phenomenon previously unseen among the upper class. After all the guests had left, Erin turned and asked, Is everything done for today? No appointments tomorrow, right? Mona looked at the list in her hand. Yes, someone just called. Erin asked in surprise. Crown Prince Frederick? Mona replied, Yes, although the young mistress has never met him, he has a close relationship with Sir Aiden. Erin thought to herself, Actually, I do know Crown Prince Frederick. According to the story, he was the Empire's sole heir and Aiden's rival since childhood. Later, for mutual benefit, the two collaborated. However, as I recall, Aiden had treated the Crown Prince with utmost sincerity for their common good, but now it seems there is only indifference between them. After thinking this, she looked up and asked, Aiden, what kind of person is the Crown Prince?
Aiden scratched his head, saying thoughtfully, Someone who always pretends to be friendly. This blunt remark left Erin dumbfounded. He added, Anyway, if I feel uncomfortable, I won't show it. Hearing him say that, Erin secretly thought, not surprising at all. The next day, Frederick, the Crown Prince of the Empire, also arrived. Aiden, long time no see. As soon as he heard the greeting, Aiden immediately said, Please, Your Highness. But Frederick cut him off. Wait, using honorifics again? Just speak casually. After a few seconds of silence, Aiden conceded. All right, come in. Erin bowed and said, It's an honor to meet you, Your Royal Highness. I truly wish to meet you. As soon as he saw her, Frederick said, Erin Leinster, I've been wanting to meet you. I'm very curious to know how wonderful the person rumored to have a good relationship with Aiden is. Erin smiled and replied, I am nothing special, but it seems the rumors circulating are true. Frederick suddenly asked in surprise, Aiden, are you smiling right now? Seeing you smile is truly a miracle. After a while at the banquet table, Frederick said, Listen to this. A few days ago, Claire came to see me but suddenly left in anger. He wondered, was it because I finished my training late that day? Then I went to see Claire without changing my clothes, but that day Frederick said apologetically, Sorry, Claire, your dress is dirty. Turning, he ordered, Bring another dress here. Then he said, Wait a moment, but Claire had interrupted, No need, just leave it. Frederick was bewildered. What? But she angrily said, I said leave it alone, and then she left. Back to the present, Frederick anxiously said, Oh, I'm really worried. I don't know why she suddenly got angry. Erin secretly thought, I know.
Claire will become the future crown princess consort. She confided in Ulia about how distressed she was because her mother opposed her learning swordsmanship. She said she was envious when she saw Frederick's training uniform and felt sad about her own situation. After thinking this, Erin immediately spoke up. Your Highness, it seems to me that Lady Claire wants to learn swordsmanship. Frederick was stunned. What do you mean? Erin said, Recently, I've also felt the appeal of swordsmanship, so I'm practicing it too. Aiden silently smiled, because thanks to that, he could enjoy himself right there during practice.
Erin continued, Actually, she said it was splendid and beautiful, but she's tired of making a fuss over a small stain. A little dirt is fine,
but she feels she can't look as light and comfortable as she would in a training outfit. Therefore, Your Highness, you should give the young lady a set of clothes for sword practice." Frederick asked, "Is that acceptable?" Aaron noted and added, "Also, next time we meet at the training grounds, how about the 4 of us practice together? That way, young Lady Claire will also be happier." Hearing this suggestion, Frederick exclaimed, "Your wife seems to be a genius." After he left, Aaron thought to herself, she felt the Crown Prince's visit was like an outing with friends of the same age. Then she turned to Mona and asked, "Are we allowed to rest now? No one else is coming, right?" Seeing Mona bowing her head to check the list, Aaron mumbled, "Why does it feel like yesterday?" Mona suddenly let out a long sigh, and Aiden and Aaron immediately broke out in a sweat. Not again, right? And another day passed, a new guest arrived. "It seems this is the first time I've officially greeted the young lady," Aiden said. "Please come in." Aaron politely introduced herself. "I am Aaron Leinstein." Discomfort was clearly visible on her face. Not again. In front of them, an uncle with a mustache said, "I am Elder Dyron." An uncle in a light blue shirt said, "I am Elder Generison." Aaron thought to herself, this was probably the worst problem with the Leinstein family. 5 elders in the family. A long time ago, when the Leinstein family's assets were on the verge of danger, the family branches invested capital and shared profits. Currently, the Leinstein family's key projects, trade, transportation, financial resources, military supplies, and minerals, are also linked to other families through their influence. This was almost no different from a shareholder alliance, but ever since Aiden married Ulia, it had created competition among the elders. Before that, he had always held his breath, waited, and conceded.
Aiden is still immature, but he is not merely a shadow of the Duke and Duchess. Yet, having displayed talent at a young age, all adult attention was focused on him. Aaron continued to think, but isn't it too soon for Aiden to deal with these adults? Aiden asked, "Why is everyone here today?" Elder Dyarn said, "Aren't you two still too young and incapable of managing the Duke's estate? It would be better if we were here to help out. We all agree." Aaron understood the old men's intentions all too well. She thought, "You're planning to diminish the Leinster household's influence this way, aren't you?" Aiden said, "Thank you everyone for your concern, but we don't need that help. We can take care of this place ourselves." Hearing that, Elder Diane burst out laughing. "We also have very high expectations for you, little Duke. However, it would be better if adults were involved." Under pressure from them, Aiden and Aaron said nothing more. They began to stroll around the castle. One person pointed a stick at a painting on the wall, asking, "Aren't these paintings here from several years ago? They're not in vogue anymore, are they?" Generison said, "You should replace it soon." Aaron retorted, "That's a painting by a famous artist of that era." He asked again, "So isn't it outdated?" Then he pointed his stick at Mona again and said, "If you don't mind, you should go help that childish young lady." After that, they continued to casually stroll around, criticizing everything in the house. "Is this a childish style? What color is this vase? And over there, you must place statues in the garden." This behavior made Aaron extremely uncomfortable. By evening, someone went to the stable and asked, "Why do I only see half the number of horses in the stable?" The stable master was flustered. "Yes, sir." Afterwards, he went to find Aaron to report that Elder Generison claimed she couldn't manage the horses.
"I'm very sorry there's no order from the madam yet." Aaron heard this and sighed, rubbing her forehead. "It's all right. Your position doesn't allow you to refuse them." Then she said, "First, write down the characteristics and number of horses each of them rode." The stable attendant replied, "Yes, my lady." After he left, Aaron looked up and thought, "Using my power this way will be a real headache, and continuing from yesterday." Aiden asked curiously, "Are reports usually sent in written form, Sir Dyarn?" The old man reached into his robe and pulled something out. "Young Master Aiden, you're still new to these things, aren't you?" Placing a stack of papers on the table, Dyarn added, "Read this when you have time. There are many hidden secrets in the industry. I will let you know the good news little by little. Perhaps you'll even learn more than what your father, Duke Logan Leinster, passed down." Hearing these words, Aiden's face immediately showed displeasure. Meanwhile, in the middle of the great hall, servants were slowly carrying in enormous statues, accompanied by Generison's voice. "Bring it here, this way. Come on, that one over there too." Aaron walked over and asked curiously, "What's going on, Elder Generison?" He stopped and said, "Ah, young lady, I thought the mansion was too empty, so I found some beautiful statues from a familiar merchant guild." Aaron smiled, then coldly called out, "Elder Generison, managing the Leinster mansion is my responsibility. I already have plans and budgets for it. I never agreed to purchase any of these things." She continued, "So we'll consider all these things as a reciprocal gift from Elder Generison, whose heart is as vast as the Pacific Ocean, okay?" Generison bared his teeth. "Hey, miss," he said, directly swinging the staff in his hand. Luckily, Aaron dodged it, but she was also drenched in sweat. Generison stifled his anger and chuckled. "You're not very agile, are you, miss?" Then he ordered, "Someone take all the items that were just brought in back out immediately." Once it was all done, he turned his head and gave a cold snort. Erin also angrily thought, "What an attitude." Back in her room, she muttered, "Those elders suddenly interfering like that. It's because your business is struggling a little." Erin held a piece of paper in her hand, reading it till she said, "Our babysitting a naive person is a perfect excuse for him to interfere in this. It's obvious they won't retreat easily." Then she looked up and asked Aiden, "What do you think if I ask my parents for help?" Aiden put down the stack of papers in his hand and replied, "I've been planning to gradually separate myself from my family and the elders for a long time, so I also intend to quietly start my own business." He added, "Once you do it, it becomes a habit. I want to handle things myself, without anyone's help." "So you need to make them make mistakes first." Erin paused for a moment. Looking at Aiden, she thought to herself, "My first impression of him was just a sickly, weak boy. But now, looking back, he's becoming increasingly healthy and well-built." Noticing her gaze, Aiden looked up. Under his questioning look, Erin continued to think, perhaps there's no need to worry as much as before, huh? At the garden gazebo, Erin, who was drinking tea, heard a voice say, "Here you are, young lady." Darren, meeting a group of elders, approached and asked, "Would you like to talk with us for a bit?" Erin put down her teacup and replied with a smile, "Certainly. Please have a seat, everyone." She thought to herself, "All right, let's see what your schemes are." After they sat down, the female elder asked, "How is your married life?" Erin replied, "Suddenly having to adapt to the Lanster family certainly isn't easy, but everyone is very friendly. Ho ho." Suddenly Darren said, "Of course, Aiden isn't a simple obstacle, is he?" She asked, bewildered. "Pardon?" Generation continued, "He's not the usual kind of stubborn." Diurney added, "If he's still young, he should know how to listen to adults." As if a switch had been flipped, they began to openly badmouth Aiden's family. That attitude must have been inherited from his mother. Having witnessed him since he was a child, he could only learn from experience. Are they truly worried about Aiden? Erin wondered, what on earth is this? Generation then said, both the Duke and his wife are irresponsible.
Darren continued, "That's right, daring to place a huge burden of responsibility on these two inexperienced kids. Anyway, if anything comes up, we'll always be ready to help you two anytime." Hearing this, Erin couldn't help but say, "Now I understand. It's not that Aiden is stubborn, it's because he sees through people's true intentions." Diana was stunned. "Huh?" Erin slammed the table, stood up, and angrily yelled, "If you dare to make inappropriate comments about my family right in front of me again, I will report you for slandering the Leinster family. Just leave." After chasing the three elders away, Erin also left the pavilion. She walked down the road, kicking the stone, still angry in her heart. Damn it, I hate these people so much, but I hate even more that the original Erin ganged up with them to bully Aiden. Thinking of this, she became even angrier. No, I need to be rational. If I go crazy before finding out their scheme, everything will fall apart. Damn it, I'm so frustrated.
Once more she lifted her foot, about to step down, but the moment her eyes caught sight of some flowers, Erin cried out, "Ah!" The sudden movement made her lose her balance and fall. Erin exclaimed in alarm, "I nearly stepped on Wendy's favorite flowers." From a distance, a maid anxiously asked, "Oh, are you all right, young lady?" After getting closer to examine, she exclaimed loudly, "Oh my goodness, your palms are all scraped." Another maid gasped, "Is the young lady bleeding?" The maid next to her also gasped. When the news reached Aiden, he also asked anxiously, "Erin is bleeding?" Thus Erin was surrounded by servants in their inquiries. Young lady Erin, are you in pain? Treat the wound immediately. Bring bandages here." She helplessly called out, "Hey, everyone!" Aiden stepped forward and asked, "Where is the doctor?" A servant replied, "He's on his way." Hearing this, Erin was even more speechless, and Aiden too. She lowered her head and looked at her hands. Because she had used her hands to break her fall, her palms were slightly red. This gave her an idea. "All right, if I can't uncover their scheme, I'll let them be careless first, and I'll do it myself." A few days later, Generison walked into the room, his face filled with anger. Seeing Erin sitting on a chair, he spoke, "Ha, the young mistress of the Leinster household." Erin feigned innocence and asked, "Is there something, Mr. Generison?" Generison said, "I unexpectedly received a document today. Was it sent by you?" Erin spread her hands and replied, "That's right, I've already stated the reason." Looking into her eyes, Generison grew even angrier. He said, "Then at least give me a more detailed explanation." A few days prior, Generison had hit Erin with a stick. At that time he had said, "This young lady is quite agile, isn't she?" Erin rested her chin on her hand and thought, "Mr. Generison must be very angry now. He usually loses patience with those weaker than him." She glanced at her heavily bandaged hand, realizing there was no other choice until she was strong and mature enough, and grumbled, "It's only a minor bandage." The door opened, and Mona said, "Young mistress, it's Mona." She walked to the table and placed a stack of documents down. These are the Generison family's ledgers and records up to this month, and as per your request, young mistress, I have compiled the average market prices of goods supplied by the Generison family."
Aaron opened the ledger and murmured, "Itemized bills, essential goods, horse grooming tools, carriages, paper, ink, fabric." The elder Generison family acted as an intermediary, managing necessary supplies for Leinster's work and life, as well as for other vassal families, and even for individual trades and businesses. For example, Aiden would make a request, "I need a shop, business tools." Generison would then arrange it, saying, "There's a shop that sells those items. We handle the transaction, and they supply them to the requester." Aaron continued to think, a noble family could even make a living from a job that doesn't earn much money. Yes, that's what the Generison family did. Bribery, or rather, accepting bribes. Generison received money from shops. These shops had bribed Generison to be chosen, and then the bribes were factored into the price of the goods. This meant buyers had to pay more, while other shops selling goods of comparable quality had to lower their prices to attract customers. She picked up her pen, trying to compare the prices of these items. If the Generison family adhered to regulations, they wouldn't be receiving money. At this thought, she looked up and asked, "Oh, do you have any low-quality items with you?" Mona immediately replied, "Yes, I do." Hearing this, Aaron lowered her head again and thought, "Of course, I have no legitimate reason to expose the Generison family's ledgers right now. I cannot publicly criticize them for the bribes. However, the result was clearly evident in the products they supplied."
She looked up again and asked, "Have you recorded all the problems we've encountered during this waiting period?" Mona replied, "Of course, my lady. Ever since the young mistress took over the manor, I have documented everything in great detail." Aaron picked up her pen again, humming as she wrote. Mona tilted her head, watching her curiously for a long time. After a moment, Aaron held up the paper in her hand. "Here, inform the shops that I have marked their transactions for suspension." She continued, "Notify the family of Elder Generison and send a direct notice to each shop." That was why Generison came to Aaron's room, raising his brow and speaking disrespectfully. "You foolish young lady of the Leinster family, don't cause trouble for others like this." Aaron stepped away from her desk and said, "I will explain again. I have checked everything since I took over the management of the manor." As she spoke, Aaron gestured towards the pile of discarded items on the table. "These are the groceries and other essential goods that arrived 2 days ago. Although they arrived quickly, poor quality goods were frequently mixed in. As you can see by looking at this horseshoe, it has been replaced with a cheaper and weaker material than what I ordered. And generally, the quantity and weight are insufficient compared to the price we paid. Look at this beeswax." Generison said, "I assure you, I will warn each shop precisely." Aaron thought to herself, he said this before. Generison continued, "If you thoughtlessly cut off long-standing business partners, the reputation of the Leinster family will be damaged." Hearing this, Aaron immediately retorted, "You are wrong." She said, "If I don't cut them off even when there are problems, then Leinster will be rumored to be too soft." Generison asked, "Aren't you worried about the Generison family's reputation?" Aaron immediately replied, "Of course, I don't think Generison has failed to manage it properly. But from the outside, people will question the Generison family's judgment and accountability." As soon as she finished speaking, Generison trembled with anger. How arrogant.
Seeing that the time was right, Aaron turned around, deliberately exposing a weakness, and added, "Please find other suppliers for the items I mentioned. If things don't improve, the Leinster family might personally manage our business partners." Generison's hand holding the cane was trembling. Aaron thought to herself, he would soon explode.
She told herself it would hurt a lot, yes, but she'd rather suffer the pain herself than have Aiden suffer it. After a long moment, she turned her head, a look of doubt on her face, wondering why he still hadn't hit her. He needed to hit her quickly so she could justify it. At this moment, Generison also raised the stick in his hand. The moment he struck down, Aaron immediately squeezed her eyes shut. Just as she was ready, suddenly an arm pushed her. A dull thud echoed, and Aaron slowly opened her eyes. Then she widened her eyes, looking at Aiden, who had just been knocked down in front of her. Aaron silently asked, "Why?" She whispered, "Aiden." The room door opened. Diarne and the elder woman, hearing the noise, immediately opened the door and entered, asking, "What's happening?" As soon as she saw Aiden lying on the ground, the elder woman cried out, "Ah!" Diarne called out, "Sir Aiden." She then said in shock, "Impossible, how could this be?" At this moment, Aaron also regained her composure. She immediately called out, "Quickly, call a doctor, don't touch him." Having said that, Aaron looked up at Generison with cold eyes. She challenged, "How dare you?" Diarne and the elder woman simultaneously looked back. Aaron said, "Even if you are an elder, do you think the Leinster family will overlook you attacking their heir? Get out of here immediately, or you will be dragged out." Aaron's face was now filled with fury. After the doctor arrived and diagnosed Aiden, Aaron fell into deep thought. It was clear that Aiden had been working in the office at that time. She secretly blamed herself, thinking, "I was really careless. I should have stopped Aiden so he wouldn't run to me." Mona carried a basin of water in and asked, "Mistress, are you all right?" Aaron trembled as she replied, "I'm fine, but Aiden." Mona reminded her, "Mistress, you're trembling." Hearing her say that, Aaron asked in surprise, "Huh?"
A moment later, the medic Lizzie said, wiping her hands, "Fortunately, the wound is not life-threatening, but you must pay attention to it and not let it get worse, so don't worry." Erin glanced at where Aiden was lying, but she paused for a moment. Then her body trembled in him more as she thought, "Why did he run to me? I was already prepared." Then Erin softly called out, "Aiden, please wake up." In the evening, Aiden slowly opened his eyes. He startled and sat up, looking at Erin, who was dozing off beside the bed, with surprise. Seeing his beloved wife's cute sleeping face, Aiden unconsciously blushed. At this moment, Erin also slowly opened her eyes. She sat up abruptly and exclaimed, "Hey, Aiden, you're awake? Are you all right?" Aiden said, "Erin, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me anymore." As soon as she heard these words, tears immediately streamed from Erin's eyes. Aiden called out in shock, "Hey, Erin!" She suddenly covered her face and cried loudly, "Hoo-hoo!" Aiden immediately threw off the blanket, climbed out of bed and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?"
She said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, and you just got hurt." Hearing her say that, Aiden immediately smiled and said, "Erin, I'm perfectly fine. I'm sorry. Please don't worry too much." "Huh?" Suddenly, Erin grabbed Aiden's shoulder. She said worriedly, "Don't sit on the floor. Get on the bed." He nodded and said, "All right, I know." After lying down on the bed, Aiden lifted the blanket and called, "Erin." She was stunned for a few seconds, then slowly climbed in. The two lay next to each other, and Erin asked, "Do you have a headache, or is there anything uncomfortable?" Aiden replied, "No." She asked again, "Really?" He smiled and said, "I feel like I just woke up from a long sleep." The next morning, Aiden asked, "Erin doesn't know anything, right?" Someone replied, "That's right. While Aiden was unconscious, she never once asked about him." After hearing that, Aiden let out a breath. That's a relief. He thought to himself, right now it's not hard to know what Erin is thinking. Then he added, in swordsmanship, offensive and defensive skills are the most important. However, reducing damage from ambushes in actual combat is also an extremely crucial skill.
Aiden thought again, if Erin was going to endure all the damage, then conversely, it would be better if he were injured instead of Erin. He knew how to minimize pain, and when he was injured, the ripple effect would also be better. Thinking this, Aiden spoke up. "When Elder Generison comes to visit, keep an eye on him. If you see him agitated, even slightly, report to me immediately." The orange-haired young man named Felix replied, "As you command." Aiden began to ponder again. He didn't know if this was right or wrong, but he was certain that he didn't want to see Erin get hurt. Felix said, "The young mistress is still very angry. She has ordered that no elders are allowed to visit, and she hasn't left Aiden's side for a second during your coma." Although quite pleased by Erin's concern, Aiden, clear-headed, said, "Remember to be careful later. Don't get caught. If Erin finds out, she won't forgive you." Felix nodded reluctantly. "Yes." After a while, Mona approached to announce, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent a telegram saying he will visit. How should I reply?" Erin turned to Aiden and said, "Aiden, this is an opportunity we can't miss, isn't it?" He agreed, saying, "Of course, it's a good opportunity." With Aiden's agreement, Erin immediately instructed, "Mona, bring the makeup and bandages here."
Aiden asked with a hint of doubt, "Erin?" A moment later, Frederick, who had just entered the room, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" Seeing Aiden wrapped in bandages like a mummy lying on the bed, he asked, "What's going on here?" Aiden, looking utterly miserable, called out, "Frederick!" Erin wiped away her tears and said, "My apologies, Your Royal Highness, for you to have personally come to visit, but as you can see, Aiden now, he cannot sit up and receive you." Frederick, still in shock, replied, "No, I can't believe this is the first time hearing of this. I didn't think it was this bad." Then he angrily said, "How dare they do this to the heir of the House of Leinster? Usually the older one gets, the more they should protect the younger ones." Erin continued, "Your Royal Highness, I thought so too, but we were powerless." These words were like adding fuel to the fire, and Frederick grew even angrier, saying, "This is unforgivable." As he walked out of the room, he loudly declared, "I will personally report this to His Imperial Majesty." In the room, Aiden rolled his eyes and said, I just wanted him to realize I was injured to prevent the elders' interference." Erin said, "No, that's not enough." A few minutes passed. She scooped a spoonful of soup and gently blew on it. Then she said, "Ah," and Aiden also opened his mouth with an "ah." Erin then fed him the soup. Then she asked, "Is it good?" Aiden happily said, "It's delicious," while thinking, "Because Erin is the only one who truly cares about me." Erin said, "You'll recover quickly and teach those elders a lesson."
Aiden looked up, his cheeks flushed red, having let his mouth run away with him. "Anyway, this is great. I even want to lie around in bed." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Erin with doubt. He only saw her smiling face fall. Erin said angrily, "Just recently I was very sad and scared, feeling unwell." Aiden quickly called out, "Erin." A second later, Erin yelled, "How can you say it's great when you're sick?" Then she picked up her skirt and ran off. Aiden stayed behind, calling loudly, "Erin!" Afterwards, he blamed himself, thinking, "What have I just done?" The city began to buzz. A lady asked, "Have you heard the news? Elder Generison dared to seriously injure young Master Leinster?"
The man in the tailcoat replied, I know, that's why the young master can't even stand up and is receiving treatment. The gentleman in the blue coat said, it's too obvious. Only when the Duke and Duchess are not around is that fellow dared to bully the children. How despicable. Two young ladies also whispered amongst themselves, Your Highness, the Crown Prince witnessed it firsthand and was very angry when he saw young Master Leinster's injuries. Surely His Majesty the Emperor will be the same, as he is very sensitive to rebellious elements. In the imperial palace, Frederick said with a serious expression, Your Highness, I have some things I wish to present to you.
At the family territory, Isabella held a letter from Aaron in her hand. Father, Mother, you said you would return soon, so I feel much more at ease. But you don't need to worry about us. Please focus on taking care of Mother in the territory, because this time Aiden and I already have our own plan. Please trust us. Logan, meanwhile, held Aiden's letter. As Aaron said, we have made plans to deal with future events. Oh, there's also one thing I need your help with in the territory. Please send a letter to the Emperor with the content as I've written below. After reading the letters, Isabella said, The children are doing so well, we should be learning from them. Logan, rarely seen smiling, replied, Indeed, the children keep moving forward thanks to their mutual trust. Isabella looked to the side and said, The letters and portraits were sent a few days ago. I'm sure the two of them are working together now. But contrary to what she said, Aiden was now sitting still, letting a maid remove the bandage from his head. He thought to himself, Aaron left me behind. Did I make him angry? The maid said, It's done. Thanks to the bandage, there won't be a scar.
Aiden pulled back the blanket, getting out of bed and thinking, I've been so patient enduring these bandages. Aaron should have praised me by now. He stepped off the bed, a sad expression on his face as he thought, what should I do if she's still angry tomorrow? Apologize? Looking down at the floor, it felt as if everything was just a black hole. Aiden gloomily continued to think, what if Aaron keeps avoiding me? Suddenly, someone called out, Young Master Aiden. A blue-haired maid anxiously asked, Are you all right? Do you have a headache? Aiden replied, No, I'm fine. But in his heart, he thought, I want to see Aaron right now. At this moment, Aaron was sitting under a tree in the garden. She lowered her head and thought, I didn't mean to get so angry. Even if Aiden is recovering, it's still good. Thinking of Aiden lying on the ground, covered in blood at first, Aaron paused for a few seconds. Then she lay down, murmuring to herself, Oh my God, thinking about that scene makes my heart ache again. I don't want to see Aiden get hurt ever again. She covered her face and whispered, No, this isn't the time to... I shouldn't be angry with Aiden. I need to plan how to take advantage of the elders. Why can't I control my emotions like this? She gradually drifted off to sleep. A long time later, a few whispers echoed. Lynn. Startled, Aaron silently hummed, twice. Then she heard a voice again. Should have been praised. Aaron immediately thought, It's Aiden's voice. He sat beside her, softly saying, Even though I'm looking at you this close, I still miss you. Aaron was still pretending to sleep. He continued, I don't know how upset Aaron was. Reaching out to touch her head, Aiden said, It's just that I'm very happy to know I protected Aaron and to realize that Aaron cares about me a lot. He lifted his hand, hesitated slightly, then continued, Actually, I was always scared back then, but never this scared. Aaron silently guessed. Back then, was it when Whitney was around? Aiden continued, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm scared. If Aaron isn't on my side anymore, what am I supposed to do? After saying that, Aiden immediately stood up. After he left, Aaron finally opened her eyes. She whispered, I'm just constantly lost in my own thoughts, and I don't even know how long Aiden has been opening up to others. She recalled Aiden's words. I'm so happy to realize that Aaron only looks to me. I want to stay in bed a little longer. She immediately sprang to her feet with a determined expression. That's right. Aiden never knew how to act spoiled with anyone before. He never had the chance to do so. While running on the small path, she thought, Aiden can act spoiled too. Aiden wondered internally, has the notification been sent to His Majesty the Emperor? Felix replied, Yes, they said His Majesty will receive the notification tomorrow.
Aiden pondered if it was an exchange with the royal family, he should discuss it with Aaron first. But Aaron was still angry with him. She wouldn't even spare him a glance. Suddenly, the room door opened, and the person he was thinking about walked in. Aiden? Aiden was stunned for a moment. Then he called out, Aaron. She resolutely walked over and said, I'm not angry anymore, so you don't need to worry about that. Let's prepare to receive the royal decree. Immediately, Aiden hugged her. He happily said, Thank goodness, I'll be praised today. Aaron heard that and also laughed. Ahaha, then let's get started with the preparations now. Felix, standing nearby, tilted his head and softly said, Adorable. A few days later, the Emperor's envoy arrived and read the decree. Recently, due to the unfortunate incident involving the Leinster family, the situation both inside and outside the capital has become somewhat chaotic. At the request of Duke Leinster, and considering our thoughts and our awareness of the gravity of the matter, we shall convene a meeting of the nobility to ascertain the truth of the events. As young Master Leinster has recovered from his injuries, we command the young master and his wife to attend this gathering of the nobility at the royal palace. During the gathering of the nobility, the emperor spoke. According to the report submitted by the Crown Prince, Elder Generison has frequently interfered in the political affairs of the Leinster family and caused conflicts. The escalation of one such conflict led to the injury of the young Duke. He glanced at Aiden and said, "Young Duke of Leinster, as a victim, we wish to hear your opinion on this matter." He solemnly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Aiden stood up and clearly articulated, "I wish to participate in the investigation of the matter entrusted by my father. To do so, I must be respected as an heir, regardless of age.
Therefore, we must make an example of those who disrespect the family heir." As he said this, he looked at Generison with an expression everyone understood. The emperor then said, "Duke Leonstor has also sent me a letter stating that Aiden Leonstor is the legitimate heir and that the Duke himself trusts him. He seemed to be concerned about his family's sole heir being threatened." At this point, the emperor's expression turned grim. His Majesty also disliked the disrespectful attitude towards the young heir because he himself ascended the throne at a young age. In the eyes of those who respected law and honor, Elder Generison had disregarded the laws of the empire's leading family. Aaron thought to himself, he must not know that the emperor was on their side. No one offered an opinion, and the emperor continued. The elders came here with the intention of helping the family heir, but instead of helping, they endangered the heir's life. That cannot be easily forgiven or overlooked. All families with an heir would agree on this. He added, "Furthermore, there is another issue with the Generison family." Upon hearing these words, the man couldn't help but tremble with fear. The emperor, without any leniency, declared that since things had come to this point, the Generison family would be expelled from the Leonstor family's council of elders, and all related business rights would be revoked.
Furthermore, his house would also cease to be a vassal house of the Duke of Leinster. At this moment, Generison stood up, stammering, Your Majesty, isn't that a bit too much? It's true that I made a serious mistake, but young Duke Aiden's life wasn't truly in danger, was it?" The emperor said, "That is why you are only being punished in this way."
He said that if there was any sign that Aiden Lannister might lose his life, he would be sentenced to death. Generison immediately choked, and after a moment he pleaded loudly, "Young Duke Aiden, please, just save me this one time." In the waiting room, Generison knelt before Aiden, earnestly saying, "Please give me a chance. It's my fault that things have come to this." Aiden said, "I'm glad it was just a mistake." Generison was stunned. "What?" He said, "If Mr. Generison here hadn't made a mistake, and if the injured person hadn't been me." Hearing this, all three elders simultaneously turned their heads, looking towards the seemingly harmless Aaron. Aiden added, "In that case, things wouldn't have been resolved so simply." It was then that Generison realized he had walked into a trap, and he broke out in a sweat, thinking, I really didn't expect this." Aaron spoke up, and Elder Diarn. He immediately replied, Yes. She said, "I have thoroughly reviewed the business you proposed Aiden invest in. You wrote that it's an innovative business model that allows users to earn money by selling products, thereby eliminating advertising and shipping costs, right? It seems you're unaware, but it's commonly known as a pyramid scheme. It will only sell to members who have no interest in it." As Diarn flinched in horror.
Aaron continued, "On the other hand, it's a complex business model that doesn't yield much profit, so Leinster has decided not to invest in it." At this, Diarn and the female elder both broke out in a sweat. He thought to himself, "I thought she was just a beautiful and troublesome young lady, but Aaron Leinster is harder to deal with than I thought." She added, "Furthermore, don't bring up the business model between the Leinster family and the Elders Association again. Bear the losses yourselves," Diarn thought to himself. "It seems this girl is likely to be with the heir. We won't be able to exert any influence over the Leinster family anymore." It was evening when they returned from the palace. Aiden said, "Today, while fencing with the Crown Prince, I thanked him for helping us." The Crown Prince replied, "It was nothing. It was only natural." Aiden wondered. He also knew I wasn't too seriously injured, so why did he help me? Aaron smiled and said, "The Crown Prince sees you as his friend." Upon hearing her, Aiden, in his innocence, asked doubtfully, "Aaron is my friend?" She replied, "The Crown Prince and I are both Aiden's friends. Aiden doesn't hate the Crown Prince, right? You even enjoy fencing with him." Aiden misunderstood the definition of friendship. He scratched his face and said, "But you and the Crown Prince are different. To say that you and he are both my friends is a bit—" Aaron chuckled to herself. She said, "Aiden is also a special friend of mine. We are truly precious friends to each other." Aiden, looking thoughtful, said,
You're right. Aaron is my most precious friend. Erin thought to herself. It's good that Aiden has many trustworthy people by his side.
So later, when Aiden faces difficulties, he will overcome all challenges without me by his side. Then I can leave Aiden without much worry. 3 years later, in the training ground, the sound of clashes and shouts, "Hey!" echoed. Aaron dodged and said, "You're dodging faster than last time, Claire." Claire replied, "You too, Aaron. Your attacks are much stronger." The two attacked simultaneously again. After the training session ended, Aaron sheathed her sword and thought, "Initially, I only intended to learn swordsmanship to make myself tougher, to prepare to live alone after the divorce." Looking at the sword in her hand, she smiled. "But I seem to be more talented than I thought, don't I?" A lot has happened over the past 3 years. The mansion's routines have been reorganized, and the business with Aiden is also progressing smoothly. Through the portraits we exchanged with the Duke and Duchess, it seems they are becoming sweeter and more comfortable with each other.
She wiped her face with a towel, thinking softly that everything was running perfectly. Before, Aiden and I only conducted business externally, but from now on, we must gradually expand our business into high society. Suddenly, Frederick walked in and said, "You two said you'd only have a quick match, but it seems to be taking a bit long, doesn't it? You're drenched in sweat." Clay called out loudly, "Frederick, are you done talking to Aiden?" Aaron also asked, "Where's Aiden?" At the same time, Aiden walked in. Aaron happily called out, "Ah, Aiden." He stopped, his face showing doubt, unsure why he was called. Aaron thought, "He's a man now. He's much taller than before." Thanks to his training over the past 3 years, Aiden now interacts with more people. However, Aiden is still reserved, but there's been a big change in his ability to endure pain and his reluctance to make a fuss about it. She mused. In the past, he could get hurt if someone accidentally touched him, but now he can maintain his composure by standing still. Perhaps when he grows up, he will be even more wonderful and powerful than in the original story. Aaron felt a pang of regret. It's a pity that the outstanding Aiden of the future won't belong to me. He's meant for Ulia. Aiden still said nothing. He recalled a few minutes earlier, in the forest, Aiden ran up to Frederick and said, "Congratulations on your engagement, Crown Prince Frederick." Frederick laughed and replied, "Oh, you sent so many congratulatory gifts." Aiden changed the subject. "The way you held your fiancé's hand and proposed was truly impressive." He recalled the scene of himself holding Claire's hand high and saying, "I will marry Lady Claire Harris." Frederick then said, "Everyone keeps asking when I started liking Lady Claire."
Aiden wondered why they asked that. The two of them had always been close. Frederick replied sagely, "A lifelong commitment is far different from just being close." Aiden, still a bit naive, asked doubtfully, "How is it different?" Frederick then asked in return, "Aiden, you and Aaron are friends, right?" He nodded. "Yes, of course." Suddenly seeing Frederick smile, Aiden stopped and asked, "Why are you smiling?" He said, "Because sometimes you're really naive. Claire is not my friend. Of course, we used to be friends, but from now on, Claire isn't just a friend. She is my fiancée and the life partner I will be with forevermore." After saying that, Frederick asked again, "Aiden, what do you think about Aaron?" That question kept repeating in Aiden's head. "Aiden, what do you think about Aaron? What do you think about Aaron? What do you think about Aaron? Aiden, what do you think about Aaron?" Aiden wondered, why? What do I think about Aaron? Seeing him remain silent for a long time,
Frederick patted his shoulder and said, "Give this more thought." Back in the present, hearing Aaron ask, "So, Crown Prince Frederick, your mood seems to be very good," Frederick replied, "Haha, I've been feeling happy lately. Everyone will find their own happiness, Aaron. I have to go back to the palace to change. See you later, Aiden." Aaron said, "Claire, let's spar next time. Goodbye, Your Highness." Aiden remained standing there until the other two had completely left. Only then did Aaron look over suspiciously, wondering where his mind had wandered off to, and if the Crown Prince had said something with a hidden meaning again. So she called out, "Aiden!" He instantly flinched. She smiled and said, "Let's spar and relax together." Aiden replied, "All right." The two began to spar. Aaron raised her sword and charged forward. "Ha!" Aiden quickly retreated to dodge the blow. Aaron continued to advance. "Ha!" While the two were fighting, the knights outside also whispered among themselves, "The young lady is so cool." Aaron continued to attack. "Ha!" Seeing her bring her sword down, Aiden immediately thought, if I counterattack like always, Aaron would get hurt, so he threw his sword, simultaneously falling backward. His body, because of this, lost balance and fell. The knights outside clapped loudly. One of them, covering his face, exclaimed, "Oh my heavens, young master!" Aaron said, "I won again." Aiden, sweating, said, "Aaron, that last attack was a bit dangerous. What if you got hurt?" She smiled and said, "How could Aiden possibly hurt me? I'm also devising a strategy to assess my opponent." Hearing this, Aiden immediately burst out laughing, then said, "That's right, you should do that." Waiting for him to finish speaking, Aaron then extended her hand. "Come on, stand up." At this moment, Aiden was taken aback again. Looking at Aaron's hand, Frederick's words echoed in his mind. "What do you think of Aaron?" Aiden's face began to flush. His hand trembled, but slowly didn't reach out. Seeing this,
Aaron curiously asked, "Why aren't you taking my hand?" Aiden smiled and said, "As expected, I can't win against Aaron." He stood up by himself with a grunt, then turned his head to brush off his hands, and only then said, "Let's go." Aaron stood stunned in place. Just now, he deliberately didn't take my hand, right? The next day, Aaron suggested, "Aiden, let's go for a walk." He immediately replied, "All right." So the two walked hand in hand, but midway, Aiden pulled his hand away from Aaron. When she was confused and puzzled, he also awkwardly scratched his head. The following day, Aiden cheerfully said, "Good morning, Aaron." She said, "Hello, Aiden. Oh, your hair is messy." But just as Aaron reached out to help Aiden fix his hair, he leaned away to dodge. Her hand stopped in midair, her face smiling, but her heart wondered, "It's not my imagination, is it?" That evening, Aaron lay alone on her bed, muttering, "Of course, I thought Aiden would never avoid me. 3 years ago, he had made great efforts to interact with people, and fortunately, things had gradually improved. Although he still found it difficult to make physical contact with others, Aiden always used to want to touch her."
She thought, feeling annoyed. He said he felt comfortable when he held my hand, and he always wanted to hug me first. Aaron sat up abruptly. Had something happened that I wasn't aware of? If that were the case, he should have told me. Did he not want me to know? At this thought, Aaron's face suddenly fell. She felt a sadness similar to when they first met. Meanwhile, Aiden, lying in his room, was also tossing and turning. Why did I do that? He thought. My heart races every time I see Aaron, and it feels so good to touch her. He wondered, but why does my body feel hotter and more sensitive?
Aiden ran his hand through his hair, feeling utterly perplexed. It wasn't that he didn't want to touch Aaron. On the contrary, he did want to touch her, but he was afraid of making a mistake. He sat up and started to change the subject. It was all Crown Prince Frederick's fault for suddenly saying something like that. That question resurfaced. What do you think about Aaron? Take your time to think about it. Aiden thought to himself. Those words, his feelings for Aaron, seemed a little different. The next morning, Aaron walked down the hallway, her eyes dark and sunken like a panda's. She thought to herself, she hadn't been able to sleep well last night. Seeing Aiden through the window, she thought again, Aiden must have some reason, but she still felt a little sad. In the opposite hallway, Aiden held a piece of paper and said, "Do as I say." Felix's eyes darted towards Aaron, and he replied, "I understand." At this moment, Aiden was wondering, even if he avoided Aaron, could he still continue practicing? Then he spoke, "Thank you for always helping me." Being thanked so suddenly, Felix was startled and asked, "What?" Aiden thought to himself. He always wanted to receive Aaron's praise immediately whenever he made an effort. When he turned his head, he suddenly saw Aaron, and his expression froze for a few seconds. Aaron's eyes stared at him, and the atmosphere suddenly felt stifling. Felix, sensing the mood, quickly said, "Well then, I'll take my leave." Aaron thought to herself, "He avoids me, but not others." Aiden quickly tried to explain. This," Aaron suddenly called out. "Aiden." He flinched, a hint of worry on his face. Immediately after, he turned and ran away. Aaron also quickly chased after him, calling out loudly, "Get back here right now!" She grabbed his collar and pulled him back.
Aiden, bewildered, thought, "Aaron, she's been running faster ever since she started learning swordsmanship, so she quickly caught up to me." Turning him around, Aaron questioned loudly, "Aiden, why are you avoiding me?" Aiden stammered, Aaron." She continued, "What did I do wrong? Why are you angry with me?" Aiden hesitated, not knowing how to answer, only mumbling an Then he somewhat evasively turned his head away. Seeing this, Aaron smiled and asked, "You really don't want to talk to me, do you?" She let go of him and said, "Then do as you wish." Only then did Aiden speak. "Aaron," she replied, "I don't want to bother someone who doesn't want to talk to me." As soon as she finished speaking, Aaron ran off. Aiden was momentarily stunned. Then while running after her, he thought, "This won't do. I need to keep Aaron here." But Aaron ran too fast for him to catch up.
Aiden slowed his steps, feeling sad. What would happen next? What should he say? He didn't know anymore. Aaron also stopped. She thought to herself he hadn't said anything at all. Aiden just stood there. The two were only a few meters apart, yet they felt as distant as if separated by a wall. In the dining room, Aiden remained silent. Aaron thoughtfully drank her tea. Suddenly, Aiden called out, Aaron." As soon as he spoke, he fell silent again, his face flushed, sweat beading. Aaron waited for a moment, then impatiently stood up and said, "Well then, I'll be going now." In the hallway, Aaron flipped through a book, thinking about this month's ledgers. Her expression made Mona and the butler feel uneasy. They looked into the distance at where Aiden was hiding, and thought young Master Aiden could be seen everywhere young lady appeared, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. After a moment, Aaron turned and said, Proceed according to the budget. Mona spoke up. Young lady, but young Master Aiden. Aaron cut her off. Don't try to persuade me. I won't change my mind. As she spoke, she thought, even now she believed Aiden was still making excuses. She was very angry with him, yet he just lingered around her without saying anything. That was even more annoying than him avoiding her. In the office, Felix was reporting. Therefore, the contract with the store will proceed according to the terms and conditions you have set. He said that other noble families believe Duke Aiden must be the head of a noble family with extensive experience. The blonde man next to him added, Isn't that right? Because he looks very mature. Not everyone can easily guess his age. Felix replied, Indeed, they speak of Aiden's capabilities. The three flattered Aiden, but he said nothing, making all three very awkward. Suddenly, another assistant asked, but why do you treat the young lady like that?
Aiden thought to himself, I don't know either. Recalling when Aaron asked, Aiden, why are you avoiding me? He continued to think, what on earth is happening to me? He was confused. I need to talk to Aaron, tell her it was just a misunderstanding and that I don't hate her at all. But whenever I want to tell her, my mind suddenly goes blank. If I were truly mature, I shouldn't be worried about it. I want to talk to Aaron, face to face, smiling together, hands intertwined. Thinking this, Aiden suddenly blushed. Am I perhaps going crazy because I like Aaron so much? As for Aaron, she thought to herself, because I won't change my mind. That's what I said. But seeing him so worried, it's incredibly cute. It just melts my heart. Aaron let out a breath, continuing to think, anyway, I know he's not being completely honest. Even though I still don't understand why he's avoiding me, I have a plan for this situation.
She knew that ever since the incident 3 years ago, Aiden had developed a habit of saying things in his sleep that he wouldn't say when awake. Like when Aaron was lying asleep by the tree, Aiden had said, I don't know how sad Aaron is. She thought to herself, so when I wanted to know what Aiden was thinking, I pretended to be asleep, because he would never reveal his feelings when I was awake. So she went to their usual tree. The weather was beautiful. She was very tired because she hadn't gotten enough sleep in the past few days. With that, she lay down and pretended to sleep. Aiden waited for a moment, then slowly walked over. Hearing his footsteps, Aaron thought, That's right, Aiden, come here quickly. Aiden slowly knelt beside her, then began to speak. Aaron, I'm sorry for making you sad. I don't even know why I did it. He reached out. I really want to touch you and keep you by my side all day, but I'm afraid I can't.
Aiden said, Aaron has always been my precious friend, but my heart always races because of you. I'm afraid I'll do something wrong. Hearing this, Aaron immediately understood. So this is why. Sure enough, Aiden was in his growth phase, at an age where he wanted to cling to his friends. But wasn't it understandable because he liked her? How could she have thought that reason was so cute? Unconsciously, her face flushed. Aiden didn't notice that. Just then, a petal suddenly fell onto Aaron's lips. Aiden hesitated for a moment, then reached out to remove the petal. Aiden held the petal up high, then suddenly crushed it with the thought, I'm really so jealous. After doing so, he looked at Aaron's lips. She was wondering, what is he doing? Suddenly, Aiden spoke, I'm getting greedier. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head. When their lips met, Aaron immediately opened her eyes wide. Then she frantically closed her eyes, thinking, no, I should close my eyes, right? What's happening? After a few seconds, Aiden, his face flushed, lifted his head. He mumbled, That's right. That's what I desired most. But why? With fear in his heart, Aiden quickly stood up and left. Aaron pretended to sleep for a little longer. Then she sat up, panting, gasping for air. Her face was as red as a ripe plum. Her eyes welled up, and her voice trembled. This is truly insane. After reaching a safe place, Aiden touched his chest where his heart was racing, and wondered, is this the level of like he was talking about? By the tree, Aaron paced back and forth anxiously. Why did things turn out this way? Of course, we're husband and wife, and Aiden and I are also good friends. Recalling the kiss just now, her face flushed again, and even her ears seemed to steam. Aaron slumped down, covering her face with her hands and saying, What's wrong with me? This is similar to a mistake that happened 3 years ago. Our lips only just brushed against each other. She recalled Aiden's words. That's right. That's what I desired most.
Aaron continued speaking. This time, it was no longer a mistake. Aiden walked over, leaning on the wall. He thought to himself, he had run away because he felt scared, even though he didn't know why. Aaron had once told him, well, it's okay to give your best friend a light kiss. He wondered again, but why? Why would I risk wanting more? Aiden leaned back against the wall. I want to walk behind and hold Aaron's hand. We're just friends, but why am I the only one who feels this way? He remembered Frederick's question, Aiden, are you Aaron's friend?
Aiden hesitated a little again. Suddenly, a voice reached him, startling him. Look at this. In the corner, 2 maids were talking. One exclaimed, Oh my, it's the poetry collection. The other maid continued, I finally have it. This part here, I like that verse the most. She read aloud, the hem of your dress wraps around your body. Snowflakes gently land on your eyelashes. Flower buds right beneath your fingertips. The breeze caresses your forehead. I wish I could be everything. Oh, my love, my heart beats like a frantic drum just for you, my love. Aiden vaguely understood something. My love, I get it now. I want to be more than friends with Aaron. The maid then asked, isn't that just adorable? Anyone who says that to me, I'd kiss him right away. Aiden imagined an Aaron standing before him. He thought, I want to touch Aaron. I yearn for them. After the imagined kiss, Aaron's image gradually faded and then completely disappeared. Aiden continued to think, I wish Aaron felt the same way about me.
For us to be able to immerse ourselves in happiness forever, Aaron must also desire me the way I desire him. In the room, Aaron mumbled in confusion. I can't get anything done, she thought. Feeling a flutter is perfectly normal. It's been wonderful watching Aiden grow up over the past 3 years. Moreover, now he is gradually becoming a man. To be liked by someone like Aiden, how could I not feel a flutter? Looking up at the ceiling, Aaron wondered, but is this okay? Shouldn't those feelings be for Ulia, not me, when she appears? Thinking of this, her emotions somewhat stabilized. Aaron thought to herself, Aiden's current feelings will soon disappear. One day I will divorce him. It certainly won't be a big deal for him, having liked me for a period of his youth. Suddenly, Aiden's voice rang out. Aaron, it's me. He opened the door and walked in. Aaron's face immediately flushed. Her recently stabilized emotions wavered slightly. Aiden looked at her. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, I know you're still angry, but there are a few things I need to say. Aaron thought to herself, I'm really in trouble. My heart is pounding. Even though I know it shouldn't be this way, my feelings for Aiden are growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, Aiden spoke again. I know you're still angry, but there are a few things I need to say. Aaron thought to herself, no, I won't be able to answer if you confess your feelings now.
Aiden continued, we have an invitation to the prince's party tonight. These words immediately brought Aaron back to her senses. Looking at the invitation, she thought to herself, a social gathering for a noble child. The meeting wasn't truly important, but it was necessary for Aiden to practice public appearances. After thinking, she asked, Aiden, do you feel guilty towards me? He nodded. Yes, I really want to apologize to you. Aaron seized the opportunity and smiled. All right, as an apology, will you do everything I ask? So, with Aiden's doubtful expression, she made a request. After a while, Aiden poked his head in and asked, Aiden, do I really have to wear this? She replied, trust me, Aiden. When Aiden opened the door and stepped in, Aaron immediately let out a silent wow in surprise. Then she secretly marveled. Just as I expected, he really suits pink. He only ever wore ordinary clothes. This outfit was truly... Aaron called out, Aiden, you're super adorable. Praised by the one in charge, Aiden's face immediately turned red. From somewhere, Aaron pulled out a lipstick and approached him. Shall I put a little lipstick on you? This color is very subtle. It won't be too noticeable, she added. It'll make you look more vibrant. Her hand just touched his lips. The memory of that day resurfaced, and Aaron's face immediately turned red like the setting sun. She gently applied a little more. Then she hastily tossed the lipstick to him, turned around and ran off, saying, it really suits you. Remember to use it. As she got further away, Aaron wondered, what am I going to do when I face him again?
Aiden remained rooted to the spot, his cheeks flushed pink and his heart pounded. At the festival, upon seeing Aiden, people immediately began to murmur, oh, is that the young Duke of Leoncedar? I thought it was someone else. Seeing the young couple in their elaborate rose-themed outfits, everyone quietly marveled how splendid their attire is. Aaron whispered, Aiden, this outfit suits you perfectly. Be confident. Despite her words, Aiden's body was still as taut as a bowstring. He replied, yes. Suddenly, Frederick approached and said, how elegant. Because they were at a party, Aiden formally asked, what do you mean, sir? Frederick replied, because you look very elegant, and it's even better when the two of you are wearing matching outfits. Aiden wondered, does he mean we look better together? Then he involuntarily moved a little closer to Aaron. She smiled, thinking, how adorable. Aiden reached out his hand and called Aaron. She immediately reached out her hand. The two held hands, and he leaned his head close, whispering, you have to praise me a lot when we get home, okay? I even put on lipstick just like you asked. Aaron started to feel flustered again. She turned her head and said, suddenly I feel so hot. I'm going outside for some fresh air. You go ahead and greet people first, okay? After running out to the balcony, Aaron thought to herself, seriously, he's too cute and dazzling. Don't fall into that trap again. Snap out of it, Aaron. As she thought this, she patted her own face to clear her head. Suddenly, whispers came from the adjacent balcony. It's surprising that the young Duke of Leinster is attending this party. A pink-haired young lady asked in surprise. Really? He always seemed gloomy and strange before, but today he's truly shining. The other person added, well, that outfit also harmonizes with the young Duchess's attire. They look like characters straight out of a fairy tale. Aaron let out a soft breath, thinking with a touch of sadness. The female lead is actually someone else. The others were still whispering, right? They look great standing next to each other. Everyone knows they're an adorable couple. Hearing this, Aaron turned and walked back inside. Seeing Aiden, she thought, I was the one who chose Aiden's outfit today. I should be proud of that. A few days later, at the Leinster mansion,
Aiden changed into another, more elegant-looking outfit. He asked, Aaron, what do you think? She exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's even better than I expected. Finishing her sentence, she stepped closer and asked, is there any discomfort? I'm really enjoying picking out clothes for you. At the same time, Aaron also thought, it's nice that Aiden trusts me and has started smiling again, and even though I don't deserve it, a little greed probably won't hurt, right? With a guy like this liking me, of course I'd feel something. If these feelings are only influenced by Aiden's changes, when he no longer wants to be by my side, will they fade away? It won't be long until Ulia arrives, and Aiden will leave me behind. Aaron wondered, when that happens, will I be okay? After all, these are just fleeting emotions. She answered herself, it's better for me to leave instead of being an obstacle between them. After thinking, Aaron pinned a heart-shaped badge on Aiden. Try this one too, she said. He nodded. Okay? She thought again. From now on, I'll show Aiden what it's like to like someone. Aiden's feelings for me will disappear at some point, and then I can accept it more easily. Until then, I just need to hide these feelings. 2 years later, at 18, Aiden secretly thought, I've endured it. Nothing has changed since I realized my feelings for Aaron. As always, Aaron always compliments me, and the way she looks at me makes me very happy. But that's the problem. I wish Aaron would look at me differently, or like me more. From now on, it will be different. There are so many things I want to do with Aaron that are driving me crazy. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. So, sometimes being a little distant can actually bring people closer.
Upon hearing the key phrase, Aiden remembered he was in a social skills class. He immediately turned back and asked, distant? Lizzie thought to herself, he didn't bother listening to me, yet now he's suddenly paying such close attention. Then she replied, yes, people are very fascinated by and admire outstanding individuals, but if you excel at everything, they think there's no place for them, so they won't pay attention anymore. What's the point of perfection if people always think that way? Hearing that, Aiden couldn't help but be stunned. He thought to himself that until now he had worked hard just to show Aaron a perfect image of himself, and he had achieved his goal when she praised him. Aiden is so perfect, there's nothing you can't do. Lizzie added, on the other hand, someone with many flaws or who reveals their weaknesses will make you feel differently. Aiden hastily interjected, please elaborate. Lizzie turned to another page, still with a doubtful expression, and said, specifically, with someone who possesses inner strength, their protective instincts and sense of responsibility will be activated. That protective instinct can develop into affection. Aiden's heart was filled with a sudden warmth, and he thought to himself, that's it. Aaron was sitting absent-mindedly when she suddenly heard footsteps and turned her head. She then anxiously asked, Aiden, are you hurt? He dejectedly replied, Aaron, my muscles probably cramped after high-intensity training. It hurts a bit. Hearing these words, the worried expression on Aaron's face was replaced by anger.
Seeing her approaching with a stern look, Aiden quickly waved his hands and said, it only hurts a little. I tried really hard not to get hurt. This can't even be called an injury, Aaron. Recalling Lizzie's words, it's not about making her worry. It's better for you to be safe. Just a small mistake or a hint of weariness is enough. Aiden thought to himself, don't make her worry. Don't show fatigue. Don't make any mistakes. In the training ground, while Aiden was practicing swordsmanship, Aaron, standing outside, immediately shouted, as expected, Aiden's swordsmanship is number 1.
Aiden's sword immediately slipped from his hand. He stammered. It just slipped. Aaron thought, puzzled. He's making mistakes he normally wouldn't. At the office, during the business meeting, Aaron spoke continuously. So because the stores lack the business capabilities we've been nurturing, and also, at this moment, Aiden suddenly asked, Aaron, what is a business incubator? Aaron was stunned. It was on Aiden's desk a month ago, Aaron recalled. She wondered, is he genuinely asking because he doesn't know? In the garden, Aiden reached out and picked a leaf, then placed it on his head as if the leaf had fallen without him noticing. Coincidentally, Aaron saw that scene. She muttered, why does Aiden keep trying to pull the wool over my eyes? It's not like him at all. As she was feeling doubtful, Lizzie suddenly approached. Little miss. Aaron immediately turned around. Lizzie, she asked, how have Aiden's social skills classes been lately? Lizzie replied, there are some things I need to tell you about that, because I feel I should explain the current situation to Little Miss. At the same time, Aiden was lying under a tree in the garden. He closed his eyes and thought, 5 years ago, the first time I kissed Aaron, it happened because Aaron came close while I was pretending to sleep. Hearing footsteps, Aiden whispered to himself. As expected,
She's approaching me just like then. When Aaron lay down, Aiden wondered again, why didn't I think of this sooner? Aaron, smiling, looked at him and thought, I've heard everything from Lizzie. His purpose is to show her his vulnerability. Surely he doesn't know how cute he is when he acts like that, does he?
She continued to think, I'm in big trouble. I'm being so patient. Nothing has changed since I learned about Aiden's feelings for me. Aiden is becoming more amazing every day. His lips and every small gesture make my heart race. Erin's smile slowly faded, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She slowly leaned in, and just as their lips were about to touch, Erin suddenly opened her eyes. She thought to herself, no, this won't do. I nearly crossed the line, knowing Aiden was still awake. Every time I feel attracted, I try to restrain myself bit by bit to break free from it. Erin touched her lips, continuing to think, if I touch those lips just once more, I truly won't be able to control myself. When we're 20, I'll have to get a divorce, and I'll have to bury my feelings for him for 5 more years. Aiden was holding his breath, waiting for her kiss. Erin glanced, thinking, ah, how cute. Then she gently kissed Aiden's cheek. Aiden's face instantly turned red. Erin sat up, smiled, and said, you know what? Aiden is so cool and amazing. I've always wondered how such a perfect person could exist. He thought to himself, I didn't think I was perfect in your eyes. Erin added, but I've never thought there was any distance between us. Do you intentionally do cute things, or are you just naturally this clumsy? Aiden flinched inwardly upon hearing this. Huh? She continued, honestly, it really stirs my sense of responsibility and protective instincts. As Erin was about to leave, Aiden suddenly sprang up and grabbed her hand, making Erin fall instantly.
Aiden sat up and called Erin. She laughed loudly and said, Aiden is the only person in the world with such a cute weakness. Most importantly, I don't care what you show me. I like you because you are Aiden. He was momentarily stunned, then his face grew even redder. His voice was barely a whisper as he said, I want to kiss you too. Erin immediately burst out laughing. You can. She wondered, if he's this adorable, how can I ever leave him in the future? Whispers echoed through the streets. I heard Mrs. Dunbarton used to be drawn to works of art, didn't she? Every week I spend a day at Leinster's gallery. Thanks to young Princess Leinster's business activities sponsoring artists, cultural life has become much more interesting.
I wonder where she finds such talented people. Another person said, the young Duke also has a very discerning eye, just like his wife. The navigation and refinement techniques developed at the academy run by the Leinster family have proven that. He has full business autonomy and doesn't accept interference from any experienced person, right? It's unbelievable that he could earn so much money with just one technique like that. That's why the Emperor allowed Duke Leinster to pass on his title to the young Duke when he was only 18, wasn't it? The other person then asked, by the way, have you been to the newly opened shop on Angela Street yet? My family has decided to have all the social gowns we'll wear this year custom made there. This shop has already secured a spot on Angela Street. It won't be long before it dominates high society fashion. You know, no one knows who the entrepreneur developing Angela Street is, not even the merchants who invested in it. In the Imperial Palace, Aiden was kneeling before the throne. The Emperor spoke. You may raise your head now. After looking at him for a moment,
He immediately said, I declare that from today, Aiden Leinster will become the head of the Leinster family and officially succeed as Duke. I hope you will work diligently for the benefit of the Empire from now on, Duke Aiden Leinster. Aaron stood with Logan and his wife, smiling at Aiden, their faces filled with pride. After returning home, Logan praised him, saying, reorganizing the businesses of your predecessors was indeed a wise choice. When they were too confident and reckless with their businesses, you widened the gap and left them no chance to seize your position. As Logan said, those families were always arrogant, thinking they could do business better or that all that mattered was money. He leaned against the door, saying contentedly, Duke Aiden Leinster will certainly do better than I did, and that's why I feel at ease handing over the title to you while I'm still alive. Bella and I are always ready to help if you need it, so don't worry too much. Aiden replied with a smile. I want help with the most difficult and troublesome things.
Logan responded with a confident smile, as if he could handle anything. The welcoming banquet for the new Duke of Leinster had begun in the castle's great hall. Since this was his welcoming ceremony, I had prepared it even more carefully than the succession ceremony. Erin focused on giving directions, while thinking this moment felt like a reward for all her hard work in earning money. Suddenly, Isabella approached. Erin, may I have a word with you? She immediately turned around and said, Oh, Mother. The two went into a room. Isabella opened a jewelry box and said, Ever since Erin became a duchess, I've always wanted to do something for you. She urged, Turn your back for a moment, dear. And a necklace was personally placed around Erin's neck by Isabella, who said, This is the gift I received when I married Logan. At the time, it was just a gift, nothing more, but now it is the symbol of our family.
Aaron exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my, Mother, you're giving me something so precious." Isabella replied, "If it weren't for you, Aaron, perhaps we would still be wandering aimlessly in our lives. You helped us feel like a real family." She smiled and added, "I can't believe my clever little girl has grown up so much already. Thank you for always standing by Aiden. No, I should say, thank you for being Aaron Leinster." At this point, Isabella turned around again and said, "I've prepared another gift for you." Aaron asked in surprise, "Another one?" She held up a bottle of wine and said, "This is a special bottle of wine. You must have been very busy preparing for the succession ceremony. When the party ends, I'll have someone bring it to your room, all right?" Hearing her say that, Aaron chuckled and said, "You're too kind, Mother." Isabella patted her shoulder and said, "All right, that's enough fun. Let's go out now, shall we?" Suddenly, the door opened, and Aiden called out, "Aaron!" As she looked back, she froze on the spot. She saw Aiden enter in a ceremonial suit specifically for the Duke, and he asked, "Have you been waiting long?"
Seeing him extend his hand, Aaron found it hard to believe. Aiden's first step as a duke. She couldn't believe she was by his side. Aiden led her by the hand out into the hall, and on the way he said, "Aaron, I have a few things I want to do, to remove the dissenters from the family." Aaron thought to herself, initially, it was only after meeting Ulia and overcoming his psychological trauma that he began to act seriously. His fear of confrontation was like a ticking time bomb. Fortunately, it disappeared early and brought him confidence. From now on, he would no longer hesitate to express himself. Then she smiled and replied, "Of course, if it's you, Aiden, I'm sure you'll succeed." He smiled happily at her approval, and the two continued walking towards the hall. Suddenly, both of them stopped short, and Logan and Isabella also looked astonished. In front of them were the castle servants, neatly arranged in the middle of the hall, as if clearing a path for the four of them. They politely said, "Duke and Duchess, from now on, please accept our service."
Aiden smiled and bowed his head, thinking, "My responsibilities have just become heavier." Aaron also chuckled. "We've come this far thanks to everyone's support, and we hope you'll continue to look after us." She thought to herself, 10 years. Time has flown by like sand through an hourglass. In just 2 more years, it will be time to part ways. I won't be able to stay by Aiden's side until he finishes everything he intends to do. Nevertheless, the time I spend here will still be a precious memory. That's why I want to hold Aiden's hand with all my strength while we are still together. Just then, Aiden turned to her and said, "Let's go." Aaron followed, continuing her thoughts. "For the time we have left, we can still stand side by side." As soon as the two arrived at the party, they immediately became the center of attention. People said, "Our sincere congratulations on becoming a duke." Aiden immediately replied, "Thank you." Another person called out, "Duke, what are your thoughts on the matter mentioned earlier?" Aiden hesitated. "Well, that is..." On Aaron's side, she was also surrounded by ladies and noblewomen. "Duchess of Lancaster, you've prepared this party perfectly. The design of the Duke's attire was also your idea, wasn't it?" Aaron smiled and replied, "Thank you. Everyone is too kind. I truly poured my heart into this party." Suddenly, someone approached. Aaron heard footsteps and looked over. It was a stranger. He politely said, "I offer my congratulations to you on becoming a duchess." When he looked up, the smile on his face held little goodwill as he said, "Aaron Zahad."
Aiden immediately looked over, his expression suddenly turning grim. A few unpleasant memories surfaced in Aaron's mind. At that time, she was hiding behind the door and heard someone say, "If we send Aaron to the Leinster family, we will be able to overcome this crisis." She secretly thought that the Zahad family had gradually declined since her marriage. The previous Marquis of Zahad had passed away 2 years prior. Back in the present, as soon as they saw the young man in red, people started whispering again. "I heard the Zahad family was eliminated from this project. Now Zahad family bonds can't even be sold anymore." Aaron thought, "This person is the one who made my already ruined family even worse. It's my brother, Marquis Gwr Zahad." He politely said, "Congratulations on becoming Duchess Aaron Zahad."
Gail said with a relaxed smile, "Even though I'm very busy, I still made an effort to come and congratulate you." Aaron thought with silent disgust, some strange wind must have blown him here to make him so interested. Trusting him would gain nothing. At this point, Gail said, "Well then, if you'll excuse me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to greet someone else. "Ah, Count Mengdun, I have some special information I'd like to share with you." Seeing this, Aaron thought, I must pay attention to that family before the divorce. While Aiden's power is not yet stable, I won't let the Zahad family become an obstacle in his path. Aiden had also spotted Gail by this time. Just as he was about to pass by, Frederick suddenly appeared. "Oh, Aiden Leinster," he said, "congratulations." At Frederick's appearance, Aiden couldn't help but be surprised. "Crown Prince." Frederick continued, "Claire wanted to send her congratulations to you. Claire is on a long vacation. I always wanted to take one before getting married." He turned to look at the grand hall and said, By the way, I can't believe this magnificent party has been going on for 3 consecutive days. The Duchess's capabilities are truly impressive. The Duke of Leinster must treat his wife very well.
Aiden replied, "Of course, she's the one who helped me get to where I am today." Frederick smiled meaningfully, then extended his hand and said, "To a bright future, my dear friend." Aiden hesitated slightly. Although he had somewhat overcome his fear, he still couldn't feel comfortable interacting with anyone other than Aaron. He shook Frederick's hand and said, "Let's continue our cooperation in the future, Crown Prince." Then he continued to think, "But because she has tried so hard to help me interact normally with everyone, I will also try." At this moment, a couple came to greet them. "Congratulations, Duke of Leinster. I am Marquez Windria, and this is my daughter. She is engaged." As soon as Aaron heard this, she turned her head to look. Over there, Aiden had already shaken hands with Marquez Windria's daughter. "It's a great pleasure to meet you, Lady Windria." In his heart, he thought, "If I perform perfectly at this party, Aaron will surely be very happy, right?" As he thought this, he glanced at Aaron. Suddenly, seeing her turn her head with an angry expression, Aiden immediately froze. Seeing Aaron purse her lips, he thought, "That expression." At this moment, Lady Windria called out, "Sir Aiden." But this time, Aiden directly pushed her hand away, then smiled and said, "Please enjoy the party." At the same time, he thought, "I don't want to be treated like everyone else, and I want to be special to Aaron. I always feel this way when I look at her." Aaron was jealous, and for some reason, Aiden felt a little happy. That evening, in the grand hall, Aaron raised both hands and said, "The party is finally over." Aiden, while pouring wine, praised, "You did very well, Aaron." She also said, "You too, Aiden. I'm very happy that things are gradually getting better." Aiden hesitated for a moment. Then the 18-year-old boy suddenly leaned his head on his wife's shoulder, pouting. "What are you saying? It was very difficult for me. Please praise me." Aaron was startled and said, "You were very skilled."
Aiden replied, "No, I forced myself to do it because I wanted Aaron to see." She secretly sighed. "Phew, I think I was being unreasonably sad. No, that seems difficult for him. Why do I feel relieved? I shouldn't be thinking like that about him. He's not mine." Suddenly, Aiden said in a low voice, "I finally realized that it's impossible for me to interact with anyone else besides Aaron." Aaron felt a little happy, and to hide her awkwardness, she raised her glass, took a sip, and said, "Aiden, I've told you many times, you don't have to force yourself too much." The wine bottle gradually emptied. The wine in her glass also ran out, and Aaron thought to herself, 8 years have passed. I've watched Aiden grow up beside me for a long time. In her drunken state, she said, "You're so handsome." Aiden called out in surprise, "Aaron, are you drunk?" She slumped down. "I guess so." At the same time, she thought, "It would be a lie if I said I wasn't sad about having to part ways with him. How can I endure 2 more years with these feelings?" Looking at Aiden's smile, Aaron seemed to have made up her mind. She struggled to sit up straight and said, "Anyone, listen very carefully and transcribe all the words in this audio file. Focus on overcoming the background music and fast speaking speed."
Aiden asked doubtfully, "What did you say?" Aaron cupped his face and said, "I don't want to give you up to anyone." Their lips lightly touched, and she continued to think, "That's right." The next morning, Aaron sat at the dining table. Remembering what happened last night, she couldn't help but scratch her head and wring her hands, thinking, what on earth happened? Did we do that? No, that's not right. Based on the memories slowly flooding back to me, I probably fell asleep before anything happened. Last night, Aiden had asked, "Aaron, why don't you go back to your room? Are you planning to sleep here?" Aaron had replied, "How could I leave a bunny like Aiden and go somewhere else? I can't leave." And now she was filled with extreme regret. I completely forgot that moment. As the maid brought the food, she was still thinking, "That's right, I think we just slept together. Based on what I remember, nothing happened." Suddenly, the maid said, "We thought perhaps you weren't feeling too well today, so we prepared a light meal for you, young lady."
As soon as she heard this, Aaron felt something was off. Not to mention there was a strange rumor spreading throughout the mansion. Just because she had shared a room with Aiden all last night and seeing the maids' faces all bearing enigmatic smiles, Aaron immediately confirmed, "I knew it." Just then, Aiden also walked over. "Aaron, are you all right?" She asked, "Aiden, do you have to go to the palace today?" He replied, "No, I plan to stay home today." Aaron was curious, "But why?" After a moment of thought, a look of panic clearly appeared on her face. "Last night," Aiden softly called. "Aaron, in your drunken state, you said, 'I don't want to give you up to anyone.'" The two began to share a passionate kiss. After the kiss, Aaron stared at him for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, there's a mole next to Aiden's ear. What should I do? Even your mole is beautiful." Aiden let out a breath and asked, "I'm quite handsome, aren't I?" Aaron replied,
Yes, especially when you're wearing that ducal attire. Wow, I'm really swooning today. Oh my God, even though your buttons are fastened very tightly, it's still so attractive. The charm is truly... My heart is melting. Her voice gradually faded. Aaron fell asleep, collapsing into Aiden's arms. He softly called, "Aaron?" While half asleep, she still murmured, "Only you, Aiden." Hearing this, Aiden also let out a soft sigh. Aaron had remembered everything, now showing a panicked expression. Aiden then said, "Aaron, why are you... I thought we had a lot of fun yesterday." In embarrassment, Aaron drank the hangover soup while silently whimpering, "Wah." After finishing their meal, the two left the dining room, and Aaron asked, "You're going to change out of that outfit, aren't you?"
Aiden immediately said, "Aaron likes it so much, so I plan to wear this outfit every day." She shyly said, "You don't have to do that. Please don't mind what I said." Aiden curiously asked, "Why? Yesterday you said you fell for me. Now that you're clear-headed, you don't like it anymore?" Aaron blushed and thought, "No, you're really cool, but I feel pressured." Suddenly, Aiden smiled. Then he gently placed a kiss on her forehead. Aaron immediately panicked. "Aiden, you..." He then asked, "Can I come to Aaron's room today? I'll definitely wear my Duke's outfit." Aaron, even more flustered, yelled, "Don't you dare come. I'll lock the door if you show up in that outfit." Hearing that, Aiden replied, "Then I'll come in my pajamas, okay?" After he left, Aaron covered her blushing face, thinking, "This is too dangerous. What should I do if things keep progressing like this? What if we can't go back to how we were before?" That evening, Aaron said irritably, "Aiden, you should go back to your room right now." He mused, Let me stay a little longer, please." Aaron thought to herself, "He probably wants to sleep here." As if sensing her worry, Aiden asked, "Is there something bothering you?" She remained silent, not answering, thinking to herself, "If I go on and tell him he's bothering me, things between us will truly change. When Aiden is this close to me, I feel okay pretending not to know anything and loving him despite everything." After a few minutes, Aaron whispered, "Aiden, are you asleep?" Aiden immediately replied with a nasal sound, She then asked, "You like me a lot, don't you?" He hummed again as if in response. So she continued to ask, "We're best friends, aren't we?" This time Aiden didn't answer. Aaron was also silent for a moment. She lay down next to Aiden, beginning to ponder. "This is the Maginot line. I can't let things go any further. I have to hold this line for another 2 years. Only then can I retreat." 2 years later, still on that same bed, their relationship had grown even closer. Aaron rolled her eyes, thinking, "I said I'd hold the line for 2 years, but we even sleep in the same bed once a week now." At this point, they were both 20 years old. As she was pondering, Aiden suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up and said, "Good morning, Aaron."
She thought to herself, "He looks beautiful even when he just woke up. I know how things will end, but my feelings for him are growing stronger. I always play dumb and deny those feelings." The two of them went to the dining room. Aiden said, "There's a ball tonight, right? Today you'll have to praise me a lot." Aaron, sipping her tea, thought, "I like Aiden. Aiden's feelings for me will soon disappear." She put down her teacup. "If I could completely captivate him and keep things this way, perhaps friends is just a defensive wall I've built to protect myself from getting hurt. There are only 6 months left before Ulia's Hass appears, and the only thing awaiting my feelings for Aiden is a death sentence." At the party, Aiden held Aaron in a tight embrace. She said irritably, "Aiden, I've rewarded you enough already." He still held her close, softly calling, "Aaron." She said again, "Let go of me. If you keep doing this, I won't reward you anymore when we get home." As soon as she delivered that decisive threat, Aiden immediately let go and turned away seriously. As soon as he moved away from Aaron, he called out, "Baron Eisen, I have a few things to discuss with you." The Baron replied, "Yes." At that moment, Palady in a brown dress approached Aaron and greeted her. "Duchess, you're finally free. There's some important news." The lady in the brown dress continued, "We've been waiting for an opportunity to tell the Duchess this news." A lady in a blue dress then added, "Our wait is finally over. We must thank the Duke for this." Aaron covered her mouth with her fan, smiling, and asked, "Aha."
The lady in the blue dress was immediately startled, asking, "So what's the important news?" "Oh, you know Count Chadi, don't you? The one whose daughter went missing a long time ago? We heard that his daughter has been found." This time, it was Aaron's turn to be stunned. The other ladies continued, saying that they have been searching for their daughter for 10 years, but all their efforts seemed fruitless. But it seems this time they've truly found their daughter. She was discovered in a small orphanage in a distant country. Upon hearing the news, the Count and Countess went there to reclaim their daughter, which is why they are not present at today's party. They began to murmur excitedly, "Oh my, that's truly a miracle, and quite impressive that the Count's family never gave up searching." Aaron, still lost in thought, wondered, what does all this mean? According to the original storyline, Ulia Chadi wasn't supposed to return for another 6 months. Ah, that's right. So many things have happened earlier than in the original storyline. Almost everything has changed sooner because I became friends with Aiden. Suddenly, Aiden returned and said, "Aaron, your song is playing." He extended his hand. Will you dance with me? Aaron immediately left with Aiden, not forgetting to turn her head and bid farewell to the young ladies. Excuse me, everyone. As the music played, the young lady in the blue dress said in surprise, This song isn't on the program. The young lady in the pink dress said, We've displeased the Duke. The young lady in the blue dress continued, Because Aiden Leinster always keeps his distance from others, it's very difficult to approach him. The young lady in the pink dress added, He only behaves so gently towards the Duchess. The Leinster family manages many business ventures, and if it weren't for matters concerning the Duchess, we would never have the opportunity to converse with their family. There are many things I want to ask the Duchess privately about her connections and business, but it seems the Duke always keeps the Duchess away from us. After the party ended,
Aiden and Aaron sat in the carriage, heading back to the castle. The 20-year-old Duke still leaned on Aaron's shoulder and asked, Did those girls say anything that bothered you? She didn't answer, and he said worriedly, You looked quite serious just now. Aaron replied, It's just because the topic of conversation was a bit serious. At the same time, she thought, Is that why he invited me to dance? To think, my husband, who always has his eyes on me? One day he will meet Ulia and realize she is the destiny of his life. Thinking of this, Aaron felt a little downcast. She murmured to herself, It's been over 10 years, and many things have changed compared to the original plot. While working with Aiden, my business has expanded and developed. I've saved money because I'll leave someday, and now I hold the richest account in the empire if I wish. I could also separate and torment them more effectively than in the original plot. The upper class would side with me. I could keep Aiden by my side forever. Suddenly, Aiden took her hand, raised it, and kissed it lightly. He said, Just as I thought, I really like this perfume, the one I bought for you. Aaron turned, then looked out the window and thought, The thought of wanting to torment Aiden is foolish. I don't want to hurt him, but I'm not confident that I won't feel sad when I see them fall in love at first sight. I don't want to see that, and I can't even bear to watch it happen. I must divorce quickly, before Ulia Chadi returns. Then Aiden can be happy, and I won't lose myself either. At this moment, Aiden suddenly said, Let's sleep together tonight. Aaron hesitated slightly, then pushed him away and replied, I'm tired today.
Aiden smiled and said, I'm fine even though you didn't reward me, so instead, let's sleep together. Hearing this, Aaron, who had promised to reward him when they got home, immediately froze. That evening at the castle, after bathing, Aaron sat as usual for the maid to brush her hair, while she thought, It would be a lie to say that we are friends. Although we are very close, friends don't hug each other to sleep, or kiss on the lips, or hold hands like this. Although I know the kind of feelings Aiden has when he says he wants me to sleep with him, his voice was so sweet, and his eyes were so gentle.
I found myself in an awkward situation again. After I finished brushing my hair, the maid respectfully said good night and then left the room. Aaron also went to Aiden's room, and as I'd heard at the family party, Chatty would return in about half a month or a month. Starting tomorrow, I need to begin resolving everything and leave Aiden as soon as possible. Let's end everything tomorrow. She opened the room door, and immediately her eyes widened. Inside the room was Aiden in black pajamas, still dripping wet. Drops of water ran down his chest, and Aiden's hair was also dripping. Aaron's face immediately flushed red. At this moment, Aiden said, You're here. Aaron looked at Aiden's chest, and she secretly stammered, What? Why is he? At this moment, Aiden suddenly smiled and said, Aaron. Her face flushed crimson, and her chest heaved as she thought, Is he doing this on purpose? Does he have some ulterior motive? After a moment, Aaron used a towel to dry Aiden's head. She said, I already told you to dry your hair. He replied, But Aaron can help me too. After saying that, he smiled, then suddenly wrapped her arms around her and said, This is great. Hearing that, Aaron thought, Will nagging not change his attitude? Then she pulled the towel away and said, It's done. Hurry up and put on your pajamas.
Aiden lay on the bed and said, I want to go to sleep right now. Aaron paused for a few seconds. Then she also lay down on the bed, quite a distance from Aiden, and said, All right, good night. Aiden quietly sat up. He reached out and nudged Aaron, asking, Are you asleep? Receiving no reply, Aiden just watched her. Seeing her ears turn red, he smiled. Then he reached out, pulled the blanket over her, and said, Good night, Aaron. She was still wide awake. When you're next to someone you like, even the smallest things can make you think about them endlessly. Aaron slowly closed her eyes, continuing to think, I need to think about something else to get Aiden out of my mind. If I divorce early and keep my distance, will these feelings fade away? Thinking about that now, she suddenly opened her eyes. According to the original story, How to Protect My Life's Destiny, it stated that with all neighboring countries under the Empire's protection, I could place my personal assets anywhere. Why don't I put off my plans to settle down and try traveling for a while, and then I can choose the place I like best? The next day, Aaron sat in her study, holding a letter.
Picking up her pen, she couldn't contain her bubbling joy. I might even run into Claire on the road. That would be great. Suddenly, Mona asked, "Milady, why did you suddenly transfer your assets to an overseas bank? Are you planning to invest abroad?" Erin gave a forced smile and replied, "Something like that." After saying that, she rested her chin in her hand and thought, "When I divorce, should I let Mona travel with me?" Suddenly, a maid entered and announced, "Milady, it's time for afternoon tea." She added, "The Duke prepared the tea himself today." Erin replied, "Tell him I'll be there soon." After saying that, she smiled faintly again. Looking at the stack of papers in the desk drawer, she continued to think, "It seems the day it will be taken out is approaching." At the gazebo, Aiden had just set down a teacup. Erin walked over and said, "It's been a while, hasn't it, since your last special tea party?"
Aiden replied, "I want you to have a tea party every day." Hearing that, Erin wondered if this was the last time she would see Aiden's face. Then she sat down at the table and asked, "Was your outing okay?" Aiden pondered and replied, "That's why my afternoon schedule ended early. You did very well, Erin." Erin hesitated. "There are a few things I need to tell you." He replied, "All right." Suddenly, Erin placed the stack of papers on the table. Aiden picked them up, asking curiously, "What is this?" Erin said, "Let's get a divorce." Hearing her request, Aiden couldn't help but look up in surprise. Erin continued, "We should be friends rather than a couple. We can't let this situation continue. Aiden, you'll meet someone better than me." She silently added, "You'll meet Ulia Chatty." Aiden looked at her in silence for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled and uttered a sentence that left Erin confused. "I've invested too much in this misunderstanding of yours." Erin asked, "What?" Suddenly, Aiden slammed his hand on the table. He leaned forward and kissed her. Then he continued, "You said this is what we can do as friends."
Aiden reached out and cupped her head. "But Erin, if you do this with someone else," Aiden's expression gradually turned cold, and in a voice full of murderous intent he declared, "I will kill him." Erin was utterly bewildered. In the heavy atmosphere, only the sound of tea dripping from the banquet table remained. Aiden said, "From now on, we will live as a proper married couple." Then he handed the papers to the maid and commanded, "Burn them." After Aiden left, the maid, trembling with fear, said, "Madam, I will clean this up immediately." Erin raised her hand and said, "No, wait." Then she silently sat on the chair beside the ruined banquet table. Whispers began to spread throughout the castle. "I can't believe the Duchess would do such a thing, even though they seemed so close. They're not actually getting divorced, are they? Perhaps the lady has some special reason, some unspeakable reasons." However, after proposing the divorce, the Duchess...
Aiden sat in his dark study amidst piles of papers. He mumbled, "Did she smile? Was she happy to abandon me?" Holding up a paper covered in dense writing, Aiden wondered, when did she start thinking about divorcing me? A sudden sadness washed over him. Was it because she had fallen for someone else? At this thought, Aiden crushed the pen in his hand. If that were truly the case, he would find him and take him to a place no one knew. Suddenly his thought shifted. Wait, did she show that same expression in front of that other guy? But she was even shy with me last night, so there's no way she could have someone else. Glancing to the side, Aiden suddenly recalled the remark, "We're more like best friends than a married couple." He wondered, do you not even see me as a man? A few days later, as Erin walked down the hallway, a maid suddenly informed her, "The Duke has been in his study all night for several days now." Erin quietly asked, "Is that so?" The maid immediately sensed her indifference. Had the Duchess stopped caring about the Duke? Erin walked to Aiden's study. As the door opened, the piles of papers and Aiden, sitting listlessly with his back against the desk, immediately drew attention. The maid shrieked, "Oh my God, I'll quickly call for help." Erin ignored her as she left. She stepped into the room and asked in a low voice, "Aiden, are you looking for your accounts?"
Aiden asked again, "Do you think I only looked into that?" This made her surprised. "What?" Aiden bowed his head, saying with a sense of loss, "I still couldn't find anything. All the things we achieved, Erin never wanted to accept anything outside of the pre-agreed contract and always said they were too troublesome to manage. When Aiden said, 'I want to give you more things,' Erin replied, 'Oh, even though we are family, we should still make agreements with each other.' He continued, 'What's yours, what's mine, everything gifted to the Duchess was transferred under my name. The necklace my mother gave you is even considered shared family property.' Holding the stack of papers in his hand, Aiden sadly said, 'I knew that all the profits from your private business had been withdrawn, but I didn't know that you wanted to go abroad. In the Duke of Leinster's family, in this country, is there nothing left to hold Erin back?' He asked, 'From the very beginning you had planned to leave me, hadn't you?' Erin snatched the stack of papers, angrily asking, 'Is that why you ransacked my room without my consent?'
Aiden lowered his voice. "Erin, we were never truly husband and wife, but I always wanted more than that." Erin thought to herself, "From now on, I think my own desires will hurt him." Aiden continued,
Just as you did to me, I tried to approach you slowly, he sobbed. I thought we would be together forever if I changed myself and stayed by your side. Aaron thought, even until the end you opened your heart to me. I was very content with the time we spent together. Meanwhile, Aiden clenched his trembling hand and said, I'm sorry, Aaron, I can't accept this. If you say you can't be with me anymore, Aiden looked up, tears streaming down his face. He stood up and embraced her. The two slowly drew closer, then shared a kiss. Aaron clutched Aiden's sleeve. The two slowly separated, her face flushed, and Aiden collapsed into her arms. Like a child, he held her tightly and fainted. Aaron's face was burning hot, but she remained completely unfazed. The castle erupted in commotion. The servants loudly called out, The Duke has fainted. Quickly take him to his bedroom. A maid entered the room and said, Madam, you must have been very surprised and frightened. Aaron raised her hand to interrupt. I'm fine, so please go check on Aiden. The maid immediately turned around and stammered, I understand. Only Aaron remained in the room, surrounded by scattered papers. She was panting heavily. Then she collapsed to the floor, her hand pressed against her chest, as if afraid her heart would leap out. She thought to herself, that kiss was completely unlike any kiss before. And a wildly beating heart. Aiden must have been in danger, but
I am happy. I am so happy about his despair that it's frightening. So much so that I resent that it will all vanish when faced with fate. Aaron clenched her hands. Wasn't this too cruel, to possess such enchantment? How far would she have to fall into despair? When she lifted her head, a smile reappeared on her face. The afternoon sun shone down. Aaron murmured, I must escape as soon as possible. After the physician examined Aiden, the physician said, Fortunately, there seemed to be no issues with the Duke's body other than overexertion. Aaron replied, All right. Then she began to instruct the servants to pack her belongings. At this moment, a maid approached, saying, The Duke wishes to see you, my lady. Aaron replied, Please ensure that the Duke makes a full recovery. Then the maid reported again, My lady, the Duke. But Aaron said, I told you that you don't need to report every small detail to me. The maid was apprehensive, however. The Duke adamantly refuses to let anyone near him. Hearing her say that, Aaron's movements paused for a few seconds.
She thought to herself, for Aiden to fully recover from his trauma, he needed Ulia. Therefore, even if he reciprocated warmly, it would always be unrequited love. An unavoidable fate wouldn't change no matter how hard she tried. Just as she was about to convince herself of this, the maid said, He hasn't eaten for several days. Madam, we need your help. With no other choice, Aaron could only enter Aiden's room. He's resisting right now, the maid added. He said, I won't receive praise anymore, so there's no reason for me to endure contact with others. Aaron, if I truly liked you, then I would have to respect your wishes and let you go. She replied, That's right. If you like someone, you should let them go, while thinking, so that I can give you up. Aiden looked up, but Aaron, please give me a chance. At least let me try to change Aaron's mind. He said sullenly, I can't accept a divorce when I can't do anything about it. At this, Aaron hesitated slightly. She recalled his words, Just like what you did for me, I tried to approach you slowly, then thought, That's right.
Aiden had also spent time preparing for the breakup. It might be for the best for him in the long run, but right now, I don't want to hurt Aiden. At the thought of ending things, Aaron immediately replied, 2 weeks, then you must seal it. A glimmer of hope sparked in Aiden's eyes as he said, That's enough. In return, I also have a condition. For the next 2 weeks, we will be husband and wife. Aaron, startled, asked, Aren't we already? He interrupted, Aaron, I won't hold back. We are not the kind of husband and wife Aaron is referring to. She hesitated for a few seconds, then agreed. All right. After saying that, she told him, All right, now you should eat and rest on time. Aiden nodded in response. Aaron continued, And while we're on the subject, go to bed quickly. I heard you haven't been getting enough rest. Hearing that, Aiden immediately pulled her onto the bed. Then let's sleep together. We are a couple after all. As the two lay on the bed, Aiden continued, We can't even do this much. Aaron softly called out, Aiden? He kissed her hand and said, I've missed you so much. After saying that, Aiden smiled again, raised his hand, and immediately turned over to lie on top of her. Aaron, bewildered, thought, Us sleeping together is normal, but his mood clearly indicates he's asking for something else. She raised her hand and gently touched Aiden's lips, and he softly bit her finger. Aaron's face flushed slightly. Then she pushed hard, flipped Aiden onto his back, and said, No, we can't. Stop fooling around and go to sleep. If you don't take care of yourself, I won't follow your conditions. With that, she left. Aiden lay back, raising a hand to his forehead, a smile playing on his lips. He hummed a tune and muttered, I am satisfied. In the royal banquet hall, rumors of private matters at the Duke's mansion had spread. Have you heard the rumors about the Leinster family's divorce? That was why the banquet hall was in such a commotion today. Everyone here would be rivals if that rumor were true. One person asked, What do you mean? The other replied, I'm talking about Duchess Erin Leinster. Won't she be the wealthiest person after the divorce? And in fact, she's the most influential single woman in the empire. Suddenly seeing Aiden, the person raised a hand and shushed. Shh. As Aiden stepped out, he glanced in their direction. Those people immediately showed expressions of fear. When he smiled faintly with cold eyes, they immediately stammered, I have an appointment, so I'll take my leave. Me too. In an instant, they had vanished without a trace.
Nevertheless, whispers still echoed, he's here, oh my, be careful what you say. While Aiden was looking around, someone suddenly called out, Duke Leinster. The caller was a girl with blonde hair named Helena Zadupet. She said, You're here. Regarding what I mentioned earlier, please visit Sahad Manor occasionally. Aiden thought to himself, how noisy. Meanwhile, Aaron was sitting, listening to other young ladies gossip. There will be a social gathering soon, and thinking about it, someone will be introduced to society. Another young lady exclaimed, Oh my, is that the newly found true daughter? The young lady in the purple dress, fanning herself, replied, That's right. So to bring the daughter back to the capital, they seem to have put a lot of effort into renovating the manor and sewing her a dress. Hearing this, Aaron fell into contemplation. In other words, I'll have to leave immediately after the 2-week deadline to avoid entering Ulia Manor. Thinking this, she glanced outside, then stood up and said, Excuse me, may I ask a question? Her actions made the young ladies suspicious. They watched her. Then the whole group gasped softly, Lady Sahad.
The person they had just called was Helena. Seeing her flirting next to Aiden, they continued to whisper, What's wrong with her? Does she really think she has a chance or something? The lady in the green dress said, I guess she thinks the divorce rumors are true. The lady in the purple dress said, But when the Duke and Duchess entered earlier, it wasn't much different from usual. They were glued to each other. I don't know why others would describe it that way, especially the Duke. We were all confused and couldn't even ask the Duchess. At this moment, Helena, still acting familiar, said, Oh, that's right. I've been invited to Marquis Vernon's house tomorrow. Suddenly, Aaron called out, Aiden. She paused for a moment, then walked over to Aiden, gently linked her arm through his, and asked, Who are you? Helena immediately looked flustered. Then she quickly bowed and greeted, Hello, Duchess. Aaron paid no attention to her. She turned to Aiden and said, You're quite tolerant, aren't you? Under her watchful gaze, Aiden chuckled, and then said, To receive all my praise today, we should go to bed together. Aaron spun around. No, I'll do that right now, so don't stay away from me now. She turned back to face him directly and continued, I am still your wife, so you are not to look at any other girl. Hearing this, Aiden laughed and called out, Aaron, is this the reaction of someone asking for a divorce? After returning to the ducal castle, Aaron curled up in bed.
Confused, she thought, I have to get a divorce, so what am I supposed to do with this damn jealousy? I'm going to go crazy. I just need him to be patient with me for a bit, but I've completely lost it. Remembering Helena, Aaron sat up straight and said, No, she's the crazy one. Who does she think she's lusting after? She thought, I'm only stepping back because Ulia is coming, because I know that's how to make Aiden truly happy. That's why I'm suppressing my desires. Thinking this, Aaron immediately got out of bed and said seriously, This won't do. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Mona, let's go. Mona asked in surprise. Huh? Go where? Aaron stretched and replied, The tea party at Count Vernon's house. Mona said, But we don't have an invitation, miss. Aaron turned her head and asked arrogantly, Do I really need one to get in there? Blue skies and white clouds covered the entire area. Aaron thought to herself, They can't approach him because I'm by his side right now. But from the moment I agree to the divorce until he meets Ulia, I won't be the only woman throwing herself at Aiden. No matter how short that time is, it will be hell for Aiden. She entered Vernon's tea party in a noble outfit and with a long cane, momentarily stunning the young ladies.
A lady in a blue dress immediately stood up and said, Welcome, Duchess of Leinster. Thank you for visiting. We will prepare a seat for you immediately. Aaron said, Thank you for the welcome, even though I am not an invited guest. The lady was startled. Do you mean the Duchess is not an invited guest? We always welcome you here. Aaron smiled. Then she shifted her gaze to the side. That was where Helena was sitting. As if knowing what was about to happen, her expression also slightly darkened. Aaron thought to herself, Before a Julius appears, I need to clear the path. After sitting at the table, Aaron picked up her teacup, took a sip, then set it down. There's a rumor circulating recently that Aiden and I are getting a divorce. I wonder who spread this rumor. Helena, feeling a bit gloomy, thought, Did she just call the Duke by his first name? Aaron continued, And it seems some people have misunderstood. At this, she looked directly at Helena. The atmosphere at the party was suddenly enveloped by invisible pressure. Helena remained seated, her head bowed. The lady in the blue dress hesitated slightly. Then she stood up and said, Madam, there must be some misunderstanding. Aaron said, That's impossible. Right in front of me, she dared to approach my husband. There's clearly a problem with her perception. Hearing this, Helena couldn't help but stand up. Madam, even if I have made a mistake, don't you think you are being very rude by suddenly appearing and doing this? Even if she's a duchess, everyone here is nobility. Just as she said this, the two young ladies beside her immediately stood up to stop her. She still said indignantly, "How dare she do that? Are you all just going to let this happen?" The young lady in the blue dress said, "Calm down." She still retorted, "No, even if you tell me." This time the young lady in the blue dress couldn't hold back and said, "Please be quiet. Don't say things you'll regret." At this moment, Aaron suddenly slammed the table, standing up and leaning forward. Looking down at her, Aaron said, "Does that offend you? If so, I hope you understand what I mean." As she spoke, she thought, "This is my power, kid."
Under an invisible pressure, Helena began to show signs of panic. The lady in the green dress said, "I understand what you mean. I'm sure Zahad's daughter has received the letter by now, so please don't worry, Your Grace." Aaron said, "Don't even think about that day anymore." While Helena was mortified, the lady in the green dress could only give an awkward laugh. "Ah, haha. Just as expected. You two are deeply in love, aren't you?" Aaron replied, "Yes, it's quite obvious." Then she said, "The tea is delicious. Thank you for today's tea party." The lady in the green dress smiled and replied, "I'm glad it suits Your Grace's taste." Hearing this, Aaron smiled and said, "Please invite me next time." The lady in the green dress clapped her hands and replied, "Yes, of course." After Aaron left, Helena started making a fuss again. "Why is everyone just sitting there watching? How can you let her be so arrogant, ignore everyone, and be so rude? No matter how powerful she is, we can't just cower like turtles. And besides, if they really divorce, won't everything she has now?" The lady in the green dress said, "That's enough, Lady Helena. You only just arrived in the capital last year, didn't you? That's why you don't know that the true power of the Leinster family is the Duchess." Helena retorted, "So what? That's just power borrowed from the Duke and his family." Hearing this, the other ladies looked at her with peculiar gazes. The lady in the brown dress stood up and said, "Please sit down." Helena asked, "What? Huh?" The lady with glasses said, "This young lady needs to learn more about the hierarchy around here. Listen carefully. It's said that all the cash the Leinster family possesses is the Duchess's profit, because she has deep insight into all matters, so most things she gets involved in go very smoothly." The lady in the brown dress continued, "That's right, she manages most of the family's affairs."
The bespectacled young lady continued, "All the power she possesses now she earned herself. When she was just 10 years old, not long after her marriage, she gained the absolute recognition of the former Duke and Duchess, a well-known incident in the capital. It was the Duchess herself who protected Duke Leinster, and despite being only an heir at the time, she was able to overturn the ducal family's order, and the staff the Duchess had previously held was a sword." Upon hearing this, Helena exclaimed in alarm, "Eh?" The other two continued to enlighten her, saying, "Duchess Leinster possessed innate talent in swordsmanship from a young age. I hear even the Duke cannot defeat her." After speaking, the bespectacled young lady took off her glasses. "Are your eyes open now? You've picked a fight with the wrong person, young lady. I hope you don't do anything that implicates us." Helena stammered in response, "Yes." In the carriage, Mona said, "Someone did this in front of a crowd, so I think these words will spread out there." Aaron asked, "You don't agree, do you?" And then answered herself, "I guess so." Mona asked, "The Duke won't get into trouble, will he?" Aaron asked again, "I should keep it a secret from Aiden, right?" She thought to herself, "I should keep silent."
Mona said, "I don't think you'll be able to hide it from the Duke." Aaron agreed. That's true. She then thought, "I want this news to reach Aiden faster." Then she added, "There's really no way around it. Aiden won't be pleased with me." She silently affirmed in her heart, "He won't be pleased. If I act disrespectfully out of jealousy and hide that truth, I'll be seen as a blind woman, just like in the original story. If I do that again, who knows, he might be very disappointed in me and propose a divorce before I do, because now Aiden hates those who try to control him." Mona reluctantly thought, "Lady Aaron, don't tell me you want a divorce but don't want the Duke to remarry." In the imperial palace, before the throne, two people were reporting. Duchess Leinster is someone who cannot control her emotions and is extremely rude. They were Count and Countess Sahad. He said, "My daughter hasn't left her room because she's too shocked."
"Your Majesty, I don't think we should overlook this matter." In a dark corner nearby, Aiden, who had just heard the entire story, covered his mouth to suppress his reaction. The Duchess of Leinster was someone who couldn't control her emotions and was extremely rude. "Your Majesty, I don't think we should overlook this matter." The Emperor listened patiently, then said, "I understand. You may leave." He leaned back into his throne and said, "Good heavens, I can't believe I'm being called in for a business consultation owned by the imperial family. You're making the Emperor play the role of a spy." Aiden slowly stepped out, with no trace of discomfort on his face. He said, "It seems I've bothered Your Majesty with trivial matters. However, wasn't Your Majesty also curious about my reaction?" The Emperor said, "I want to know the truth of this matter. Given the current situation, how could there be rumors of a divorce? Did you go to such lengths just to protect your wife?" Aiden replied, "There will never be a divorce." The Emperor then asked, "From the Duke's family's perspective, is there truly no issue here?"
Aiden confidently replied, "Of course, allow me to present my thoughts on the public enterprise Your Majesty mentioned. Please do not sell this enterprise. It is not a business that private enterprises can responsibly manage from the outset, especially for those who are urging Your Majesty to sell it. Just pretend to consider it and focus solely on their loyalty, maintaining a moderate stance, as if Your Majesty harbors no dissatisfaction." He thought to himself, Erin must have believed she could divorce him after 2 weeks of rejecting him. He guessed that's why she kept talking until he pulled her close, and she had acted more straightforwardly than before, like when Erin bluntly said, "I am still your wife." Outwardly, he continued to speak, yielding nothing, causing Your Majesty's opponents to lower their guard, while inwardly he whispered praise. How astute. Upon returning home, Erin immediately scrutinized Aiden's expression. Seeing him smile, she thought, he must have known about me barging into the tea party uninvited, but he seems happy about it. Unable to resist, Erin pushed Aiden's face away with her hand, saying, "Stop staring at me." He chuckled and said, "You told me not to look at other women. What should I do if I accidentally look at someone, and then they all die by Erin's sword?" These words pierced through her mind like an arrow. Erin thought, although I'm quite confident in my swordsmanship, it seems people have started to consider me a master swordsman after this incident. I always win against Aiden only because he never directly attacks me. Every time, Erin irritably asked, "You said we were practicing, but Aiden just lies there on the ground pretending to lose, yet I can't attack you." She blushed, thinking, this is like declaring myself a jealous shrew.
Aiden said again, "So for the peace of the Empire, my schedule today is to gaze at beautiful Erin all day long." She suppressed her embarrassment and stood up, saying, "Don't overdo it. You said you had to go out." With that, she added, "The carriage is waiting. Get ready to go." Aiden said nothing more, and the two began to leave. On the way, Aiden suddenly took Erin's hand and called Erin. Under her questioning gaze, he pulled her to the base of a tree in the garden. Erin asked curiously, "Aren't you in a hurry?" Aiden replied, "Just for a moment." Standing by the tree, the two began to kiss. Aiden's hand moved down to touch her waist. He suddenly said, "I'll go and be right back." After saying that, he looked at her for a moment longer, then turned and left. Erin stood still, watching his back, and thought, it seems the boundaries I've drawn over the past 10 years have been crossed in just 2 weeks because of this agreement. Erin looked up at the sky through the canopy of leaves.
She thought to herself, this place is full of our memories. This tree, it's like it's been a friend to me. Gently providing shade for Aiden, a bold kiss made her wonder if she could ever let go of this. Erin touched the tree trunk. This tree will still be here even if he marries Ulia, right? Then he'll think about it every time he walks around the garden, that she once walked through his life. That wouldn't be too bad. Suddenly a servant approached. "Madam," it was Mona. She said, "The Zahad family is on their way to the capital right now." As for Aiden, someone shook his hand sincerely and said, "I greatly look forward to our cooperation." Aiden climbed into the carriage and said, "Goodbye." At the same time, he tossed his gloves to Felix and told him, "Get rid of these." Felix asked, "Come to think of it, are you all right now? It's true. When did you recover from your illness?" Aiden replied, "Quite a while ago." Felix was doubtful. "Quite a while, huh?" Aiden quickly ordered, "Don't tell Erin." Felix looked confused. "But wouldn't she be happy if I told her?"
Aiden pondered for a moment, then replied, "She would be disappointed." He thought to himself, "Because she's the type to crash a tea party out of jealousy. That's also useful for me at times like these. It seems we could have gone to bed together again tonight." Upon returning home, Aiden's smile vanished. He asked, "What?" The maid replied, "Her ladyship said she had some matters to attend to and went out alone." The knight beside her added, "She said it might take all day." Aiden asked in a low voice, "Are you telling me she won't be back today?" The knight stammered, "We secretly followed her as instructed earlier, but we lost sight of her halfway." Aiden covered his face, thinking, she must have rushed ahead. The knight then added, "However, based on where she was just before we lost her, it seems her ladyship is leaving the capital." At this moment, Erin and Mona rode their horses to a bridge in the forest. Long ago, Erin had hidden behind a door and overheard, "If we marry Erin into the ducal family, we can make up for this loss. I'm thinking about what to use that child for. Fortunately, she can help her brother at this time." She thought to herself, what a terrible family. At parties, there were always whispers and gossip. "I heard Marquis Sahad has withdrawn from his family's business again. The heir will inherit power from the Marquis, right?" Someone approached Erin and asked, "That's wonderful, Duchess Leinster. How could you come up with such a brilliant idea?" She merely offered a forced smile and didn't reply. And the Zahad family still wrote to Erin frequently. "I was able to protect the Marquisate thanks to your help, Erin. By the way, any news from Duke Leinster? No matter what others say, your roots are still firmly tied to the Zahad family. Because of you, the Leinster family has prospered, so ultimately they owe deep gratitude to the Zahad family."
Fulfill your duties as soon as possible. I hope that you will become a useful child to our family. After reading the letter, Erin immediately set off with Mona. She thought to herself, I have always taken initiative to make sure that things wouldn't get worse. Others always said, even so, they were a ducal family. They wouldn't be willing to accept. She continued to think, but now they are no longer an arrogant family. Now is the time to settle everything with the Zahad family.
It's better if they don't think about bothering Aiden anymore. Aiden flung open the door to Erin's room. After looking around, he thought to himself, she's taken almost all her belongings. It's not surprising that she left. Where could she have gone? And why? Erin is gone. How did I not know anything about this? Aiden, stunned, asked himself, how could she disappear like that when I wasn't here? How far could Erin have gone if her horse ran without stopping? She wouldn't be able to continue her journey once night fell. The furthest Erin could have traveled in half a day is... As he was calculating, Felix rushed in. Duke, Aiden immediately asked, have you found any clues in the vicinity of the capital? Felix stammered, we're still looking, Your Grace. He turned and ordered, prepare my horse and gather the soldiers. Search every corner, starting from the city gates to the place I designate. Felix, bring me a list of all nearby inns. If you find the Duchess, keep her there until I arrive. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone said, if we can hold on a little longer, I heard we'll be able to make a profit in that business phase. The speaker was Gail, but the reason investors suddenly demanded their money back was likely due to rumors of Erin and the Duke's divorce. Before him was the former Countess, Helen Zahad. She frowned and asked, what on earth is Erin thinking? I can't believe how useless she can be at such a crucial time, abandoning her family burdened with debt.
As soon as she finished speaking, the carriage horse neighed loudly. At the same time, it raised its front hooves, which caused the carriage to shake violently. The one frightened by the horse was Erin, who pulled the reins to stop it. The carriage door opened, and Helen said, perhaps you've traveled a long way to come here and pick me up. Erin looked at the two, her eyes narrowing slightly, her attention focused on Gail and Helen's sparkling jewelry and expensive clothes. She asked, is that how one brings a mountain of debt into the capital? I'm not here to welcome you, but to bid you farewell. Gail asked, is there a way to speak with the head of the family? Erin replied, watch your mouth, Marquis Zahad. I am now the Duchess of Leinster. Hearing this, he sneered. Ha! Helen then said angrily, it's an honor for me that you brought that up. House Leinster ignored our offer to join our enterprise 10 years ago.
What do you want us to do when rumors of your divorce from the Duke are spreading widely, while your brother isn't so much trouble? Erlin thought to herself, I had hoped so too. She rode her horse forward, saying, listen carefully. The divorce is a matter for the Leinster family, not for the Zahad family to interfere with. Helen frowned deeply and said, so if you still insist on a divorce, how much will the alimony be? Hearing her question, Erin immediately drew her sword. Her face was cold and full of murderous intent. Don't expect anything, and don't even think about visiting Aiden. If you don't turn your carriage around and leave, I'm not sure what might happen to you all. As soon as they saw the sword, the faces of both mother and daughter turned as yellow as wax. Meanwhile, a sudden rumble echoed, as if it was about to rain. As soon as the sun set, heavy rain began to fall. Horse hooves trampled, splashing water from muddy puddles. A troop of soldiers hurried through the forest. Aiden ordered, search all places where people might stay, apart from these. A soldier asked, why, sir? Someone of such high status couldn't possibly come to a place like this. If she did come here, I would certainly report it to you. Aiden tacitly agreed, continuing to advance. A knight suddenly said, Duke, it's raining heavily now. Perhaps you should return first. Duke! Suddenly Philip's voice rang out. Sir!
A citizen reported seeing a carriage at Marquis Jahad's outside the capital. However, it seemed the carriage had turned back without entering the capital. He asked if the lady had gone back to the Zahad family. Aiden emphatically said no. Erin left the house on her horse. If she had truly left, she would have gone with a carriage, or we would have found the horse she left behind. He silently added, and there's no way Erin would return to the Zahad family after leaving me. 10 years ago, Aiden poked his head through the crack in the door. Erin, are you here? Seeing no one, he wondered again. Could she be in the garden? The reason he didn't ask the servants was that he felt uncomfortable asking them. As Aiden was walking around, he suddenly saw half a burnt letter. Coincidentally, the remaining part showed the sender's name as Zahad. At that moment, Aiden asked, Erin, don't you remember the Zahad mansion? You used to live there, and your family is there too. She bluntly replied, no, I don't remember it at all. You know, not all families love each other. I can affirm that mother and father love Aiden and also love each other, which is why I believe families should be together. Aiden interjected, mother and father love Erin too. She smiled and replied, yes, that's why I'm so happy to have become a member of the Leinster family. Aiden smiled, understanding all too well whenever his finances were in jeopardy to protect himself from the Zahad family.
Erin never told me anything, because for us to be happy together forever, Erin must desire me as much as I desire her. Especially if one has a strong inner self, the instinct to protect and a sense of responsibility will be stimulated, and that instinct will quickly develop into affection. When Aaron questioned Generison, she said, "Perhaps you don't know. We usually refer to such things in multi-level marketing businesses. Because the prices of goods are too high, only uninformed customers buy them." Based on that, Aiden devised a plan. He handed Felix a piece of paper. "As soon as Gail Zahad becomes a marquis, spread information about this business. We will create a new identity and lend him money under that name. Attract other investors to participate as well. Well, he'll probably be very excited, thinking he found the investors himself. Let's slowly tighten a noose around him." That time at the party, Aiden thought, "Take it slow." And when Aaron suggested, "Let's get a divorce," Aiden thought, "When necessary, I'll yank that noose." Gail said in a panic, he suddenly demanded the debt be repaid. Aiden thought to himself, "As for me, investors are now withdrawing their money because of the rumors of the Duke's divorce. In that case, before the relationship between the two families disappears, you'd better hold on to your money tightly, Gail Zahad."
That way, Zahad had no choice but to come looking for me, and so Aaron couldn't leave me so easily. At an inn, Aiden walked out in disappointment as the owner replied, "My apologies, sir. The Duchess is not among our guests." Aiden stepped forward and grabbed the horse's reins. "Let's go." But no matter how he pulled, it wouldn't budge. The horse's face remained expressionless, as if trying to say something. Aiden asked, "Why aren't you moving?" He thought to himself, "Everything is a mess. If Aaron really returned to Zahad's family, what should I do?" The rain fell even harder. Aiden thought to himself, "I wonder, what if I invaded Zahad's territory?" At the inn, in the upstairs room, Aaron was watching the rain. Mona said, "Madam, you'll catch a cold." Aaron asked, "Mona, do you like living here?" She replied, "Why not? I spent 10 years here. The people are very kind. And didn't my young lady grow up here?" Aaron paused for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "Thank you, Mona." Mona added, "I feel so relieved to be in here, probably because we're not getting soaked by the rain." Aaron smiled and replied, "That's right." At the same time, she thought, "That's right. I feel like I've left all my emotions behind."
And the anxiety about things yet to come. In this deafening silence, as if I were the only one who existed, desire resurfaced within me. Suddenly, a reflection appeared before her eyes, and it asked, "Now Aiden loves me, doesn't he? Why should I give him up? I tried my best for his happiness, so why must we divorce? Is it worth me enduring this unanswerable question alone?" Aaron glanced away evasively and coincidentally saw Aiden soaking in the rain on the street below. Aaron was immediately stunned, and Aiden also stared blankly back at her. The two of them were separated by a floor and a window. Aaron hurriedly ran to the door amidst Mona's calls. "Madam, wait a moment, madam." She opened the door and stared blankly at Aiden standing before her.
His whole body was drenched in rainwater, his expression not clearly showing if he was angry or worried. After looking at her for a moment, he stepped inside. Aaron stammered, "What are you doing here?" A hint of worry crossed her face. She continued, "Why did you come out in the rain?" Aiden didn't answer, but hugged her tightly. After another moment, Aaron softly called, "Aiden." He said, Don't go, Aaron." Aaron was stunned, thinking, "I told them I'd be back tomorrow. Why is he so upset?" Then she gently comforted him. "It's okay, Aiden. I'm not going anywhere." Aiden said, "Don't suddenly disappear like that." She replied, "All right, I understand." He said, "Don't leave without saying anything." Aaron continued to agree. "All right." He continued, "Don't ever leave me again." This time, Aaron remained silent, so Aiden anxiously said, "I beg you." Aaron wondered, what should I do?" Then she said, "Come here." The two returned to the room, wet footprints marking the red carpet, and Aaron led Aiden into the bathroom. She thought to herself, "It's a good thing I bought this hotel last night. I bet no one has ever seen this expression on him before." She called, "Aiden, you really can't live without me, is that true?" Aiden replied, "I can't." Hearing that, Aaron smiled. She slowly removed his gloves and said, "I have no choice. After this, I can't leave Aiden if he's like this." When Aiden's hand touched her face, his face immediately flushed. Aaron said, "From now on, I'm going to be incredibly jealous." Aiden nodded. "Good." She continued, "And I'll try to possess you." Aiden replied, "Go ahead." She added, "I might reveal my ugly side."
Aiden smiled and said, "That only makes you more adorable." Aaron threw her glove away, then touched Aiden's shirt and said, "You're soaking wet. You'll catch a cold." He said Aaron's pajamas were also wet, and she replied, "I don't care, and this way is better anyway." At the stables, Mona said, "It seems to know the lady's horse is in the stable. Have the other knights left? Are you two staying here to help?" The blonde knight replied, "Yes." Mona said, "I prepared a room and a bath for you two." Felix hesitated and asked, "Is it all right for you to do all this by yourself? Surely there should be hotel staff to take care of it." Mona smiled and replied, "It changed hands some time ago. We bought it under a non-disclosure agreement. Please come in and rest." "Oh, do you have any chance of buying it?" Felix immediately laughed and said, "Ha, Lady Mona, you are truly sharp." Aaron thought to herself,
Trying to be loved is a battle of despair, trying not to be abandoned, trying not to be betrayed, trying not to become a useless existence. In my previous life, that's how I ended up, suffering and alone. So I decided not to let myself get hurt again. If you don't get a response, it's better not to expect it. But what can I do? She straddled Aiden and said, "You're done for. I won't back down even if you change your mind. I'll never let you go, no matter what happens."
Aiden grabbed her hair. What else precious would exist within me if I didn't love you? If that happens, just kill me. Erin thought to herself, I should have told him not to say such things. Then she smiled and said, I really could do that. After saying that, she continued to think, but I truly cannot give this man to anyone. I will make him obsessed with me and keep him for myself. If you love me this much, even if it's swept away by fate, I have no choice but to keep fighting. The next morning, the heavy rain had stopped, leaving puddles on the ground.
Sunlight streamed into the inn room. Erin gently stroked Aiden's hair, a gesture full of love and affection. Despite this, it still woke Aiden. He kissed her forehead and said, "Good morning, Erin." She smiled, thinking, "This is wonderful. It's clear Aiden loves me very much. I don't want to give him up just because of some old memories or the original story." The two embraced each other again. Aiden asked, "How do you feel?" Erin hummed. Then she replied. Sunlight streamed into the inn room. Erin gently stroked Aiden's hair, a gesture full of love and affection. Despite this, it still woke Aiden. He kissed her forehead and said, "Good morning, Erin." She smiled, thinking, "This is wonderful. It's clear Aiden loves me very much. I don't want to give him up just because of some old memories or the original story." The two embraced each other again. Aiden asked, "How do you feel?" Erin hummed. Then she replied, "I feel like I've gotten married again." Hearing her say that, Aiden burst out laughing. Erin thought to herself, on the other hand, when I want to do something, I have to fight for the happiness in the present. Even if I die like in the original story, I will never regret it. As the two left, the hotel manager said, "It is a great honor to have the Duchess visit our hotel." Erin turned back, thinking, I like this hotel's attitude. Should I invest in it? Aiden, meanwhile, had a stern expression, as if asking, "How dare you attract Erin's attention in front of me?" Feeling a gloomy atmosphere beside her, Erin looked over and saw two knights standing there with long faces. She asked, "What's wrong with you two? Couldn't you sleep?" The blonde knight stroked his chin. "Well, we were too engrossed in playing cards. Among us, Mona is the best player. We tried our best to win, but," Felix continued, "before I knew it, it was already morning." After hearing this, Erin thought, "That reminds me of..." Just then, Mona walked over to the two knights and asked, "Should we try a penalty game next time?" Like cats whose tails had been stepped on, the two knights quickly replied, "No way." Erin continued to think. For Mona, Lancaster is also home. She said, "It's been 10 years here. Everyone is friendly, and our young lady grew up here." As she unconsciously smiled, Aiden suddenly put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Let's go." Erin nodded. As soon as they returned to the Duke's castle, the maids rushed out, and the blue-haired maid called out, "Madam." The black-haired maid asked, "Are you well?" Erin stammered, "Oh, I wasn't kidnapped or anything." The maids buzzed with excitement again. "We were very worried about you, even though we have no right to worry. But lady, thanks to you, we've always enjoyed our work. That's right, so we hope you'll stay here forever. We really wanted to say that." Erin, touched, said, "Thank you, everyone." A maid suddenly presented 2 letters. "Also, Lady Isabella and Lord Logan have each sent you a private letter." Erin, stunned, asked, "A private letter from each of them?" First, she opened Isabella's letter. "Divorce? There must be some misunderstanding, but it still worries me, so I have to ask you about this. If something has hurt you or Aiden has done something wrong, please tell me. I will come home and scold him. So Erin, if something isn't right, please tell me." Next was Logan's letter. "If you have any problems, don't try to solve them alone. Just tell me.
I'll take care of it for you." After reading the 2 letters, Erin smiled, thinking it was truly trustworthy. Just then, Aiden also walked in. Seeing her surrounded by servants, he simply smiled and turned to go another way. Meanwhile, Erin said, "Everyone, I want to ask something. I'm thinking about Aiden and I starting to share a bedroom." As soon as she finished speaking, a maid exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, we'll prepare it right away." In her haste, a maid tripped. "Kya!" Aiden was slightly surprised. Then he smiled and let out a breath. Erin, meanwhile, thought, "This is my home. It's my family. I grew up here, and it's where the people who love me live." In her study, Erin diligently wrote a few lines on paper. "I hope I can live happily here forever with Aiden." She paused her pen, hesitating for a moment. Then she wrote a question. "How?" Then she thought, "This is something I've never thought about before. My mind is blank. My travel plans have been canceled, yet I'm still very worried." The future became a blank page. On the page were the 3 sentences she had just written. The thought, "I can draw a new future," truly excited her. Mona walked in and said, "Madam, all your foreign reports have been organized." Aaron said gratefully, "Thank you, Mona."
She placed the tray she was carrying on the table, and there was a new letter. Aaron picked up the letter. After reading it, she immediately said, "Mona, there's somewhere we have to go right now." Leaving the letter on the table, Aaron walked out and said, "Get ready to go out." Mona immediately replied, "Yes, madam." The letter remained still on the table, the writing exposed. The letter read, "Invitation. After a long time, the happy day for the Shart family has finally arrived. We hope you will attend and welcome our lovely daughter, the Sharts." At the Shart family's party, the host announced loudly, "Entering are the Duke and Duchess of Leinster."
Aiden and Aaron instantly captured all attention as soon as they appeared. Whispers and murmurs rose as usual. "The Duchess's dress today is so fashionable. My God, that jewelry on her is exquisite." Aaron thought to herself, it was as expected. After all, she had styled herself with the most expensive and beautiful jewelry from the store. This was a success, but she had failed to make Aiden less attractive. At home, she had asked, "What am I supposed to do with this handsome man, even after parting his hair like this?" Now she thought again. She had no choice but to dress him as simply as possible. Aiden, a man who was fine with everything as long as Aaron liked it, was smiling at her. Aaron thought to herself, because today was Ulia Chart's welcome party. When all the guests had arrived, a beautiful young lady stepped out. In an instant, the spotlight on Aaron and her husband was stolen. The young lady, with fair skin, blue hair, and a well-proportioned figure, walked to the center of the platform. Aaron looked up. Ulia, a young lady in a floral dress, immediately caught her attention. At this moment, Count and Countess Charté spoke up. "This is Ulia, the daughter we have been searching for all this time. You cannot imagine how much we have longed for this day." The Countess added, "We almost gave up many times, but every time we closed our eyes, we saw a fleeting glimpse of our child's face." Praises echoed around. The young lady's beauty is truly radiant, though there are still a few scars from the hardship she endured in the countryside. Aaron thought to herself, the truth was that Ulia had wandered many places until she was adopted by an orphanage farm in a rural village, and she had lived independently since she was 16. But thanks to her unique lifestyle and optimistic personality, she worked diligently to make a living, even without time for rest.
She got along well with her neighbors, was close to the other orphans, and lived a simple life caring for the children at the orphanage. When Count and Countess Charté appeared, those days were disrupted by the sudden visit of the Count and Countess, which must have left Ulia quite bewildered. Nevertheless, she still showed respect for the Count and Countess, and after many attempts at conversation, she accepted them as her parents. Then, following them, she went to the capital. She truly was a heroine. Even when she realized she had been abandoned, she harbored no resentment towards anyone. Instead, she treated everyone like family and grew up beautiful and healthy. Even the children who couldn't adapt to the orphanage were grateful to Ulia. Despite growing up in difficult circumstances, she never lost her radiance and positive personality. Count Charté said, "Ulia has gently forgiven us, despite our parental mistakes, and now she is here with us." Seeing him sob, Ulia immediately called out "Father" with concern. Everyone exclaimed, "Oh my God," and the guests were also moved to tears. Aaron thought to herself, there was something about her, warm and radiant, and just that smile made everyone around her feel at ease. That must be the heroine's power, capable of soothing Aiden's wounds and lifting his spirits, which is why I thought it was obvious that Aiden and Ulia would end up together, convincing myself that the two of them deserved happiness.
She walked over to greet them. "I am Aaron Leinster. Welcome back." Ulia smiled and replied, "Thank you, madam." Aaron subtly shot Aiden a look. He hesitated for a few seconds. Then, under Ulia's expectant gaze, he said in a low voice, "Welcome back, young lady." She replied, "Thank you, Duke." After the greetings, Aaron began to inquire about the situation. "Miss Chart, everything must still be unfamiliar to you, isn't it? But with the Earl's care, you'll adapt quickly." Ulia replied, "Yes, I'm still getting used to everything, but since meeting my parents, I found so much wonderful joy." Then she said, "Well then, please excuse us." With that, she left to continue greeting other guests. Aaron thought to herself, even though I've only just met her, I already find her very charming.
She whispered, "It seems new winds are blowing in high society." Her words caught Aiden's attention. He turned and asked, "Aaron, why do you look so stiff?" Aaron was startled. "Oh, it's nothing at all. After all, she's the guest of honor." Aiden paused for a moment, then said, "But to me, Aaron, you're the star of the show. Honestly, who are you trying to show off for dressed so beautifully?" Aaron smiled blissfully and replied, "My husband. With a stunningly beautiful wife by my husband's side, everyone will have to pay attention, and no one will dare linger near him.
so stay by my side all day, okay? Aiden took a glass of wine from a servant and said, 10 out of 10, no buts. The two clinked glasses, and he continued, Aaron, you should also make sure you only shine when you're near me. A few days later at the Imperial Palace, before the Emperor, Aaron said, the Duchess of Leinster requests an audience with His Imperial Majesty. He looked at her for a few seconds, then spoke. I'm sure you are aware that the nobility is quite agitated about the Leinster family situation.
Aiden interjected, we never intended to divorce from the beginning. We will be together forever. Aaron added, Your Majesty, I will take full responsibility for this matter. We do not believe that incident will tarnish our honor, Aiden added. I believe it's just how people continue to live their lives, regardless of other status, Aaron stated. Through that incident, our relationship has only grown stronger and more intimate. After the two finished speaking, the Emperor finally spoke. Regardless of the outcome, as an emperor, I also want to express my concern that this divorce will be seen as a precedent and affect others. Aaron replied, That is why we have decided to host a banquet at the Leinster estate with the wish that all families in the empire will have a prosperous life. From now on, everyone will see the warm relationship between my husband and me. Hearing her words, the emperor smiled contentedly. Not bad. Leaving the emperor's presence, the two immediately went to Frederick. He said, There is a reason why the emperor is dissatisfied with this incident. My aunt saying she will divorce still makes him concerned. Aaron asked, By aunt, do you mean Princess Arianista? Aiden replied, She is now Lady Queen. Frederick smiled, then said, 20 years ago, she married Duke Queen Anderson. This is still a secret, but she sent a letter not long ago. Of course, the emperor opposes it, but she is unhappy with her married life. Aaron thought to herself, In the original story, I suppose, the late emperor had once promised her, If you insist, I will promise you this. If you truly try living with him and he still doesn't feel familiar to you, then you may divorce, and then I will allow you to return home. Frederick shrugged and said, Although it was the late emperor's promise, it is still valid now. The current emperor has no legitimate reason to prevent her from divorcing.
Aiden mused. The emperor must be concerned that the divorce would impact the long-term relations between the two nations. Frederick nodded, adding, And he is a very conservative man. In my father's eyes, marriage is sacred and should not be treated so casually. Even so, my aunt has no children, and that was a promise made to the late emperor. He is not one to resolve such grievances.
Frederick said, This doesn't affect the two of you much, but Lady Quinn's return could shift the empire's balance of power. She is someone capable of leading the people to oppose the emperor. Aaron thought to herself, That's probably the emperor's biggest concern, because most of Lady Quinn's assets are within the empire and have been managed by the emperor until now. Furthermore, Lady Quinn would be a solid foundation of support for the two of them, someone whose political views are vastly different from the emperor's. She glanced outside, continuing to think, and for me, she's a very potential and valuable business partner. At the bakery on Angela Street, a plate of pastries was served. As Aaron was enjoying them, Chef Brody said, Based on what you, my lady, said last time for improvement, I've added more filling and a few more ingredients. She thought to herself, Even though I'm used to this taste, I still find it so delicious. He added, Since you seem to like it, I will use this recipe more often. Hearing this, Aaron replied, I'm counting on you. I'm thinking of presenting these dishes at the banquet. Then she thought again. In the novel, Lady Quinn's business began right after her return, specifically in Angela. When she returns to the Empire, we must be the first to approach her. In the original story, she was a supporter of the main characters. At this moment, Aiden suddenly said, Aaron, I need to talk to you. She immediately stopped thinking and looked at him. Aiden said seriously, I want to help the lady with her problems. Aaron pondered for a few seconds, then asked, Have you tried talking to her? Aiden replied, We've talked a few times through letters. To repay me for helping her with the divorce, she offered me an agreement. I just told Frederick about this. Hearing these words, Aaron was a little confused. This plot point wasn't in the novel. Is this a hidden plot? Suddenly, she looked surprised, gazing at Aiden and asking, Aiden, didn't you have negative thoughts about divorce? He replied, Divorce between oneself and the person one loves and wants to be with is incredibly terrible and extremely negative.
Aiden reached out and stroked her hair, then continued, I heard that Lady Quinn has never been happy, not even for a single day, so I want to help her so she can live the life she desires. Aaron smiled at him. Then she said, Lady Quinn will get a divorce, and when she returns to the capital, I think she will bring about many changes. Aiden agreed. I think so too. Suddenly a crashing sound echoed, followed by Brody's flustered apologies. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Someone asked, Are you all right? Brody replied, Of course, I'll clean this up right away. Aaron felt a bit suspicious. For someone who is always calm and composed, could it be because he heard us talking about Lady Quinn? Did they know each other before she founded Angela? As Brody came in, holding the broken pieces of the bowl, and said, Looks like I have to wash dishes again, a thought suddenly flashed through Aaron's mind. No, on second thought, wouldn't it be illogical to think they had no prior connection?
Even with how successful the Angela chain of stores became, Brody never left this particular store. I thought there was a special connection, probably because this was her first store. But could there be something more between them that I don't know about? After thinking, she looked over at Aiden, coincidentally seeing him eating a cake. That cool face made Aaron swoon.
She blushed, thinking even the way he ate macarons was beautiful. He didn't even drop crumbs on himself. Seeing her lost in thought, Aiden asked, "What are you thinking about?" Aaron snapped out of it and replied, "It would just be better if we shared these macarons with the servants." Hearing that, Aiden nodded and said, "All right, that works too." After the two of them brought the macarons back, the servants ate them while exclaiming, "Madam, you are the best. This is why I'll never change jobs."
Inside the luxurious, shimmering carriage, Aaron Zahat's eye suddenly gleamed as if she had discovered something. Amidst the bustling crowd, a familiar figure caught Aaron's eye, Ulia Charte. Aaron's carriage suddenly stopped in front of Ulia Charte, startling her. Aaron's sweet voice rang out as she proactively greeted her. "What a surprise to meet you here, Lady Ulia Charte." Ulia quickly recognized her and replied, "Ah, hello, Duchess." Aaron gently stepped down from the carriage. "Where are you planning to go on foot without a carriage?" Ulia became flustered and embarrassed, her voice faltering. About that, as Ulia mumbled her explanation, Aaron noticed the tangled bow tied on her collar. In the past, this was always how I would go for a stroll, Aaron thought. Aaron looked at Ulia affectionately, smiling with empathy. It seemed she had snuck out. Just like in novels, being confined to the mansion must be suffocating. Aaron chuckled softly, lost in her thoughts. According to the original story, she met Aiden like this, and that's how their fates became intertwined. Continuing, Aaron then spoke up with concern. "You're still not familiar with the capital streets, are you? It seems you're not acquainted with the roads around here." Ulia blushed with embarrassment and honestly replied, "Ah, that's right. I've only passed through here by carriage a few times." With that, Aaron turned and walked away, not forgetting to extend an invitation. "I'm just on my way to a few shops as it's not too far from here. Would you like to come with me?" Ulia looked bewildered and asked in disbelief, "Go with you, madam?" Aaron extended her hand towards Ulia with a gentle smile. "I'll point out all the important roads on the way there." Aaron led Ulia to explore the streets and alleys, down to every nook and cranny. That side leads to the square, and if you turn in the middle, you'll find an art gallery and a cultural street, which I own. This street has many delicious restaurants and beautiful clothing stores, making it a great area for a stroll. I own that too. Yulia's eyes sparkled, unable to hide her fascination and delight. "I love all these places." Yulia's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Aaron with gratitude. "Madam is so kind to me." Aaron smiled brightly, thinking to herself, "You certainly wouldn't know this, but in the novel I tormented you terribly." Aaron's expression softened as she thought to herself, feeling inferior to such a pure and free spirit. Then she said affectionately, "Everyone will treat you well, young lady." Yulia suddenly became shy. "Do you really think so?" Ulia fiddled with her dress and shyly confessed, "I still feel clumsy with my gait." Suddenly, Ulia remembered and turned to quietly ask Aaron, "Oh, I want to send a few things to where I used to live. Where do I need to go to send them?" Aaron also guided her attentively. "There's a private courier service nearby. She probably wants to send a few things to the orphanage." As soon as Ulia spoke, Aaron froze. "By the way, I stopped at the Duke of Lensness estate on my way to the capital." Aaron, with a slightly anxious and curious expression, asked, "Did you meet my father and mother?" Ulia smiled as she chatted. "The weather was too bad on my way here, so I had to stay for a few days."
Recalling that time, Ulia recounted, "They treated me very well. I truly had a special, unforgettable time." Ulia at that moment was filled with laughter and joy. Hearing this, Erlen gently asked, "Is my mother still well?" Ulia honestly replied, "Yes, she looks very happy." Ulia's face beamed with excitement as she eagerly continued, "Miss Isabella told me a lot about the lady. She told me to greet you when I came to the capital." But only two words caught Erlen's attention, "Miss Isabella." Ulia turned a fond gaze towards Erlen. "So I am truly overjoyed to meet you." Suddenly, Erlen interrupted, "We've arrived." Ulia was momentarily bewildered, unable to utter a word. "Huh?" Erlen then pointed. "The shop I'm visiting is over there, and the post office is straight ahead." Ulia finally understood, letting out an, "Ah." Erlen quickly bid farewell. "Have a safe journey. I had a wonderful time thanks to you." Ulia politely replied, "Me too. I hope to see you again soon." Erlen watched Ulia's retreating figure disappear into the distance, silently pondering the recent conversations. Erlen's expression turned serious as she gave an instruction. "Let's go, Mona." A luxurious, high-end fashion boutique appeared before them. A sweet female voice rang out in welcome. "I have been eagerly awaiting your visit to the lady." A polite red-haired lady spoke. "Please come in." Aaron carefully observed and then suggested, "It seems we can begin with the decorations and the planned refreshments for the party now." The woman immediately complied. "I understand." Without further ado, Aaron got straight to the main point. "So, shall we move on to another topic?" The woman, with eyes that seemed to see through everything, subtly curved her lips. Without beating around the bush, the woman directly provided the information. Regarding your question about Lady Quinn, I know a little about her thanks to my time living in the kingdom of Anderson. Aaron's eyes, full of anticipation, asked again, You know? The woman slowly recounted the entire story. Before Lady Quinn got married, she was involved in a small scandal. People said that Lady Quinn loved someone who was not her fiancé. They rumored that he wasn't even a noble.
Aaron listened intently to what the red-haired woman was conveying. This happened a long time ago, and at that time it was covered up before it became a widely discussed story, thanks to her marriage, so I will need more time to find the exact information. Aaron's eyes shone with trust as she entrusted, Yes, do your best to find out who that person is. Aaron, ever cautious, also reminded, and make sure the information doesn't leak out under any circumstances. The red-haired woman's face was serious and her voice firm. I will be very careful. Then Aaron pieced the events together. Brody might be involved in the scandal somehow. Perhaps he is. Aiden tilted his head, listening, and looked warmly at Aaron. So, regarding Lady Quinn's divorce, could you tell me more about the current situation? His eyes remained fixed on Aaron, and he spoke slowly. Of course. Aiden slowly revealed recent developments to Aaron. He was arranging the divorce without the Emperor's knowledge and was currently discussing the division of assets with Duke Quinn. It was a dispute where Aiden was in the middle, the problem being that their assets were extremely complicated. It was incredibly difficult for both sides to reach an agreement, as Duke Quinn seemed adamant about not incurring any losses. Lady Quinn needed to resolve this so she could finalize the divorce in return. Only then could she negotiate with the Emperor regarding the assets within the Empire. Aiden carefully recounted even the smallest details. However, since Lady Quinn was primarily concerned with the divorce, she said she was willing to bear at least some losses. Aaron, deep in thought, murmured, Suddenly Aaron spoke up, adding, Well, there's a way to avoid any losses and instead deceive him. Lean closer. Aiden's expression was dreamy, but he listened very attentively. Then Aaron turned to ask Aiden's opinion. What do you think? Aiden stroked his chin and praised, Very clever. You should tell Frederick. Aaron's eyes shone with proud satisfaction as she smiled.
Aaron's hand gently caressed Aiden's ear, teasing, By the way, is this why you secretly transferred all your assets into both our names? Unable to hide her happiness, Aaron's eyes sparkled as she looked at Aiden. Trying to make it hard for me to leave? Aaron looked straight into those eyes, her heart stirring. Did he realize how cute he was when he tried to hold on to her? Suddenly, a large arm wrapped around Aaron's waist, making her only able to utter a soft, "Oh!" Aiden embraced Aaron tightly, pulling her down onto the chair. Aiden's lips curved into a slight smile, and he admitted in a low voice, "It seems my wife has figured out my intentions." He immediately switched to a teasing tone with Aaron. "So now we'll be completely entangled, just like our assets. Mahaha." The nobles, in their bustling finery, gathered excitedly.
Melodious instrumental music mingled with lively laughter and chatter. Colorful, elaborately prepared dishes were neatly arranged on plates. A female singer was passionately singing. The nobles gathered around, listening intently with delight. Aiden and Aaron appeared dazzlingly splendid in exquisite outfits, making everyone gasp in admiration. The Duke and Duchess looked truly wonderful today, which made me truly envious. This shows that one should not believe rumors. Indeed, you are right. Suddenly, Aaron's gaze stopped where Ulia was standing. Seeing Ulia full of excitement, Aaron thought to herself, I should go and greet the Charté family as well. Aaron gently walked towards Ulia and asked, What do you think about today's party? Ulia exclaimed in admiration and praised profusely. The atmosphere is wonderful. Unlike all the parties I've attended recently, this is the most impressive one. Aaron kept a smile on her lips, silently observing Ulia. Suddenly, Aaron unexpectedly posed a question. Miss, what do you think about Aiden? Which made Ulia instinctively unable to react in time, asking, Pardon?
Yulia's small face began to break out in a sweat, and she stammered in response, Well, he seems like a good person. You two are very compatible. Aaron's cheeks flushed as she shyly admitted, Yes, that's right. It's as if we were made for each other. As Aaron watched Aiden gravely converse with other nobles, she confided, Others find Aiden difficult to deal with, but to me, he is the kindest and sweetest person. I'm also trying to be kind as he is. Ulia, listening intently from the side, was full of admiration. Oh, I'm so envious of your relationship. Aaron continued with a bright smile. You know what? The other day, he even told me he missed me. Hearing this, Ulia could only force a laugh and exclaim, Oh my, haha. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Duchess of Leinster. Aiden walked over, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, and looked at Aaron with great affection. May I have this dance with you? Aaron then quickly followed Aiden, not forgetting to turn and bid Ulia farewell. The soft, gentle dance music began to play. Aiden and Aaron danced intimately amidst the crowd.
The romantic atmosphere between Aiden and Aaron made everyone who saw them admire and whisper, "Isn't this song composed under the Duke's instruction by a composer hired by the Duke? And the Duchess is the main character of the piece. Their waltz is always so captivating." Ulia stood silently to the side, observing intently.
Aiden's large hand gently supported Aaron's small waist. The two of them, perfectly in sync, gracefully swayed to the music. For a moment, Aiden's gaze drifted to one side, to where Ulia was watching intently. Aiden and Aaron's dance concluded to a chorus of cheers and applause. Then Aaron, intimately linking arms with Aiden, boldly declared, "I believe the elders now understand." Elder Diarny and the lady beside him reluctantly but bitterly admitted, "You two look wonderful together. I wonder why there were ever rumors of divorce." Not stopping there, Diarny continued, his voice harsh with reproach. "Even though that matter has been resolved, the humiliating rumors concerning the Leinster family have not entirely died down. Was it not due to the lady's imprudent judgment that this scandal arose?" Aaron, with a composed expression, gave a slight dismissive smile. "I know nothing of that. The honor of the Leinster family is not so easily tarnished for such a reason." The people around them began to take notice and whisper amongst themselves. Aiden watched silently, his lips still curved in a polite smile. His expression was cold, and his voice solemn. He spoke, "I am grateful that you have shown concern for my wife and me. I am, however, more concerned about the potential for truths that could truly tarnish the Leinster family's honor, far more than mere rumors."
Aiden looked straight into Diarn's overwhelming eyes, citing young Master Diarn's embezzlement case. Then Aiden turned to the other side and continued, "Or all the victims Justin Hunan has defrauded." The corner of Aiden's mouth subtly curved into a dignified expression, "The truths that can be proven." The other two immediately fell silent, trembling with anger, and reluctantly but politely replied, "Ha ha, we now admit that both of them are still on good terms." The tense conversation had come to an end. "We will enjoy the party." Aaron, with an excited expression and an unceasing smile, called out loudly, "Lady Claire!" Aaron and Claire clasped hands, their faces beaming, eyes narrowed in joyful smiles, chattering, "You've really come to the capital. I rushed over as soon as I received your invitation. I even had to postpone my own debut party." On this side, Frederick and Aiden also greeted them cordially and politely. "How many years has it been? Did you have a good trip?" Aaron's face showed clear anticipation as she asked with a bright smile, "We still have a lot to do. Do you have time to talk a bit today?" Claire also playfully winked in agreement. "Of course, there's so much I want to tell you." Frederick and Aiden escorted the two ladies, Claire and Aaron, into a private room to continue their conversation. "I was very surprised. You're the first one to know I've come to the capital, Aaron," Claire said. Aaron replied, "I'm doing business, so I've heard a few things here." Suddenly, Claire became serious, her voice frank. "In that case, you probably have more to say than to hear, don't you, Aaron?" Frederick gently sat down next to Claire and continued, "Have you found a solution regarding Lady Quinn's asset negotiations yet?" Aaron also looked towards Aiden, signaling. A detailed map was laid out, showing the areas open for negotiation between Lady Quinn and the Duke. The Fenneron region was merely barren land, and then there was a mansion near the border the Duke Quinn wanted to sell. Aaron took a breath and explained bit by bit. "Instead of any other assets, Lady Quinn will only take these two things. On the surface, it will look like she is incurring a loss." Frederick and Claire simultaneously watched intently, but wouldn't acquiring Fenneron actually be a loss? Aaron slowly analyzed in detail. Fenneron is essentially an area full of vineyards and wineries. Due to competition with wine produced in the south, it is now in a state of bankruptcy. Seemingly understanding, Claire listened intently. However, it's clear that Fenneron wine has never been of low quality. If the area is revived again, it will quickly be reborn. Things were gradually becoming clear. Just because the first place exists doesn't mean the second place is meaningless, right? There will always be a demand for good wine. Aaron continued to point out the advantages of this land. Furthermore, starting next year, there will be a drought in the southern region. In the next few years, Fenneron will become the place to meet the demand for wine. And finally, Aaron concluded, suggesting that since these places look desolate and worthless, the other side would agree immediately. With a puzzled expression, Frederick asked curiously, "So what's the value of that mansion? It has nothing to do with the wineries." Instantly, Aiden and Aaron both smiled faintly. Aaron's eyes shone brightly, and she proposed confidently, "Using that mansion as the centerpiece, we will plan to create an amusement park." The realistic scene of the dilapidated mansion came into view. The mansion had been abandoned for so long that it was covered in dust and cobwebs, overgrown with vines like a desolate ruin. However, it was large enough to evoke a royal palace, and upon closer inspection, one could see traces of the immense effort put into its structure, especially the unique patterns and prominent decorations inside the mansion. With wide, round eyes, Frederick exclaimed in bewilderment, "What is an amusement park?" Aiden also looked at Aaron puzzled and said, "I still don't quite understand it." Claire on her side similarly added, "Me neither." Aaron gently and slowly explained, "It's a place where people can come to have fun centered around a theme.
Frederick stroked his chin, looking puzzled, and emphasized the word fun. Finishing her explanation, Erin looked towards Claire and honestly revealed, "That's why I invited Claire here today." Claire involuntarily exclaimed, "Me?" Seeing Claire confused and not understanding what was happening, Erin stated frankly, "I heard you visited this area before."
Claire gradually understood bit by bit. "You want me to publish a travel diary?" Erin carefully explained. "No matter how much they pretend, everyone pays close attention to Claire's travels. We will add a description of this mansion and a few behind-the-scenes stories. I was inspired by Harris's travel diary. That will pique everyone's curiosity. And at the perfect time, we will open the amusement park. After the young lady becomes the crown princess, many people will want to follow her travel diary." At this point, Erin and Claire's eyes lit up. "But in reality, not everyone can travel, right?" Having understood everything, Claire added with a slight smile, "So it's about indirect satisfaction." Claire's face, a mix of satisfaction and delight, showed clear anticipation. "I think I'm starting to understand Erin's plan," Claire quickly affirmed with a confident tone. "Even in its chaotic state, this mansion still has a special charm. With a little effort, I'm sure I can see this place become somewhere everyone wants to visit." Frederick, who had been quietly listening, looked at Claire with proud eyes. Erin continued to discuss her plans. "What I just told you is only a preliminary business plan. We should look at least 5 years ahead." Aiden beside them also agreed. "And then everything will be far beyond Ducal Zarson's reach." Finally, everything became clear to Frederick, and it would also go far beyond His Majesty the Emperor's prying eyes. The image of His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Quinn appeared. As Erin predicted, His Majesty had offered significant commercial benefits to Duke Quinn. "He must want to prevent the divorce," Frederick said. And of course, with prior warnings, Lady Quinn was able to intervene. Frederick, in an excited tone, put forward his idea. "If we present these conditions now, the Duke will readily accept them, and your aunt will enjoy the benefits of both Alzarsa and the Empire."
Suddenly, Frederick turned to Erin and innocently asked, "Have you been to this place before, Erin? How do you know so much about it?" Erin waved her hand, forcing a smile, and vaguely replied, "I accidentally saw it many times in maps and books I read when I was little." Aiden, who was beside them, also chuckled and interjected, "That's right, she's been very interested in other countries for a long time." Erin was momentarily stunned and speechless, the conversation immediately getting to the heart of the matter.
Frederick's face was full of excitement, actively inviting, "Then let's raise a toast to our new comrades." Claire beside him, eyes crinkling in a smile, reminded, "Silently, please. We don't want anyone outside to hear." All four unanimously whispered in unison, "To Lady Quinn's divorce." Scene changed to where everyone was still engrossed and enjoying the party. The female musician played her instrument while singing in a clear, moving voice. Those were beautiful days. Even looking back, they were filled with small joys. Even looking back, the warm spring rain hadn't yet brightened, and the bright summer was very hot and boring, captivating all the noble young ladies. The small mouth continued to sing each sweet line. "So the promise trampled in winter. Farewell to my unrequited love. Farewell, heart with no place to return, leaving behind a heart that no longer trembles. I am going to a place with no seasons." Erin, expressionless, silently listened. Those were beautiful days. Even looking back now, the noblewomen began to whisper among themselves, "What a beautiful story. By the way, doesn't it feel strangely familiar?" "I think so too." A noblewoman, her voice hesitant, looked towards Erin. "The lyrics speak of a promise that sounds like a marriage vow." Erin, with a calm demeanor, gently offered a benevolent smile. "It seems similar to my situation, but the outcome is completely different." Erin's cheeks flushed with shyness as she spoke. "There was a brief discussion about a divorce between my husband and me, but in the end, it only served to affirm our deep affection." A scene of Erin and Aiden happily riding horses side by side appeared. "When spring is not yet cool, we will ride horses together." Next was an image of her and Aiden, side by side, filled with laughter. "Even when we are bored with summer, we will laugh together." Erin spoke with fervent pride. "And in winter, we will hold each other's cold hands." As Erin confided, she looked towards Aiden. "That's how we will always be a couple."
Aiden immediately looked back warmly, and we realized how it would continue. Erin also sweetly waved back at Aiden. "If I were to do that, the Emperor would quote my statement as representing the prevailing view in the Empire and use it as evidence to prevent Lady Quinn's divorce." Suddenly, Erin's tone became resolute as she spoke. "But please do not misunderstand me. In my view, divorce should only happen if we can no longer live together." Erin toyed with the fan in her hand and bluntly declared, "I am certain that everyone can recognize the strong relationship between my husband and me. At the very least, I can assure you of that."
Finishing her words, Erin's gentle face broke into a bright smile. "I only hope that everyone here can make that choice for themselves, and I will use my influence as I wish." A week later, at the estate of a magnificent mansion, Marchiana Serena respectfully welcomed her. "What a surprise to meet you here, Duchess of Leinster." Aaron calmly replied, Marciana Sonia. As they walked, Serena confided, there have been some changes in high society recently. Aaron also warmly continued the conversation. What are they? Suddenly, Serena brought up Ulia and asked, have you ever spoken with Lady Chart? She is still an innocent young lady. I heard she lived freely in the countryside. It will certainly be difficult for her to adapt to high society overnight. Aaron's gentle face offered a soft smile. Lady Ulia is quite charming when you speak with her. It won't be long before everyone comes to like her. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward, and Serena vaguely said, I hope so. Hearing this, Aaron also suddenly became very puzzled. The noble women inside were chatting animatedly. Oh my, Lady Ulia, do you have a scar on your wrist? Ulia honestly recounted, I was cut by a chisel. Another noblewoman, feigning sympathy with a sarcastic tone, said, oh dear, it won't go away, even with treatment. Aaron froze, watching everything unfold before her eyes. She must have done a lot of hard manual labor. Aaron's expression turned grim as she overheard the noblewomen's whispers. The life of a country girl must have changed instantly.
Serena leaned in, sneering, and whispered, do you know how she's been living until now? Doesn't she completely lack the qualities of a noble? Ulia pressed her lips together, silent, her expression one of forced endurance. Aaron clenched her hands, her face filled with surprise. Lady Chart, please try this wine. You surely couldn't have tried things like this where you used to live. What's happening? Suddenly, the wine glass was dropped, and at the same time, syrupy voices exclaimed, oh dear! Ulia's face turned pale, and she froze. Lady Chart, are you all right? Look at her dress, we once. Then gentle Ulia also spoke softly, dismissing it. It's all right, it's only a little spill. Aaron, observing from the side, looked extremely indignant. Doesn't she realize it was intentional? Ulia struggled to maintain a smile on her lips. But you also look great in this state, Lady Ulia. It's not a very big spill, is it? So you're still fine, right? Yes, A powerful female voice interrupted the conversation. What are you all discussing so merrily? Ulia's eyes quickly lit up with joy as she realized.
Ulia looked up and stared at Aaron. In response, Aaron looked straight back at her. Then Aaron gently sat down next to Ulia and said, I also wish to speak with Lady Ulia. The tea party continued amidst the lively chatter and laughter of the ladies. The more I heard, the more I felt that everything was truly different. I'm gradually understanding why the lady is so naive and easily swayed. We would never be like that. In response to the fake and scheming laughter, Aaron merely smiled faintly. Indeed. Suddenly, Aaron turned her attention to Ulia and offered a compliment. Even without being overly dressed up, Lady Charté still exudes a special aura and her inherent elegance. Ulia, deeply moved, humbly replied, Duchess of Leinster, you are far more elegant than I. Aaron smiled gracefully. Oh dear, I didn't expect to receive such a compliment. With a perfectly calm expression, Aaron continued to shower Ulia with praise. But it's truly good to hear that. Above all, you are also a humble person, Lady Charté. Then Aaron subtly glanced at the other noblewomen, implying, surely no one would be so rude as to make the mistake of mocking such humility, would they? That would be utterly improper. The two noblewomen who had just bullied Ulia immediately turned pale with fear. Aaron crossed her arms sternly and softly uttered, how interesting it is to gather together to eagerly mock someone. Serena began to listen intently to every word Aaron said, growing anxious. With a sharp gaze, Aaron decisively instructed, Lady Ulia Charté is the biological daughter of Marquis Charté. Furthermore, she is the only daughter whom the Marquise's family finally found after a long period of searching. Without any leniency, Aaron spoke directly. The reason you ladies can laugh mockingly right now is because of Lady Charté's sullies. Aaron's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her gaze inspiring awe and fear in others. However, Lady Charté is not the only one who can make today's incident public. Can you ladies handle the consequences? The room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone was utterly quiet.
Aaron's hand gently took Ulia's. Aaron stood up abruptly and said firmly, Can we leave now, Lady Trotty? Ulia looked bewildered but obediently followed. Huh? Oh yes. Aaron's face was full of dissatisfaction as she pondered. I had hoped Ulia was being treated well. Wouldn't I feel more at ease if she were happy without getting involved with Aiden? Aaron continued to firmly hold Ulia's hand and pull her away, whether in the novel or in reality. She still has a lively and confident personality. I had planned to keep my distance and not worry about it, but still. Now only Aaron and Ulia remained, sitting silently in the carriage, following along without much thought. Ulia then broke the awkward silence. Thank you for what you did earlier. Aaron, full of resentment, mumbled, Next time don't just stand there like that. Aaron continued, speaking frankly to Ulia. The Trotty family is a prestigious family. Even if you show a little anger, it won't tarnish their reputation. Ulia gently scratched her face, hesitantly explaining, That's not why I remained calm. Not understanding, Aaron looked at Ulia, wondering, What is it? Suddenly, Ulia innocently made a remark that made Aaron freeze. They all look so fragile. The short play is how to protect your life's destiny.
In the imaginary play, Aaron fiercely shouted, How dare you even dream of my Aiden? Ulia gently gripped Aaron's wrist with one hand. Ulia, looking strong, used her strength to overpower Aaron, who cried, Ah, let me go! The short play ended. Aaron, with a chaotic expression, pursed her lips and was momentarily speechless. "It's not that kind of atmosphere at all," she finally said. "That's why I like the protagonist." Suddenly, Aaron couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Later, after arriving at Shart Manor, Ulia, extremely grateful, politely spoke. "Thank you for today," she said. "I had a lot of fun." Suddenly, she became shy, her voice faltering and unable to form words.
Ulia's bright, clear eyes sparkled, reflecting Aaron's image, and her lips parted slightly as she softly called out, "Big sister." Aaron was also momentarily stunned, her heart stirred, unable to speak. The next day at Leinster Manor, Ulia, dressed in a modest, simple dress, ran over with a bright expression, saying, "I'm here." Aaron responded with an affectionate gaze, her voice gentle. "Welcome. Since Aiden went to the palace today, he won't have a chance to come meet you." A familiar voice called out, "Duke of Leinster." Aiden quickly responded with a serious greeting, "Lady Hurtis." Claire softly asked, "You're here to see His Highness, aren't you?" Suddenly, Claire became evasive, mumbling, "I'll leave so you can meet him." Aiden looked at Claire puzzled, thinking, something isn't quite right. Noticing Frederick's annoyed expression, Aiden softly said, "It seems you've had another interesting conversation today." He then abruptly took his leave, saying, "If you're busy, I'll come another time." Frederick, dissatisfied, snapped, "Are you just going to leave after seeing me like this?" Aiden turned his head to look at Frederick. "I don't want to add fuel to the fire." Frederick ran his hands through his hair in annoyance, muttering, "No more beating around the bush. I want to confide in you about a few things later." Aiden immediately cut him off and delivered grim news. The Emperor already knows about her conversation with Lady Quinn, causing Frederick to freeze for 0.1 seconds before the full impact of the dreadful news hit him. The Emperor already knows about our contact with Lady Quinn.
Frederick slumped into the chair, looking dazed. I was so surprised that it actually calmed me down. Aiden continued coldly, "Then we can discuss a few more things." Frederick ran his hand through his hair, looking helpless. "His Majesty is much more resolute than I thought." Aiden, standing silently and emotionless, spoke. "He will have to regain control of Lady Quinn's assets within the Empire if she truly divorces, especially those possessions that are the main source of income for the imperial family." Frederick stroked his chin, deep in thought. "We need to find a way to disrupt their communication." Suddenly, Aiden broke the silence. "But you also know that Marchioness Charté and Lady Quinn have been close friends since they were young. After their marriages, they continued to exchange letters." Frederick understood and quietly asked, "So you think we should disguise our communication as normal letters from Marchioness Charté, but secretly forging a marquis seal won't be easy, even I." Aiden gently presented an item and spoke calmly. "No, there is a much simpler way. A letter filled with carefully and neatly written lines. We are also aware of Princess Arista's current situation. If it is under the control of Marquis Charté, we are always willing to help." Frederick's face immediately lit up. Then Aiden, in a straightforward tone, asked, "So, what happened to Claire?"
Frederick's expression instantly changed completely. Frederick sadly recalled his conversation with Claire. "You know, Frederick, I have just returned from my trip, and there's a lot to sort out, so I need time to adjust to the changes over the past 3 years." Hearing Claire's hesitant confession left Frederick speechless. "We're not in a hurry, so how do you feel about taking your time to think about our marriage?" Extremely dissatisfied, Frederick thrashed on the couch, shouting, "I always thought Claire would be the one pushing for marriage, and then who was the one eagerly waiting for 3 years, huh?" Frederick suddenly became like a whiny child, rambling incessantly. "I've known her for over 10 years, but I still don't understand her. Now I don't even understand myself. Will we ever get married?" Frederick painfully revealed his thoughts. "I will marry Miss Claire Hortis. What if she's not smiling because she feels shy, but because she genuinely feels the need to hide her discomfort from the atmosphere?" The atmosphere grew heavy as Frederick mused aloud. "The more confident I become, the less certain things seem." Aiden, listening nearby, was at a loss for how to comfort him. A few days later, at the grand and magnificent Charté mansion,
Aiden was silently sitting, enjoying tea and listening. The bond between our families has grown stronger recently. Count Charté and his wife, full of gratitude, spoke softly. "I heard that the Duchess has taken very good care of my daughter. Furthermore, she is invested in our business, and we are very eager to express our gratitude." Aiden remained silent, looking pensive and lost in thought for a long.
Aiden remained silent, listening intently to the entire matter. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon something. He softly asked Count Chart, "What is that, Count Chart?" Count Chart happily replied, "Oh, do you mean this?" Count Chart proudly showed off the statues in the room. "My daughter sculpted a few pieces. Even though I didn't do anything for her, she made these for me just because I am her father." Count Chart's face was full of happy smiles as he said, "She did a wonderful job, didn't she? These days I'm very happy looking at them." Aiden's gaze remained cold, showing no hint of interest, as he softly remarked, "She has quite good technique." Meanwhile, Ulia was happily chatting with Aaron. "That's why I'm a little confused." Aaron, with a kind smile, said, "Don't overthink etiquette. Even if you make a mistake, if you do it with confidence, things can turn out surprisingly well. You'll adapt quickly, and I'll help you, so try to solidify your position at the next party." Ulia clasped her hands, blushing with gratitude, and replied, "Oh, thank goodness, I feel overwhelmed by all these social rules." Aaron's gaze was fixed on Ulia as she thought to herself, "What should I do? The more I look at Ulia, the more I like her." Footsteps grew increasingly clear. Ulia quickly stood up, looking flustered. "Hello, Duke." Aiden, with a somewhat displeased expression, stood silently in place. Only then did Aaron realize, and she sweetly but hastily said, "Aiden, I'm ruined. I completely lost track of time." The three of them just stood there in silence. "I don't want the two of them to end up together." Ulia quickly bowed politely and greeted Aiden. "Ulia Shart of House Shart bleats Duke Leinster." Aiden, with a cold expression, replied indifferently, "It's been a while."
Aaron looked incredibly nervous and anxious, momentarily unsure of what to do. Ulia, understanding the situation, quickly said goodbye. "I should head home now." Aaron, a little reluctant, quickly tried to stop her. "No, you can stay a little longer." Ulia looked at Aaron and politely said, "I'll invite you to visit next time. My parents said they really want to meet you at least once. You don't need to see me off." After that, Ulia bowed to Aiden and quickly left. Aaron silently watched Ulia's retreating figure disappear. Then she gently called out to Aiden, who was also looking in Ulia's direction. "Aiden?" Aaron looked at Aiden, gently and proactively inviting him. "Would you like a glass of wine before we go inside?" Aiden's attention fell on a statue on the table, and he softly asked, "What is that?" Aaron understood and replied hesitantly, "Oh, this—" Meanwhile, inside, Aaron couldn't hide her overwhelming happiness and praised it profusely. "It looks great, doesn't it? It looks exactly like me, right? She said she made it while thinking of me. She did this so well because she used to make toys for the children at the orphanage, didn't she? I received a gift from the female lead." Aaron thought to herself, then decided to speak aloud. "At least that's what I wanted to say, but I want to continue talking about Ulia in front of Aiden. Lady Shart gave it to me as a gift." Aiden's eyes stared at Aaron, and he said absolutely nothing. He looked at the statue Ulia had given his wife, resting neatly on the table.
Cheerful laughter and voices emanated from the Earl of Charte's mansion. "Are you going out again today, dear?" "Yes, I am." Ulia, looking hurried, quickly ran towards the door. "The Duchess said she would introduce me to Deepening, a sculptor. We'll be visiting the artist's studio at the Leinster exhibition." Lady Charte smiled gently, looking pleased. "I'm quite relieved to hear that you'll be accompanying the Duchess of Leinster." Ulia's eyes sparkled as she smiled brightly and said, "She's a truly wonderful person. Thanks to her, I've truly found myself." Suddenly, Ulia stared blankly ahead, where Aiden was gently stepping in. Aiden, dressed in a handsome, luxurious suit, walked in. Ulia's gaze suddenly became unsettled, her expression flustered. "Duke Leinster." Aiden walked directly towards Ulia and spoke seriously. "There are a few things I wish to discuss with you, Miss Charte." Inside a dress shop, a respectful voice suddenly rang out. "Duchess Leinster, what a surprise to see you here, Lady Andonia." The girl standing next to her offered a polite smile and began to show off her knowledge. "I hear you've been spending a lot of time with Miss Charte lately." Aaron glanced at the girl, thinking to herself, "This person holds significant influence in high society. She must be here to speak with me." The other girl was a little curious, wondering what kind of person Lady Charter was. Aaron didn't turn her head, her hand gently touching the fabric as she began to speak. "She is intelligent and full of resolve. After getting to know her, I realize that we are quite close." The girl glanced at Aaron with a flattering look. "Oh, how interesting to hear that from you, Duchess Lannister. Are you also helping with the search?" Hearing this, Aaron immediately shot her a sideways glance. "What are you trying to say?" The girl's face went blank as she explained. "I'm talking about a potential marriage candidate for Lady Charter. It seems you're also looking for someone." Then a firm affirmation came from the girl. "That's why Lady Charter has become quite a hot topic of discussion, even though some people dismiss her." Noticing her attitude, Aaron feigned disinterest and asked casually, "Is that so?" She couldn't understand why she hadn't considered that issue herself. Remembering the image of that elegant man, Aaron thought about making sure that Ulia and Aiden wouldn't end up together. In that case, would she end up with someone else if Ulia's partner didn't appear? Standing behind Aaron, the girl instinctively covered her mouth in surprise about something, wondering, should I help her find someone as long as it's not Aiden? Then she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I must have gotten too excited and said too much." She then quickly covered her mouth, making an excuse to leave. "It was a pleasure meeting you today, madam. I shall take my leave now." But Aaron still felt a little aggrieved inside. "Are you planning to leave after just provoking someone?" Aaron's face flushed as she glared at the girl's retreating back. "It's time to pick up Ulia." Aaron slowly stepped out of the carriage, right after hearing the announcement from outside.
We have arrived at Marquis Chart's mansion. Before her eyes was a luxurious grand staircase with a door adorned with colorful, ornate patterns. Seeing Aiden about to step out, Erin's heart suddenly made a judgment. Aiden, is he coming out after meeting the Marquis? He had said that the Chart family would help Madame Quinn. Disregarding her thoughts, she still raised her hand to wave and called out loudly, "Hey!" Aiden was walking happily alongside Ulia, and Erin felt a little dazed and froze at this sight.
Nevertheless, she still called out loudly, "Aiden!" This time, both of them heard and glanced in that direction. Ulia saw Erin and called out, "Sister!" At the same time, Aiden also called her name, Erin. Hearing this, she feigned complete innocence and asked, "What a surprise to see you here!" Hearing this, Aiden immediately explained that he had some matters to discuss with Miss Chart. She immediately asked back, "With Miss Chart, not with the Marquis?" Aiden looked at Erin and explained that he had met the Marquis last time, and he had recognized Miss Chart's excellent sculpting talent. Hearing these words, Ulia was extremely surprised, placing a hand on her chest and asked for confirmation. "My sculpting?" Aiden stared at Ulia and made a suggestion. "If we want to exchange correspondence with Lady Quinn through the Marquis' territory, we need a safe method. If you sculpt the sculpture as a gift, we can hide the correspondence inside." Ulia's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "It definitely won't be discovered," she exclaimed. "I don't remember clearly, but I heard that when I was little, Lady Quinn was very fond of me." Erin instinctively clapped her hands in agreement. "Oh, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that?"
"Thank you, Ulia." Upon receiving this thanks, Ulia was overjoyed, as if celebrating a festival, but still tried to restrain herself, feigning shyness. "It's nothing. I'm very happy to be able to help you." Aiden's gaze suddenly dropped downwards, then became pensive. Suddenly, a question was asked. "But Erin, what are you doing at Chart Manor?" As soon as the words were spoken, her face stiffened, and she stammered, About that." Then a lie suddenly slipped out. "I was planning to visit Gemmalin's workshop with Ulia." Then she glanced at him excitedly. "Can you come?" "Huh? Me?" A trace of sadness still lingered in his eyes, but words of encouragement still rang out. "You can't? It would be fun to go as a group, because I've prepared everything there for you, and I'm fine with everything." Inside, everyone was still constantly discussing their own issues. "Every time I attend social gatherings, everyone asks me about marriage." Erin walked along, sighing in expiration. Ulia, walking beside her, continued to explain. "I only want to marry someone I truly like, and my parents have sincerely accepted that." She walked along, placing a hand on her hair. Although I think it's because they feel guilty." Erin instinctively glanced sideways. "Is that why you don't mention the disrespectful behavior directed at you in high society to the Marquis and Marchioness?" In response to Erin's question, Ulia immediately explained, "If they knew I couldn't adapt, I think they would feel even more guilty."
Honestly, I don't find everything to be difficult or unfortunate. I still have beautiful memories to look back on. And I've lived a rather happy life on my own path. I've never felt miserable because of it. Ulia kept explaining herself as she walked. However, saying that I cherished that time would probably hurt my parents, because for them, it was a difficult period. Suddenly, Erin chimed in, following up on Ulia's words. On the other hand, if you tell them you're happy, that might alleviate some of the burdens the Marquis and Marchioness carry. Once things have settled down, you should tell them about it. Erin's next words made Ulia's eyes widen in utter surprise. "They'll understand how you feel." These words reached Ulia's ears, and she unconsciously turned to stare in one direction. Immediately after, she stammered again. I'm happy because of how things are now." She propped her chin as if in thought. "Anyway, I've had you by my side."
Erin's heart seemed to blossom the moment she heard those words. She was also very happy that they had become close. Suddenly, Aiden appeared and made an announcement. "Starting tomorrow, you will have direct access to Demelan's workshop." Ulia was overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes. "We will provide everything you need from our side, so please start as soon as possible." For me to use a part of this workshop, which is filled with masterpieces? Just visiting it is already a moving experience. Ulia was brimming with such love for life that Erin couldn't help but laugh when she saw her. "I've truly received too many gifts from the two of you." Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the room. "Erin, you don't know why Lady Claire is hesitant about marriage, do you?" Erin immediately replied, "Yes." The young man walked over and handed the young woman a board. When Claire suddenly said she wanted to travel, Frederick was the only one who supported her. Normally, he had thought they would marry upon her return. Considering it was a royal wedding, preparing for it alone would take many years. Erin slowly put a piece of cake into her mouth and then spoke. "So that's why Frederick is worried." Aiden pondered for a moment and then spoke. He said that the more confident he becomes, the more uncertain everything seems.
She glanced indifferently. Claire had been traveling for 3 years. Of course she would have changed a lot. Erin looked at him again with extreme affection. "There's still so much about me that Aiden hasn't realized yet, and I want to travel too." Her gaze, as it conveyed these words, also held a hint of worry. "The things we need to bring, Aiden."
She kept dreaming. I'll take you with me in my travel carriage, a pumpkin carriage for some reason. He suddenly closed his eyes and gave a wry smile. Aaron, are you drunk? Aaron leaned back and replied, a little. I'm in a good mood today. His eyes showed a gentle tenderness. Don't worry too much. He leaned his face closer. If our feelings for each other are still like they were at the beginning, there won't be any problems. The cheese is delicious, isn't it? It's fruit cheese, yes. Lady Quinn's divorce has concluded. I heard the Duke quickly accepted the asset division we proposed. Moreover, I heard the Duke has a mistress, right? It seems Lady Quinn revealed the news of the divorce to her, making her yearn for the position of Duchess. Because of the mess caused by the mistress, I heard Duke Quinn agree to the divorce without going through the usual procedures. Inside the family meeting, the man holding the letter in his hand declared loudly, the royal family will soon make an official announcement.
Hearing that, Aaron's eyes widened in wonder as she asked, will His Majesty accept? His Majesty only wants to prevent the divorce. He wouldn't want internal strife among the royal family members. Frederick, hearing this, continued to explain, His Majesty holds that grudge. Then he flashed an arrogant smile. Perhaps because my aunt was so impressed with the amusement park idea, she said she wanted to meet Aaron. Aaron's expression seemed to be trying to appear cool, but inwardly she thought, great. Inside a splendid flower garden, a voice rang out, Aiden, do you have to leave again after coming home? You should go ahead. That smitten man immediately replied, I'll wait for you. On this side, Aaron said sternly, there are some important matters for us ladies to discuss, so it might take a while. Aiden, hearing her question, gave a gentle smile. I can wait as long as it takes. At that moment, she turned and walked away, thinking to herself, Ulia is coming today. I want you to leave so you don't have to meet her. His figure gradually receded, but a question still reached his ears. Aaron, do you always discuss business with the Duke like this? Aaron replied, that's right. That person then continued to ask, when Aiden first started his own business, I invested in it. Since then, we've always done everything together. Claire, walking, offered a compliment. That's impressive. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have had the chance to help Frederick's work. The moment the words were spoken, Aaron glanced over with surprise. Claire's hand reached out and plucked a flower branch. I never thought I'd be like this, directly involved in his work. Then Aaron turned and said, Claire, you spent almost 3 years traveling. Not just me, but other ladies in the capital couldn't do that either. However, Claire calmly replied, that was possible because the crown prince supported me. Frederick's words came to mind. Becoming the crown princess will have many restrictions, so he suggested I try traveling before marriage. Her back suddenly turned away with a sad expression. But after returning, I'm still scared.
She laughed uproariously while riding her horse. Outside the empire, I cried, I laughed, and I had all sorts of unfamiliar experiences. I can't imagine what I would be like after marriage. That's probably because the current empire strongly believes in traditional roles. The powerful and conservative atmosphere of the imperial family was too unfamiliar for a young woman who had just become a member of the imperial family. Claire's words continued to echo. No matter how much I like Frederick, I'm not confident that I can live a life like that. But Aaron hesitated and then continued. After that, would you still want to travel again? The question was met with a reply. I'm not sure anymore. So Aaron's hand reached out to take the flower and replied to Claire's astonishment. I also thought about leaving to travel after getting divorced, but if I did that, I would definitely regret it. Aiden always respected me, and he supported everything I did. A sudden image of the two of them affectionately together came to mind. The time I would spend with such a person in the future, that would also be an interesting journey for me. The moment the words finished, the flower stem was plucked.
Claire gazed absently at the petal in Aaron's hand. His Highness will surely respect and support whatever you wish to do. Frederick still smiled brightly in Aaron's memory, because that's the kind of person he was. As the petal changed hands, Claire immediately affirmed with certainty, he will do so. She quietly looked at the petal again, then continued, when we discussed things, Frederick always asked for my opinion first. In front of the gate, Aaron suddenly asked a gatekeeper, what did you say? The gatekeeper immediately replied, Duke Frederick wants me to inform you that he will return home first. The words just spoken filled Aaron's heart with many thoughts. Did he just leave after saying he would wait for me? Aiden did that? A look of confusion still lingered on her face. He left immediately after receiving a message that someone from the Shart family had arrived at the mansion.
Beneath a tree where Ulia was standing, a voice unexpectedly rang out. Greetings, my lady. The Duke and Lady Shart are in the garden. A man and a woman stood side by side, conversing. I was very surprised to hear you left midway. The man immediately replied, it's time for me to start preparing for my afternoon schedule. Aaron turned and replied, I heard she was waiting alone. Ulia stared down at the ground, so I chatted with her for a bit before leaving. At the same time, Aaron walked over, calculating, I guess it's not a big deal. Then she smiled brightly and replied, thanks to you, Lady Ulia must not have been bored. Has Marchioness Shart heard the news about Lady Quinn yet?
The question, once posed, commanded immediate attention. Yes, I have. At this moment, Claire, still reading a letter, raised a hand to cover her mouth shyly. My mother was very happy. She will be meeting Lady Quinn after some time, so she has already prepared a few things. Erin continued speaking as she walked. You've been a great help recently, so I'd like to give you a few things in return. Ulia wavered slightly upon hearing this. Oh, there's no need. I'm happy to help. Erin walked forward, continuing to speak. Ulia, don't refuse, and just... Her unfinished sentence was cut off by Claire. There's really no need. Then, in her embarrassment, Ulia could only exclaim, I'm very rich. Erin shot her a skeptical look. Ulia then hesitated. Of course, I would be. A look of excitement suddenly appeared on Ulia's face as she considered the Marchioness's family's wealth. No, that's not what I meant. She gradually recalled receiving gifts and then recounted. Every time I do something at the Duke's request, he gives me money.
Erin was momentarily stunned. Aiden? Ulia tried to justify herself. At first, I also refused. The image of Aiden gradually formed in my mind. It was perfectly normal for me to receive compensation for the time and effort I invested. Ulia blushed and covered her ears. But after hearing that, it filled me with confidence. Moreover, he gave me more money than I expected. It's like I've become rich. She began to shout, embarrassed and angry. Sister! Erin merely brushed it off. I know, that's money you earned yourself. At this, Ulia became extremely excited. She understands. But immediately after, Erin's next words hit her. But you said you earned money through sculpting before coming to the capital. These words made Ulia press her lips together, unable to speak, because it was money earned through art. Afterwards, she continued to justify herself. It's not like selling necessities. I'm happy to have my efforts and my artwork recognized. Her eyes sparkled, tinged with red, and the two sisters' hands clasped tightly together. I can't help you with the financial aspect, because my husband already took care of that, but please accept it. Then their conversation echoed through the castle. I want to choose a dress for you for the Hay family's party. Oh, please, I'll rely on you. I still can't decide even after looking at several dresses. Inside the letter appeared the words, My beloved sister has departed to return to the empire after the conclusion of her marriage. Angarina Aranyasta remains a member of the imperial family and deserves to reclaim her title as princess. I hope everyone will warmly welcome her. The man's gaze remained fixed on the letter. He knows, doesn't he?
Erin calmly closed her eyes and spoke. Princess Oren Asta is returning to the Empire. The letter said it would be about 2 weeks. It would be great to introduce a new dessert when she returns, but I don't know the princess's preferences. That's why I'm entrusting this task to you, Brody, the voice continued. The man's eyes held a hint of sadness as he replied, Yes, I will do my best. Suddenly a white horse appeared from somewhere. Inside the room, the two silently admired each masterpiece. At this moment, Frederick, holding Claire's hand tightly, entered the room, thanking everyone for coming and joining him tonight to mark the end of his journey. At the same time, Frederick looked at Claire with tender and utterly doting eyes. She continued to speak. Furthermore, we want to share another piece of good news with everyone. Her introduction continued. We, Prince Frederick Arianesta and Lady Claire Harris, hereby announce that next year we will prepare for a royal wedding. Suddenly, a man intimately leaned close to Erin and whispered in her ear, Erin, I feel like you've been avoiding me today. At this, she could only offer an innocent smile in response. Hee, Lady Ulia needs to shine at the party today, and I've helped her with everything, so I'm a little worried. Erin placed a hand over Aiden's mouth, silencing him. Just wait for me today, Aiden. I'll give you double the praise when we get home to make it up to you. Suddenly, murmurs rose from the crowd. Is that Lady Shart? Then everyone's attention suddenly turned to a wrist. Oh my, look at her wrist. A few days prior, Erin had suddenly wondered, have you had these scars on your wrists for a long time? Ulia calmly replied, Oh, I got this scar recently while sculpting. Hearing this, she responded, Ah, so there are some new scars too. Thinking about how people around might react made Ulia hesitate. Should I wear long sleeves to cover it? Erin then suggested, No, wouldn't it be better to wear long gloves? Then Erin pondered, calculating, but some people will still gossip, and Ulia doesn't need to try to hide those things. Then she came up with an idea. Ulia, what if we try this?
Unusual and beautiful patterns appeared on Ulia's hands. Ulia felt happier and more joyful when people praised her, saying, Lady Ulia, you look truly beautiful today. Upon receiving the compliment, she shyly thanked them. Did you draw the patterns yourself? The question was met with a confident reply. I just wanted to show off my skills a little. This led to a request. They look really beautiful. Could you draw them for me next time? Watching her younger sister bask in compliments and confidence, Erin couldn't help but think to herself, I didn't think she would use the decorative patterns based on my idea and truly bring them to life with her talent. Ulia's smile shone brightly in the crowd, and that sight simultaneously made Erin happy as well. Suddenly someone called out, Duchess of Leinster.
Claire suddenly approached and offered her thanks for attending today, saying that thanks to her, her worries had disappeared. Erin calmly replied, You've made a big decision, Lady Claire. Then Claire stepped forward and introduced Lady Ulia Shart. I've heard so much about you. Welcome back. Hearing this, Ulia also continued, Lady Hertis, I also welcome your return. Seeing the patterns on Ulia's hands, Claire was suddenly taken aback and wondered, did you draw these flowers yourself? You're truly talented. Ulia confidently showed off her skill. I've been carving since I was little. Their conversation, whether it was just enthusiastic chatter or not, began to echo. Oh, do you know the sculpture Demille Land? I discovered one of his earliest workshops during my trip. Oh my, really? Claire immediately asked if she wanted to see it, adding, it's so big it can't even be displayed in the banquet hall. Then they burst out laughing in unison. From a distance, Aaron confidently mused, building a close relationship with the future crown princess as well. Now no one can bother my Ulia. Then Frederick suddenly stepped in, interrupting. So now, Lady Shart, these young ladies seem to have many questions for you. As soon as Ulia spoke up, please ask away, Claire was pulled away by Frederick, who said, and I need to borrow my fiancé for a moment. The scene was incredibly luxurious and splendid. Beneath the archway, the two stood talking to each other. Thank you for taking the initiative, Claire. Claire's eyes suddenly sparkled strangely. Frederick continued to explain, because you were raised to be my fiancé, I've seen you gradually feel more pressure from the marriage. From a young age, Claire had endured words of pressure, especially after she became the crown princess.
Claire replied sadly, I'm sorry for that, Frederick. But he still tried to comfort her. It's okay, it's okay. Looking at the surroundings, he continued, I know better than anyone. The archaic and unjust rules of the royal family might make people comfortable, but they can also suffocate them. They possess the most in the empire, yet are also the most constrained. The most ridiculous thing is that among them, only a few truly care for the future benefit of the empire. Their hands intertwined. I'm thinking of removing them little by little, and I've always wanted to embark on that journey with you. Claire's eyes welled up when she heard Frederick say, of course, you won't have as much freedom as you do now, but at least you won't be dragged down by any chains. The image of the two of them ascending the throne gradually appeared, after the walls that imprisoned her and me and many others on our path are destroyed. He gave a radiant smile. I know it's late, but Claire, will you take the first step with me?
Claire suddenly pressed a quick kiss to his lips, so fast he had no time to react. Then she whispered, scolding, Hey, you idiot, you're too late. We had already taken a few steps together. Inside the room, everyone was still engrossed in dancing. They continuously praised, how wonderful, Lady Shart. She secretly mused, predicting that she was popular with the young girls. Suddenly, a man rushed over, startling one of the girls. The man extended his hand and asked, would you like to dance with me? However, her face grew more anxious as she replied, no, I want to rest now. But the man persisted, weren't you free just a second ago? Despite this, the girl tried to explain, that's because I'm a little tired now. The man, both angry and arrogant, yelled, oh, don't you know who I am? I am a viscount and related to the royal family. Ulia, hearing these words, intervened to mediate. This young lady wishes to rest. Perhaps you could ask her another time. Hearing this, he immediately shifted his attention to her. Oh, it's Lady Shart. So would you like to dance with me now? Hearing the offer, a young lady nearby spoke up to warn. Don't do it. That man groped me while dancing. But Ulia still tried to politely refuse. I apologize, Viscount Carson. I'm not very good at dancing. He was angry but persisted. All right then, I will slowly teach you. Aaron, witnessing this scene, felt a little uneasy.
Meanwhile, Ulia was still silently cursing in her heart. What the hell? Ulia's refusal suddenly caught Aaron's attention. Please let go of my hand. He kept pulling her. Come here, dance with me. But Ulia, both pleading and refusing, said, Viscount, please stop. However, observing her actions, Aaron silently calculated, wouldn't it just take a little more strength to push his hand away? She suddenly recalled the past and secretly glanced at the man with concern. They both looked so vulnerable, but because it was Ulia, she would silently endure it, just like last time. Marquis Gasson continued to arrogantly shout, don't you know who I am? At this moment, Aaron suddenly rushed through the crowd in anger. I guess I have to go in and sort this out. She looked at the man in front of her with surprise. The man's back blocked her entire view. In her heart, Aaron silently called his name once, Aiden. Aiden stepped forward, firmly grabbed Marquis Gasson's hand and pushed it aside. Marquis Gasson's feet began to stumble out of rhythm, and at the same time, Aiden suggested, you want to dance that badly? Then dance with me. The Viscount immediately face-planted, accompanied by Aiden's contemptuous remark, oh dear, it seems you're not very good at dancing. Aiden suddenly looked at him with cold eyes. The fear in Ulia's heart gradually dissipated. The two of them suddenly looked at each other with deep affection. Standing far away, Aaron calmly watched their actions and conversation. Did she see something? Duke Leinster was not the type of person to help others without a reason. The image of the three of them laughing and talking happily at the dining table suddenly appeared. Both of them had treated her very well.
The Duchess seems to be similar to Lady Charté. They give me a similar feeling. One image after another came to mind. Oh dear, now that I think about it, I saw Duke Leinster and Lady Charté talking together.
At that time, the Duke seemed to have a slight smile, and no sooner had the words left his lips than a question rang out. Really? It seems something is happening. What will become of the Duchess then? Aaron was stunned, suddenly realizing after recalling so many memories that they still appeared very close even now. What could this relationship be? She knew Aiden wouldn't do that. Every action of the man and woman was deeply etched in Aaron's heart, but small things she had never thought of were happening little by little. He had never before looked directly into someone's eyes, paid attention to someone he had never cared about, or made unconscious physical contact. Aiden's hands still held Ulia tightly, not letting go. Aaron's eyes welled up, as if she couldn't believe what was about to happen. At this moment, Aiden also glanced at Aaron, but there was no expression on his face. At that very moment, Aaron turned and walked away in disappointment. She walked along the corridor when someone suddenly called out, "Welcome back, Duchess." Aiden, standing behind, instinctively spoke up. "Do you need my help?" Aaron pushed the servant away from her. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden approached to care for her tenderly, but her heart wavered slightly. "I had forced myself to endure it, just enough, but it seems I still can't resolve this, except for Aaron."
While he was untying his shirt, a stream of thoughts kept swirling in her head. The Duke would vehemently refuse anyone else to have close contact with him. Suddenly, she called his name, and he responded, Memories of holding hands continued to surface. For Aiden to fully overcome his emotional wounds, he still needed Ulia Chart. Aaron turned to look at Aiden intently. "Are you still uncomfortable when touching others?" The question made him quietly glance at her. Her gaze began to change after his confession. "No, I'm fine now." Aaron, disbelieving, asked again, "Really? That's a relief." He replied with a smile, "Indeed." He suddenly wrapped his arms around Aaron and said, "From now on, you don't have to worry anymore." Her gaze in the mirror was sharp, Duke Leinster. Aiden's arm trembled unsteadily. Before he realized it, his breathing became uneven, and his face flushed as if he were suffocating. Images continued to surface. Ulia speaking with concern, "Are you all right? I've shown you a terrible sight." Ulia took his trembling palm in her hands and reassured him, "Don't worry, holding hands like this will allow you two to share warmth with each other." Thoughts continued to surface as Aiden stared at Ulia with a serious expression.
"So these hands are the strength I send to you, Duke, to let you know that you are all right." Aaron, looking envious, clawed fiercely at the door. As if by magic, Aiden's breathing became calm. Ulia's every word touched Aiden's heart, silently but deeply. At this moment, Aiden was still sound asleep, while Aaron remained sitting on the bed, lost in thought. Ulia was the first to give him a different impression.
She placed her hand on Aiden's head, stroking it, then called his name, Aiden. She looked at him with pained eyes and asked, "Do I still hold any value to you if you no longer love me?" Then she hesitantly declared, "When that moment comes, I will." Outside a tea shop named Patisserie Angela, this was her first visit to Angela's branch tea room. Ulia happily expressed, "I met so many people at the last party, all thanks to you." Suddenly, Aaron seriously called her name, Ulia. Aaron began, "Do you remember when I asked you what you thought of Aiden?" Ulia quickly glanced around nervously. "Ah, yes, I do." Then Aaron continued to inquire, to Ulia's apprehension, "So what about now? What do you think of Aiden now?" Her hand gripped her teacup tightly as she replied, "At first, there was a bit of awkwardness when interacting with him, but it's different now." Images of Aiden flashed through Ulia's mind. Quite the opposite. He is very amiable and mature. She began shyly. "If I were to highly rate my fondness for him, it seems he supports me even more than I do myself." Aaron always reminded herself that neither Aiden nor Ulia would betray her, but if their hearts were drawn to each other by the power of fate, they would not hesitate to accept it. Then Aaron pressed her lips together. "Because that's how I endure." Then she began to confide. "There are a few things I'll only tell you, Ulia. How I became close to Aiden and how I like him. Currently, Aaron's sole purpose is, I must draw a line and put an end to this as soon as possible. This is what I truly want you to hear. Prolonging this will only cause more suffering for all of us." An announcement rang out. "Our schedule has been completed earlier than expected." Aiden suddenly grew worried. "Aaron didn't tell me where she would be going today." Felix, looking extremely uneasy about the situation, explained, "The madam has already gone to Angela's pastry shop. She's probably there to Miss Charté." At this moment, Aiden tilted his head thoughtfully and called out Ulia Charté's name. Meanwhile, inside the cafe, Aaron continued to confide. "You know, when Aiden was little, he was even more irritable than he is now. We got married too young. Even as a married couple, we were more like friends, and it was Aiden who first fostered these feelings." Aaron, still with her head bowed, recounted, "Indeed, and at some point, I realized that my heart was also drawn to him, so it's hard to say who started liking the other first."
Even though she tried not to admit to herself that she liked him, she could never control her emotions. Aiden's image always lingered in her mind when she thought of him, as if he had enticed her to agree with his eyes. Then Erin continued to reaffirm her commitment, saying she loved her husband and that they had promised to be together for the rest of their lives. Aiden is truly good, isn't he? I won't blame you. But deep down, she told herself, rather I should be the one to apologize. Then she continued, I just want to say that my feelings will never change. Her next words made Ulia's face darken. No matter what happens, I will not give up, Aiden. I believe you know exactly why I'm telling you this. Ulia's eyes were now welling up with tears. Erin's eyes suddenly darted towards the window, her mind already calculating. I think this will be the end of our relationship. It seems causing her pain is an unavoidable fate. Then Ulia bowed her head, sobbing, and asked again, Why? Why do both of you suspect me? Erin suddenly lowered her gaze, deep in thought, saying nothing. But a second later, what Ulia said made her question again. What? Ulia, what do you mean by that? Ulia firmly asserted, I have no feelings for the Duke at all. A hint of awkwardness appeared on Erin's face. And I'm not interested in you in that way either. That day at Shart Manor, Ulia stood before Aiden and spoke. Have you seen the statue I gave to Erin? At that moment, Aiden stroked his chin and said, Your observational skills are quite impressive, to sculpt Erin's high nose bridge and small eyelids. She was overjoyed. Oh, so you noticed too? Every time I see them, I find them so captivating. Then Ulia began to express her admiration. I greatly admire your audacity in staring at another man's wife like that, Aiden said. Ulia's eyes shone brightly with excitement, while Aiden's eyes held intense murderous intent.
Then, at the art exhibition, when I asked you to sculpt the statues, please contact the Leinster household directly. More precisely, don't go through Erin. She immediately replied, Yes, understood. And in Erin's garden, the two spoke in a very private place. Aiden spoke first. Let's talk a bit before Erin gets back here. I heard that Erin is helping you prepare for the party at the Hertz mansion. Ulia excitedly replied, That's right, she's teaching me how to adapt to high society. She still maintained a demeanor easily misunderstood by others. Honestly, there was a time when Erin always helped me at the tea party, and since then, Aiden still tried to keep his distance, replying coldly, I know. Ulia, being nosy, wondered, Did she tell you? The reply was just a curt no.
When asked, You must really like my wife, don't you? Ulia confidently replied, Of course. As you can see, meeting her after arriving in the capital was truly a blessing. And just like that, his face darkened, as if her true nature had been revealed. His subsequent words touched the young woman's heart, which is why she met Erin alone, looking at her with innocent eyes and communicating more often than necessary. Preparing for the party was just an excuse, wasn't it? Don't think you have a special relationship with her just because you call her sister, Lady Katie. At that moment, Ulia was utterly astonished and worried, secretly wondering, What's wrong with this guy? Then, as the two held hands, Ulia asked Erin, Do you know what he said at Claire's welcome party? While she was still wondering why he had helped her, a mocking voice rang out. You have strong hands indeed. You could have immediately freed yourself from him. Were you waiting for Erin to come rescue you? At that moment, Ulia's eyes welled up as Aiden continued to taunt. I find your obvious scheme quite irritating. Erin's eyes now showed a hint of embarrassment. Ulia continued, I can endure it when only the Duke acts like that. She wiped away her tears with an utterly disappointed expression. But even you doubted me, which hurt me deeply. Erin quickly stepped closer. Ulia, I am truly sorry. Just then, Aiden, with an angry expression, walked over. Erin found the scene somewhat amusing, but Ulia cast an unusual glance, and Aiden's rage slowly erupted. Erin still raised a hand to explain. Wait, Aiden, it's not what you think. Calm down. She then wondered to herself, Am I now in a position where I have to explain myself? Erin sighed behind Aiden and then mused. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Ulia. Ulia immediately waved her hand when she heard the question. You were very upset, weren't you? Ulia merely smiled calmly. I'm just happy that you trusted me. I can even swear that I like you much more than the Duke, and I also support my sister's precious love.
At this moment, his face contorted into a scowl, like an old man's, upon hearing Erin's suggestion. Aiden, you should apologize too. He could only obey his wife, sighing as he spoke. I apologize for my disrespect, Lady Chardy. Despite this, he remained extremely angry. From now on, you can feel comfortable when meeting Erin. Ulia still smiled innocently. I will, Your Grace. Incidents like these often happen when two people love each other too much. Sitting next to him, Ulia spoke up. I also have something I'm passionate about, so I understand how you feel. These words surprised Erin, who asked, Something you like? Ulia's hand on the table clenched with determination. I want to try to delve deeply into sculpture.
Now that I have a workshop and don't have to worry about making a living, I can't stop thinking about seriously pursuing it right now. She smiled confidently. I want to sculpt so many things. I even dream about them. Honestly, that's why I haven't even thought about marriage or dating. Then she excitedly exclaimed, That's admirable, Ulia. I'll support you.
Ulia's heart bloomed like a flower.
Thank you, Aaron. Their conversation continued. I'll see you off, Ulia. Is that his carriage, right? Aiden's, yes. The eyes of others suddenly showed judgment. This made Aaron freeze and exclaim, "Ah!" The woman hesitantly wondered to herself, "Is that?" Then Aaron silently confirmed with certainty, "It's definitely her." No way. Did she hear everything? The lady stood there with her arms crossed, her face stern and looking straight ahead. Brody beside her looked a little worried. She was none other than the royal princess, now returned to the empire, Angelina Ariniasta. Aaron Zahad's eyes lit up and she marveled inwardly. As a very reliable ally in the original story, I've always wanted to meet her. She broke into a sweat. The current situation made her extremely flustered. Aaron Zahad stood in the middle of the room, lamenting, "But I definitely didn't want to meet her under these awkward circumstances."
Aiden Leinster and Aaron Zahad bowed respectfully. He spoke softly. Duke Aiden Leinster greets the princess. Angelina Ariniasta nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed on Aaron Zahad. She said, "Everyone I wish to meet and thank is all in one place." Princess called Ulia Chart by name. "Ulia, the daughter of my dear friend." She suddenly looked up. Countess Chart had previously happily boasted to her, "Angelina, guess what Ulia did?" This put her in a very good mood. Angelina Ariniasta said with a smile, "Rowena's paintings have become more cheerful, and your return has also brought me joy." The princess's attention then returned to Aaron Zahad. She said softly, "And Aaron Leinster, there are many things I wish to ask you." Angelina Ariniasta looked at her unusually flushed face and slowly explained, "Given the circumstances, now is not the right time." Angelina Ariniasta smiled kindly, her calm voice resonating. "Let's meet another time and have a long chat." Aaron Zahad seemed not to have expected things to unfold this way, and an indescribable emotion stirred within her. Without hesitation, she replied, "I am ready anytime." The king sat on his powerful throne, listening to the presentation below. "I shall leave the gold mining operations under your majesty's authority as before, provided only that the dividend ratio for me is adjusted." Angelina Ariniasta bowed and declared loudly, "I shall reclaim all of my territory. I have also purchased a mansion in the capital suburbs and will live there from now on."
The emperor quickly replied, "There's no need to live outside the palace. I've already ordered the servants to renovate the princess's palace." A resolute voice cut him off. "Your Majesty." Angelina Ariniesta looked him straight in the eye, firmly stating her opinion. "Because I was born and raised in the royal palace, I was forced into an unwanted marriage. I will never again call a place I don't wish to stay home." Angelina Ariniesta turned her back with utmost resolve and softly said, "I'll take my leave." The emperor suddenly spoke. "Do you hate me?" Hearing this, she turned her head and smiled. "No, I am simply filled with determination, for I have decided to take control of my own life." Waiting outside were Frederick and Claire Harris, who cheerfully spoke up. "Welcome back, Aunt." Angelina Ariniesta said proudly, "You've grown up, my nephew, and so have you, Miss Harris."
Claire Harris replied excitedly, "I hope you can live a full life from now on." Angelina Ariniesta agreed with her, slowly outlining the plan she had prepared in advance. "That's right. First, I plan to host a party at the new mansion to celebrate my return. It will be a grand affair." Aaron Zahad was still bewildered after that brief conversation. She whispered beside Aiden Leinster, "What a crazy day." He suddenly turned to look at her and asked, "Aaron, may I kiss you?" Aaron Zahad replied without hesitation, "Yes." Her body was suddenly lifted, the distance between them shortened, and an unfamiliar sensation touched her. Aaron Zahad half closed her eyes. She fell into thought, her lips bursting with excitement after she could no longer hold back. "I understand his feelings." Aaron Zahad touched the face so close to hers, drawn in by those sharp eyes. She mused inwardly, "He's overjoyed to know that our feelings are mutual, even though he feels guilty for causing a misunderstanding."
His sturdy back fit snugly in her arms, Aaron Zahad thought happily. But his jealousy, while she was also jealous, was quite touching. She gradually became immersed in that sweet kiss, softly murmuring, "Me too." In the silent room without a single light, the only light source was the moonlight filtering in through the window. Aaron Zahad's voice rang out, and she asked curiously, "Aiden, since when have you been okay with touching other people, and is it different from Lady Ulia?" Aiden Leinster let her lie prone on him, slowly replying, "What a funny misunderstanding." He turned his face away, honestly confessing, "A long time ago, a few years." Aaron Zahad's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Huh? A few years?" She hesitated, saying, "Just a few months ago you said—" Faced with her questioning, Aiden Leinster fell silent. He decided to confess to her, "I lied. The past incident was also revealed. I only did that to make you worry and think about me more." The arm he extended then was just a momentary thought of Aiden Leinster. He admitted his feelings at the time. "I just thought then that I had to intervene in Lady Shart's matter." Aaron Zahad leaned against him and softly sighed. "Lady Ulia must have endured a lot because of us." Aiden Leinster quickly said, Lady Shart is very fond of you. He said that because of the way she looked at her. Aaron Zahad gently pressed a kiss on his lips. She softly smiled. What's more important is the way she likes me. Aiden is the only one in this world who can do this with me. Her whisper echoed in his ear. I won't allow anyone else to do that. As soon as her words ended, Aiden Leinsteer froze. Aaron Zahad understood, because he was too blind in love. She knew his feelings better than anyone, so she could only be blind along with him. His sturdy hand gently embraced her. Aiden Leinsteer softly whispered, I will hold you tight for the rest of my life.
Maid Mona tidied Aaron Zahad's hair, saying gently, Madam, I believe the matter that concerned you has become completely clear. Aaron Zahad turned her head slightly. Oh? Mona smiled. Ever since you returned from the Harris family's party, you haven't looked very well. Mona brushed her hair again, explaining slowly. Since you didn't tell me anything, I kept silent, but I was worried you might get sick. However, yesterday both of you rested in your room very early, and today your skin and hair seem softer, so I feel relieved. Aaron Zahad burst out laughing, her face brightening considerably, and she said cheerfully, Ha! As expected, I can't hide anything from you, Mona. The maid held a piece of paper in her hand, speaking softly. And also, a few days ago, another letter was delivered from the Zahad family.
Aaron Zahad opened the letter and seriously reviewed its contents. It had been 10 years since her family's alliance. Aaron Zahad read the letter carefully, believing that cooperating on this new business venture with the Zahad family would further strengthen the relationship between the two houses. She mused. Aaron Zahad said, if they've put so much effort into this business venture, we should at least take a look, shouldn't we? Mona immediately spoke up. Should I contact the store? Aaron Zahad replied, yes, I need to write a reply. In the Zahad domain, the magnificent palace sparkled under the sunlight. A voice rang out. Has Aaron replied to the letter now? Former Count Gail Zahad eagerly opened the letter, grinning broadly. I knew it. This business venture has caught her attention, don't you think? The letter's content appeared on the paper. To Marquis Gail Zahad. The Elder Council is currently in charge of that business sector. Sincerely, Aaron Leinster. Gail Zahad froze, standing stunned in place. He felt a little disappointed. Is this all there is? So, does she want to invest or not? A luxurious tea table was set, and murmurs of conversation arose. I don't see Lady Ulia. Today we only invited a few people. Everyone exchanged glances. The light pink-haired girl glanced hesitantly to the side and said, and the person opposite her continued, we thought she wouldn't be comfortable. Aaron Zahad smiled at them, comfortably enjoying her hot tea, and quickly spoke up. You don't need to worry about that. Lady Ulia would join us for dinner another time. The woman opposite her forced a laugh. Haha, I understand. Outwardly, Aaron Zahad was extremely hospitable, but inwardly she was filled with thoughts. They invited me here just to get the full story. Someone quickly changed the subject. What did Marquis Carson do? The image of his trembling figure quickly appeared in everyone's minds. They buzzed with questions. I heard he's recovering at his mansion. He must have been quite startled. Aaron Zahad listened slowly, the girls still engrossed in their conversation. I'm more worried about the Marchioness. It's been a long time since she last appeared. The image of Frances Carson came to mind, and as people spoke up, it was clear that with this incident she would likely avoid social events again, especially since the Marquis is quite ill-tempered. These two individuals had become the main topic of discussion at today's gathering, and a flurry of murmurs arose. Just think, Marchioness Carson looks frailer, or is she feeling unwell? Someone countered, she's still as tall as ever, you know. She just looks a bit downcast. He might be too, a young lady exclaimed in surprise. No way. Everyone promised each other, let's just keep this between us. Honestly, the Marquis does nothing but shout. He can't even swing a sword. Aaron Zahad mused seriously. It's inconceivable. A man like Carson either lives a life of being dominated or lives by dominating others. It's one of the two. In Aaron Zahad's impression, Frances Carson always confined herself to her room, standing by the window, silently observing outside. Aaron Zahad became pensive. Carson's rare outings had also made her worried.
The raven-haired lady suddenly spoke up, while the welcoming party hosted by the princess was still underway. She voiced the question on her mind, as every noble in the capital wished to participate. Is Marchioness Carson present? The mansion was nestled amidst majestic mountain ranges, bathed in gentle, abundant sunlight. Robust horses, wearing their harnesses, stood by as a few guards bustled about. Aaron Zahad arrived with Aiden Leinster. She looked around, and a little surprised, she gasped, "Oh!" Her gaze was drawn to the two people in front, Princess Angelina Aranitas and Brody. They were both splendidly dressed, intimately linked arm in arm. Astonishment quickly dawned on Aaron Zahad. Isn't that Brody? She thought excitedly, oh my goodness, their relationship is just as I'd imagined, but aren't they being overly audacious? Her joyful mood even affected Aiden Leinster beside her. He looked at her, his typically impassive face slowly breaking into a smile. An impatient voice rang out, "Angelina!" She heard her name being called, and her gaze subtly shifted. The Emperor stood facing them, his face scowling, his hands clenched tight.
He frowned and said, "I need to talk to you for a moment." In the room, the Emperor and Princess Angelina Araniasta began their conversation. The Emperor wearily rubbed his face and offered advice. "I know you want to live your own way, but you must maintain your dignity as a princess. You're not thinking of marrying him, are you?" She replied, "I won't get married. I'll continue to live as I am now." The Emperor looked up in astonishment. He wondered, "What? And why did you bring him here?" Angelina Araniasta said casually, "What if we get married later?" Hearing this, the Emperor immediately bristled and exclaimed, "No, that—" She gently cut him off. "We don't need to get married to be together." The determination in her bright eyes was unmistakable. Angelina Araniasta had come to see Brody as her companion. She whispered softly, "Like best friends. That's how we have decided to be together for life. We can be business partners, colleagues, and soulmates. What do you think of that?" The Emperor was far from pleased. He pressed, "So you're saying you'll do as you please, no matter how bitter the consequences, and you'll continue to meet this Brody fellow?" Angelina Araniasta stuck closer and stated firmly, "In my previous marriage, I fulfilled my duties as a princess." She provoked him bluntly, "If you don't agree, I will renounce my title as princess, and then I will have to hand over my territory and reclaim my gold mine." Amidst the bustling crowd, Brody Beauvais stood, sweat visibly trickling down his face.
The Emperor looked at Brody and asked, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Brody, surprised to be called upon, stammered in reply, "Yes, a little." The Emperor commanded, "Let's go." Beside him, Frederick had, at some unknown point, grabbed Aiden Leinster and was pulling him along, constantly saying, "He will not accept your objections, Duke Leinster." He let the blond man pull him along. Feeling a bit speechless, he sighed, "What a nuisance." Angelina Araniasta smiled, softly encouraging the trembling Brody beside her. "It'll be fine. He can't do anything to you." Everywhere was covered in green, and the sound of horse hooves echoed one after another in the dense forest.
The villa lay silently amidst the forest. A voice from within echoed, "Make yourselves at home until they return from the hunt." Ulia Charte murmured, Frances Carson stood amidst the magnificent flower garden, silently lowering her head. Ulia Charte worriedly thought, "Is she feeling unwell?" The banquet hall was bustling with people. They chatted animatedly with each other. Joyful sounds filled the air, thanks to her development plan for the Fenneron region. Angelina Araniasta stood next to Aaron Zahad, a look of satisfaction evident on her face. She spoke up, "We have collaborated in business together. I want to talk about that, as well as other projects." Angelina Araniasta confided in her, "I have met with Brody many times since I returned to the Empire." They had talked for a long time. Angelina Araniasta stood opposite Brody, almost assertively saying, "So you've never left this place?" Brody smiled, his face full of happiness, and replied, "Someone told me to stay here, and I will keep my promise." Almost pouring out all his long-held affection, he softly called, "Angela." As soon as the words left his lips, she was immediately moved by Brody. Angelina Araniasta continued, "Brody said that he is the owner of the Angela brand." She smiled, "Thanks to your investment, we have been able to keep our promise to each other."
She turned to look at her, speaking seriously. "Duchess of Leinster, I also want to be a part of Angela's business." Aaron Zahad agreed. "I also wanted to suggest that." Angelina Araniasta stated her purpose. "More importantly, what I want is to take over the main branch where Brody is. In return, I will allow you to allocate the Fenneron reconstruction project as you wish." Aaron Zahad thought carefully, then honestly replied, "That will be quite difficult." Hearing that, Angelina Araniasta asked, "What else should I offer?" Aaron Zahad smiled. "It's not about that." She began, "That place has always been Brody's property, and he put up the signboard himself." Aaron Zahad explained, "I can do what I want with the rest, but he wants that shop to be entirely his own." Angelina Araniasta listened to her words, a little taken aback. The party continued smoothly. Aaron Zahad spoke up, "Furthermore, I have many things I want to discuss with you, so let's talk about them in detail later." The conversation quickly ended. Aaron Zahad looked around, wondering, where could Ulia be? A loud noise erupted from somewhere, distracting everyone, who anxiously asked, "What was that scream?" Aaron Zahad looked ahead, a thought forming in her mind. Did it come from that direction? She approached closer, immediately hearing the sound. "Let me go!" Aaron Zahad's eyes suddenly whitened.
A man who appeared out of nowhere was pinned down by Ulia Charte on the cold ground, next to Frances Carson, who was hugging herself tightly. She huddled, trembling in panic. People quickly rushed over, and a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted. "What's happening? Oh my, what should we do?" That man was Marquis Carson, trying to use his strength but unable to move. He gnashed his teeth in resentment and cried out, "Let me go!" From above, Ulia Charte firmly said, "No." She was furious and loudly declared, "You should know that if you bully someone weaker than you, you will suffer a similar fate." The people around generally understood the situation and gasped, covering their mouths. That means... A powerful voice rang out, "Guards!" Angelina Arenista stood with her hands on her hips, her mood currently extremely foul. She looked down from above and questioned Marquis Carson. "How dare you harm our guest at the party?"
The next words were a fatal blow. Don't think this matter will be taken lightly. Marquis Carson, still oblivious to his wrongdoing, stubbornly argued, "She is my wife." Angelina Arenesta, voicing patience, said, "That only makes you worse." She waved her hand, ordering, "He will not return to Carson Manor. Take him to the guardroom." The guards quickly received the order and respectfully replied, "Understood." After the party was interrupted, the emperor, holding the reins of a magnificent white horse, asked, "Will the Marchioness also return to her manor?" The other person, hearing this, replied, "No, until she is fully recovered, the princess will look after her." On another side, Aaron Zahard spoke up, "Aiden, can you go back alone?" Aiden Leinsteer, hearing this, looked at her and asked, "Why?" Aaron continued to gaze intently towards the other side, and she said, "I want to stay here a little longer." Over there, Claire Harris and Princess Angelina Arenesta were still instructing the servants. Seeing this, Aiden said, "All right, if anything happens, you must send someone to call me immediately." Elsewhere, the emperor turned his back to Angelina, who was slightly bowed, and said to her, "It's a shame. I was hunting a large deer." Hearing this, Angelina's lips curved slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. Many lives were saved today. The butler standing nearby glanced at her. In a room, with two maids standing by to support her arms, Frances Carson continued to tremble uncontrollably.
Under the flickering firelight, a voice spoke up. "Thank you for saving me, Lady Charty." "It's nothing, Madam Carson," the other replied. "I also want to thank you, Lady Carson." "And me." Hearing this, they both turned to face the voices. Ulia said, The other young ladies began to praise her excitedly. "You stopped Marquis Carson. That was amazing." Not stopping there, another young lady continued, "And also, I want to apologize for our behavior. We were too rude to you." Ulia looked up upon hearing this, her face slightly flushed. She immediately smiled, waved her hand, and said, "These incidents have brought us closer. It's just part of the process of getting to know someone gradually." The other young ladies then asked, "Where did you learn to restrain others?" Ulia replied, "I just have a bit of strength." "How wonderful." Aaron smiled upon hearing this. Angelia, with an emotionless face, looked towards them. Suddenly, Claire said, "The justification for protecting Madame Carson will gradually fade over time." Everyone's gaze then fell upon her.
Claire glanced, then continued, "Therefore, there's no way to punish the Marquis under royal law. The law is always slow." The other ladies, including Ulia, looked intently at Claire, and she continued, "Marquis Carson might file a complaint against Lady Shart, who comes from an earl's family, to prevent anyone from helping her." At this, Lady Carson's face visibly fell. A voice spoke up, "Would you like to go out?" Angelina turned to look at Aaron. She continued, "Coincidentally, we are planning to build a winery in the Fennerlaum area. If you join the princess and me at the wine business party, you'll be able to get away from that Marquis." Lady Carson immediately said, "If I do that, my husband might consider it a Carson family business, and it could bring harm to the two of you." After hearing this, Aaron began to ponder. She said, "So let's create a salon. We'll use it as an excuse for group travel, and everyone can come." Everyone was quite surprised to hear Aaron's idea. From a castle, small houses and lush green trees could be seen below. "This is the first time I've traveled far without my family. This is more delicious than I imagined." The ladies spoke one after another, while Frances stood looking at something. With wide eyes showing clear astonishment, sunbeams shone on her sparkling brown hair. Below, the villagers were working the land together, helping each other with heavy tasks, looking very joyful. She stood high above, gazing down, her dress fluttering in the wind. Ulia, holding a box, cheerfully called out, "Everyone, gather round. There's still some leftover wine from last year." Everyone immediately gathered, sitting together at the table, laughing and chatting. Frances then brought the wineglass to her lips. The nutty aroma really suits its richness. She then surprisingly picked up the wine bottle. Hearing this, Aaron turned her head towards Frances and said, "You seem very knowledgeable about wine." Frances brought the wineglass closer to her eyes, then continued, "It's incredible. Something so captivating has been hidden all this time." Hearing this, Aaron, holding her wineglass, smiled and looked at her. "That's also very true for you, my lady."
Frances looked up at Aaron with sparkling eyes, and all the young ladies around clapped after hearing Aaron's words. Warm sunlight shone through an extremely luxurious window. "Your Majesty, even if she is a princess, this is an abuse of power," a voice exclaimed. "The princess may have divorced, but there is no regulation that allows her to break up other people's families," Elder Dayron exclaimed with a dissatisfied frown. "Especially before your Majesty, who has the power to decide everything," he continued. Meanwhile, the emperor rested his hand on his chin, listening to him speak. Suddenly, a voice spoke up.
Is this what you should be saying before His Imperial Majesty Marquis? He then turned his head towards the source of the voice. The one threatening family happiness in your Majesty's presence, and the one who made Lady Frances Carson determined to divorce, is you, Marquis Carson. Princess Angelina Arena Asta walked in majestically as she spoke, followed by Aaron Zahad and Frances Carson.
Upon hearing this, his face changed color as he replied, "You speak of divorce? My wife doesn't even have a home to return to. She is merely an illegitimate daughter who became a marquiness to escape the Viscount's household." Angelina Aranista said. Elder Dylerin pointed at her and shouted, "If a woman has nothing to help herself divorce, do you think she would have a stable life like she does now?" He began to yell at Frances. "Tell me, madam, do you think the Viscount's household would agree to let you return?" Taken aback, her face suddenly turned pale. Seeing this, Angelina's face filled with anger, thinking, how disrespectful to behave like this in the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Aaron also frowned, thinking to herself, he is abusing that truth to coerce her. Witnessing everything that happened, the Emperor began to grow weary, thinking, what a disgusting fellow. He continued, "Am I not right, madam? I might have been a bit harsh." Frances gritted her teeth, beads of sweat continuously running down her face. He stretched out his hand, eyes wide, and said, "But Carson Manor is where you belong." "I have nowhere to go," Frances thought to herself, her body trembling continuously. Aaron glanced at Frances. Aaron quickly took Frances's hand and held it tightly. She began to feel less afraid, as if waking, her eyes brightening. "But there is one place I want to go," Frances thought, picturing the perfectly aligned green trees.
She was still afraid of that man, and this was a painful situation, but she regained her composure, thinking to herself. Then her feet under that dark blue dress began to walk. Frances walked forward and stood in front of him, lowering her gaze to look directly into his eyes and declaring, "You are smaller than I thought." After hearing this, he seemed not to believe what he had just heard. A voice rang out, "Marchioness Frances Carson." Frances then looked up directly. The Emperor continued, "Although the Marquis's actions are unjust, unfortunately, under royal law, I cannot interfere in family matters, unless there is a murderer. However, according to your wishes, with the authority of the Emperor, I can accept your divorce here and now." The corner of the Emperor's mouth curved upwards. "The help of others can give that person the motivation to change."
The Emperor said, "Regardless, he uttered insulting words in my presence." Upon hearing this, Frances was astonished, while Elder Dyron's face clearly showed panic. Better or worse? Her face lit up, and looking at the Emperor, she exclaimed, "I want a divorce, Your Majesty." Angelina and Aaron were happy to hear Frances speak. At least at this moment, Aaron happily looked at Frances and smiled brightly, which was the driving force. A voice rang out. "Lady Frances Bagdow," Aaron Zahad said. "I didn't think you would leave so soon." The woman with her hair in a bun wearing a dress was the former Marchioness Carson. She replied, "I no longer have any reason to stay in the capital." Frances Carson was the current manager of the Philion Winery, her eyes sparkling. "Facilities need to be built, and we will begin operations before the harvest season." Someone said, "Her mind is completely on the vineyards now." She continued, "I once thought that if I got rid of my husband, this place could become my home, but it holds too many painful memories." She rolled up her sleeve to show off her muscles, demonstrating her determination. "I will sell it and use the money to invest in Phanaleon." Seeing this, Aaron became tense. Make sure to diversify your investments." Claire Harris could only laugh loudly. "Ha ha." Suddenly, Frances became serious. "Honestly, I am very grateful to everyone at the salon." Aaron and Claire also listened with serious expressions. Frances smiled. "Thanks to everyone's help, my life has undergone tremendous changes, and I want to show you all how much I will grow." Aaron gave a slight smile. Elsewhere, in a room, a voice rang out, "Is this cake made for the princess? I want to experience love like this too." Blody blushed shyly, and Alyasin chuckled.
Aaron thought of every moment of every person in her life. Until now, she hadn't cared about the lives others were living. This wasn't modern times, and these people were nothing more than background characters. However, more and more, many of them had been breaking free from the mold and finding satisfaction in changing themselves. It was like the butterfly effect, the chance to break free, the courage to break free, and the courage to dive in. And she thought of Aiden Leinster, whom she liked. The power she had accumulated for that reason. Now she knew how she should use it. What the charity needed now was... At Salon Breeze, women bustled in. Aaron, who was sitting, suddenly turned around. "Oh, you're here. Long time no see." The other person replied, "Oh, young lady, Duchess." A girl with green hair. She was Marchioness Mela Zahad, Gail's wife. She continued, "I heard Salon Breeze has become quite popular recently, so I came to check it out." Aaron stepped forward and held out her hand. "Welcome, I'll show you around." Then Mela asked, "What are you doing here?" Aaron replied, "Whatever people like."
They passed Ulia's painting class, where people were focused on painting. Aaron continued, "We also invited those instructors." Suddenly, Malia looked at the next table, where they were talking about something, perhaps about costs. Malia immediately walked over and said, "Oh, you can calculate it like this," causing the two people who were struggling with calculations to exclaim in surprise. Aaron looked over. The two people then spoke up, "Please, madam, may I have a seat? Could you teach us a little more?" Seeing this, Aaron smiled happily. A moment later, elsewhere, a jar containing a pill was placed on a table. "This is it," the red-haired woman said. "I hear this substance is effective in treating all diseases. It's especially good at relieving pain." Aaron picked up the jar and looked at it, even though it seemed to only make them think they weren't in pain. She recalled that in the original story, after being deceived by swindlers, Zahad distributed this drug and caused his family to go bankrupt. It contained a large amount of addictive substances that could damage the brain, so those who overdosed would die. Rumors about this drug were spreading among elderly women and former soldiers, and some noble families also showed interest in this business. More specifically, Elder Zion had invested all the money he had. The red-haired woman explained that, seemingly thanks to the influx of funding, Marquis and Marchioness Zahad frequently hosted parties. There were also rumors that her dresses had become more expensive. Aaron showed disgust, thinking that perhaps their vanity made them seem more valuable. A business presentation would soon be held at the Zahad mansion.
Ku's face became serious. This drug should not be made public. Gail and Helen Zahad surely don't know yet. We need to let them know the truth behind this drug. At the salon, Aaron and Mila sat on a chair by the window. Aaron said, "I'm so glad you came to visit the salon, sister-in-law, but is everything all right? Did Mom or Gail say anything?" This question startled Mila a little. She avoided Aaron's phase and replied, "Actually, there are a few things I've wanted to tell you for a long time. I need your help." Aaron looked confused. That drug is an addictive substance. The more you use it, the sicker you become. Things slowly became clear. A voice said, "They sent it to you too, didn't they?"
Helen replied, "I didn't pay attention to it because it was an anonymous letter, but if it's true," Gail continued, "this way is better." His eyes became vacant and lifeless. "It's a drug for addicts. We should add that ingredient." He told the pink-haired man, "Sell as much as you can." Suddenly, Gail and Helen turned to look with sharp eyes, and the maid, seeing this, trembled in fear. Then she screamed, "Please forgive me, madam, young master." They both replied, "Silence." Mila, terrified and pale-faced, stood pressed against the door, covering her mouth tightly, not daring to move. Back in the present, Aaron frowned. "They've all gone crazy for money." Mila said, "Keep an eye on that swindler. He'll try to escape before the business presentation takes place. We must stop him. We need him as a witness." "Understood." Aaron held Mila's hand worriedly. "If you go back to that mansion, will you be okay?" Mila sighed. "It will only raise more suspicion if I don't go back. I'll be fine. They're too preoccupied with their own affairs to pay attention to me." Aaron's eyes were filled with worry. "Please come to the salon more often, and make sure to ask for my help if you need it." Mila smiled and nodded. Elsewhere, in a room, a voice rang out. "Why does the dupe suddenly come to see me?" Aiden said, "It seems you have something to tell me, Elder Diorne." Diorne chuckled softly. Recently Salon Breeze has become very popular. However, it's not just a salon." Aiden smiled faintly. He became serious. "I'm sure you know, but our family also holds commercial rights in the capital, don't we?" Aiden replied, "Aside from the Leinster family, there are still a few families who hold those commercial rights in the capital." He asked, "The young ladies aren't operating together there, are they?" Dione looked puzzled. He continued, "Is there a problem with noble young ladies doing business together?" He explained, "The problem is that the Duchess is not just investing, but also directly running the salon. In the future, it's like she'll be using the salon to generate commercial profits."
The old man bowed and said, "If the Duchess isn't using the salon as an excuse to remove the elders, she should inform and discuss it with us." Aiden's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, "Is that so? He wants control over the salon." He didn't even realize he was walking into a trap. Their eyes met. Aiden looked at him and said, "Elder Diarne, the reason I called you today isn't about commercial rights, but about trading rights, the route you proposed. There were opinions that it was too risky from the start, but you went ahead with it anyway. And now, a ship has gone missing. Why is there no report about it?" The elder became flustered upon hearing this. Duke, I believe I can handle it. I intended to report after everything was resolved." Aiden slowly looked away and said, "I hear the damage is quite substantial. Can you handle it within a week?" He immediately replied, "Yes, I can." The next question rendered him speechless. Aiden asked, "With your commercial rights at stake?" After the conversation, he left. A voice echoed in the room. "What an interesting conversation. Sir Austin Diarne. How does it feel to see a father who abandoned his son, bowing and kneeling before others? Truly."
Austin replied, "Sounds great." Frederick said, "But according to this guy, a large amount of funds has recently been embezzled by Diarne."
Aiden said, "That's not enough to cover the losses. He will likely try to buy any goods available on the market to raise the price of domestic goods to match imported goods. That's why Mr. Austin stockpiled goods ahead of time to keep prices stable. Earl Chart's road development project will compensate for his losses," he had previously said, "and we are opening a new transportation route."
Aiden continued, thanks to Diarne's son being stripped from the family business, he could act freely. In the end, he would have no choice but to rely on his illegitimate child. Frederick said, chewing noisily, when Sir Austin was in a stronger position, it would also be easier to deal with Elder Diarne. Aiden smiled. "I bet it'll be another week." Not long after, the elder was heard saying, "I apologize. I will give up the commercial rights. Just let me remain on the Council of Elders." Aiden stood before him and asked, "Do you still have anything you want to criticize about Salon Breeze?" He replied, "No. The Council of Elders will not raise any objections to what the Duchess is doing." Aiden smiled. "Good." The scene shifted to another location. It seemed even the future crown princess was involved with that salon. Aaron asked, "Don't you find anything strange?" He wondered, "What do you mean?" She replied, "They surely should have said negative things about the salon, but the elders are now surprisingly quiet, and the commercial rights were transferred to me. Furthermore, regarding the issue with Marquis Carson, he would certainly be kicked out of the mansion for his wrongdoings, but even his relatives and servants turned their backs on him. Why did everything go so smoothly? You must have a fairy godmother."
Aiden smiled. "That's something you care deeply about, and I swear I want to do anything I can for you." Aaron lifted his chin and asked, "Why are you doing things secretly behind my back? Do you want to be scolded?" In response to her questioning, Aiden flashed an even brighter smile than ever. "Scold me." That evening, a maid opened the door and entered Aaron's room. She walked straight to Aaron's bed and sat down. Then she whispered something into Aaron's ear, making her angry, and Aaron quickly got out of bed. As Aaron walked, she asked, "I heard you caught the swindler." The other person replied, "That's right. However, the swindler tried to escape, but Marquis Zahad caught him before you could get away. Lady Helen Zahad lured him in, and the Marquis wanted to kill him himself. It seems the Marquis doesn't realize he failed to kill him." The swindler, now tied on the ground, let out a few groans. Aaron stood in front of him. Seeing her, the swindler shouted loudly, "Huh?" As soon as he shouted, he fell silent.
Aaron pondered, and he recognized her. Then she sat down in front of him and said, "Judging by your reaction, meeting me must have put you in a difficult situation. Your purpose isn't just to sell drugs, is it? Shouldn't you tell me, since I saved your life? It's quite difficult to narrow down the suspects, because the Zahad family has too many enemies. Who sent you? Viscount Hapron?" Earlier when she had left, Aiden, who was lying nearby, had also recognized her and opened his eyes. Returning to the present, the two people, hearing her words, couldn't help but be surprised. In her thoughts, he had a cold demeanor, sharp eyes revealing no emotion. One hand held a sword, the other gripped its hilt tightly. He stood tall, his broad shoulders steady, his posture as if ready for battle, creating an impression of strength, yet also solemnity. In the original story, Aiden was the mastermind behind everything. The swindler, holding a glass vial containing a white pill, conducted a transaction with Gail Zahad to profit from others' lives. He had also orchestrated this incident in the original story. He had instructed the swindler to contact Gail, causing this drug to be distributed in large quantities. He calmly waited for the damage to spiral out of control and then expose the entire affair. She and her family couldn't recover, while he stood there in the silent space, tall and steadfast. With a cold, cruel, and emotionless gaze, he watched the female lead and her family fall to eliminate her and the Zahad family.
He left her lying there, turning and walking away alone. He didn't look back once. His steps continued forward, trampling everything that stood in his way, trampling those who had fallen at his feet. To him, countless people losing their lives after becoming drug addicts was merely a means to an end. But the novel's plot had changed. He bore a completely different appearance from his usual coldness, his demeanor exuding warmth and peace. His gaze wasn't cold, but instead brought a sense of security. Yet everything had deviated from the novel's trajectory, and Aiden was the one who had changed the most. While she was deep in thought, she realized he had been standing on the second-floor landing, watching her. She wasn't surprised or startled to see him. On the contrary, she was very calm. Her eyes met his, and she unfastened the cloak she was wearing. He stood above, a tall figure, his eyes sharp and emotionless, though he said nothing. But that single gaze was enough to create an invisible wall separating the two of them, which made me think this incident would also change. He broke the silence between them, asking, "Is he still alive?" She quickly replied, "Yes."
Her face, calm and expressionless, asked him, "Hey Aiden, why didn't you tell me?" Hearing this, a faint smile crossed his face, as if he understood her question. He maintained his posture, looking at her, and calmly said, "I didn't want you to know about the things I've done." In a room filled with laboratory equipment, papers were plastered all over the walls.
I hear the committee won't approve your painkiller until you deal with the side effects. Holding a stack of documents, he looked at them while speaking to the fraudster kneeling on the ground. Then you forged documents, and you were expelled from Leinster Academy. He pleaded with him, please give me another chance, but he immediately rejected his plea. No, this kind of drug should not be produced in this world. With that, he swung his hand, releasing the stack of papers he held, letting them fall freely like meaningless scraps. Looking at the imposter's fear-filled face, with tears welling in his eyes, he emphasized, especially not associated with the name Leinster. His face was sharp and cold, his eyes sternly warning him. To his astonishment, he added, vacate this laboratory by tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, he recalled the image of Gail Zahad, whose voice was full of certainty. Surely, a nobleman will be interested in this drug. He handed him a vial containing the pills, reminding him, remember, with these test samples, carefully control the dosage.
Recently, the Council of Elders has been in charge of those business sectors. Aaron Leinster, it's rumored that the Sarin family has invested. As he thought that Aaron had spread it, he told the imposter, who was currently wearing a full-body cloak, to leave before he was caught. A crumpled note fell to the ground. We should add more ingredients. While he was still deep in thought, the other person asked, what should we do? He remained pensive, and upon hearing the question, he suddenly glanced at the other person without turning his head, saying, at this rate, everyone will be addicted before we even hold the BIST presentation. Hearing this, he suddenly smirked. I happen to know someone who doesn't care about side effects. Shall we proceed with clinical trials? The other person was astonished by his words, his face unable to hide his fear. A man wearing a hat suddenly appeared, interrupting the conversation, and told the imposter, the Duke asked me to help you escape. I'll start packing. A voice from outside the door called out, the lady is calling for you. Both immediately thought, Helen Zahad. In front of the imposter was a woman, and as soon as he appeared he was attacked from behind by a tall man. He quickly fell to the ground, blood splattering from the back of his head. The tall man carried him away on his shoulder, and the woman followed, cautiously looking back over her shoulder. The man in the hat, hiding behind a tree, saw this scene and gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. Someone immediately informed him of this news. I looked for an opportunity to save him, but there was no chance. His face darkened, and his voice deepened, laced with anger. Are you kidding me? She remained standing silently, listening to him recount the entire story. She placed her hand on the stair railing and slowly walked upstairs. His voice rang out in explanation. The dosage in the drug packets distributed to everyone is low enough not to be addictive, Aaron. Gail's stronger drug has never been produced at the manufacturing facility.
The two stood facing each other. He looked at her and continued, it will all be over before it hits the market. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his face. The ZH house will destroy itself. He raised a hand and gently touched her cheek, lightly stroking her hair. They won't be able to trouble my wife with any more issues. Her eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed pink, her face radiant. She replied, great minds think alike. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at her. She had just wrapped her hands around his neck. I feel like I am holding my husband back. The two gently embraced, the surrounding scenery seeming to fade, leaving only the peaceful moment between them. Leaning her head on his shoulder, she whispered, Gail and Helen Zahad tried to sell it, even though they knew it was an addictive drug. They tried to kill everyone.
Her face flushed, her eyes sparkled with confidence, and the capital's elder Siren had gained no benefit from the business loans he had taken out. That was an illegal business activity not approved by the House of Leinster. He held her tightly in his arms, taking a deep breath, inhaling the scent of her soft hair, and slowly said, I have the list of ingredients for that drug, and I have proof that Gail Zahad requested an increase in the amount of addictive ingredients. She stood in his arms, her hands wrapped around his neck, gently clasping the back of his head, creating a sense of intimacy. Meanwhile, his strong hands embraced her waist. His grip was firm, yet held a hidden tenderness. He lowered his head slightly, closing the distance between them. Their eyes met, and something intriguing was about to unfold. With that, he held up a beautifully designed card. Both looked at the card, their eyes holding a profound meaning. Shall we go destroy it together? The scene shifted to a party setting. There was a large, lavishly decorated white pedestal. On the pedestal, an exquisite jar was displayed, and the area around its base was adorned with vibrant pink flowers. A loud laugh echoed. Ha ha! Gail Zahad stood before everyone, cheerfully spreading his arms to announce, we have an extremely special plan for tonight's party. Please look forward to it. Hearing this, Mila Zahad was not very enthusiastic about the party. A hint of unease flickered across her face. Seeing her and him appear at the party, whispers and murmurs continuously spread around them. I see the Duke and Duchess of Leinster here. I heard the Duke doesn't have a good relationship with his wife's family.
Seeing the two people, Gail Zahad couldn't hide the smug satisfaction in his heart. Sure enough, even the Duke's family had been drawn in, and they couldn't help but come.
He and she quickly appeared, capturing the attention of everyone around them. He wore an elegant suit with a powerful aura. As they entered the party, their hands remained tightly clasped together. Amidst the room's ambiance and lighting, the jar placed on the podium became even more prominent. A voice rang out. "This is the pain reliever we have invented. Several people in this room have obtained it and can attest to its effectiveness." Some people standing below quickly responded in affirmation. "Thanks to this medicine, I've been able to sleep soundly every night for the past few weeks. My knees used to ache terribly every night, so I only took this medicine." Elder Siron, standing nearby, heard these words, and the corner of his mouth curved into a satisfied smile. Suddenly, someone posed a question. "What happened to the person who taught you how to create this medicine?" Gail Zahad's face showed anger, his eyebrows furrowed, but in front of everyone, he still had to force a smile and explain. "The production process is only known to those within the Gail Zahad household." Hearing this, she smiled and asked back, "Is that so?" After her words, a man in white shoes entered the room where the party was taking place from the doorway. Seeing this person, Gail Zahad's face and Helen Gail Zahad's face, who was holding a fan and standing near him, suddenly stiffened, and they remained silent. The impostor approached, dressed in a luxurious suit, and respectfully raised a hand. "We meet again, Marquis Gail Zahad."
The woman used her fan to cover half her face, her eyes closed, forcing a smile. "Oh, ho, ho!" Garahat's face stiffened and he looked away. "It seems we have an intruder here." The impostor immediately retorted. "You call me suspicious, even though I'm the one who invented this medicine?" This statement immediately sparked a lively discussion throughout the hall. A troop of soldiers in neat, solemn uniforms marched in, led by Frederick, who then spoke. "So are those who are coming here also suspects?" Small white pills were spilled, scattered all over the ground. "We received an accusation and conducted a surprise inspection of the drug manufacturing facility." Amidst the surprise and confusion of the partygoers, Frederick continued, pointing to the pills scattered on the ground as he spoke. "The formula contains a large amount of addictive substances." The man who had just praised the medicine's effects was now utterly panicked and confused, speaking up to verify. "So what I've been taking is—" Elder Siron's face was full of suspicion. He approached Il Zahad and questioned, "Marquis, what is the meaning of this?" He stood frozen in place, his voice faltering, hastily explaining, "This is a misunderstanding." He raised his hand and pointed directly at the impostor, his face full of anger as he shouted, "Someone must have brought it and falsified the drug's ingredients."
The impostor quickly replied, "No one but you, Marquis," he said, raising a hand to touch his neck. A white bandage fell to the ground, stained with dark red blood. "You said you wanted to make the drug more addictive so it could be sold as much as possible." There was a long, large wound on the impostor's neck, the sight of which horrified everyone. Oh my God, he continued. "After I made it, you wanted to kill me. Do you dare deny it?" Helen Zahad quickly spoke up, asking Frederick, "Your Highness, who is the informant?" He calmly replied to her, "I cannot tell you." Hearing these words, her face immediately changed, and she quickly clarified, "Look, you cannot reveal his identity because they are not trustworthy." Frederick's face brightened as he recalled Claire Harris's lovely face, and he let out a slight sigh of relief as he replied to her, "No, because a recent article on witness protection has been added to the royal laws. If the Marquis is truly innocent, he will be able to pass this investigation." Gail Zahad and Helen Zahad's faces turned pale with unease and worry. She suddenly pointed at the girl and loudly exclaimed, You arranged everything. How could you do this to your own family?" The girl did not flinch but looked straight at her, saying, "I gave you a chance."
Her every word rang out like an accusation against her and Gail Zahad. His face flushed crimson, his eyebrows furrowed, and his eyes burned with a sharp, fierce gaze. He gritted his teeth, his expression full of anger as he looked at her. "Even after receiving my letter, you still increased the dosage of the medicine, covered everything up, and tried to kill others. You both chose to do all of this yourselves." He seemed to lose control, lunging towards her, shouting as he ran, "It's all your fault!" Seeing him lunge, she spun around and grabbed the sword of a soldier standing nearby. The sharp sword was immediately drawn from its sheath. However, before she could raise the sword, he stood in front of her. His face was cold as he pointed the tip of his sword towards him. His eyes were sharp and cold, his face clearly showing anger. "How dare you!" The tip of the sword was placed right against his neck. Fresh drops of blood appeared on the gleaming sword. The blood was flowing from his nose. His whole body trembled, his face full of fear as he looked at him, stammering, "What?" Everyone standing outside, witnessing this scene, couldn't hide their panic. "But I didn't use the medicine." Amidst the chaotic party scene, a figure suddenly appeared, stepping in. This person immediately spoke up. "It's all true. There's no false information." Mila Zahad entered with her maid. She said,
I voluntarily admit to everything that is happening in the Zahad family.
A hand slammed down hard on the stack of papers on the desk. The Emperor's face was contorted with rage. His eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "How dare they distribute narcotics within my empire?" He picked up the documents, examining them, and said to everyone in the room, "It seems all those involved in this matter coincidentally have connections to Leinster, don't they?" Both he and she bowed respectfully. He spoke up, replying, "We felt a heavy responsibility, so we personally investigated the happenings at the Opera House." A thick stack of papers was neatly arranged on the table. "Everything we found has been meticulously documented in this report." The Emperor asked, "What about Elder Siron?" According to his investigation, Elder Siron had engaged in countless illegal dealings for profit. He replied to the Emperor, "Elder Siron indeed knew nothing about the drugs, but it turns out the money he invested came from loans for illegal businesses, making it dirty money." His face was full of implication. "The Elder Council of the Leinster family has expelled the Siron household. What awaits him is a fitting punishment to be delivered by your majesty." The Emperor meticulously read the documents in his hands. Thinking of Gail Zahad and Helen Zahad imprisoned in the dungeon and destined to perform public labor alongside other criminals, the Emperor said, "Now let us speak of the Zahad family. Gail Zahad and Helen Zahad were immediately sent to the border after the incident. Sentenced to life imprisonment and hard labor according to imperial law, I will let those despicable criminals there deal with them." Seeing her standing before him, he mused, "But what concerns me now is the future of the Zahad family."
He stood silently, listening, his face devoid of emotion. Frederick was the same. He remained silent. The Emperor, deep in thought, said, "Duchess of Leinster, I wish to know your opinion of your birth family before I remove them from the empire." She wore a classic dress, her hands clasped together, attentively following the developments in the room. In response to the Emperor's question, she replied, "This matter was mostly orchestrated by the recklessness of Gail and Helen, so not many people in the Zahara state were aware of their actions." Standing directly behind her was Mila Zahat, who also listened attentively to everyone's opinions. She further added, "Meanwhile, the person who played a crucial role in exposing their crimes was Marchioness Mila Zahat. Without her courage, there would have been many more victims." Hearing these words, the Emperor nodded in admiration, saying, "I acknowledge that." Then she slightly turned her head towards Mila Zahat, giving a slight nod to her, to the current Marchioness Zahat.
Understanding her intention, she spoke up, continuing, and as she spoke, she placed both hands on her stomach. "I am pregnant." Hearing this news stunned both the Emperor and Frederick. The Emperor quickly asked again, "What?" She turned her head, listening intently as the person beside her said, "Just help me." The person beside her was Mela Zahat. Hearing her offer, she quickly asked back, "What do you want to do from now on?" She clasped her hands together and said, "I can't just stand by helplessly and watch my family collapse. I want to raise my child without any worries." Fast forward to the present, she looked at Mela Zahat's hands cradling her stomach and spoke up. Now she is pregnant with the heir, and she, more than anyone else, has stepped up to resolve the issue as a member of the Zahad family.
She made a suggestion. Can we allow her to continue bearing the family name as the Marchioness? The Emperor listened to her words and nodded slightly, his eyes closed in thought. Thinking again of the plight of Gail Zahad and Helen Zahad, who were imprisoned, he said, "First, I will strip Gail and Helen of their surname and titles. They will not need to bear the Zahad name in the penal colony." Everyone in the room listened intently to the Emperor's words. However, even though these were their individual actions, Gail Zahad was still the head of the family, and the internal issues within the Marquisate could not be denied. The official documents were quickly approved, and though there was no investiture ceremony, Mila Zahad humbly accepted the decree with gratitude. From this moment forward, the Zahad family was demoted to a count. Instead of an official investiture ceremony for Mila Zahad, it would only be mentioned in writing. After all that had just happened, the impostor quickly packed their bags and left the capital. This whole affair was truly terrifying. I hope I never see you again. Goodbye, and don't even think about returning to the capital. In the grand mansion, a room was still lit. Congratulations on becoming Countess Zahad's sister-in-law. At a table brightly lit by candles, he and she sat together, celebrating with Mila Zahad. At her congratulations, she smiled shyly. "Thank you. I didn't think I'd receive congratulations for something so shameful." She quickly interjected, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. You protected the Zahad family." Her face radiant, she excitedly pointed to herself and said, "If you ever need my help with anything in the future, just let me know. You'll need a lot of things to get your family running smoothly again." She suddenly stood up, turned and walked away in a hurry. "Oh, that reminds me. I'll write you a blank check. Wait a moment." Seeing her actions, the other woman quickly stopped her. "No, madam." In the large room, only Mila Zahad and he were now seated at the tea table. He sat on one side, enjoying his tea, while she sat somewhat awkwardly and uneasily, still a little shy about speaking with the Duke. He suddenly spoke up. "May I ask you a question?"
Mila Zahad's face showed a hint of confusion, but she quickly replied, "Oh yes, you may." His next words made her freeze in bewilderment. "What does it feel like to have a child?" She looked at him in disbelief. "Huh?" Thinking she hadn't understood his question, he elaborated. "I mean, being pregnant. How will everything be different from before?" After asking, he turned away, flustered, while she seemed to have understood the meaning of his question. "Oh." Her hand gently fiddled with the teacup on the table as she tried to explain. "Well, first of all, my body doesn't feel like it belongs to me anymore." Mila Zahad looked at him and then described her symptoms. "My body feels sluggish and I feel very sleepy. I crave all sorts of food. I often feel tired and nauseous, which makes me cover my mouth or vomit. Sometimes I feel scared and depressed, and then suddenly I have difficulty breathing and tremble all over."
While he was still lost in thought, she continued, "But when I think about my child, joy and excitement overwhelm all of that." He suddenly changed his demeanor, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. He quickly asked her again, "You feel scared and depressed, but also happy and excited?" Mila Zahad calmly replied, "That's how I feel." She recalled an image of herself, trembling all over when she sensed danger, yet always holding her hands tightly around her belly. "Every time I sense danger, the thought that I need to survive so my child can be born calms me down." Mila Zahad gently raised the teacup with both hands. "Never before has survival been so paramount in my mind as it is now." Her face flushed slightly with happiness and anticipation. "I look forward to the time with my child. Perhaps I will be lonely, but I want to do my best." Suddenly, his voice cut her off, making her look up at him in surprise. "You are not alone." He looked at Mila Zahad seriously and said, "What are Aaron and I? We are the baby's aunt and uncle." Hearing these words, Mila Zahad's cheeks flushed and her eyes welled up with emotion. Aaron, holding a stack of books, walked towards the tea table, smiling as she said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Seeing the scene before her, she paused slightly. Mila Zahad covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes welling up, her whole body trembling. As for him, seeing her arrive, he quickly stood up, his face flustered as he hastily spoke. "Aaron, this—"
She was also a little flustered, her gaze shifting from him to Mala Zahad, who was now sobbing. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Suddenly Mala Zahad spoke, surprising her, and her face couldn't hide her astonishment. "Thank you." Her eyes were blurry with tears, two streams of tears rolling down her cheeks. Wiping away her tears, she said, "I'm so glad to have you two as my child's aunt and uncle." After hearing her words, she seemed to understand everything. She smiled at her, she opened her arms and embraced Mala Zahad, gently comforting her. "Yes, of course, I will always be by your side, and my niece/nephew South." Her eyes welled up with tears, but they were tears of joy. Her lips curved into a gentle smile when she heard her speak. This smile was deeply moving, not from boisterous joy, but from a sense of being loved, understood, and shared, a feeling that would only deepen as the children were born and grew. He stood to one side, pensive, fearful, and dejected, yet also happy and excited. She suddenly looked up at him, her face flushed, her eyes sparkling brightly. He was taken aback by her appearance, his face also faintly flushed with a hint of shyness. In the darkness of the night, an escorted convoy of carriages slowly rolled forward. The royal guards had begun transporting the prisoners to the labor camp at the border. In the study, Frederick reported to the emperor that the convoy had been arranged as His Majesty commanded. The emperor lightly tapped his fingers on the table, making soft thudding sounds. Frederick, holding a piece of paper, focused on listening to the emperor speak when he heard his voice. "It seems the Leinster Council of Elders is stirring up trouble, perhaps to ensure we don't forget them. The Zahad family will focus on internal management for a while." He smiled, his face full of confidence, and replied, "Even if they take the lead in resolving the issue, it seems the Leinster family will surely face criticism for this incident."
The emperor let out a soft sigh of satisfaction upon hearing Frederick's answer. "You also know that's not the issue." His face was attentive, his gaze never leaving the emperor. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem like a stain on the duke's honor. The emperor spoke, his mind on the image of him and her. But as the reach of the Council of Elders diminishes, things will change according to the duke's will. In fact, the Zahad family has truly become an ally of the Duchess. The emperor stopped tapping his fingers on the table, saying cautiously, "As long as the duke and duchess remain united, the influence of the Leinster family will continue to grow."
His hand rested on his chin, thumb and forefinger lightly touching his jawbone, a look of pensive dismay in his eyes. What a terrible couple. Frederick heard these words and remained silent, thinking to himself, they are my reliable and trustworthy allies. That morning at the Zahad mansion, Mila Zahad wore comfortable sleepwear. She walked deep in thought. Today, I'll meet the Duchess at the salon, and tomorrow— Her train of thought was interrupted when she saw the former maids of the Zahad household. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Upon seeing her, they all seemed to avoid her, acting unnaturally. She watched them leave, a little worried. I'll have to replace these maids soon.
Just as she was about to leave, she heard someone speak behind her. Countess Malazahad. Her face changed, and she slowly turned her head to look at the speakers. It was Gail Zahad and Helen Zahad. Their hair was disheveled, their clothes ragged, and their faces full of anger as they looked at her. How do you feel, betraying your husband and mother-in-law? He continued, every word uttered with menace. And taking everything for yourself, huh? She grew increasingly panicked, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her fearful eyes daring not meet theirs. The saddles were completely empty. The soldiers had been attacked, their bodies scattered on the ground. I thought it would all be over.
Gezahad and his mother looked extremely disheveled. He turned to the person who had helped free them and said, I never thought you would help us. The person who helped him smiled. Beside him stood a few other guards, and Chief Diarne. His men quickly dealt with the bodies of the soldiers lying on the ground, while he turned to speak with Gail Zahad. His face showed a hint of regret. It would be a waste for someone like you to fall like this, he added. Besides, don't we share the same goal? Hearing this, Helen Zahad couldn't hide her anger. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. He smiled, saying cryptically, everyone deserves a second chance. Hearing him still address him as Marquis Gail Zahad, he looked at him with a satisfied smile. A brilliant red gemstone ring was placed on his index finger. Helen Zahad took off her tattered clothes. She put on a beautiful red dress, adorned with sparkling earrings, and continuously preened, admiring herself in the mirror. Gail Zahad also changed into a new suit. He was so happy that he kept humming a song. He suddenly turned his head and asked loudly, So you're wondering why we're here, aren't you?
Malazahad was currently restrained, her hands tied behind her back, and her mouth tightly gagged with a cloth, rendering her unable to resist them. Had her plan of betrayal not unfolded as anticipated? Helen Zahad also approached her, crossing her arms and looking at her with a scathing gaze. This is truly insane, but from now on you will have to accept it, and we will give you another chance to atone for your mistakes. He placed his hand on her head, as if to subdue her, an action that made her even more uneasy and afraid. But you must do a few things for us. The morning sun cast long streaks of light across the ground, creating a space filled with tranquility in the invigorating energy of morning. She was told that the Zahad household had sent a servant. Before her, a maidservant stood upright, her hands clasped lightly, her head slightly bowed, and said, The Marchioness has instructed me to invite the Duchess to visit her residence. She immediately replied, We had already planned to meet at the salon. The maidservant's eyes narrowed slightly, as if concentrating, her lips moving. The Marchioness has an urgent matter that cannot be discussed at the salon. As soon as she finished speaking, both she and the maidservant holding makeup tools standing beside her became thoughtful. She suddenly turned her head, picked up a perfume bottle, and said to the maidservant beside her, Today, I wish to use this perfume.
She stood before the slightly ajar door of the mansion. A voice from beside her announced, You may enter. In stark contrast to her dignified and resolute demeanor, the Zahad maid looked utterly flustered, her face pale as if hiding something. She suddenly prostrated herself, head bowed low, hands on the ground, uttering an apology. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, madam. Under her sharp gaze, the maid trembled all over and confessed truthfully, I was threatened. She closed her eyes, a look of helplessness etched clearly on her face, and let out a heavy sigh. Although she knew it was a trap inside, she still decided to enter. She walked, each step slow but resolute. Malazahad sat motionless in a chair, her body restrained and unable to move. Gail Zahad and Helen Zahad stood on either side of her chair. Seeing her enter, he smirked and said, Welcome, Duchess of Leinster. Besides them, the room was filled with large, scarred men who looked terrifying. She surveyed the room, thinking cautiously, They've hired some mercenaries. I can fight my way out. She suddenly dropped the cane in her hand, letting it fall to the ground.
She thought about Malazahad's safety, but her sister-in-law would be in danger even from a minor injury. He was pleased by her actions, and he smirked triumphantly. If you've grasped the situation, surrender quietly. She crossed her arms and looked straight at him, her eyes full of firm determination. You know the person you're holding hostage is your wife, right? Hearing her words, he looked indifferent and shrugged casually. Do you know she's pregnant? What does that have to do with me? She frowned slightly, her face revealing anger that spread from her sharp eyes to every feature, as if she had no more patience to endure. I'm sick of this guy. Her hand clenched into a fist, raised high towards him, making him fearfully duck and dodge. A moment later, the pain didn't come. He slowly opened his eyes, slightly raised his head, his eyes still full of vigilance. His mercenaries also quickly placed their hands on their sword hilts, ready to fight at any moment. But it was completely different from what they expected. She held out both hands in front of him and said, Do whatever you want, whether you want to take me hostage or anything else.
He immediately let out a sigh of relief, adjusted his lapel and complained, "You should have given up gracefully from the start." Helen Zahad, standing beside him, also had an unpleasant expression. She frowned, looking stern, her hands gripping the rope tightly, clenching until her fingers turned white. She offered her hands, letting them tie her up. She lowered her head. Her eyes met Mila Zahad's.
Her face was pale, her eyes wide, filled with fear, as if wanting to cry for help but unable to utter a sound. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, unable to conceal her fear and helplessness. She asked her, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Her gaze was gentle as she looked at her, a reassuring smile on her lips. "I'm fine, so don't worry. I hope he isn't too sad, Aiden." He quickly received news that Gail Zahad and Helen Zahad had escaped, which made him rush. As he walked, he turned his head to ask his subordinate, "Did they escape early this morning? They even abandoned their carriage and successfully fled." As soon as he stepped into the mansion, he saw her maid rushing out. "Duke!" Her face was filled with unease as she hastily said, "The madam has already gone to the Zahad mansion." While his subordinate's face clearly showed surprise and shock, he remained calm upon hearing her words. "The madam told me to inform you if she doesn't return before this afternoon." Two subordinates standing behind him spoke up. Wait, they were captured far away, so how could Gail and Helen return to the Zahad mansion? Moreover, with the madam's abilities, they know she could defeat them. But he immediately retorted, "No." His hand clenched, crumpling the paper he held. If Marciana Zahad was captured, Aaron would have no other choice. He stated with certainty, she must have gone there alone. His subordinate, hearing this, was confused. Does that mean? His lips were pressed tightly together, teeth grinding as if wanting to crush everything. His eyes gleamed with indignation, a fire of rage burning. His voice was hard as steel, low but full of danger. Those escaped criminals dared to abduct the Imperial Duchess. Summon all knights, immediately. In the large room, Gail Zahad and Helen Zahad were seated, while Diarn stood. He placed his hand on a chair and said to the other two, "Just capturing and imprisoning the Duchess already feels like a victory. No matter what we do, that girl always obstructs us, profiting for herself. It truly infuriates me, especially that condescending look she gives us." Old Diarn spoke up, asking, "What do you plan to do next, sir?" Gail Zahad looked at him, contemplating, and replied, "We will demand they ransom Aaron, taking the money to escape." "Is that all?" He thought of the Duke, and said, "The Duke of Leinster will not stand idly by after what you've done. You will have to redirect the Duke's anger to get what you want." He looked at him meaningfully, his eyes full of cunning schemes. His wiry beard further highlighted the sinister look on his face. "We, the Council of Elders, want to separate the Duke and Duchess once and for all. Too much business has fallen into the hands of the House of Leinster." He listened intently to his plan, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Therefore, we need the Duchess to take responsibility." They secretly envisioned her imprisoned in a dungeon, now kneeling, her hands shackled, confined in a dark, damp, and cold room. They could no longer wait to see her endure the pain and humiliation they had planned. "You want us to make Aaron a scapegoat for everything?"
Helen Zahad and Gail Zahad appeared in full splendor, magnificent. She and he will reclaim their former glory. By appearing boldly before everyone, you can also reclaim the Marquis's family and the title. Old Diarn will secretly spread misinformation to sever the emotional ties between you and her. Somehow we need to separate them, and then exaggerate his romantic relationship with Lady Shart. They plan that after pushing her away, Ulia Shart will replace her by your side. Well, remarriage would be a good thing.
Helen Zahad's face was serious as she spoke. "Do you think Aaron will just sit there and watch? She is my daughter." But she is no ordinary child. Hearing these words, he seemed to ponder something in his heart, his face filled with contemplation. After a moment of deliberation, his face emotionless, he made a cunning decision. "We will ensure she cannot say anything, perhaps through an unavoidable accident." At this moment, she was being held in a dark room, her hands tied tightly behind her back, her eyes covered by a white cloth. And despite being blindfolded and bound, she sat silently in the dark room. Mela was tied up and sat right beside her, her eyes also covered by a white cloth. She spoke up and asked her, "Sister, do you know where we are?" Mela offered a guess. "Well, first, I don't think we've left the mansion, based on the route we took." Mela continued, "It seems there's a secret room in the mansion that I didn't know about." As she listened to her words, she thought, "I guess it's an easy place to find." The room where the two were held was filled with old wooden crates, stacked haphazardly. "I smell gunpowder." The weapon she thought of was a cannon. Among the business ventures the Zahad family was involved in, one concerned weapon development. This type of weapon quickly became known to many, but its unreliable quality led everyone to collectively reject it. While they prided themselves on their weapons having stronger firing power than others on the market, they were all of poor quality with a high failure rate, and they had quietly shut down the operation.
From the smell of gunpowder in the room, combined with what she knew, she deduced that they must be storing inventory here that had never been released to the market. Helen Zahad and Gail Zahad also appeared in the dark room at this moment. He and she seemed to be discussing something. She continued her train of thought. By the way, how could those two have escaped the Legion? It would be impossible without help. Thinking of this, the image of old Dairon immediately came to her mind, the one currently trying to profit from the Zahad family. Having guessed everything and the mastermind behind it, she smiled contentedly. It's him. Gail Zahad walked up to her, arms crossed, looking arrogant and self-satisfied. Do you also find me amusing? She maintained her smile and told him, No, I'm laughing because you're too careless. Her face radiated defiance and pride. Instead of fear, she wore a scornful and mocking smile. Are you an idiot? Even if you want to negotiate by using me instead of harming me, you should take me out of the mansion for safety. She added, Staying here is like a rat in a trap. The mother and son were stunned upon hearing this, and their faces couldn't help but reveal a look of dismay. On the other side, Claire Harris, standing outside, saw Frederick emerge from the room and quickly asked, How did things go? He quickly replied, The accusation I brought from Bree's salon has had an effect. The young ladies from noble families each held a piece of paper in their hands. They discussed and then gathered those papers. This was the first time the young ladies had gathered their opinions, and even His Majesty was curious.
Frederick looked at Claire Harris and continued. It was already a serious problem from the start. Hearing this, she pondered. They dared to kidnap even the Duchess? Frederick suddenly held up a rolled-up document. Anyway, the accusation was enough for you to be quickly granted authority. Now it's no longer about what Aiden wants to do with Helen and Gail. As Frederick spoke, he loosened his collar and sighed, forming small creases between her forehead. But Zahad's mansion isn't that large. Wouldn't it be less effective to mobilize all the knights?
Frederick looked at her seriously and said, I'll have to do the same to show everyone how he will crush them. In front of the mansion's gate, countless soldiers were lined up in neat and strict rows, making the surrounding atmosphere heavy and tense. He swung his sword powerfully and precisely, each swing of the blade creating a sharp swish in the air, as if cutting through everything in front of him. The Zahad knights stood awkwardly, swords in hand, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. The Zahad family had knights, but not many, and perhaps they didn't know whether to side with the new countess or the former marquis. He was fighting fiercely when suddenly a sword tip grazed past his face. Blood quickly welled up, stark against his refined yet rugged face. On the other hand, they also wouldn't let Countess Zahad be taken hostage. Around him, the battle between the two sides continued noisily. The clang of weapons echoed continuously, along with shouts and the incessant pounding of feet on the ground. He paused his fighting movements, thinking cautiously, did they hire mercenaries? There's someone behind Galland and Helen, helping them. His army fought fiercely, especially the subordinate wearing a red cloak. Facing the Zahad knights, who were gradually losing ground, their fingers gripped their sword hilts, their movements full of confusion and indecision. He said loudly, Hear me, Zahad knights. Isn't your mistress Countess Mela Zahad? Lead us to where the Countess and Duchess are being held captive right now. They still gripped their swords, raised in defense. One of them also replied loudly, We don't know where they are, that's why we're doing this. A tall figure, sword in hand, approached with a cold, threatening voice. If they have left the mansion, then the Leinster Knights are attacking the Zahad family unjustly. The subordinate saw him and quickly said, Duke, but he seemed not to pay him any mind. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply and steadily, as if trying to listen, to sense the scent lingering in the air. This way.
In an instant, he recognized the scent, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. That smile not only carried confidence, but also a readiness to confront and face the enemies lurking somewhere around. They were inside the mansion. She and Mila Chant were still being held captive in the dark room. Around them, loud voices filled with fear echoed. Did he bring knights? They wondered, not having expected them to arrive so soon. Upon hearing that he had brought people to storm in, Gail Chant and Helen Chant immediately fell into chaos. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. He clutched his head with both hands, trembling. This was truly a disaster.
Her face was contorted, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and a sense of despair enveloped every feature. I was married into the Gia Hat family when I was 15. All that time dedicated to the family, wasted like this now? She suddenly gritted her teeth in anger, pointing at him and shouting, You should have killed that man from the very beginning. You haven't done anything worthwhile since you were little. Hearing his mother, in her misplaced anger, turn to blame him, Veo Gia Hat also became furious. He didn't hold back his emotions, looking straight at her and shouting, his anger spilling out with every word. You were the one who introduced him to me. If that's the case, you're the one who caused all this. Veo Gia Hat and Helen Gia Hat suddenly erupted into an argument, neither of them willing to back down, leaving Aunt and Myra Gia Hat, who were listening, feeling helpless and speechless. Oh, this ungrateful and disloyal son. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside, catching Helen Zahad off guard. She leaned back, covered her head with her hands, and cried out in panic, Oh my heavens! Veo Zahad was caught under the room's door. He directly stepped onto that door and entered the dark room. Seeing his face blazing with murderous intent, she turned pale, her face drained of all color.
His face still bore traces of blood, his eyes sharp and cold as a knife, his entire being exuding a cold fury. He stepped down from the door. Gail Zahad, pinned beneath it, his face disfigured, let out groans. He quickly approached and removed her blindfold. Her eyes, sparkling, slowly looked up at him. His face lit up and he smiled gently, as if all his previous coldness and sternness had completely vanished, replaced by clear tenderness and joy. "I found you." His eyes brightened, looking at her with tenderness and warmth. She also looked up at him, her sparkling eyes reflecting sweetness and a hint of shyness. The surrounding space seemed to quieten, leaving only the sweet affection between them. He softly called her name. "Aaron?" Because there were people around them, his sudden embrace made her feel flustered, and she blushed. Turning his head, he told his subordinate to untie Malia Zahad, who was sitting nearby. "Take the Countess to a safe place first." "Yes, sir." The subordinate quickly picked up Malia Zahad and carried her out, carefully saying as he went, "Please bear with it a little longer." He also quickly untied her hands, took her hand to examine it, and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine." Gail Zahad, still pinned under the heavy door, his face pale, the pain and helplessness making him speak with difficulty. How could you find the secret passage?"
Both he and she turned to glare at him, their eyes cold, openly revealing their resentment. Her gaze was confident and proud. She raised a hand to smooth her hair and said to him, "Oh, he's wearing perfume." He stood firm, his eyes cold and sharp. Every movement exuded resolve and confidence, without the slightest hint of wavering. She continued, emphasizing, "My husband's favorite scent." He looked directly at him, his eyes unwavering, as if he wasn't worth even a shred of his emotion. On second thought, he took slow steps towards him, the blood-stained sword in his hand slowly rising. By now, the authority to immediately execute the condemned must have been granted. Seeing him approach, he panicked, shouting helplessly, "Don't come near me!" Suddenly, a person holding an oil lamp appeared, cutting them off. "Stop!" It was none other than Helen Zahad. She raised the lit lamp high. Her face was eerie, her eyes emotionless, as she flashed a cruel smile. "We must finish what we started," she said, then dropped the lamp in her hand to the ground. Seeing this, she panicked, her eyes wide, her gaze disbelieving of what was unfolding before her. The lines on her face suddenly tensed. Gil Zahad looked even more miserable, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The lamp hit the ground, glass shards scattered, and the fire from the lamp quickly spread. The entire mansion shook violently. Large holes appeared in the ground, and dust and smoke continuously billowed up from the basement, terrifying everyone around. A deafening explosion echoed in the silent space. The blast caused the wall above to slowly collapse, crumbling like a sudden burst of fury. Aiden reacted immediately, shielding Aaron with his body. She widened her eyes, her hands clutching Aiden's shoulders, a wave of panic rising within her. Just like that, Aiden was buried under bricks and stones from the collapsing wall above. He collapsed at Aaron's feet, and she could only stare blankly, her mind reeling in shock at the sight.
Aiden glanced at her, his eyes filled with love. He reached out his hand to gently wipe a speck of dust from Aaron's cheek. Aiden was about to say something, but then fell silent. His hand, which had bent on Aaron's cheek, quickly fell away, and fear filled her eyes. Aiden was now completely unconscious, covered in bricks and rubble. Aaron clutched her hands tightly, a feeling of anguish and loss rising within her. 2 guards quickly helped her up and pulled her away. Aaron saw Aiden lying cold on the ground and couldn't help but cry out, tears streaming down her face. She was truly worried about Aiden's safety. He was lifted by the guards, Aiden's body completely limp. Seeing this, Aaron collapsed, fainting at the sight of her beloved lying motionless. Aaron was carried away by a guard. Above, a large hole had opened in the bunker, and everyone quickly rushed over. A childhood memory surfaced. Aiden's hand tightly clasped Aaron's, and he said, "Stay with me forever." Aaron looked in surprise at the hand holding hers, and without thinking, she replied to Aiden, Aiden, your math teacher is behind you." Aaron spoke to him in a somewhat urgent tone. "You have a math class coming up." Aiden didn't answer her question. Suddenly, he asked, "Why aren't you studying with me, Aaron?"
Aiden was restless and anxious, his words betraying a hint of fear. If he had been there, Whitney wouldn't have come. Saying this, he took Aaron's hand. Aiden's pitiful anxiety made her think. He was like a puppy afraid of being separated. Aaron smiled and agreed with him. Well, that can't be helped. Aaron secretly thought to herself she shouldn't be happy about this. Aaron was stunned when she saw him injured and with bandages on his head. Aaron wondered, "Do you know something?" Seeing Aiden lying on the bed with his eyes closed, she couldn't help but ponder. Looking back, it was I who was most worried about the divorce after all. Aaron squeezed her eyes shut, her whole body trembling with fear. She took Aiden's hand, curling up and sobbing beside the bed. Suddenly, his warm hand moved. Aiden felt her warmth and grasped her continuously trembling hand. Mona walked over, saw her crying, and softly called, "Madam?" Aaron could no longer hold back her emotions. She hugged Mona tightly and choked out,
It's all my fault, because of protecting me, Aiden. Mona tried to soothe her at this moment, saying to Aaron, "He'll be all right."
Aiden lay quietly on the bed. He was still in a coma and showed no signs of waking up. Aaron was extremely distraught. She confided in Mona that they had said he had no major external injuries. Tears streaming down her face, Aaron glanced towards the bed at Aiden. Mona advised her to calm down and please eat something, as well as get some more sleep. Aiden's last words before he passed out broke her heart. Aiden struggled to whisper, "Stay with me, forever." Looking at the man she loved, Aaron wondered, did he say that because he was afraid I would disappear? Or... Aaron buried her head in Mona's embrace, her whole body filled with helpless anxiety, tears continuously streaming down her face. The wicked Helen threw down the oil lamp. She smiled, a savage and cruel smile, but in the end, Helen died on the spot. Gail was crushed by a large wall, but his time wasn't up. We successfully apprehended Gail. The person who was barely breathing reached the store's basement, but he only had a few injuries and is now receiving treatment. Aaron heard these words. Remaining silent, she stared blankly into space, as if her soul had left her body.
After the red-haired girl reported to Aaron, she and Felix stepped in to report on the situation. Aaron told the two of them, "You must keep him alive. We cannot let him die so easily. And there's another issue." Aaron sat by the bed, holding a letter. It was truly a major incident, making it very difficult to prevent the news from spreading. Felix told her that besides the nobility, even the royal family was observing. Aaron ordered Felix to refuse all visitors from now on until Aiden regained consciousness. He then asked, "What about the elders? We've managed to keep them in the waiting room, but they'll burst in here at any moment." Aaron's face darkened, showing extreme displeasure. She stared out the door, then told Felix, "I will deal with them." Outside the waiting room were 3 elders from the houses. The one in the middle was Elder Diarn, flanked by 2 elders from the human and Aiden houses. "But who are you?" Aaron frankly declared before the 3 of them that no one could disturb Aiden while he was recuperating. "Even if you come from the Council of Elders, the Duchess will not tolerate actions that hinder the Duke's recovery."
Aaron looked annoyed at the 3 elders, her face stern, her words sharp as a blade. "Please return now." The 3 said nothing, Elder Dioran looking at her with an extremely displeased gaze. Dioran stepped in front of her and said, "The Duke's injury was not caused by us, but by the Duchess, wasn't it?" Hearing his words, Aaron was utterly displeased. She growled, "What?" Dioran continued, growing more fervent with each word. "Your family is causing trouble. How can we trust you and the Duke?" Aaron frankly countered Dioran's taunt. "It was an accident when criminals kidnapped Countess Zahad and me. I have no reason to consider them family." Aaron shot a glance, her eyes full of murderous intent towards Elder Dioran. Her words veiled. She looked at him with a hidden meaning. And besides, Aaron's next words made Elder Dioran flinch in fear. Gail and Helen couldn't have escaped on their own. Female Elder Aiden looked at her, her eyes full of suspicion at Aaron's words. "Are you saying someone is helping them in the shadows?" The human elder stroked his chin and cleared his throat. "I wonder who that could be." Dioran fell silent, his eyes looking into the distance, as if avoiding her gaze. Aaron stepped closer to Dioran, then looked him straight in the eye and said, "Finding the mastermind is our most difficult task, the one who planned this incident." Aaron, as formidable as a black rose with poisonous thorns, said to Dioran, "And the traitor who disregarded His Majesty's orders." At that moment, Mona urgently entered, surprising Aaron, and called out, "Madam."
She leaned close to Aaron's ear and then whispered softly. Her eyes lit up upon hearing it. Aaron opened the door and rushed straight out. When she entered the room, Aiden was already sitting on the bed, with a maid and Dr. Lizzie beside him. She called out Aiden's name loudly. Hearing her voice, Aiden turned to look. Aaron quickly ran to his side and hugged Aiden tightly. She buried her head in Aiden's shoulder, then hesitantly said, "I'm not leaving anymore." Aiden's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Aaron's words. Aiden pushed her away forcefully, an action that left Aaron stunned. She stared at Aiden in shock, unable to believe that the man who had risked his life to save her could now so heartlessly push her away. Aiden's face darkened, his eyes fixed on her, an expression of extreme displeasure on his face. Aiden's next words struck fear into everyone in the room. He looked at Aaron and then asked, "Who is this woman?" The maid stepped forward, but Aiden swung his hand out, startling her. The maid stammered, "Duke, why are you—" Aiden's entire body began to tremble when the maid touched him. Aiden glanced around the room, then at each person individually. Finally, Aiden blurted out, "Where is Whitney?" This left Aaron standing there utterly stunned. She stared at Aiden in disbelief for a long time before finally uttering, "Aiden." Aiden sat on the bed, with Felix beside him, reporting to him. Lizzie told Aaron, "He's suffering from memory loss.
Although there are no fractures, it seems his head was impacted during the explosion. Hearing about Aiden's current condition, she pressed her lips together, feeling tormented and self-reproachful. Aaron asked Lizzie, aside from the memory loss, how is his overall health? Lizzie replied, there are no other internal injuries. She also added, he can resume his daily life. Although she felt a pang of reluctance, it was a blessing that Aiden was otherwise all right. Aaron sighed, glancing into the room, and said, that's a relief. Just then Felix stepped out and told her, he can also resume most of his work at home. He still has the same level of cognitive awareness. Things he knew before might surface sporadically in casual conversations.
Aiden looked outside, his eyes filled with suspicion. His face darkened as he looked at Aaron with an unhappy gaze. Aaron looked at him, saddened. Aiden remembered everyone and everything clearly, yet he couldn't recall anything related to her. Aaron looked at him, then silently felt a pang of heartbreak all by herself. Looking at him sitting on the bed, Aaron concluded that it seemed only Aiden's memories of her had been erased. Lizzie reminded her, Madam, you too should also get a health checkup. Without hesitation, Aaron immediately refused, telling Lizzie, I'm fine. Aaron fell silent, biting her lip tightly, her closed eyes clearly showing her helplessness. She choked out, Aiden completely shielded me, so I wasn't injured. Aiden quickly summoned Felix and was sitting analyzing the Leinster family's business. Looking at the notes and statistics, Aiden stared at the documents before him. He exclaimed in disbelief and astonishment, I can't believe the Leinster family's business has grown this large. Felix looked at him and smiled, then told Aiden, you almost managed them with Madam. Aiden's eyes widened, and a question about Aaron couldn't help but arise in his heart. Whitney's image appeared in his mind. The words she had said before made his heart churn. That woman always covets everything of yours. You shouldn't trust them. Aiden suddenly looked forward at the silently closed door, thinking, that woman isn't in the mansion. Aiden then bent down to look at the documents before him again, his heart still filled with suspicious thoughts.
Aiden sat piecing together all of Aaron's actions and deeds since childhood. Married at 18, she soon expelled Whitney when she could, causing Whitney to be dragged out. Subsequently, with complete recognition, in seamless control over everything, she was granted authority over all family businesses in the capital by her parents, covertly controlling the capital's culture and commerce, increasing the family's wealth to rival the royal family, and inheriting the title at 18. Aiden then thought she was the true head of both the family and the clan, with all power resting in her hands. Everyone in the mansion followed her instructions, and even Felix, her close bodyguard, obeyed her implicitly. Aiden mused. She had truly taken over her family. Looking at these records, Aiden wondered, was this situation acceptable? He glanced towards the light outside the window. Outside, the sunlight streamed in, creating a truly peaceful and serene scene. Aaron walked over, her gaze directed to one side. Based on Felix's words, he observed and told her, from our conversation, it seems the Duke's memories are from before his marriage. Aiden looked up, his hand gently touching a tree trunk in the garden. Don't be too disheartened. His memories could return at any moment. Hearing a sound, he glanced towards where it had come from. Seeing Aaron approach, he asked, so you are my wife? Her clear blue eyes, like autumn water, settled on the man before her.
Aiden stood rooted to the spot, staring intently at Aaron. The previous image of him trembling with fear and cowering reappeared in Aiden's mind. Aaron looked at him gently and then smiled. Aiden was stunned when he saw Aaron walk closer to him. But suddenly, Aaron raised her hand, then gently said to him, I won't lay a finger on you if you don't want me to, even Aiden who doesn't remember me. Aaron told him with heartfelt sincerity, I'm on your side, I won't do anything you don't like. In the vulnerable Aiden who had pushed her away, Aaron's eyes sparkled, looking at him tenderly. She knew deep down that even if Aiden had forgotten her, and even if he was the one who pushed her away, it was all ultimately a part of the Aiden she loved. Aiden didn't dare look directly at her, but Aaron still said, you'll soon regain all your memories. Aiden pressed his lips together. Then he asked, how can you be so sure? Aaron's face was filled with confidence, her eyes sparkling. Aaron looked at the poetic scenery in the garden, clasped her hands behind her back, and said clearly, because there's no place in this mansion that isn't connected to our love. Even little Aiden overcame it and smiled at me. We'll just start over. Huge question marks filled Aiden's mind. Even if you don't remember, you'll still love me. Aaron's words made him even more confused. Because we chose our own destiny. At this moment in the tea room, Elder Diurney, along with 2 elders from the human family and Elder Aiden, arrived to inquire about Aiden's health. He spoke, Duke, are you all right? Elder Aiden seemed exasperated. She said irritably, Whew, what a mess. Elder Human stood behind the 2, smiling as he said, but don't worry too much. From now on, we will do our best to support you. Aiden silently looked at these people. He thought to himself, the number of elder families had been reduced to 3. In his memory, there were also Elder Cyron and Genereson.
According to reports, this had been accomplished thanks to that woman, his wife.
Aiden tried to recall her appearance back then, with her quickness and shrewdness, but he still found it hard to believe. She had expelled Generison at the age of 10. How was that possible? While Aiden was still lost in thought, Elder Dayarn suddenly spoke up. "But Duke, hasn't the Duchess been giving you a hard time?" All three elders stared at him, making Aiden ask again, "What do you mean?" Without beating around the bush, Elder Dayarn frankly told Aiden that he felt Aiden was using Aiden to begin seizing all business and control rights of the Leinster family. Dayarn reminded him, "Please don't just lightly dismiss it. The Duchess always controls every aspect of your daily life, profiting from the Duke's authority and monopolizing the family business. In your eyes, hasn't the Duchess already received too much?" Aiden crossed his legs and calmly replied to Dayarn, "She frequently sows discord between the elders and you," a female elder also added. "Today we successfully met you even though the Duchess tried to stop us." Elder Human clenched his fist decisively, "Because we had to tell you." Everything the three of them said pointed towards Erin. They believed she was seizing control of the Leinster household and then using all its wealth and power to support the families of Helen Zahad and Geo Zahad, helping them to prosper more strongly. He said, "It is the Duchess's family that is entirely responsible for this whole affair. Since she got married, she has autocratically controlled the Leinster household. The Duchess must have done something in this matter." The three elders looked at him, each with calculations and personal interests in their eyes. Dayarn's eyes lit up, and he shamelessly said to Aiden, "Because, Your Grace, you have fallen for another lady."
Aiden Leinster didn't show much emotion externally, but inwardly he was mocking Dayarn, and he expects us to believe that? The old man didn't even realize his lie was too ridiculous. Dayarn even painted a picture for him, a scene of Aiden and Ulia embracing intimately. Rumors spread about your relationship with her, and you tried to use this opportunity to drive the Duchess out. The glass jar fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, just like his feelings for Erin. The old man also said that by exposing all the wrongdoings of her family, he would cause their downfall. When Erin was arrested and imprisoned in the dark cellar, they believed it was a play she orchestrated to completely eliminate Aiden. Dayarn slowly got to the point. The Duchess, feeling threatened, conspired to harm you with any hesitation.
Aiden raised a hand to rub his chin, deep in thought. Seeing his silence, Dayarn assumed the matter had been settled smoothly this time. He whispered into Aiden's ear, "Duke, you must not trust the Duchess." Sitting opposite the three elders, Aiden's mind was seething, unsure how much truth lay in these words. It was a good sign that the Duchess and the Council of Elders were suspicious of each other. If he played his cards right, he could drag both of them down. He remembered Erin's sincere smile and eyes full of love. Her words were etched deep into his subconscious. "I'm on your side, and even if you don't remember me, you'll still love me." Aiden's mind was in turmoil. He lowered his head, listening to Dayarn and the Elders' provocative, divisive words. Aiden thought, "I suddenly feel unusually calm." A question couldn't help but arise within him. Why is that? At the fencing practice ground, the clashing sounds of wooden swords echoed.
Aiden swung his sword and brought it back, frowning as he thought to himself about the movements he had struggled with before. Aiden slashed through the air, doubtfully performing a few sword strokes. The smooth, flexible techniques which he had struggled with before were now all easily mastered. Looking at his sword-wielding hand, he found it hard to believe. Moreover, he could easily combine different sword techniques, something he had never learned. The sound of applause interrupted Aiden's thoughts. Erin walked over, clapped her hands, and said to him, "Ah." Aiden stared at her. She was also a little surprised to see him there. She thought to herself, Aiden is here because he used to practice at this time when he was 10 years old. Erin looked at him as if probing his intentions. She walked up to Aiden, shyly starting to speak. "Since we're both here, would you like to spar with me?" Erin put her hands on her hips confidently, then smiled and asked him, "When we were little, we used to spar a lot." Erin ceased. "Let me tell you beforehand, you've never beaten me." Hearing her words, Aiden remained silent. Both quickly engaged in sword fighting. Erin immediately thought, he's certainly giving it his all. She blocked all of his powerful techniques, thinking to herself, there's no leniency when he's lost his memory. Suddenly, her steps faltered slightly, her eyes widened, and her head reeled. Erin's legs couldn't hold steady. She slipped and fell backward.
Seeing this, Aiden's eyes widened. Erin gasped, then stared blankly at him. Erin clutched her head, frowning. She didn't understand what was happening. She suddenly felt so dizzy. Very quickly, Aiden embraced Erin, face to face, which surprised her. At this moment, Aiden suddenly paused. He remembered something. Aiden thought to himself, "This." Then he released his hands from around her. Aiden withdrew his hands, then hesitantly said, "Forgive me." Erin looked at him bewildered, without blinking. Erin looked at him, a flustered smile on her face. Erin turned and said to him, "Thank you for catching me." She suggested, "Let's have breakfast together, as it's a family tradition."
In the dining room, the two sat opposite each other. Aaron broke the silence. Therefore, the mansion should be filled with the portraits we sent. She told Aiden, later you should come and see the portraits of our parents here. Aaron smiled as she thought of Isabella and Logan. She brought her fork to her mouth, then smiled. Both of them have changed so much. But then suddenly her eyes widened. Looking at the plate of food in front of her, Aaron's stomach churned. She felt extremely nauseous. The maid beside her, seeing Aaron's discomfort, politely asked, "Is something wrong? Is there a problem with the food?" Frowning with a look of discomfort, Aaron replied, "It's not that." She suddenly told Aiden, "Excuse me, I'll have to leave first today." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and left, leaving Aiden stunned in his seat. Reaching the door, Aaron turned her head to look at him, her eyes full of conviction. "We'll have our meal together tomorrow."
Aiden held a knife and fork in his hands, watching her leave the room. His eyes were wide, staring straight ahead. He looked at Aaron's seat, a sudden emptiness filling his heart. Aiden wondered why he felt disappointed and what this familiar feeling was. On her side, Aaron's face was ashen. She asked Lizzie in a daze, "I'm pregnant." Lizzie looked at her with worried eyes. "While Aiden is suffering from amnesia, you're already exhausted, and now you're pregnant," she said to Aaron in a serious tone. "Madam, I think you should tell the Duke." But Aaron quickly dismissed Lizzie's suggestion. "Don't tell him." With everything happening with the elders, she didn't want to tell him during such a tumultuous time. With everything going on right now, this would only complicate matters, not just for Aiden, but for others as well. Aaron sat on a chair, her hand cradling her belly. Her gaze was unfocused, staring into the air. At this moment, she truly felt conflicted, wondering whether she should be happy or sad. Lizzie slowly said to her, "You don't have to." Looking at Aaron, she added, "You've never clearly felt any special emotions." At this, Aaron felt relieved, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Aaron softly said, "That's right." Soon, everyone gathered to chat. The four, Aaron, Ulia, Claire, and Princess Angelina, laughed and chatted happily. Countess Sahad was in the process of taking over the mansion. With Gail and Helen no longer there, and since everything had settled down, she would personally investigate all the servants.
Claire told the three of them that in fact this whole affair was causing a bit of discord between His Majesty and Frederick. Aaron remained silent. Aiden had been urgently summoned during the night because things had spiraled out of control, so His Majesty had adopted a more passive stance, seemingly fearing the rapid rise of House Leinster. Aaron thought, observing us for his own benefit, he secretly hoped our influence would wane while we were opposing the elders.
Angelina took Aaron's hand, reassuring her. "But don't worry, that doesn't mean he will support the elders. Frederick and I have no intention of severing ties with the Leinstern family." Ulia also voiced her opinion. "That's right, the Medical Research Society at Salon Breeze has investigated memory loss as much as possible." Ulia also suggested a method to Aaron. "If I were hit a second time on the head in the same spot I was hit before, I might regain lost memories, but there's no medical evidence for this." Ulia extended her hand towards her, clenching her fist powerfully and resolutely. "If you think this method is okay, then..." Before Ulia could finish, Aaron anxiously interrupted. "You mustn't do that." Aaron frantically waved her hands, clearly rejecting Ulia's suggestion. Utterly bewildered, "We can't risk injuring Aiden with such a method, and physically attacking the Duke would have other consequences. This is just bothering him." All three stared at Aaron with suspicion, speechless. A sigh of relief and Princess Angelina's next words left Aaron puzzled. "Phew, you finally look a little human." She smiled, calmly telling Aaron, "You always work hard, but you don't have to try and bear the burden alone. Everyone at Salon Breezy has been helped by you, so everyone at the salon is by your side. We have all received your help at least once. If there's any way we can repay you, just let us know." Aaron stared blankly at Angelina. Hearing these comforting words, her mood relaxed a little. Aaron's eyes welled up with tears, and she choked out, "Thank you, everyone." Aaron walked over to the three of them. Angelina called out, "Come here, Aaron." All three gave her the warmest hugs.
She had also returned to being cheerful, Aaron told everyone. "With all this support, I will do my best to protect it." Aaron pictured her happy home, knowing that at all costs she must preserve the warmed flame of love in this family. Ulia Charte was about to step into the room when suddenly a voice from behind said, "You are Miss Charte, aren't you?" Elder Diarn, along with Elders Human and Aiden, entered. He said, "It's quite a surprise to meet you here at the Duke's mansion." Ulia asked, "Do you have some business with me?" He smiled. Coincidentally, the Duke seems particularly wary of the Duchess. He imagined the worst. Even though he lost his memory, his reactions are very quick. We began to suspect if there was an issue between them from the start, as there are rumors that the Duke is extremely fond of you. Diarn sneered. "If there truly is something special between the two of you, couldn't you help the Duke recover his memory?" Ulia smiled faintly as she looked at them. She suddenly broke into a bright smile, and the staff in her hand snapped in half from her grip. "Oh, my mistake," she said. "I think I've heard enough, so I'll be leaving now." She had learned from Aaron. Ulia angrily turned away, thinking to herself, "I really want to grab the Duke by the collar, but I have to endure it for my sister." The three others could only watch, sweating profusely.
Aiden said she didn't fall into the trap. Diarny replied, well, no matter what they do, if we keep spreading rumors, we'll be able to overthrow the Duchess. By the way, how is Gail Zahad? Isn't he in the Duchess's hands? Let's try a few things. Aiden, listening from behind the door, heard everything, his eyes sharp. He thought to himself, it seems the House of Charté becoming a business partner was arranged by the Duchess. If the elders are planning such a big move, then that must be a solid backing for her. The elders are always an obstacle, but I can't trust the Duchess either. What is my position in this power struggle? On the other side, Frederick walked in anger. He grumbled, the Duke refused to meet, but I apologize for barging in uninvited. His Majesty is trying to regain his power, using that damned amnesia as an excuse. He frowned. As his son, I will prove that there's no problem at all. Aaron replied, anyway, because of the elders, it's pointless to refuse others from visiting. He turned and asked, I apologize, but may I go in alone?
Frederick smirked. I was going to lecture him about how much he loves his wife, but if you heard it, you'd blush. Erin froze, a hint of embarrassment on her face, but then she smiled gently. Please be gentle with him. A moment later, Aiden came before Frederick and bowed. Greetings, Your Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. Frederick frowned in displeasure, but then turned away and said, you are still recovering, so please sit down. Aiden replied, my apologies. Frederick then asked, so there are no issues with your training in handling business, correct? He respectfully replied, yes, that is correct. Frederick replied, I'm glad to hear that. He stood up and walked towards Aiden. In any case, you need to recover your memory as soon as possible, if you don't want to regret it. Aiden frowned. Frederick, holding a paper tied with a ribbon in his hand, continued. Every move of the Duke and Duchess is currently under my protection. But now, since my friend has become a fool, my justification for protecting the Leinster family will surely disappear.
Aiden said, my memory loss isn't my fault. Frederick replied, no one thinks it's your fault. But you do. Aiden's face became annoyed. Frederick explained, if you make the wrong decision, Aaron, the keyholder, will be in trouble. He leaned closer to Aiden. You'll wish you were dead. Aiden said nothing, only frowning and staring at Frederick. Frederick strode past him, thinking to himself, attracting even the Crown Prince, how wide is her influence? Frederick looked out the window and said, the whole world knows that you love Aaron to death. His eyes became lifeless, a little annoyed. He calls her Aaron. Elsewhere, Diarn and the other two came to meet Aaron and said, why did the Duchess call us here first?
The blonde girl replied, someone broke into the store's basement last night. That's where we're holding Gail while he re-gives his testimony. Aaron handed the paper to the three people. We have a confession, and an interesting name has come up. The paper was held up directly in front of their faces. Aaron asked, Elder Diane, did you provide the intruder with a weapon to prevent unfavorable testimony from Gail? The old man froze, speechless. Aaron continued, are you worried that Gail, who has been additionally charged with assaulting the Duke, would change his mind and not testify as agreed? The three simultaneously avoided her gaze, their hearts filled with worry. Diane replied, we had no other choice, because your words and actions don't match. You said you didn't consider him family, yet you still held him so no one could access him. We had to personally verify whether the Duchess was plotting to abduct an important witness. This was permitted by the Duke. The door suddenly opened, and someone stepped in, saying, I never permitted you to do that. This made Diane jump. Aiden entered, glancing at the old man. He said, you must take responsibility for daring to usurp the Duke's authority. The old man fearfully stepped back. Duke, about that. Then he turned to Aaron and said, but the elders also have a point. Aaron listened calmly. The Duchess arbitrarily detained the one who made me this way. His words made her eyes widen. Aiden walked towards her without a word. Diane seized the opportunity to interject. That's right, Duke.
Aiden stood before her. Aaron's eyes blazed with anger. He said, Aaron Lannister, hand Gail Zahad over to me. Aaron froze and stared, but then closed her eyes and thought to herself, well, considering the current situation, this is probably the most reasonable decision. Aiden didn't trust himself or the elders. A servant ran over, reporting, Gail Zahad has regained consciousness. The red-haired girl suddenly realized, wait, that servant isn't one of ours. Aiden replied, I sent him. He went to the store under my orders to monitor Gail. Just in time, he said, looking at Aaron. Bring him here. Let's hear his testimony. Darny, Human, and Aiden suddenly broke out in a cold sweat of fear. He said, let's see who was behind this incident. Elsewhere, Frederick said, aside from the memory loss, Duke Lannister's health and mind are very good. Based on the Zahad family's drug trafficking case, please reconsider revoking the verdict, Your Majesty. The Emperor turned sharply. He stepped forward and explained, Frederick, I support your friendship with the Duke. The Lannister family will provide you with a solid political foundation when you ascend the throne. However, royal power should be the supreme power in the Empire.
The Lannister ducal territory has expanded its power far beyond the reach of other nobles. Should the palace help that family just because they stumbled for a moment?
Frederick was stunned, his eyes wide as he asked, "Are you asking me to abandon my best friend?" The Emperor's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Frederick. The scene shifted to Aiden. A voice rang out. "Gail, can you talk?" Gail lay there, covered in bandages. Gail glanced up and replied, "Yes." Aiden asked, "Tell us who helped you. Confess honestly." Gail's eyes darted towards Daeron. The three people standing there became increasingly anxious. Gail's eyes then shifted towards Aaron, which startled Aaron. Then he looked into the void, a smirk playing on his lips. He said, "They are here." Aiden asked, "Who?" Gail stared intently at Aiden. Suddenly he spoke. "Aaron Lenser, my younger sister, orchestrated this incident." The red-haired girl flinched, and Daeron smiled with satisfaction. Gail recounted, "To gain complete control of the Lenser family, Aaron showed me those drugs. She told me that if she could control the Lenser family, she would share a portion of the business interests and assets with me." Aiden's face darkened. Gail glanced at her, a wicked smile on his face as he continued, "As long as I do what I'm told." Aaron frowned, utterly furious. Back to Frederick, the Emperor said, "Everyone knows that the Duchess is the heart of the Lenser family. If the elders succeed in pinning everything on the Duchess, we will have an excellent opportunity to sit back and reap the benefits. So it's worth it for me to become a terrible father, one who deprives his son of his freedom." Frederick was enraged, clenching his fists, trembling. Back to Aiden, his face devoid of expression, Gail loudly declared, "Duke, the Duchess must be expelled from the Lenser family. Isn't it obvious that she wants to seize everything from the family?" Aaron gritted her teeth, enduring.
She thought to herself, even though the elders and Gail's plan was very clumsy, it disadvantaged Aiden because he had lost his memory. The other three looked at her in surprise, and Gail smiled contentedly. Aaron startled and looked towards Aiden. He must be very confused. They immediately said, "Please decide." She worried. Will he be disappointed? Does he trust me, even a little? His words struck her like a bolt of lightning. She was rooted to the spot, unable to believe it. "I will place Aaron Leinster under house arrest and restrict all her actions." Her eyes widened, and she froze, watching Aiden's retreating back. He didn't turn back to look at her. "I need to investigate this matter more thoroughly, and I will also investigate Gail." Daeron flinched. "Duke," he continued, "my authority and judgment are valid because I am the victim in this incident." His gaze turned angry. "From now on, the Duchess is not permitted to leave the mansion, and all her actions within the mansion are restricted. Anyone who contacts Aaron Leinster will be considered an accomplice." A moment later, Aaron was confined to a room. She thought to herself, after hearing his angry voice, I realized the absence of Aiden, the one who held my world together. A hint of sadness appeared on her face. I had expected too much.
She hugged herself, wondering how much longer she could endure this. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening startled Aaron. A maid entered and whispered, "Madam, are you cold?" Aaron wondered. There should have been a guard at the door. The maid had entered, and the guard must have trusted Aaron. The maid said, "Everyone trusts you, madam. If you need anything, just let me know. I will relay your message to Mona, who is also being held captive." The maid handed her a letter. "The former Duke and Duchess have departed for the capital. They will arrive in the capital within a few days if all goes well." Aaron was a little moved. Her face flushed and her eyes welled up with tears. "Everyone, thank you all." Aaron thought to herself, "Yes, I am not alone. I am Aaron Lannister. I must protect this family." Aaron said, "I have a favor to ask."
She clutched the letter in her hand and softly said, "Bring me some clothes so I can go out." To avoid drawing attention, the maid, in a state of anxiety, waited for Aaron beneath the castle in the dark of night. "Now, my lady?" After she stepped out of the carriage, the maid finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, it's just the ground floor." Aaron donned a black cloak and left the palace. Horses had been prepared outside long ago. What she needed most now was proof that Gail's testimony was false. To get it, she had to do things that Aiden couldn't do now. Her subordinate felt uneasy for her and reminded her, "Please be careful, my lady." Aaron smiled brightly in response to her subordinate's loyalty. She rode away from the magnificent palace, with roses blooming at her feet. In Aiden's study, Felix offered his opinion on Aaron being forbidden to leave. Regardless, house arrest is still too severe a punishment. He clearly knew this was unfair, and had also hurt his master. "You once loved my lady very much, Duke." But Aiden didn't want to talk about it anymore. Felix? He watched Aiden, who was utterly helpless, unable to do anything to protect the woman he loved, only able to remain impartial in his official capacity. "If you speak well of her in front of me again, I will punish you too." He looked surprised, not expecting Felix to suddenly speak up. "It's my fault." Aiden suddenly sighed, sitting and looking at the dense lines of text on the paper, his chest feeling as if his heart wanted to leap out. He remained silent in contemplation, but his gaze had lost focus without him realizing it. Aiden placed a hand on his left chest, hoping to regain his composure,
but his heartbeat couldn't be reined in as his mind turned to her. How troublesome.
Claire couldn't help but be surprised at her predictable way of doing things. Just as I thought, you only managed to escape for a day, Aaron. The two chatted happily. She knew right away that Aaron would definitely come here. I had a feeling you'd come looking for me first. In stark contrast to when she was grounded at home, a smile was always on Aaron's lips. I came to ask you to manage that salon, Claire. It was just when she wanted to investigate further herself, not trusting anyone, that Aaron said, and there are a few things I want you to ask Frederick for me. Claire listened intently to Aaron's words. Oh, what a coincidence. Claire's reply left her utterly bewildered. Frederick has run off, and he took the royal seal with him. She recalled Frederick angrily taking the seal and showing it off to his father. Until you hand over all authority to me, you won't be able to do anything, I'm certain. The Emperor kicked the door to call his son. Hey, you rotten brat, hiding in his room. Claire was delighted. With all this resistance and putting personal feelings aside, he was now in the same boat as the Leinster family.
Aaron couldn't simplify any detail as the Emperor's image filled her thoughts, forcing her to find another solution to the problem. From the Emperor's perspective, it would seem like we're trying to decentralize the royal family's power. At this point, even if Frederick conceded, it would only complicate matters further. We must convince His Majesty. Seeing her troubled, Claire asked, "Do you have any ideas?" With confidence, Aaron revealed a plan she had prepared beforehand. Oh, Aiden and I had planned a few things. It involves the Leicester Academy. His Majesty will certainly be interested when he sees this. She stated with certainty. If it's about the Academy, he'll surely want to hear Aiden's perspective. Aaron's eyes sparkled whenever she mentioned his name. Aiden and I have shared authority to handle all matters related to this topic. Having dealt with a pile of documents alongside Aiden, this was simple for her. Even without the Duke, as the Duchess, I have the authority to resolve it. So,
Clee was worried Aaron would have a hard time, but once Aaron made up her mind, she would surely see it through. What seemed difficult was actually knowing what the Emperor thought, and that alone was already a partial victory. Aaron didn't forget to ask for her help. His Majesty also affirmed that if he couldn't trust Aiden, then he must protect my honor even more, because I couldn't move freely. I hope you can speak to His Majesty about this on my behalf, Clee. The next morning was a beautiful sunny day at Aaron's magnificent palace. Inside the luxurious palace, Philip stood guard at the door, his expression as serious as if he were on a battlefield. He suddenly found it strange when the maid approached, coughing as if she were sick. Ahem. The maid occasionally glanced to see Philip's reaction, but what she received was his shake of the head. Seeing no better way, the maid raised her voice, her eyes still fixed on Philip. Oh, the maid was worried someone else would come to check Aaron's room, which was why she had been lingering around until now. Madam, here is your food. What? You're not hungry? Oh dear, Aaron yawned repeatedly, so sleepy that tears were about to stream down her face. Malin knew at a glance that she was quite tired, probably because she hadn't rested properly after sneaking out. Aaron couldn't stop her sleepiness on her own. I'm sorry.
She didn't want to waste time on trivial matters, so please continue. Mila was truly a lifesaver. She had already resolved one matter. I've spoken with the servants while tidying up the house, and they are all ready to testify. Aaron also gathered other information beneficial to herself, because the Duke and the Knights had dealt very well with the mercenaries who had occupied the mansion, so the investigation was proceeding smoothly. Thankfully, I'll leave this matter to you. Mila felt happy, showing her the baby in her womb. You can see it now, right? I can't believe it's still growing after all that mess. Aaron's thoughts were currently very complicated, and with every passing moment, trouble seemed to loom closer. She silently touched her belly. I can no longer hide my pregnancy, now that it's starting to show. If Aiden's memories don't return by then, things will become even more difficult, and if the Council of Elders also decides to interfere, I will truly have to protect myself at all costs. Aiden was in an awkward position, on the verge of losing his temper, yet someone dared to urge him. Duke, please make a decision now. Elder Diarny lectured incessantly, as if he knew everything, brazenly slandering Aaron in front of him. The Duchess has lied to you and conspired behind your back. If you forgive her, she will cover up everything. Everything built by the House of Leinster could collapse. Don't be led astray by the charm of a woman you can't even remember.
Aiden angrily shot to his feet. If he didn't put this person in their place, they'd soon be walking all over him. He roared at him, making him jump. Elder Diarny, before I lost my memory, did you also doubt me as you do now? In such moments, a confident smile was all that was needed. Elder Diarny's face turned pale, but he still defended his argument. Oh, it's not like that at all. I merely wish to warn your grace how dangerous the Duchess is. To everyone's surprise, Aiden couldn't hold back and blurted out, "One day." He slammed his hand on the table, firmly asserting to him, "I will personally investigate and make a decision within 1 day." Felix stood there, frozen stiff. Aiden then asked if Elder Diarny had any further objections. Satisfied now? He stammered, Yes, all right, very good." Before leaving, Aiden issued a warning to Elder Diarny by asking Felix to bring some items, which made both him and Elder Diarny break out in a cold sweat.
I have a few questions for Gail, but first, bring a hammer from the blacksmith's forge. Aiden went to the dungeon. In the dark space, only Gail was there, his hands tightly shackled. Felix was already there. Gail's face turned pale with fear, his eyes fixed on the large hammer Aiden picked up. Aiden decided to give him a chance to save himself. Whether he could escape or not would depend on Gail's answers. This is the key to unlock your handcuffs. You must be more honest than your previous statement. The outcome depends on your answer. Who saved you and Helen and paid the mercenaries? Once confused, he would sweat profusely, clenching his teeth as if under duress.
Gail didn't dare to look up and meet his eyes. The pressure of having an answer was no less intense than that felt by Aiden, Aaron, Leinster. He had thought Aiden was calm, but it was only when he picked up the hammer that he truly looked intimidating. At this point, gentleness was no longer an option. He angrily swung the hammer over Gail's head, making him scream in panic. Felix stood there witnessing everything, but found it normal, nothing excessive. Now he knew what fear was. He cowered, trembling violently, as Aiden used the hammer to strike something. Even after he threw the hammer to the ground, Gail still didn't dare to relax. Face buried in his knees, in turmoil, his handcuffs had now been smashed to pieces by Aiden. He dusted his hands clean, showing no outward sign of doubt. I understand.
Aiden had no choice but to leave first, his whole body trembling, his hands still clasped behind his back. Felix watched his retreating back intently, surely no less bewildered. While Aaron was yawning repeatedly from sleepiness, someone revealed a shocking piece of information, so his lordship would make a decision on how to deal with the person tomorrow. It turned out to be Felix. No one knew whose man he truly was. Perhaps his lordship would come to interrogate the person after this afternoon. My lady, Aaron looked out the window, unable to stop worrying. We must find a way to buy time. Felix, noticing she seemed unwell, offered, should I bring a pharmacist? But Aaron quickly refused. Her secret pregnancy could not be revealed at this moment. No. Aaron guessed that he might protect her even in front of the Council of Elders. If Aiden declared her innocent, it would only put him at a disadvantage. He reminded Aaron to prioritize her health. Please take care of yourself. Felix, just by glancing at Aiden's demeanor this morning, knew the Duke seemed very angry. Aaron was not very surprised by this, thinking to herself, it was probably because he only remembered things from before he was 10 years old. The image of him as a child appeared in her mind, trembling, running from something like a child who couldn't trust anyone, suddenly falling into chaos. In the garden with many blooming flowers behind Shart Manor, Ulia clutched her dress as she heard Aaron plead for help. I know you don't like it, but I need you to distract Aiden, Ulia.
She felt delighted to have Ulia. If you could help me with this, But Ulia flatly refused, without a hint of self-interest. Don't worry about it. I don't want anything from you. She cared for Aaron so much. How could she bear to see her in trouble? I'll do this for you. Aaron's eyes widened, appreciating the savior. Thank you so much. Ulia, feeling a mix of helplessness and resignation, simply kept quiet to get it over with. They had only just met, yet Aaron had to depart, quickly flashing a bright smile to motivate her. All right then, I still have a long journey ahead, so I must go now. I'm leaving this to you, Ulia. The flowers vied with each other in beauty, adding vibrancy to the scene. Watching Aaron depart by herself made her heart ache even more. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why must she bear so much by herself? Someone's footsteps had entered this forest. He walked past the sign and stopped. Austin was beneath the tree, constantly gazing in one direction as if awaiting someone's arrival.
A small sound nearby caught his attention. Aaron rode her horse to stand before Austin, but she didn't seem surprised, as if they had an appointment. So you've arrived, Lord Austin Diurney. He bowed to her. Greetings, lady. Aaron's gaze at him was full of suspicion. She didn't seem to trust Austin much. Don't think she wasn't paying attention. Aaron knew exactly when and where Austin met Aiden. I know you've been involved in the Charté family shipping business, but before that, you contacted my husband when we reclaimed the Darney family's trading rights. He explained to Aaron how he had devised a way to gain immediate profit. To me, the essence of the shipping project was a breakwater to address the loss of trading rights. Now, he was no longer certain. However, everything was at risk of collapsing in the current situation. Aaron found it difficult to understand. Naturally, the family's interests outweighed individual ones. Why wouldn't Duke Leinster obstruct the Charté family's business just because he lost his memory? Austin looked sad, his eyes gradually becoming lifeless. A truth Austin thought of shocked Aaron deeply. He gradually felt afraid, imagining that he, Ulia, and Aaron would face trouble. My father is trying to put pressure on the Duke. If my father starts asking about the Charté family's investment capital, I will have to immediately return the money the Duke lent me. If my father finds out, he will tie us together and attack us, and the Charté family will also suffer significant losses.
It was incomprehensible what was truly happening. How could Aaron ever trust him again? How could Aiden have gone this far? He not only exploited Diarne's abandoned illegitimate son, but also personally provided the capital. She pondered for a long time, unsure who to believe at this moment.
To ensure nothing went wrong, before Aaron rode back, she wanted her questions answered. I have one more question for you. Are you also aware of the issues concerning the Zahad family's drug trade? The young man was willing to do anything for Aiden. When I noticed something suspicious about Elder Diarn and Gail, I informed my father as per the Duke's orders. Only then did Aaron suddenly realize that Aiden had prepared everything from the very beginning. He wasn't just planning to eliminate the Zahad family. His heart was not like his handsome, quiet exterior. It could turn into a tempest at any moment. Aaron's confidence was inexplicable. Her declaration to Austin was more than just words. Young Master Diarn, I will make you the head of the Diarn family.
You should worry about yourself first. Rushing like this isn't good at all. I promise you on behalf of the Duke. Austin was surprised. He was worried about Aiden's memory. What? But how could one do that given the Duke's current condition? Unexpectedly, Aaron showed him her worth through chess. That's why the queen exists on the chessboard. Even when the king cannot move, the queen can still reach the end of the board. Therefore, over the past few days, I've been running around to take steps that Aiden couldn't because we are on the same side. She truly needed Austin's help, deciding to act in his name to protect Aiden from danger. Austin Darnier, if you are still willing to challenge fate, follow my instructions. Duchess Aaron Leinster. From now on, this will be our decisive move. While Aiden was enjoying a uniquely patterned cup of tea, someone suddenly came to announce, Lady Ulia Charté is about to visit, so I will lead you to the garden. He remained silent, saying nothing, caring about no one else but Aaron. Aiden suddenly asked Felix directly, startling him, Has the Duchess returned? He stammered nervously, Duke, about that. Unexpectedly, Aiden calmly picked up his teacup and drank. Never mind, just leave her be. Felix couldn't help but be surprised when he heard him say, Don't mention this to the Duchess. Aiden, in his thoughts, was a shrewd man, trying to make Aaron reveal herself. The Duke was employing his usual stratagem, to make his opponent complacent and commit a grave error. Was he trying to make the lady evade house arrest, or had he found her weakness? Would our lady be all right? Ulia didn't want to see him at all, reluctantly present because Aaron had asked for her help. Good day, Duke Lester. Aiden, as if possessed, quickly turned to leave just as she greeted him, saying, If you wish to see the Duchess, I refuse. Ulia swallowed her anger, gently explaining to him, That's not it, Your Grace. Aiden stopped to listen when he realized the topic concerned the business of both families. On behalf of my parents, I am here to discuss our family's business. Our biggest investor is the Duchess, and how beautiful the grounds of the new mansion are. Ulia stood behind Aiden, and their mutual silence transformed the warm atmosphere into a heavy one. Aaron comfortably admired the natural scenery, her heart free of any worries. Unlike the present, there is no place in this mansion where we do not love each other. The image of Aaron that had just appeared turned out to be merely a memory of his. Aiden's eyes clearly showed a sense of lacking something important. Her expression was no different from that of a villain, staring at him without moving an inch.
Life has never been easy. Ulia clenched her fists to control her emotions. She had just asked me to buy her some time. But for someone who loves the Duke so much that she mistakenly believes her love is reciprocated, it must be incredibly uncomfortable for her to make such a request. Besides, if the elders find out about today's visit, they will try to pressure the Duke, who has lost his memory. While Aaron wants to protect him by all means, we cannot risk Aiden getting hurt. Ulia knows that very well. No matter how much she cares for the Duke, I hope she doesn't do anything rash. Ulia's fist was ready. I cannot let her bear this burden alone. At least I have to try. And just like that, she was about to give him a punch when she was caught. Aiden grabbed her wrist tightly, speaking harshly to Ulia without any regard. It seems you've lost your mind, Lady Shart. She's not someone to be trifled with. I'm afraid Aaron will be like a fallen photograph, shattered into many pieces. I want to stop you before you regret it. I cannot let you do something to her and then have no way back. Aiden pushed her hand away. Why hold someone's hand only to dismiss them now? Still very composed, he coldly replied to Ulia, You don't need to care. Ulia couldn't hold back for another second. Her temper was about to boil over. Do you know how much pain you've caused Aaron? Seeing her determination, Aiden suddenly transformed, turning back to give Ulia a piercing glare. How dare you tell me about suffering? In the blink of an eye, it was time to rest. The night sky had a bright moon, and below, the magnificent mansion looked like a scene from a fairy tale.
Aiden was pondering Ulia's words from earlier, his mind in turmoil, not knowing what to do. Do you know how much pain you have caused Aaron? I can't bear to see her suffer like this anymore. Aaron's feelings were so steadfast that nothing could stop them, and the truth will always be the truth. Even if you don't remember me, you'll like me eventually anyway. Aiden remained there, dazed, the vague sense of limbo, wondering when it would ever cease.
Just a little bit of thinking was enough to give him headache, and Aiden didn't want things to turn out this way either. In contrast to him, Aaron, in her nightgown, strolled around the mansion's corridors for some relief.
Ulia must have successfully bought the time she needed. Aiden hadn't gone out all evening. Thanks to that, everything was prepared. Now the only issue was time. Something strange in a nearby room successfully caught her attention. Erin was bewildered, and peeking through the glass door, she was even more surprised. It was Aiden. Was he here to interrogate her now? Why didn't he come in? She was the one locked inside. The door suddenly opened. He was standing in the darkness with a sorrowful face, showing no reaction when the light hit his eyes. Unbelievably, Erin was the one who opened that door, her cheeks having flushed red without her realizing it. Aiden's gaze had changed. It was no longer lifeless as before. Instead, it held buried emotions. It was unclear if his memories had returned, but Aiden's action of raising his hand to touch her cheek was very natural. Even Erin froze for 5 seconds, not daring to believe her own feelings. In his eyes at that moment, there was only Erin's reflection, and time itself seemed to stop at the call of his heart. Aiden quickly withdrew his hand. Whenever he was by her side, tenderness was the only thing he didn't fake. There were a few things he wanted her to know. Erin's eyes, sparkling like dewdrops, showed that her love for him was growing stronger each day.
Waiting long enough makes people lose faith, so she threw herself into Aiden's arms, dismissing that thought. Their love had already blossomed and borne fruit, yet the hug made his cheeks flush, and Aiden was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Seeing that he didn't respond by holding her tightly, Erin was a little displeased. "You don't like this?" How could he resist the beauty seen through the eyes of a lover? "No, it's not like that." Why hesitate now? He took Erin's hand firmly. She pulled Aiden along, as his lack of protest was a tacit admission. "Good, now follow me." Indeed, love had guided Aiden once more, and he was immersed in a feeling of happiness he had long forgotten. In that grand mansion, a voice shrieked, "What the hell is going on?" Shock was evident on Dioran's face. As if disbelieving what he had just heard, he asked again to be sure. "Both the Duke and the Duchess have disappeared?" The servants standing before him saw his fury, and no one dared to utter a sound. At this moment, one of the maids bravely spoke up. "When we checked early this morning, neither of them was in their room." The maid continued, "No one saw them." A maid standing nearby, hearing this, grew curious and whispered, "They left, let alone went outside." Dioran's face grew irritable after hearing the maid's explanation. He still didn't believe it, running to search throughout the mansion, even deliberately shouting, "Are you sure they aren't somewhere in the mansion?" Elder Aiden also chimed in, "You've searched everywhere, right?" Dioran, too furious, yelled loudly to release his inner rage. How can people just disappear overnight? The 3 elders had now arrived at a small basement. 6 eyes fixed their attention on the person lying on the ground. Gail lay sprawled on the ground, covered in countless stains. Upon seeing the 3 of them, he joyfully exclaimed, "Elder Dearnay, have you come to rescue my family?" He struggled to sit up straight, looking at them and said, "The Duke allowed you in here, didn't he? I kept insisting it was Erin. I can't stand this situation any longer." Gail urged the 3 of them, "Now quickly get me out of here. I don't have the key to unlock these shackles." In response to his urging was the cold, indifferent attitude of the 3 elders. They turned their backs and walked away, despite Gail screaming himself hoarse. "What are you doing? Don't go!" He desperately yelled for attention. "Don't leave!" Madame Aiden sat regally on a chair, stating loudly, "The Duchess must be plotting something again."
Diarn stroked his chin, a look of suspicion on his face. He deduced, "The Duke is meeting us today to decide what to do with the Duchess. She must have kidnapped the Duke to prevent this." Mrs. Aiden listened to him, pondered for a moment, and then concluded, "That means the Duke is now tied up and held captive." She then began to imagine the Duke's current predicament. Perhaps she was brainwashing him so he would only obey her. Perhaps she had even incapacitated him so he couldn't move his body. After a moment of wild imagination, she stopped and changed the subject. Putting the Duchess's fate aside, we also have issues concerning our business." Hearing this, all 3 of their faces fell, their moods sinking with them. Mrs. Aiden spoke gloomily. "Without the Duke, the one with the authority to make decisions, any business owned by the Council of Elders will be stalled." Suddenly, Diarn thought of something. He sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table, and put forth his idea. "Why don't we become the Duke's representatives in his absence?"
The other 2 found his words quite agreeable, and everyone agreed with his opinion. Madame Aiden spoke first. "Let us manage the family until the Duke and Duchess return." Mr. Human continued her taunt. "And while we're at it, we can expand the efforts of the Council of Elders." Old Diarny began to present a perfect scenario where Aiden and Aranor could not return. Should they never return, the former Duke and Duchess would manage the family, and amidst that chaos, we could reclaim our former glory. He flashed a sinister smile and continued, "Conversely, I would be delighted if this kidnapping causes the Duchess to destroy herself."
Madame Aiden also put on a cunning expression, adding, "She has been a thorn in our side ever since she dismissed Whitney, whom we carefully placed." Hearing the two speak, Human felt a thrill, but then he grew a little hesitant and spoke to them both. "But is it really all right? Can we let her leave even though we don't know where she went?" He then began to explain his current worries. Since the Duke has been kidnapped, he won't be able to get any more of Elder Diarny's herbal tea. Sensing Human's current unease, Diarny immediately reassured him. "You know, the kind of medicine that makes one's mind confused?" He slightly parted his lips, smirked, and said, "What he has done so far is enough. Since we have continuously hindered the Duke's memory recovery, he won't be able to recover quickly just because they are alone." Diarny now felt immensely proud of his perfect plan. He exclaimed joyfully, "Let's take advantage of the Duchess's delaying tactics to discover any potential weaknesses they might have." Laughter echoed throughout the room, even spilling outside.
Felix and the maid had been standing outside all this time, hearing their entire conversation, and felt extremely worried for Aiden and Aaron. Turning to Aiden, he was now inside a room. At first glance, it was just an ordinary room, but it had no windows, and the door mechanism was like a jigsaw puzzle to unlock from the inside. Aaron suddenly appeared behind Aiden and spoke. "I'm sorry for my sudden request." Hearing a sound from behind him, he turned to look. Her eyes crinkled in a smile as she cheerfully told him her proposal, "But I want you to stay with me here for a week." He looked at her with suspicion, asking, "Why a week?" Her face full of excitement, she replied, "Because after a week, many things will change." Then she turned away, casually telling him, "Just consider it a vacation. Just wait and see." Seeing her cheerful attitude, Aiden could only stand there and watch. Aaron ran around the room, introducing the items inside to him one by one. "And look here, we have lots of food and lots of clothes to change into." She held up a chessboard, cheerfully telling him, "We also have a bathroom and games so we won't get bored." He, however, was the opposite of her, not feeling excited at all.
Aiden slowly approached Aaron, speaking as he walked, "Imprisoned with everything we need." When he was close enough, he gently bent down to face her, saying, "Can imprisonment be this comfortable?" Observing that he didn't seem to object, she secretly rejoiced. "What a relief! I thought he would resist strongly." Aaron spoke up, "Thank you for understanding me." Aaron suddenly walked over to the bed and said to him, "I'm going to sleep for a bit now." Hearing her, he exclaimed in alarm, "What?" Ignoring his reaction at that moment, Aaron yawned tiredly and said, "I haven't had a proper sleep in days." She flopped down. Seeing her lie still, he thought she had fallen asleep, but suddenly she sat up, pointed directly at his face and said, "By the way, only I know how to unlock that door. No matter how hard you try, it will remain closed."
Aiden sat down on the bed, looking at her helplessly, then questioned, "Are you going to imprison people and then ignore them completely?" Aaron lay leisurely on the bed, answering him, "I'm keeping my promise." Not understanding the meaning of her words, he asked again, "Your promise?" She slowly replied, "If one day you change your heart and form, no matter what, if that happens, just kill me." At Salon Breeze, the ladies were chatting animatedly, so considering the future situation. At this moment, Human and Aiden were sitting at a waiting table, engrossed in reading, when a voice suddenly spoke up, drawing their attention. "Miss Human, Miss Aiden." The two young women turned to look at a man approaching, and simultaneously, a staff member of the salon said, "This gentleman is here to meet the two of you." Austin approached and politely greeted, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Austin of House Diarny, a branch of the Lester family." Human asked, slightly surprised, "House Diarny?" Aiden also wondered, "Have we met before?" Austin replied, No." He placed his hand over his chest respectfully and said, "The Duchess of Leinster sent me here. I must deliver an urgent message to the two of you." At the same time, at the ducal mansion, the servants and butlers who had been called to gather were in an uproar. Durin placed his hands on his hips, and with two people behind him, spoke up, "Listen carefully, all of you." He made a serious face and said, "Currently, the Duchess is suspected of assassinating the Duke in a conspiracy to control the Leinster family."
She had secretly abducted the Duke, not only endangering his safety, but also the entire Leinster family. He continued to feign, saying, "For the benefit of the Leinster family, the elders have decided to help. From now on, the elders will have full authority to decide everything." Hearing this, Felix and the other servants frowned in confusion. Immediately, Felix spoke up in protest. "Even if you are an elder, you have no right to decide on the internal affairs of the Leinster family." Hearing this, he scowled and sternly said, "So you want to decide for yourself? Have you forgotten your place?" Felix still wanted to retort, but he continued. "If you still object," he angrily grimaced, baring his teeth like a monkey, and pointed, saying, "I will assume you have ulterior motives, or that you are an accomplice of the Duchess." Hearing this, Felix could only grit his teeth, not daring to say another word. He and the two elders behind him aggressively flung open the door, pointed, and loudly demanded, "Bring the documents here." He excitedly said, "First, let's deal with the affairs of the Elders' Council.
which made the servants holding documents in their hands look worried. The three scoundrels smirked cunningly. Dyron held a pen and said, "First, the proposals that were rejected," while simultaneously thinking to himself, "All of them are beneficial to us." But suddenly, Elder Human and Elder Aiden angrily shouted, "The seal, where is the seal?" making the servants annoyed and frustrated. Then she angrily asked a maid, "What, you don't know where the Duke's seal is?" The maid bowed her head and replied, "It's something only a few people are allowed to touch, apart from the Duke and Duchess." Dyron and Elder Aiden gnashed their teeth and exclaimed, It was hard to tell if Elder Dyron was even human, as whenever he bared his teeth, he looked exactly like a gorilla. Unable to extract anything from the servants, he growled loudly, "Felix, where is that butler?" Elder Aiden also added, "You quickly create a temporary seal."
Meanwhile, Mona was in her room, looking a bit surprised. Felix, panting and holding a stack of documents, glanced nervously at Mona. Seeing this, she immediately asked, "What's going on here?" Felix, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, scattering the documents all over the floor. At the same time, he answered her question. "The elders are overstepping their authority, and since you are being held captive, your room is probably the safest place right now."
He continued to explain, "These are the documents from before the Duke lost his memory." Mona listened to him speak, but her attention was drawn to something on the floor. She picked up the object and asked, "Is this the family seal?" Felix replied, "It is the official seal of the Leinster family. We must keep this safe so we can invalidate anything they try to do. In the study, they are still frantically searching for the seal." Felix continued, "I have consulted His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I only brought the most critical items. I will bring more later." Still kneeling on the ground, he thoughtfully asked Mona, "Did the lady know this would happen?" She was carrying a stack of documents to put away when she heard him speak, and she turned her head to look. Then she smiled and said, "If it were her, I'm certain she would have anticipated that you would do this." Mona's words touched Felix slightly. Elsewhere, Erin woke up and stretched, letting out a soft, Her face was radiant, indicating she must have had a very good sleep. She didn't notice Aiden sitting beside her, staring intently. She spoke up, "I slept really well." When she lifted her head, their eyes met, and an awkward, "Oh," hung in the air, leaving her speechless. Then she suddenly asked him, "Were you watching me the whole time I was asleep?" Aiden showed no emotion and simply said, "I was just wondering when you would wake up." Then he continued to ask her, and she watched him intently. "Did everything you did during your confinement just lead to you spending the whole day sleeping?" She crawled closer, right in front of him, resting her chin on her hands and looking up at him, which startled him slightly. She said, "You're asking me because you don't know?" She then smiled brightly and asked, "Didn't you expect this when you confined me to the house?" Her question left him speechless for a few seconds. Suddenly he stood up and said, "It's good to sleep well."
Aiden walked closer to the food table, turned his head and said, "But you still have to eat something." Erin jumped up, feigning surprise. "Wow, that's so touching." She quickly walked to the dining table and happily said, "I just got hungry right now." However, when she saw the plate of food on the table emitting a black mist, she was startled and her face darkened. Looking at the beautiful plate of food on the table, she thought to herself, "Even though only the best seasonings and salt were used, I'm still afraid to smell it." She sat down sadly, picked up a piece of fruit and thought to herself, "I hadn't thought about that. Thank goodness there's still some fruit left." Seeing her engrossed in eating only fruit, he spoke up and asked, "Aren't you eating the steak?" She forced a smile and said, The fruit is so delicious that I just keep eating it." Then she stood up and quickly changed the subject. "Oh, you must have been very bored while I was sleeping. Let's see." Erin walked to the drawer, reached inside and said, "I left a chessboard here." But besides the chessboard, she also found a piece of paper. She held the chessboard box in her hand, a piece of fruit still in her mouth, then picked up the piece of paper to read. The faint lines of text gradually appeared, and she thought to herself, "Things are getting quite interesting, aren't they?" Suddenly, she thought of the elders who were gleefully stamping documents, and she thought to herself, "I had set a trap to test them, and they are using the seal however they please, and the moment I step outside, I will destroy them." As she thought, she burned the piece of paper.
Meanwhile, Aiden was still seriously eating his breakfast. Erin and Aiden started playing chess, and she also asked, "How have you been feeling lately?" He looked up at her in surprise. Then he wondered, "Why do you ask?" She focused on the game while saying, "No reason." She looked at him and continued, "I thought you'd be uncomfortable, but you're surprisingly relaxed." He held a chess piece in his hand, tilted his head, and remained silent as if deep in thought. She also silently watched him, waiting to see what he would say. Then she recalled that at the time, the Duke was very short-tempered, and her father was trying to put pressure on him. She thought to herself that keeping Aiden away from the elders was a good measure, remembering when he angrily said, "I need to investigate this further." Now thinking about it, she could understand Aiden's attitude. Looking at Aiden's serious face, she thought again that he didn't know whom to trust, and the tea Elder Diarni gave him had probably made him more stressed. Suddenly, he crossed his arms, smiled at her and said, "It's your turn." Seeing him smile, she blushed slightly and thought she hoped she and Aiden could make progress with this opportunity. A moment later, while reading a book, Aiden suddenly spoke up.
Do you really think my memories will return within a week?
She was also sitting on the bed reading a book at that moment. Hearing his question, she looked up. Then she lowered her head back to her book and said, "Not really, almost never." Hearing this, he hesitated slightly and asked, "Oh, what if my memories never come back?" His words made her freeze, her fingers gripping the page slightly. She replied, "Then we can only accept that." He still asked seriously, "Will you give up?" She immediately closed the book, put it down, and said, "No." She got off the bed, walked closer to him, and continued, "We will create new memories." Her hand rested on his shoulder as she said, "I will preserve the past for both of us, which means I will start over from the beginning." Then she smiled confidently. "I'm very confident." She squinted her eyes happily and said, "I told you before, you will like me again." He lowered his gaze slightly, as if contemplating something. She suddenly removed her hand, making him look up in surprise. She turned her back to him, her hands clasped behind her, and continued, "So let's move forward. Try to love me." He just looked at her, showing no emotion. At this moment, at the Duke's mansion, shouts echoed, causing the servants to gather and watch. "You've been caught red-handed, you scoundrel." Another man was also approaching from behind. Documents scattered haphazardly on the floor startled Felix and Mona. Elder Dyron and Elder Human were furious. He pointed his finger and shouted, "I asked you many times to bring the documents, but you secretly hid each one away." He also stomped on the documents scattered across the floor. His face contorted as he said, "You must have also hidden the ducal family's seal."
"Hand it over now." Hearing that, Felix slightly recoiled, a worried expression on his face. He regained his composure and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." The old man lost his temper and angrily roared, "Hand it over before I turn this place upside down." Felix also shouted, "Only the Duke can use it." Elder Alex Human, also enraged, grabbed a book, intending to throw it at Felix, and yelled, "You insolent wretch!" He flinched, squeezed his eyes shut, and raised his hands to brace for the impact. But just as the book was about to fly towards him, an arm swatted it away, taking the blow for him. Philip stood in front of Felix, blocking him, and spoke up, "He is the Duke's close attendant. Please, refrain from using force." Dyarn immediately retorted, "We are the Duke's representatives." Hearing that, Philip glared at them, making Elder Alex Human a little apprehensive. Dyarn was also slightly intimidated, but still managed to state a condition. "You must lock Felix in his room." Then he pointed at Felix and said, "His actions in this critical situation are highly suspicious." Philip turned his head and advised him, "It's best if you comply with them." Felix could only sigh helplessly and obey his words. Then he pointed at Mona again and barked, "Take that maid to another room as well." The maid approached cautiously and said, "Miss Mona." Mona not only didn't mind, but also winked at the other maid. Then she said, "It's all right," making the maid blush.
She was very calm and unafraid that when she left, they would ransack the room and find the seal, because she had hidden it in her hair. The maid, who had been a little worried, bent down to pick up the documents and said, I will take the documents to the office." Then, when old Dyarn left, she gave half of the documents to another maid, whispering, "Please hide these again." Thus, for the second time, the documents were hidden. The door suddenly burst open and a loud voice rang out. "We found them," Elder Aiden said in a panic. "We found the Duke and Duchess." Dyarn and Elder Human turned their heads and asked, "Where are they?" A massive door stood imposing before their eyes.
Dyarn, disbelieving her eyes, asked, "They're in here? So from beginning to end, they've always been in this mansion?" Then the old man smirked and said, "Oh dear," like a mouse in a trap. He ordered the male servant standing nearby to open the door immediately. The male servant, flustered, said, "I can't." Elder Aiden spoke up, asking, "Are you defying us too?" The male servant, drenched in sweat, stammered, "It's not that. This door cannot be opened." The Leinster family mansion was built 150 years ago, a collaboration between a brilliant architect renowned for unique features in royal architecture and the first Duke of Leinster who founded the imperial dynasty. The mansion holds countless ingenious inventions and hidden large sections, one of which is this very room, reinforced behind the door and optimized for protection. The male servant explained that the room was created to withstand any potential threats. It was designed to be completely inaccessible from the outside when locked from within. Dyarn anxiously asked, "So how do we open it?" The only ones who knew about this room were the Duke and Duchess and their servant, Sir Felix. At this moment, Felix had been summoned. He coldly looked at the people in front of him and said, "No matter what you do, this door cannot be opened." Elder Aiden angrily said, "You're still trying to resist." He quickly said, "No, that's not it. This room can only be unlocked with a special key." An intricate key immediately appeared in everyone's minds. He continued, "But now it's in the hands of the Duke and Duchess." Dyarn suggested, "Then we'll break the lock and get in." He closed his eyes and explained, "That won't work either. Unless you want to kill everyone here, it's best not to destroy that door. His words made everyone's faces turn pale. Diarni, still unable to grasp it, quickly asked, "What do you mean? Will it explode?" He replied, "Something like that," he said in a cold voice. "The entire mansion will collapse, leaving nothing but ruins." Elder Human, disbelieving his ears, said, "Is that even possible?" Felix then explained to them, "This room is the core of the mansion's structure. It's designed so that in the event of a strong external impact, the main frames supporting the mansion will completely collapse. The mansion, which can stand firm even against earthquakes, will be buried underground." Hearing him say that, everyone was bewildered and terrified. Old Diarni gritted his teeth and said, "Then we'll have to open it from the inside." With that, he immediately went to the door and shouted, "Duke, Duchess, can you hear me? Stop this foolish act and open the door. What are you doing holding the Duke hostage? You're really doing..." Or something like that. A series of unmentionable words and images were censored, but upon hearing their comrade say that, the two elders were still startled. Felix, standing nearby, startled, covered his ears, too angry to speak. The surrounding servants were also speechless at this old man's rich imagination. He must have a shrimp brain. On the other side of the door, Aaron and Aiden had heard every single one of his words clearly.
She thought irritably to herself, what kind of filthy fantasies is he spreading? I'll definitely clear that up once we're out of here. At this moment, Aiden spoke, looking at her. How interesting. She turned her head back and replied, "What? You can still behave like that, Aaron." Aiden continued seriously, "I don't know how far you went with the old me, but you're quite cautious with the current me." Hearing him say that, she was a little bewildered. He then walked up to her and said, "What about you? Are you truly all right?" Aaron looked up and listened to what the man in front of her was saying. Aiden continued, "Without my memories of you, I'm a completely different person, with the old Aiden's image resurfacing. Are you sure you can love me again, even if the 10 years we spent together have lost all meaning? Can that happen?" His question plunged her into contemplation. After a while, she placed her hand on his chest and answered, "That's because you're here. Even if you don't know it, you're still here."
She looked at Aiden with affectionate eyes and continued, "Even without your memories, you are the only one I have ever loved, Aiden." But then she withdrew her hand and her thoughts emerged. To say I'm not sad would be a lie, but the Aiden I will live with from now on is the Aiden of the present. I must accept that. To say I'm not scared would also be a lie. Even though I'm not sure if he'll ever like me again, a small question still lingers deep in my mind. Am I being punished for my greed? Knowing it was my weakness, I suppressed it time and again, but I never stopped loving you. Aiden lowered his head and looked at her without saying anything. She too stared at him as if waiting for him to speak. Seeing that he still didn't answer, she spoke up. "Aiden, call me Aaron." She looked up at him and said, "Now that I think about it, before we came here, you said you had something to tell me." Suddenly, his hand touched her face, lifting her gradually reddening face and the strands of hair that fell onto the back of his hand. A little flustered, she thought, "Huh?" He still looked at her with thoughtful eyes, but said nothing. And then he withdrew his hand and said, "I have something to tell you." A moment later, he stood dazed in place, recalling the recent memory, then reached out and took her hand, saying, "You are not okay at all." The atmosphere around them was enveloped in tenderness. He gently held her hand and said, "You once said that no moment in life is unimportant. So from now on, let's cherish every moment together." Images of them as children appeared before his eyes. His eyes now held deep contemplation. He slightly furrowed his brow and continued, "Almost all the time we spent together was lost because of me. But why have you never resented me, not even once?" She looked astonished and rushed forward as if unable to restrain herself.
She raised her hands, intending to cup his face. She stood on tiptoes and gently kissed his lips, leaving him no time to react, his hands frozen in midair. The two of them seemed to me lost in a kiss of tenderness and happiness. While he was still dazed, she pulled away from his face and said, "It would be such a waste." Her face showed a hint of resentment as she looked at him. "There isn't even enough time to love if we want to make more memories." She cupped his face, looking at him with deep affection. "I miss you so much, Aiden." He suddenly grabbed her wrists, gritting his teeth, then immediately pulled the small body of the girl in front of him into a tight embrace. He buried his face in her neck and uttered, making her eyes well up with tears too, "I love you, Aaron." His facial muscles gradually relaxed, and then he spoke. "I'm so glad I could finally say that." He recalled the day he met the Crown Prince. He had said, "If you make the wrong decision, Aaron, the key holder, will be in trouble." He leaned closer to Aiden's face. "You'll wish he were dead." Aiden said nothing, only frowned and stared at Frederick.
Frederick strode past him, he thought to himself, attracting even the Crown Prince. How far did her influence reach? One side was telling his wife to side with them, and the other was trying to convince him that he was being manipulated by his wife, who wanted to brainwash him. Where on earth could he find a weakness? Frederick looked out the window and said, "The whole world knows that you love Aaron to death." His eyes became lifeless.
a little uncomfortable. He called her Aaron. On second thought, everyone who visited her called her Aaron, as if they were all close. Were all of them close to her?
His hands gripped the chair tightly, his eyes pensive, as he softly called Aaron's name. From behind, Frederick angrily grabbed a huge book and hit him on the head. This made Aiden collapse to the floor, coughing. Frederick, still holding the book, asked him, "Well, have you remembered anything yet?" Frederick leaned back in his chair and continued, "I hope someone will bring some feeling back to you. I figured if anyone were to punch the noble Duke of Leinster, it would be me, someone even nobler. Don't you agree?" Aiden remained silent. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and laughed. "Ha ha ha." Frederick wondered. "Oh, still nothing." He continued to raise the book, saying, "If the Duke wishes, I'll try again." Before he could act, Aiden reached out and snatched the book, calling out, "Hey." A moment later, Frederick, with a mischievous look, said, "That's a day that will never come again in my life. I may be the crown prince of the empire, but when will I ever get to hit a duke on the back of the head? You should keep that as a family heirloom." Aiden remained silent, holding the book that had just been used to hit him. His eyes subtly glanced at him. Frederick asked him, "Aren't you going to see Aaron?" Aiden gently rubbed his forehead, sighed, and said, "Frederick, don't tell anyone that I've regained my memory." He asked in surprise, "What?" He replied, "I can't let the Council of Elders get away with this any longer. As soon as I lost my memory, they brazenly drove Aaron away. I've been working to bring them down little by little, but since they're cornered, they're desperately attacking Aaron. I must quickly eliminate them. This is an opportunity to protect Aaron and surprise the Elders." Frederick gritted his teeth and said irritably, "The important thing is that I'll have to fight my father alone, so you must go see Aaron right away." Aiden looked at Frederick, not understanding what he was saying. Continuing the memory, a red-haired girl ran over and said, "The lady from the shop has just arrived. The reason the Elders are specifically targeting Aaron is because it's very difficult to manage Gail in the shop."
I should arrest Gail. If necessary, I will secretly deal with him and manipulate the situation involving the Elders appropriately. Hand Gail over to me. That way, the Elders' attention will shift from Aaron to me. The servant then came to report that Gail had regained consciousness. When he confessed, he claimed it was Aaron Leinster, my sister, who had devised this plan. He was furious and silently reproached himself, thinking he should have killed him earlier. Simply by revealing that I had regained my memory here, I could eliminate Diarn, who was directly colluding with Gail. But it would only temporarily suppress the greed of the two remaining Elders. Dealing with Gail this way would only complicate matters. At that moment, as he turned and walked away, he told himself, "Aaron. I will confine Aaron to the house. I must prevent the Elders from reaching Aaron. Aaron would never sit idly by as things worsened. If it were Aaron, she would find a way to do things I couldn't. The woman I love, with her strength and wisdom, whose personality is like a magnetic force, drawing others to her side. Ultimately, even though my memory has returned, I will still hurt Aaron. I must push her away." When she said, "I will keep my promise," he felt like collapsing. He wondered, do I deserve this love? Back in the present, Aaron hugged him tightly and whispered, "We don't even have enough time to love," which made him open his eyes wide in surprise. The two stood there, embracing.
She spoke up. "Well done. You endured very well. If you had known, you would have said it, no matter how difficult it was to conceal." She continued with a joyful smile. "We are truly soulmates. We think exactly alike, and we set our trap in the same way." She walked to the door and said, "Excellent. Now we just need to get out of here and clean everything up." From behind, he came and hugged her, whispering into Aaron's ear, "It hasn't even been a week yet. We'll be busy for a long time after we leave this room, Aaron." His words made her blush. She stammered, "So you knew. Will you show me affection to make up for the difficult time we've been through?" In the palace, right at the door and in the great hall, a voice echoed, "Lady Claire Hurtis requests an audience." The emperor sat on his throne, legs crossed, looking down at the person entering the great hall, and said, "This is the first time you have requested a private audience with me." The emperor looked down to see Claire with her hands clasped behind her back, curtsying and bowing her head in reverence to him. The emperor asked Claire, "Have you come here to ask me to forgive the crown prince?" After completing her obeisance to the emperor, Claire raised her head to look at him, then stated the purpose of her visit today. "I have come here to negotiate with your majesty." A few days prior, in the study at Leinster Manor, Aaron Zahad and Aiden Leinster's desk was covered with numerous documents. Aaron was asking Aiden for his opinion. What would be a good wedding gift for them? A puzzled Aiden reminded Aaron, Frederick and Claire's wedding is still several years away. Aaron intently gazed to the pile of documents on the desk, her eyes slightly pensive, while also replying to Aiden, "I know, we've been friends for 10 years now, so I want to give them something special." Aaron continued to speak to Aiden while thinking. In her mind, she envisioned how dazzling her two close friends would be upon their coronation, and she searched for a suitable gift for them, something that would illuminate the future of the crown prince and crown princess. Upon hearing that, Aiden rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Well, His Highness owns more minds than us, so if that's something only our family can give, how about we find something from the academy or an exhibition hall?"
At Aiden's words, Erin's face suddenly brightened with joy, exclaiming, "That's it!" After that, Erin shared her idea with Aiden. "We will establish a technological partnership between Leinster Academy and the royal family. How about we collaborate in the field of medicine? Outside factions require permission to use the innovative methods developed by the Academy. Let's grant the royal family priority access to the Academy's medical advancements, especially providing immediate access in the event of an unexpected pandemic, war, or natural disaster." Aiden agreed with Erin, but his expression still showed a hint of apprehension due to many considerations. "That's a brilliant idea, but there's never been a precedent for this. It could affect the power of the royal family and the nobility." Erin calmly replied to Aiden, offering very convincing arguments. Regardless of how powerful the empire might be, emergencies can still arise at any moment, ultimately shifting the balance of power. Furthermore, this wedding gift is an asset of immense power, solidifying the authority of the royal family. Our family will become the most significant contributor in that regard. Finally, if we wish to continue our successful business, we also want the empire to be safe, don't we? If we want the emperor to change his mind, he must feel that he needs to protect the Leinster family himself. It's best to clearly demonstrate what can be gained by cooperating with us and how willing we are to cooperate. For this reason, Claire came to the palace today to have an audience with the emperor. After hearing her presentation, the emperor said, "So, Leinster Academy has promised to cooperate with the royal family." Then his expression turned stern as he reminded Claire, "Claire Harris, once that promise is formalized, do you think the palace can handle such a change?" Claire merely smiled and told the emperor, "These changes are precisely what Frederick desires, Your Majesty. You must know that Frederick envisions ruling in a different way." Her words caused the emperor's expression to shift slightly, his eyebrows furrowing subtly. But Claire continued to persuade the emperor, "Your Majesty has not hindered Frederick's efforts to prove himself because you know his actions are not a rebellion against royal authority. The modifications he wishes to implement do not weaken the foundations upon which the empire was built, but rather develop the empire. The Duke and Duchess will be crucial allies throughout that journey."
Claire paused for a moment and smiled faintly. Then she looked directly at the emperor, a confident smile on her face, and declared to him, "Frederick will rule the empire through the changes he brings, and I will be there to help him." Claire then asked the emperor if he would observe him through this process as his father. The emperor remained silent for a while. It was unclear whether he agreed or not. A moment later, after the emperor finished speaking with Claire, he went to Frederick's room. Inside the room, Frederick was currently in a deplorable state. His clothes were disheveled, his hair was messy, and his entire body emitted a smell that was truly difficult to describe, to the extent that the emperor had to pinch his nose, his face turning green, and he quipped, "Next time you should hide in a room with a bathtub. I'm quite surprised you haven't starved to death, refusing the servants outside." Frederick, rubbing his head and searching for something amidst the messy room filled with scattered papers, objects, and books on the floor, replied to the emperor, "I have some snacks hidden in my study." The emperor ignored Frederick and directly informed him, "I have decided to accept your wedding gift." Frederick, his face full of question marks, asked him doubtfully, "Huh? What is my wedding gift? How do you have it?" The emperor, without explaining anything, continued, "In return, I will grant you full authority over the affairs of the Leinster and Zahat families." Frederick's eyes widened at the emperor's words. Then he frantically asked him, "Wait, why did you suddenly change your mind and surrender? What in the world is this wedding gift?" The emperor silently pinched his nose, standing a distance away from Frederick, his eyes narrowed as he looked at him. After listening to the emperor's recount for a while, Frederick exclaimed in great surprise, "The Duchess of Leinster proposed all those things?" The emperor recalled making the decision to accept Claire's proposal, which was why he was currently here, speaking to Frederick. "With my approval, a contract with the Duchy of Leinster will be signed. After that, Lady Haddis will create the laws and regulations under my guidance." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Moreover, she will learn and develop her role as the crown princess." Hearing this, Frederick's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face became more cheerful. He slowly approached the emperor, bowed, and said, "I apologize, Your Majesty." "No." Frederick gave the emperor a bright smile. "Thank you, father." That remark made the emperor's body suddenly freeze. Seeing him like that, Frederick burst into boisterous laughter and teased, "Doesn't this feel a bit awkward and strange?" Which made the emperor, embarrassed, turn his face away, shouting, "Frederick, be quiet and give me the imperial seal." Frederick, meanwhile, just thought of someone and smiled happily. Then he said to the emperor, "Now I want to go see Claire immediately." The emperor didn't hold Frederick back for long and told him where Claire was. "You can find her in the imperial library." But the emperor didn't forget to remind him, "Remember to bathe before you go. I'm ashamed to call you my son right now." Frederick replied in a hurt tone, "You speak so harshly. You've called me your son for so many years." Elsewhere, at the Leinster family mansion, Isabella and Logan had arrived in front of the residence. A voice rang out as soon as the two stepped out of the carriage. "The former Duke and Duchess have arrived at the mansion." After exiting the carriage, the two saw Elder Dyron, along with Elder Adel and Elder Human, already waiting at the door. All three stepped forward to greet them. Elder Dyron stepped forward, his left hand behind his back, his right hand across his stomach, and bowed, saying, "Welcome."
After that, they all entered the mansion together. Elder Dyron, walking ahead and leading Isabella and Logan to the room where Aaron and Aiden were, deliberately accused Aaron of her misdeeds. Because the current Duchess has kidnapped the Duke, we are trying to resolve the issues of the ducal territory that might be stalled. Elder Dyron then stopped in front of a door and told Isabella and Logan, "The Duke is currently imprisoned in this room. We are also having difficulty because we cannot open it." But Logan was not led astray by him, nor did he allow himself to get angry at Aaron's actions, but merely replied to Elder Dyron, "No one can be imprisoned in this room."
This room was designed as a secure room, even though it was meant to defend against external enemies. Then he cast a slight glance towards the three elders, Diarni, his words full of hidden meaning for all three, or perhaps enemies from within. After that, Isabella walked to the door of Aiden and Aaron's room, gently calling out to the two inside, "Aiden, Aaron, you can come out now." Immediately, a shrill screech emanated from the door. Elder Aiden and Elder Human looked at the door with astonished expressions, only to see the room door slowly open. From inside the doorway emerged Aiden, his arm around Aaron's waist. They slowly stepped out of the room and looked at the people standing outside. Elder Diarni stared intently at Aaron and Aiden. He noticed Aiden's hand resting on Aaron's waist and whispered to himself, "Has she brainwashed him?" Immediately, Elder Diarni pointed towards the two of them and accused Isabella and Logan. "Duchess, we cannot simply overlook this wicked transgression."
He was saying, taking advantage of the Duke's amnesia, but his voice suddenly fell silent upon seeing Aiden's calm face. The three Elder Diarnis were speechless, staring blankly at Aiden's face, which showed no sign of amnesia. Elder Diarni was so surprised that he forgot to lower the hand he was pointing at the two Aarons. After a moment, Elder Diarni managed to speak again. "Your Grace?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, including the servants present, he asked Aiden, "Have you regained your memory, Your Grace?" Upon seeing Elder Diarni's expression, Aiden subtly curved his lips into a faint smile. Then he opened his mouth to mock him. "Seeing you like this truly feels different. Somehow my memories have returned. But of course I haven't forgotten the elders who diligently looked after me." Suddenly, Aiden narrowed his eyes and cast a cold glance at the three Elder Diarnis, then questioned, "Speaking of which, why did you lie to me?" His single question made all three Elder Diarnis turn pale and break out in a cold sweat.
Aiden then exposed the sinful acts committed by all three Diarne elders. "Not only did you try to separate Aaron and me with false accusations against my wife, but you also spread rumors of an affair between Lady Charté and me. By involving the Count's family in this matter, you have repeatedly defiled my honor and the Duchess's." Aaron then followed Aiden's lead, exposing the crimes of the three of them. "Furthermore, you loudly and endlessly insulted me, which everyone in the mansion, including myself, could hear." Aaron then uttered a remark that seemed to strike at the heart of the three Diarne elders, startling them all. "From the way you have acted, of elders has thoroughly exploited the Duke's amnesia." Elder Aiden was the first to justify herself, placing a hand on her chest to swear, "Of course not, we merely worked harder than others to restore the Duke's memory." But immediately after her statement, a cloth pouch full of herbal tea was spilled onto the ground. The one who spilled the herbal pouch was Felix, who picked up a handful of the herbal tea leaves, presented them, and loudly questioned the Diarne elders. "This is the herbal tea the Duke has been drinking daily, isn't it? I have never prescribed this type to treat the Duke's amnesia. Because it is an extreme drug that can paralyze the brain and overwork the heart, its distribution has been banned in the Empire." Felix then immediately exposed the wicked conspiracy of Elder Diarne's group, which he had accidentally overheard. "Elder Diarne secretly brought these tea leaves to the Duke's mansion here. I heard him say it himself." Aaron coldly looked at Elder Diarne's group, took Aiden's hand to give him strength, and listened with him as Felix continued. "As for the details of the conversation and his subsequent actions, they have been recorded in the report, which we have given to the former Duke and the Duchess." Hearing this, Aiden coldly observed the expressions of the three of them. Elder Human, pale with fear, stammered, "Report." Logan, calmly crossing his arms and stroking his chin, appeared to be deep in thought as he said to Elder Diarne's group, "According to standard procedure, if the Duke is no longer able to exercise his authority, then the ducal authority will be transferred to me, the former Duke."
Isabella, having heard all the charges against the Diarni elders, was now furious, glaring at them, and continued Logan's words. "However, you embezzled family funds using a forged seal and humiliated servants more than once or twice for a very long time." She then continued to question them. "To you, was the Leinster family such an easy target?" The Diarni elders now all turned pale. Elder Diarni no longer had his initial arrogant demeanor. He was now frantically waving his hands, trying to deny his guilt. "No, that's not it." He pointed at Aaron and blamed her for all his wrongdoings. "The Duchess orchestrated everything by instigating the servants. Didn't Gail Zahad already confess? Undoubtedly, she conspired to frame us with what she did."
Erin showed no anger at being falsely accused or any other expression. She simply watched Elder Diarny's performance in silence. A voice from behind Elder Diarny cut through his lies. "You yourself quoted that false confession, Elder Diarny." Elder Diarny looked at the person approaching with a surprised, disbelieving expression and cried out, "Son, why?" The one who spoke was Mela, who said, "I am Mela Zahad, head of the Zahad earldom." Walking beside her, Austin also bowed to those present, "And I am Austin Diarny." Following the two was a maid pushing a two-tiered cart. Each tier was piled high with a stack of papers. Mela then continued, "We have completed our investigation into the kidnapping of the Duchess of Leinster. We found all the servants connected to Gail and Helen and took their statements." As she spoke, the Zahad maid, who was following the two, with a hesitant expression, also opened her mouth to confess her guilt and recount what had happened. "I was ordered to lure the Duchess back to the Zahad mansion. Gail brought mercenaries to the mansion and threatened the servants."
Myra continued after his account, stating that these mercenaries were recruited by Elder Diarny, not Gail and Helen. Austin also said, "I found documents related to the mercenaries and my father in his office. Furthermore, I also discovered ledgers detailing the transportation of forbidden teas." The Zahad maid continued, "On the day the Duchess was abducted, Elder Diarny came to the mansion, and at that time, in an empty room on the 3rd floor, Elder Diarny and his group gathered and discussed their elaborate scheme. We must ensure she cannot say anything, perhaps through an unavoidable sudden death." The Zahad maid had been standing outside the door and overheard all of their plans. She continued, "I wanted to atone for the things I had done, but I was expelled from the mansion that very day to conceal the evidence." Hearing the Zahad maid speak, Elder Diarny turned to look at her with a fearful expression. After hearing the story, Aiden gnashed his teeth, his face darkened, and he clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Suddenly, Erin sensed his unusual state and gently placed her hand on his shoulder, softly calling, "Aiden." This made Aiden turn to look at Erin, who gently comforted him. "That won't happen." Thanks to that, he calmed down and silently looked at her. Isabella, on the other side, also trembled with anger upon hearing about Elder Diarny's wicked deeds. She walked closer to him and angrily growled, "How dare you!" Although Elder Diarny was trembling uncontrollably, his face purple with fear, he still refused to admit his guilt, saying, "No, no, no, never." He tried to force a smile and wriggle his way out of the accusation. Yes, about Zahad's medicine. From the beginning, the Duchess conspired with Mela Zahad so that each of them could control the Zahad family and the Leinster family." But Austin cut short Elder Diarny's false justification just in time. He said, "There are several initial samples of the medicine," and handed over a glass vial containing a white pill. Austin then continued, "In my father's office." Elder Diarny looked at the glass vial in his hand, puzzled. "What? I haven't." But then he suddenly realized something, and his face turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. Elder Diarny then slowly and tremblingly turned his body, which had stiffened with anxiety, to look at Erin and Aiden. Elder Diarny's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at them.
Erin, seeing his expression, maintained her posture, still embracing Aiden's shoulder, and smiled brightly at him, the smile of a victor looking at the vanquished. Austin placed a hand on Elder Diarny's shoulder and continued, "From the very beginning, my father's goal was to frame the Duchess, so he tried to involve her family in the drug distribution. Instead, the Duchess personally convicted the Zahad family, so he hired several mercenaries to kidnap and murder the Duchess and the Countess, attempting to pin the entire incident on them. Elder Aiden and Elder Human, upon seeing their plan exposed, both panicked. Elder Aiden opened her mouth to defend herself and Elder Human. We knew nothing. We only believed the words Elder Diarny told us. Erin, hearing her words, sneered and exposed her lie. So because the Council of Elders only trusted Elder Diarny, they could turn a blind eye even if they knew he was poisoning the Duke and insulting the Leinster family.
They have exceeded their authority. Following Erin's words, all the servants present cast sharp, hateful glances at Elder Aiden and Elder Human, making them even more fearful. Erin then asked Austin, "Mr. Austin, have you brought the witnesses here?" Austin replied, "Yes, they are all here waiting." 2 young women entered at Austin's call. The brown-haired young woman bowed and introduced herself first. "I am Judith Hoonan." Beside her, a moss-green-haired girl also bowed to Erin and her companions and introduced herself. "And I am Laura Aiden. Greetings to the Duke and Duchess of Leinster." Elder Human immediately pointed angrily at Laura, his voice choked with rage. "You!" Elder Aiden was no less furious with Judith than Elder Human. She angrily scolded Judith. "What do you think you're doing here?" But Judith, Laura, and Austin ignored their reproaches in anger and said to Erin and her group, "Throughout this time, we have witnessed our families become corrupt and crumble before our eyes, but with the Duchess's offer, we decided to act before it was too late." The 3 of them then spoke in unison, "If you give us a chance, we will take responsibility. restore our families, and commit to cooperating with the Duchy of Leinster.
Aiden looked at the three and spoke decisively. From this moment forward, we will have to dissolve the Council of Elders of the Leinster family. The current family heads of the Darnay, Hunan, and Aiden families will be investigated for their crimes. Respecting the oath made to the next family heads of the three families, the Leinster family will allow them to remain as dependent families. Aiden thought to himself, I had been waiting for this from the beginning, sowing seeds of discord among the elder families. Erin slowly walked up to the three Darnay elders. She smiled faintly and asked them, "What made you think I wanted to take over the Leinster family?" Then she stated with certainty, "It's already mine." Then, ignoring their crestfallen faces, she ordered the knights to seize the three Darnay elders. Knights, detain these criminals. After dealing with the three of them, Mona took out the seal she had kept hidden for so long and gave it to Erin. "This is the official seal in the top secret documents that I secretly hid away."
Erin hugged her tightly, thanking her under Felix's emotional gaze. "You've worked hard, Mona." Mona also smiled happily, hugged Erin and replied, "I'm glad you're safe." Only then did Erin turn to Logan and Isabella, her eyes filled with gratitude. She clasped her hands together and thanked them both. "Mother, Father, thank you both for waiting outside the capital." Isabella also smiled happily and said to Erin, "Thanks to you sharing the plan in time, we were able to monitor this incident." Hearing this, Erin and Aiden turned to the servants standing behind them, smiling brightly as Erin replied to Isabella. This could only be accomplished thanks to the diligent servants who moved in and out of the mansion, and she thanked them. "From the bottom of my heart, thank you all." The servants were also very happy to have been able to help Erin. They then dispersed to continue their daily tasks. "Let's go get the remaining documents." The mansion finally returned to its normal state. Erin and Aiden also felt relieved to have dealt with the wicked people, but Erin, looking at the mountain of documents piled high around her, said dejectedly, "We should focus on resolving this matter immediately, but a mountain of paperwork." Isabella and Logan could only offer a wry smile in response to her. Logan picked up a sheet from the pile and said, "It's taken quite a long time." He then picked up another yellow-covered book, reading and remarking, though his face showed no emotion, "When I was young, I never thought the dissolution of the Elders' Council would be possible." Isabella continued Logan's thought. "Logan and I have received reports about the Elders' Council's abuse of power, so I will investigate further and resolve it. I have waited in silence as he requested, but I still couldn't sit idly by."
Many times when she read reports about the actions of the three Darnay elders, she had to cover her mouth in shock. Their actions had gone too far. The more I observed, the more I remembered what had happened in the past. Our relationship with the elders began as a symbiotic one. However, as time passed, our mutual trust eventually dissolved. Logan continued speaking to Isabella while reading the reports in the evidence ledger, looking only at the ledger of tea leaf smuggling that young Austin had discovered. We see that it has been written over many generations, though they never recorded who used it, but Bella and I saw the late Duchess drinking that tea when we were children. My father's betrayal, the late Duke, and the late Duchess's use of herbal tea. We don't know what happened first, but both certainly tormented the late Duchess for the rest of her life. Perhaps that's why the late Duchess was very close to the Council of Elders. So when I became Duke, I removed her from all positions of power by securing royal support and establishing my own businesses. I thought the Council of Elders would then be forced to retreat.
Erin had also deduced the actions of the three Darnay elders at that time, so she continued to explain to him. However, they had planted Whitney in the Leinster family. Hearing this, Logan stopped reading the report and glanced at Erin, while Isabella also looked at her and nodded slightly. She recounted, "Whitney was there before I got married. When I was young, I thought she was just overly attentive to me. But it turned out that from the very beginning, she had deceived the Duchess and sowed discord in our relationship. At that time, Whitney came and lied to Isabella, saying, 'It seems he doesn't care much about you. He appears uncomfortable when he's around you.'" Isabella continued. She continued to pit Logan, Aiden, and me against each other and reported everything to my mother-in-law by scrutinizing every detail. The elders had sown discord within the Leinster family, then waited for us to fall into disagreement and conflict among ourselves. After finishing her story, Isabella turned to Erin and said, "To the elders, you are a necessary variable, Erin. Who would have thought that a little 10-year-old girl who had just gotten married could thwart their plans?" Which made Erin just give a wry laugh. "Aha."
Isabella then said to Erin and Aiden with a serious expression, "We will seize this opportunity to explore every detail of the past, so that incidents like these never happen again." Logan turned to look at Aiden and continued for Isabella. So he asked him, "Aiden, we want to ask if you agree for us to proceed." Erin also looked at Aiden, smiled, and said to him, "If you don't want to, it's okay to refuse. After all, it happened to you." Hearing Erin say that, Aiden smiled faintly, looking at her with eyes full of affection. He then slowly took Erin's hand and answered Logan, "Of course, I don't have to struggle with it anymore." A few days later, many upheavals occurred, with several criminal cases arising between the Zahad family and the Leinster family. As part of the Elder Council's expansion plan, this had torn a family apart for decades.
In response, the Duchy of Leinster, with authority delegated from the royal family, intended to strip the family heads of their positions and titles, sentence them to lifelong hard labor, and send them to border regions. But at the Leinster mansion, Aaron, Aiden, Isabella, and Logan were all swamped with mountains of paperwork following the incident involving the 3 Darren elders. They worked day and night, losing sleep and meals, to resolve the pile, to the point where Isabella felt she was on the verge of a fever. After they finished dealing with the paperwork, Felix took the documents to the royal palace. He delivered them to Frederick for review and to affix the seal of approval for execution. Finally, the 3 Darren elders were justly sentenced for the wicked crimes they had committed at the palace. The emperor was reviewing the Leinster family's reports on the crimes and the methods of dealing with the transgressions of the 3 elders, Diarn, Euman, and Aiden. After finishing the report, the emperor immediately looked at Frederick and Aiden, who were standing before him, and exclaimed, "That's a clean resolution." But the emperor then looked at the 2 seals on the verdict document and muttered with a hint of vexation, "Except this thing already bears my seal. I didn't actually stamp it, did I?" Seeing the emperor's expression, Frederick couldn't help but burst out laughing, and at the same time said to him, "You'll get used to it, your majesty." Hearing that, the emperor let go of the matter of the seals, but he still had an opinion, so he immediately asked Aiden, "But don't you think the punishment for the elders' families is a bit light? I'm very curious why you didn't punish them severely to set an example for others." Hearing the emperor's words, Aiden did not change his decision, but calmly said to him, "Each family has relinquished most of their authority to the Leinster family. Their businesses and wealth have been confiscated. The young heirs have stepped up to become family heads without any foundation, relying entirely on the Duke's approval. They will face many difficulties in stabilizing their new roles and reforming their families. Instead of pushing them to the brink by eliminating them, controlling them is far more beneficial." Frederick listened to Aiden speak, then glanced at him with a joyful smile. After hearing Aiden finish speaking, the emperor was also surprised and said, "Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. Despite having gone through difficult struggles, the Duke before me doesn't seem to have suffered 2 great losses."
Aiden, hearing him say that, smiled brightly like a flower. He thought of Aaron, who, with a voice full of happy emotion, said, "Because someone held my hand tightly until the very last moment." After Frederick and Aiden finished their audience with the emperor, they immediately left. Upon reaching the gate, the 2 met Aaron and Claire, who were waiting for them. Claire smiled, greeting the 2. "Is it done?" Once it was confirmed that everything had been resolved, Aaron and Claire immediately joyfully held hands and laughed happily, congratulating each other. Excitedly, Claire said to Aaron, "Wow, it's really done. It truly is." Aaron replied to her, "Aaron, you've worked hard. You too as well." After a period of congratulating each other, Claire immediately discussed with Aaron, "Now that you're here, why don't we delve into the details of implementing the Academy's medical advancements throughout the Empire? I've drafted a proposed plan, and I'd like to hear your ideas." Aaron immediately happily agreed and followed Claire. "Certainly, let's go take a look at it together."
She didn't forget to turn around and call Aiden and Frederick to follow, telling them, "You 2 come along as well." Hearing that, Frederick chuckled softly, glanced at Aiden and whispered, "What should we do when we're in that room?" Aiden, still in his cold tone, replied to him, "Stay silent." Time quickly passed to night. A carriage was parked in a forest, and from inside a person's scolding voice was heard. "You idiots!" The one who uttered the curse was Gwelzahat, and he glanced at the 3 elders, Diarn, Euman, and Aiden. All 4 of them no longer had their arrogant, superior demeanor. Instead, they looked disheveled, their hair messy and their clothes dusty and rumpled. Gail, sitting in the carriage, continued to curse the 3 elders. "You imbeciles! I lied even when it could endanger my life." Gail stared at Elder Diarn and said irritably, "The fate of a traitor is truly dramatic." As for him, he turned his face away, trying to avoid his gaze, and awkwardly said, "Now I don't even have a title." Gail crossed his arms, tears welling in his eyes, and sighed, lamenting, "Ugh, forced labor. If I have to do heavy labor with this body, I'll die one day." His mournful groans echoed in the ears of the 3 Darren elders. "I'm so hungry, and I'm thirsty too." This was while the 3 of them had never held anything heavier than a pen in their entire lives. The Darren elders' carriage stopped after running for a while. The coachman told them, "Let's rest for a bit." Then he handed a bottle of filtered water to Gail, saying, "Drink this. Anyone who's thirsty can drink it." Gail joyfully accepted it, seemingly having endured much suffering before. Suddenly, a knock on the carriage door from outside caught the attention of all 4 people inside. The coachman handed them a letter. The Darren elders wondered amongst themselves, "What is this? Whose is it? Who delivered it?" Gail, on behalf of the 4 of them, opened the letter to read it. It read, "This is a special herbal tea. It was smuggled by the former Darren elder. We have used up all the remaining stock at the ducal mansion, and even a single sip can be fatal." Reading the contents of the letter struck fear into the faces of all 4 Diarni elders. The letter was written by Aaron to them, and she was currently in a carriage, returning to the Leinster mansion. She wrote in the letter, "No one will open the carriage door until it reaches the labor camp. Everything has been personally prepared by my beloved husband, and I understand his intentions.
In truth, I wanted to pour that tea down your throats myself, but one day, not far from now, I don't want him to regret his actions, even if that regret is as tiny as a speck of dust, so I will give you a small opportunity through this letter. Aaron Leinster. P.S. The choice is yours. After reading the contents of the letter, the 4 Diarny elders exchanged silent glances. Their carriage continued its journey, returning to the Leinster mansion. Aaron finally arrived at the mansion gates. Suddenly, a horse's whinny caught her attention, making her look in that direction. When she looked, Aaron saw Aiden approaching on horseback, his face seeming quite worried. Meanwhile, Aaron calmly observed Aiden's sudden appearance. After seeing Aiden gradually calmed his emotions. He dismounted his horse and walked closer to her. When he reached her, he stopped and softly called, "Aaron." Awkwardly, he tried to explain, but Aaron interrupted Aiden, saying, "It's all right, Aiden."
She didn't blame him, but smiled brightly to comfort him, saying, "You didn't do anything wrong. You've endured a long time during your recovery." Aiden heard her comforting words and immediately explained, "I can't forgive those who threatened you, Aaron." Hearing this, Aaron thought to herself, he didn't do it for himself, but for me? Aaron then blushed at her own thought. Her face gradually turned red and hot under Aiden's gaze. Aaron's cute expression also made Aiden's cheeks start to flush. Aaron then smiled, her smile as bright and beautiful as a sunflower. She smiled at Aiden and said, "We're thinking the same thing again." Her hand gently touched his flushed cheeks as she continued, "Anyway, this matter has completely gotten out of our control." Then she wrapped her arms around Aiden's neck and hugged him. "I will fill my empty hands with you." Aiden smiled happily, waiting for Aaron's face to draw closer to his. But suddenly his eyes widened because Aaron suddenly lost all strength and fainted. His hand quickly caught Aaron's waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. Aiden knelt down, holding the unconscious Aaron in his arms. He called out to her, "Aaron!" In Leinster Manor, the servants all stopped their work in surprise and looked towards the mansion's door. When they looked there, the servants saw Aiden rushing in, carrying Aaron, his face pale, his breath ragged. With a panicked expression, he shouted loudly at the servants standing upstairs, "Why are you still standing there? Call a doctor immediately."
Isabella heard Aiden shout and rushed out to ask him, "Aiden, what happened?" She then saw Aiden, his face drained of color, slowly turn to look at her while holding Aaron, a sight that also startled Isabella. Later, after Aiden had carried Aaron into the room for the doctor to examine her, he recalled Aaron's unusual symptoms from before, such as headaches, paleness, loss of appetite, and nausea. Once, after a meal, Aiden saw Aaron being so picky about her food and asked her, "Why aren't you eating your steak?" With an awkward expression, she ate some fruit to find an excuse to answer him, "Well, the fruit is so delicious I just can't stop eating it." Because Aiden had just heard Lizzie reveal news about why Aaron was in such a state, hearing the reason made him freeze. He immediately asked Lizzie to repeat it. Lizzie then repeated what she had just said, "The madam is pregnant," which left both Logan and Isabella, who were standing beside Aaron's bed, stunned for a few seconds. Aiden, on the other hand, remained silent for a moment, then questioned Lizzie, "It seems this news isn't new to you." This made Lizzie awkwardly reveal the truth. "She asked me not to tell anyone about this." She reached out her hands and gently touched Aaron's cheek, her eyes filled with sorrow, as she softly called out, "Aaron." Heartbroken, she blurted out, how much hardship that child must have endured alone. He recalled that earlier, during his amnesia, he had mistakenly said, "I will confine Aaron Leinster to the house." Thinking about his past actions, his face gradually darkened, but then he said to Lizzie, "Thank you for being by her side and observing her condition." Hearing this, Lizzie smiled.
She had endured very well. She had better health than the other ladies. Even now, she had no other problems except for the buildup of fatigue over a long period. By evening, when Aaron woke up, she opened her eyes groggily and exclaimed, "Ah!" as she found herself lying on her beloved bed. She slowly sat up and rubbed her head, thinking to herself, "I finally fainted." Aaron then immediately turned her head and scanned the room, searching for Aiden's figure. "I miss Aiden so much. He must have been so surprised," she thought, when she discovered Aiden slumped right beside her bed, his back turned towards her. She couldn't tell if he was asleep or awake. So Aaron immediately tried calling Aiden. "Are you still awake?" When Aiden didn't answer, Aaron went closer to him and asked, "Are you angry?" Aiden, sitting with his knees hugged and his face down, softly replied to Aaron, "No." This made Aaron ask further, "Why are you crying?" Aiden still denied it. "I'm not." Hearing this, Aaron then asked Aiden, "Why aren't you looking at me?" Aiden, still keeping his face down, replied, "I don't have the courage to look into your eyes." When Aaron heard Aiden say that, her expression immediately turned sad. She lay down on her stomach, looking at him hugging his knees, and said in a sorrowful voice, "I want to look at my husband."
Hearing that, Aiden immediately looked up, a bit hesitantly turning his head to look at Aaron. He then quickly turned his whole body around, asking her worriedly, "Are you hurting anywhere?" Aaron replied, "No." Aiden continued, "Aren't you scared?" Lying on her stomach, Aaron swung her legs, appearing somewhat pensive as she replied, "Not exactly." She then said, "Now we only have joy. Let's prepare to meet our child without any worries." Aiden listened silently until Aaron finished speaking, then immediately asked her, "You were the one who said it wasn't a wrong feeling." Hearing Aiden say that, Aaron exclaimed blankly, "Huh?" His deep blue eyes gazed intently into hers. His gaze met Aaron's emerald green eyes, causing her cheeks to slightly redden as she softly whispered, "Huh?" Then, too embarrassed, Aaron buried her face in the pillow she was hugging to avoid Aiden's intense gaze, her voice muffled by the pillow. "Actually, I think I was a little scared, to the point where I couldn't feel anything." Earlier, when Aaron found out she was pregnant, she had hugged her belly, feeling the life gradually forming within her, unsure of what to do, whether to be happy or sad. She continued, "Aiden, every time I think of something bad, I become stronger just to endure it."
Aiden sat silently, quietly watching Aaron, who was still burying her face in the pillow and listening to her story. He then gently touched her cheek with his finger, lifting her face to look at him, lightly stroked her hair, and said, "I'm sorry for letting you face this alone." Aaron slowly sat up and said to Aiden, "This isn't something you should apologize for, Aiden." But Aiden looked at Aaron and sighed. "I still feel guilty." He gently reached out his hand. "I was too harsh on you." Aiden's finger gently wiped away the tears that had spilled from Aaron's eyes and continued, "Right now, I think Aaron is the one who needs to hear these things the most."
Aiden then reached out, one hand gently caressing Aaron's cheek, the other taking her hand and pulling her closer, giving her a soft, affectionate kiss. Aaron thought to herself, the moment this person, who not long ago struggled to confront his own guilt, found the courage for my feelings, the resentment I hadn't even realized I was hiding, melted away like ice and snow. After Aiden finished kissing Aaron, Aaron was so shy that she covered her face, which was red as a tomato, while rolling around on the bed and said to Aiden, "This is a bit embarrassing." Aaron then turned over to lie on her back on her bed, with her hands placed on her stomach in a happy smile. She thought, "Even though it's embarrassing, I still feel relieved. I feel like I'm floating on clouds and can fly anywhere." Aaron looked at Aiden, who was smiling at her affectionately, and heard him say, "Thank you for enduring. From now on, let's face everything together." He took her hand, just as they had always done. In this romantic atmosphere, Aaron immediately wanted to do something intimate with Aiden, so she opened her mouth to suggest to him, "Aiden, But she had barely started when he immediately cut her off. "No, they said you need to rest."
Aiden then adjusted Aaron's position so she was lying properly again and thoughtfully pulled the blanket back over her, aiming to make her comfortable. On a clear day, light clouds drifted across the sky and birds soared everywhere. Aaron and Aiden both appeared in the room, both looking very surprised. Aaron exclaimed, "Mom, Dad," she asked, "what are you two doing?" Hearing her question, Isabella excitedly looked at her and said, "Oh, Aaron." Logan, with his hands in his pockets, turned to ask Aaron, "Are you feeling well?" Standing in the brand newly decorated room, Isabella announced, "We're preparing the baby's room." Aaron was very surprised to hear this. She covered her face, her voice full of surprise, saying, "What? Already preparing? I've only just gotten pregnant." Logan put his hands on his hips, looking around the room. He listed the changes in the room, changing the wallpaper, arranging the furniture, stocking up on essential supplies ahead of time. There's so much to do. Isabella shyly smoothed her hair, saying, "We didn't want to pressure you, so we didn't mention it, but we've been eagerly anticipating this day." Aaron smiled at them, while Aiden's face was serious, and he asked in a cold voice, "Weren't you planning to return tomorrow?" Hearing his question, both parents were annoyed. Isabella angrily clenched her fists and retorted, "How can we leave when Aaron is pregnant?" Logan, standing beside her, also looked at him indignantly and said, "We unpacked our luggage last night. We won't be leaving until the baby is born." She approached and took her hand, her eyes doting as she said, "Tell me anything you want to eat. I can get you anything, even if it's not available in the Empire." Hearing her grandmother say that, Aaron immediately smiled brightly. "I'm so relieved to know that someone will be staying longer." Aiden stood to one side, his face expressionless, a stark contrast to her radiant expression, silently watching Aaron. Seizing the opportunity that everyone was present, Aaron suggested, "Oh, since we're all here, let's go for a walk together. I want the baby to hear our family's voices." Isabella heard her suggestion and enthusiastically replied, "That sounds great." Aiden's father pulled him aside and said in a stern voice, "But first, Aiden, you need to be scolded." Hearing this, he obediently listened to the scolding. Yes, Aaron and Isabella, standing behind them, could only offer a wry smile.
The next day, Ulia clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes glistening with tears. Seeing Ulia in this state, Aiden glanced at her and coldly asked, "Why are you crying?" Ulia clenched her hands tightly. She stared at Aaron's belly, and Ulia choked out, "I'm going to have a grandson or granddaughter soon." Ulia thought of many wooden items for children, cribs, toys, strollers. She happily offered, "If you need anything, just let me know. Lately, I've been working with wood materials at the workshop." Suddenly, Ulia's face became worried, and she asked Aaron with concern, "Oh, you're still experiencing morning sickness, aren't you?"
Aaron heard her ask that. She placed a finger on her lips. Aaron thought for a moment, then said, "Come to think of it, I haven't had morning sickness lately, and I've been eating very well." As the two of them were standing and chatting, hurried footsteps approached. It turned out to be Frederick and Claire arriving. Claire was holding a carefully wrapped gift box in her hand. Frederick, hearing her say she no longer had morning sickness, happily said, "That's good to hear." Frederick added, "My aunt has sent many gifts for the Duchess." Aaron looked towards them, happily smiling and greeting, "Claire, your highness." Ulia, standing beside her, also happily said, "Long time no see." The dining table was laden with delicious food, each dish looking very appealing. Besides pastries, there was also tea. Aaron's voice rang out, asking, "These are all new dishes, aren't they?" She tried each dish on the table one by one, enjoying every single one. Aaron praised, It's so delicious." Seeing her eat with such relish, Aiden, with doting eyes, subtly curved his lips into a smile. Everyone was seated at a dining table in a garden. Claire spoke up, "Congratulations on your pregnancy, Aaron, even if it's a bit late." Aaron gently smoothed her hair, smiling as she replied, "Thank you, Claire." Frederick leaned back in his chair and asked, "You found out when Aiden lost his memory, didn't you?" Aaron must have had a very difficult time.
Frederick looked at her, his face showing amusement. He said, "If I had known about this, I would have told you when he regained his memory." Hearing these words, Aaron's face suddenly scowled. "Oh!" she exclaimed angrily. Aaron clenched her hands on the table, her eyes blazing with anger. "I have a lot to say about that, your highness." Hearing these words, the bright smile on Frederick's face became strained, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Frederick was surprised by her attitude. He stammered, "Huh?" Aaron thought of the thick book Frederick had used to hit someone. She questioned him, "How could you hit a patient so cruelly with such a terrifying tool?" Frederick could only force a smile and point to Aiden sitting beside him. "But it helped Aiden regain his memory, didn't it? I only hit him once." After hearing Frederick say that, Aaron was unconvinced. She said with a voice full of concern, "You were very lucky. That could have made things much worse." Ulia, sitting next to Aaron, asked with wide, astonished eyes, "What are you talking about?" Beads of sweat began to appear on Ulia's face. She shifted her gaze to Aiden. Ulia asked, "So you regained your memory after that?" Aiden remembered her angrily raising her fist at him, but he quickly blocked it. Aiden sighed, using the fork in his hand to poke at the cake on his plate. Ulia looked at Aiden, her expression displeased, her eyebrows furrowed. Ulia continued to question, "And then you imprisoned her and left her alone." After hearing these criticisms, Aiden felt angry at Ulia's reproaches.
Aiden frowned and explained, "At that time, I had no other choice but to protect Aaron." Ulia didn't accept this answer. She yelled, "You call imprisonment protection, Duke?" Aiden thought of the moment he was intimately embracing Aaron and was about to speak. Then he blushed. He scratched his face, his eyes avoiding hers as he said, "I had intended to tell Aaron, but I missed the opportunity." Then he crossed his arms and turned to Ulia, annoyed. "Anyway, didn't I tell you it was none of your business?" Hearing these words, Ulia became furious. Frederick, sitting on the side, added fuel to the fire. After that, I told him to go to Aaron immediately, but he didn't go. Aaron looked at him, angrily speaking up to defend Aiden. "That's not what we're talking about right now." Frederick's eyes widened, and he innocently said, "Oh dear, that didn't work." There were 5 people at the table, but 4 of them were questioning and getting annoyed with each other, while only Claire calmly sipped her tea. Holding her teacup, she smiled and spoke softly. Everything had ended well, so now there was a feeling of peace. Suddenly, Ulia turned to Aaron and asked, "Sis, are you experiencing morning sickness again?" Aaron sat there stunned and replied, "Huh? No, I'm enjoying my food." Suddenly, a retching sound was heard. Aaron glanced at the person next to her, surprise clearly visible on her face. Frederick also looked at Aiden. Aiden looked at the plate of cake on the table, covered his mouth, feeling nauseous, and his face turned pale. Aiden's face turned pale, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. Aiden hesitantly said, "This isn't because it tastes bad." Aaron anxiously reached out to touch him, asking, "Aiden, are you all right?" Aiden touched his hand to his chin, his face still very pale. Aiden replied to her that he was just a little nauseous. Everyone at the table looked worriedly at Aiden. Ulia looked at him and asked, "You were perfectly fine just a moment ago." Frederick sprang to his feet. He leaned his hands on the table suspiciously. "Did someone poison you? Did they put it in your food?" Aaron also anxiously held Aiden's hand, asking, "What is it? Who would do such a thing?"
Suddenly she remembered a type of tea leaf. She secretly wondered to herself, could it be a side effect of that tea? Aiden slumped into her arms. Aaron quickly supported him, exclaiming, "Quick, call a doctor immediately." Aaron urgently added, "Call Lizzie." Aiden was taken to a resting room for Lizzie to examine him. Lizzie took his hand to check his pulse. Suddenly, her face became panicked, and beads of sweat dotted her face. Seeing Lizzie's serious expression, Aaron leaned slightly, crossing her arms, and asked, "Is there a problem? Is it very serious?" Lizzie replied to her, "It seems the Duke is experiencing morning sickness symptoms on behalf of his wife." Hearing her say that, Aaron exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Frederick stood behind Lizzie, also very astonished. Frederick touched his chin in wonder. "Is that even possible?" Hearing him ask that, Lizzie turned her head and said, "I've only heard about it. This is the first time I've witnessed it firsthand."
Aaron approached Aiden and placed a hand on his shoulder while Aiden was adjusting his clothes. Lizzie spoke up to explain the phenomenon. It's a psychological phenomenon where husbands express strong empathetic feelings due to pity or gratitude towards their pregnant wives. Seeing this, Ulia, who was standing nearby, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Duke, you truly feel sorry for her." Hearing her words, Aiden became annoyed and asked, "Why are you still doubting it?" Aaron, standing beside him, suddenly called his name, "Aiden." His face flushed at her call, and he awkwardly rubbed his neck, saying, "I wish I could bear it instead of you. After all, you're going through this because of me." Hearing his words, Aaron was deeply moved and looked at him with affectionate eyes. Seeing such a sappy display of affection, Frederick's face darkened. He forced a strained smile, feeling superfluous there. He then suggested, "Wow, what a perfect display of marital bliss to conclude a tea party. Let's go." Claire, witnessing the scene, covered her face and praised, "How adorable! I want to spread this news throughout the empire." Her words made both of them stare at her with wide eyes. At Harris's travel publication launch event, various publications were laid out on the tables, and the entire hall was bustling with noise.
An old man with a full beard approached. He congratulated Claire, Miss Curtis, on her published work. Claire opened the publication, signed it, and happily smiled, saying, "Thank you, sir." At the party, a young lady with blonde hair and 2 bows clipped in it approached Claire, holding the publication, and asked, "Did you really go to all these places?" Claire enthusiastically replied, "Of course." Suddenly, a man's voice rang out, "Isn't that wonderful?" That was Frederick. He opened the publication and proudly showed it off, saying, "Traveling far and only bringing 1 servant and 1 horse, documenting everything and compiling it into a travel publication bearing her name, the only woman on the continent who could do such a thing." Frederick, with eyes full of pride, introduced, "That amazing woman and future crown princess is sitting right in front of everyone." Seeing Frederick's shamelessness, the man immediately reminded him, "Your Highness." Frederick paid no mind to propriety. He still held the publication up in front of everyone. Frederick made a suggestion, "I want everyone to write a report about the book." Seeing his strange remark, Claire, embarrassed, tugged at Frederick's sleeve, gently reminding him, "Stop it, Frederick." Everyone felt embarrassed for Frederick. A woman standing afar, seeing the scene, exclaimed, "His Highness's affection for Miss Claire is truly rare." The young lady sitting next to them looked at them and said, "They say friends are all alike, so they all, give everything to their love?" While they were chatting, a voice suddenly came from afar. "Congratulations on your pregnancy, Duchess." Both of them heard it and looked towards the door. Aiden and Aaron walked in together, both with completely different expressions. Aaron happily held a glass of food in her hand, while Aiden had one arm around her waist, the other covering his mouth, his face looking pale and exhausted. Aaron walked and said, "Thank you, sir." Seeing Aiden's unwell face, everyone began to whisper and gossip. Is the Duke really suffering from morning sickness? Everyone at the party knew this news because Frederick had spread the rumor himself.
Aiden covered his nose with his hand. He glanced at the food in Aaron's hand and asked in a low voice, "Are you enjoying your meal, Aaron?" Aaron stared at the ice cream cup. She scooped a bite and replied, "Yes, I've been craving a lot lately. It must be the baby craving many dishes." Despite being engrossed in eating, she didn't forget to care for Aiden. She asked, "Aiden, how's your stomach? If you're too uncomfortable, maybe we should go home early?" Aiden lowered his head and smiled at her. He used his hand to wipe away the food stuck at the corner of her mouth, then softly said in a deep voice, "I'm fine. Actually, I'm very happy that you're enjoying your meal, Aaron." His action made her flustered, and her cheeks began to blush. Aaron quickly rushed into his arms and hugged Aiden, softly calling his name, Aiden. Seeing this display of affection, everyone around them tried to focus on their books to avoid embarrassing them, whispering to each other, "This book is really interesting. Yeah, especially the part where Lady Claire kills the dragon." On a clear day at the castle, Aaron's voice rang out. I had anticipated this, but both Aaron and Aiden tiredly covered their faces as they looked at the pile of documents on the table. Aaron complained, "Too many projects have been mismanaged under the Elders' Council's regulations. It will be very difficult to get them back on track this quarter." After the first meeting with her subordinates, Aaron cheerfully turned to Austin and asked, "How's your family doing these days?"
Austin thought of his chaotic family. He was the son of a concubine. The eldest daughter overshadowed her younger brother. The only daughter surpassed her cousins. And he replied to her in a low voice, "Still a bit chaotic. I've been criticized behind my back." Seeing him say that, Aaron looked at him kindly and said, "If anyone encounters any difficulties, just let us know any time. The ducal territory will help everyone." Hearing that, Laura spoke up. "Thank you, Your Grace." Sitting next to her was Judith, who was holding a stack of papers, but unfortunately slipped, causing the papers to fly everywhere. She let out a cry. "Ah!" Seeing Aaron stand up to pick up the papers, she exclaimed in alarm, "Duchess!" Aaron picked up a paper and said, "It's all right, I'll pick them up."
Aaron picked up the paper and read its contents. Aaron exclaimed in surprise. She wondered aloud. Isn't this a document? Judith immediately approached her face covered in sweat. She stammered nervously. Well, it's... In contrast to Judith's panic, Laura, sitting beside her, calmly stated, "It's the novel Judith is writing." Judith looked at her in alarm, whispering to stop her. "Laura." But Laura didn't care. She continued, "We were all inspired by Heresy's trip, so we decided to share our books at the book club at Salon Breeze." Laura proudly declared, "Judith's novel is the most popular because it's so interesting." "Ouch!" she cried out as Judith pinched her cheek. Aaron was still reading the novel. She softly replied, "Ah." It was late, but Aaron, lying in bed, was still engrossed in the pile of novels written by Judith. Seeing this, Aiden called out to her, "Aaron." He saw her reading so intently that she had her back to him, completely ignoring him, focused only on the novel. Aiden grumbled, "Is that thing really that interesting?" Aaron, who had borrowed it, read and said, "No, it's not like it has an overly flowery writing style or anything." Aaron put her hand to her mouth, reading and pondering. Aaron assessed the novel. "The development is quite engaging." Aiden turned to stare at her, then leaned in and gave her belly a quick kiss. Aaron was surprised. Aaron turned and asked, "What are you doing?" Aiden propped himself up beside her, staring at her belly, and softly said, "It's good." The blanket was pulled up over both of them, and Aiden said, "Our family is all in here."
Aiden rested his head on her, saying in a low voice, "If I promise that I'll never let go and always protect them, do you think they'll hear my words?" After saying that, Aiden kissed her belly repeatedly, which made Aaron freeze for a moment. She lay still, enduring many kisses falling on her belly. Unable to bear it any longer, she blurted out, "Honey, that tickles so much." She stopped him. "Stop!" The next day, novels written by Judith lay on the table, along with steaming hot cups of tea. Judith's voice rang out, "Do you want me to write something new?" Aaron looked at Judith, a smile on her face as she made her request. "Do you know the old mansion that appeared on Hertz's tour? I want you to write a novel based on that mansion." Aaron stated her plan. "We can publish it through the Art Center sponsorship program and give all the profits to the Hunan family." Sweat beaded on Judith's face. She asked in surprise, "Huh? Why are you going to such lengths for me?" Aaron was wearing a blue dress today. She folded her arms on the table and made a counterproposal. "Instead, I want you to allow us to build an amusement park based on that novel. An amusement park doesn't have as many effective promotional tools as a novel. If you say you've written a novel based on a real mansion, people will be even more curious and want to find out where the mansion is." As she spoke, she grew very excited. When she actually visits the mansion, she can recall scenes from the novel in different places. She feels like she has become the protagonist of the novel. Aaron mused. People go to the amusement park because of the novel, and conversely, the amusement park will draw people to read the novel, right? Aaron clasped her hands, exclaiming excitedly. "They call that osmu." To explain a little, osmu is a term used in the Korean media industry. It means using content diversely across various channels and platforms, transforming one medium into many, like media franchises in Hollywood. After hearing her words, all three fell silent, apprehensive. Judith's fear was evident on her face. She trembled and asked, "Do you think I'll do well? I've never been there." Seeing this, Aaron stepped forward to comfort her. Aaron looked at her with radiant eyes. "You can go there. It's about time you went to check it out." Aaron proposed, "Let's visit the mansion together and come up with ideas for the story." Aiden, who had been quietly listening without saying a word, was holding a teacup. Aiden blurted out, interrupting, "Wait." Hearing this, she glanced over at him. Aiden walked up to her and asked, "Are you going too, Aaron?" Aaron casually replied, "Of course, it's the project I proposed." She reasoned, "The princess said we should resolve the Leinster family's issue as soon as possible." Hearing these words, he looked at her with a cold expression. Aiden quickly said, "Then I'll go with you." Austin, who was sitting nearby, spoke up to stop him. "Your Grace, you can't." Aiden immediately glared at him. Austin quickly explained, "Well, the appointed person for Hunan is one thing, but for both of you to leave the mansion at the same time, when the vassal system hasn't been fully completed, it could delay our work." Aiden's face grew serious, and he said coldly, But Aaron and the baby. Aaron quickly reassured him. I'll be fine. I'm going by carriage anyway. She flashed a radiant smile, waving her hand dismissively. My condition is stable now. A day trip should be fine. Aiden stared at her, frowning uneasily, sweat beading on his face. He kept stirring his teacup with a spoon. Seeing him stir his tea so many times, she softly called his name, Aiden. During the family tea time, Aiden clearly showed his worry. Isabella saw his expression and spoke up. It's been a long time since I've seen our son express his worries. Hearing her words, Aaron, sitting beside him, could only smile. She stopped smiling, her lips pressed together thoughtfully. He had been like this since yesterday's meeting. She recalled Aiden adamantly demanding that Felix postpone the royal schedule and the Academy's graduation ceremony for about a month. Felix, seeing his unreasonable request, crossed his arms over his chest and refused. Dealing with that mess will kill me. She recalled this action and silently thought, he's doing the same thing again. She thought of the time Aiden held her cold body in the freezing weather. Aaron mused thoughtfully. I understand why Aiden is worried about me. The way he found out about my pregnancy probably left him with unpleasant memories. But most of all, I don't want him to blame himself anymore. Aaron looked at him thoughtfully, then softly called his name, Aiden.
She became cheerful and excited to ease his worries, assuring him that this trip there was really nothing to worry about. She mentioned the previous trip, saying, last time I fainted, that was because I had a sleep disorder. I rode horses and went around without any problems. Although he heard her say that, Aiden was still worried. He held his teacup with both hands and said hesitantly, but I once promised that I would protect you so you wouldn't faint again. Hearing that, she immediately remembered the moment he lay on her, touching her pregnant belly. Aaron murmured distractedly, oh. Isabella, noticing the awkward atmosphere, immediately spoke up and suggested, I'll go with you instead of Aiden, okay? Hearing this suggestion, Aaron asked in surprise, what? Aiden called out, Mom. She looked at him, assuring him that it will be fine if she goes with me. This time it was Logan's turn to worry. He softly called out in a low voice, Bella. Isabella smiled and reassured Logan. Don't worry, I'm not so weak that I can't travel. Both she and Aaron were excited about the girls' trip. Isabella spoke up, saying, I've also been pregnant, so I'll understand Aaron's condition better. Aaron also happily confessed, Mom, I really like that. Her face brightened as she glanced at Aiden. She thought to herself, this will make Aiden feel more relieved, won't it? Aaron gently asked him, Aiden, are you okay with this?
Aiden looked sternly at the teacup in front of him, silent for a moment. Then Aiden slowly spoke up. All right. Hearing his answer, Aaron was stunned, not expecting him to agree so quickly. She looked at him, thinking to herself, huh? After saying all right, Aiden immediately stood up and excused himself. I have urgent business, so I'll be leaving first. Seeing him walk out of the room, everyone watched him, their faces not looking very pleased. Seeing this, Isabella immediately turned to hold Aaron's hand and comfort her. Don't worry too much. Perhaps he just needs a little more time to accept this. Aaron just silently bit her lip and looked up at Isabella. From then on, Aiden went out more often than before. He not only missed tea time, but also breakfast with the family, and he came home very late. Aiden always stared at Aaron when they were together, and she talked to herself. When we're together, he just stares at me.
Aiden, chin in hand, was deep in thought when suddenly a voice called out to him, Aiden. He quickly responded, Aaron mentioned Lizzie. I've asked Lizzie. When her name was mentioned, Lizzie looked uneasy. She continued, and she said, because I always train my body by practicing swordsmanship, a long journey won't cause any problems. Aaron continuously said things to reassure him that all the roads were smooth, and royal guards would also accompany them. Aiden continued to stare at her, chin in hand, listening to what she said. Aaron turned to look at him and softly said, so you don't need to worry, Aiden. At this moment, Aiden maintained his posture, saying nothing, just silently looking at her. Suddenly, Aiden turned his face away and said, all right. Hearing this made Aaron confused. She looked at him and thought to herself, what's wrong? Has he given up, or is he angry with me? Seeing his puzzling attitude, Aaron thought to herself, in 10 years of living together, this is the first time I've seen this reaction. On the day of departure, Judith wore a red dress and a large hat. She vaguely looked at the steps in front of her, muttering to herself, I'm really going. Aaron stood in a daze, chewing on a few strands of hair, pondering, Aiden didn't come home. She remembered lying alone in bed last night. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Aaron thought to herself, he told me beforehand, but I was so worried I couldn't get any sleep. Extremely worried, Aaron bit her hand and wondered, is he trying to make me go through this first? Mrs. Isabella, standing beside her, grumbled, hands on her hips, that boy, he won't get away with it when he comes back. Logan stood next to the horse, turning to ask Philip, but why haven't they brought the carriage yet? Philip looked at him and hesitantly replied, well, your grace. As the two men stood talking, suddenly the creaking sound of a carriage came from behind them. Both he and Philip turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. A carriage was brought forward. It looked very spacious and beautiful. All three women were captivated, gazing at the magnificent carriage before them.
Aiden wore a smart suit. He stepped out of the carriage, apologizing for being late.
As he stood by the carriage, Aaron immediately ran towards him and asked, "Aiden, are you back from the academy?" Aiden looked at her and asked in return, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you, Aaron?" Aiden pointed to the bed and the movable table inside the carriage and said, "You'll be traveling in this carriage. This carriage is very special. It even has a shock absorption system." Looking at the luxurious carriage before her, she was stunned and wondered, can a carriage really be this fancy? Aiden continued, "This carriage will be smoother than other carriages." Aaron touched the carriage and asked, "Did you make this carriage all night at the academy?" He had to secure his graduation and scholarship, almost not finishing on time. Aiden handled everything himself, from design and manufacturing to durability testing and test drives. Seeing this, Aaron moved closer and asked in a low voice, "So that's why you didn't come home?" Aiden smiled at her words and said, "I regretted not being able to travel with you." He patted her head. "So I thought making this would help you feel more comfortable."
Aiden tenderly caressed her cheek and instructed, "Be careful and travel safely, Aaron." Aiden continued, "Come home soon." She simply replied, "Yes." Everyone present looked on with admiration at this tender scene between them. Aiden placed his hand on Aaron's belly and added, "You too, little one." He leaned down and spoke to the baby in her belly. "Don't make your mother work too hard and travel safely." Aaron beamed a radiant smile at his actions. She stepped into the carriage and her voice rang out, "I'll be back, Aiden." With that, the carriage began to depart. Before them stood a meticulously designed, lavish, and magnificent mansion. Judith gasped in astonishment. Wow! Aaron had been sleeping in the carriage for the past few days. When she stepped out, she looked at the mansion, her eyes wide and her mouth agape in astonishment. Aaron exclaimed, "This mansion is even larger and more spacious than I thought." Isabella looked at her, crossed her arms, and grumbled, "I should have booked one of those carriages for myself." As everyone stood admiring the mansion's splendor, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. "You finally arrived." Everyone turned to look. Aaron was the first to react, gasping, "Oh my!"
Frances stepped forward, gently lifting her skirt and curtsying to everyone. "Greetings, Your Royal Highness, Duchess, and young lady." Aaron and Claire excitedly picked up their skirts and ran towards her. Claire, shaking her hand warmly, said, "Long time no see." Aaron also chimed in, asking Frances, "What happened to you?" Frances remained standing, softly replying, "I quickly came here from Fenoram as soon as I heard you would be visiting." Frances mentioned a delicious batch of wine. Furthermore, the first batch of wine this year had been bottled, and she wanted everyone to taste it. At this, Aaron became even more interested, looking at her with expectant eyes. But Frances added one more thing. "Because the Duchess was very much looking forward to it, I also brought grape juice." Hearing this, Aaron's cheerful expression stiffened, and those standing nearby couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. Stepping inside the mansion, Judith and Claire went to explore the mansion together, with Judith meticulously noting down every detail. As no one had lived in the mansion, there were many cobwebs. Mrs. Isabella and Frances walked past the glass window, looking inside, while Aaron and Duchess Quinn Anderson were outside admiring the columns. On the table, a bottle of wine had been evenly poured into glasses, and Aaron's voice rang out, "If people visit the amusement park, they will need accommodation in convenient places at restaurants." Aaron hesitantly discussed with everyone that the nearest village lacked these.
"Merely renovating the mansion won't be enough," she said in a low voice. Claire sat beside her, resting her chin on her hand hesitantly. "We'll have to hire workers to build residences." The restaurant staff watched the group, observing everyone dressed elegantly discussing grand matters. A server thought to themselves, such distinguished guests in such an ordinary place. Aaron picked up her glass and took a sip, pondering as she drank. Something is still missing. Duchess Quinn Anderson raised her wine glass to taste it, then praised, "By the way, the wine is quite good." She then turned to Aaron and asked, "Aaron, how's the grape juice?" Aaron took a sip of the grape juice, her face resigned, and she frowned. Isabella saw her expression and asked, "Is it really that bad?" Claire teased, "Is it because you can't drink wine?" Frances scratched her ear awkwardly and said, "Actually, because we suddenly increased production, a lot of the grapes we harvested didn't meet the quality standards for wine." She continued to explain about the grapes that didn't meet the standards. "I used them to make jam and a few other things, but the best thing we made was the grape juice." Hearing her say that, Duchess Quinn Anderson sternly remarked, "Producing a cheap wine as the first product could affect the brand's reputation." A restaurant staff member brought a pitcher of water, and the employee, with an apologetic look, said to Aaron, "Excuse me, madam."
The staff member poured another type of drink into a glass and said, "If you want to try a different drink, why don't you try this?" Everyone at the table stared at the unusual-looking drink that had just been brought out. The staff member continued to introduce it. "This mineral water is the pride of our village." Immediately after that, Aaron did something that astonished everyone. She picked up the glass of grape juice, and Aaron directly poured the grape juice straight into the mineral water.
Isabella, seeing this action, exclaimed, "Aaron!" Seeing this, Frances burst into tears, saying, "I apologize that the juice is not to your liking, Duchess." Erin tasted the drink she had just concocted. She licked her lips, pondering its taste, then placed her hand on her chin, thinking in silence. Erin looked at Duchess Quinn Anderson and suggested, "Your Highness, you should contact Brody." Erin raised the glass she had just prepared in her hand, looking at it with pride, and exclaimed, "If we do this well, he could create a unique dessert for this town." She voiced her thoughts. First, in Fenneram, Isabella sat looking at her thoughtfully, while Erin was very excited about this plan. Night had fallen, stars twinkled in the sky, and Isabella's voice echoed in the late night. "Are you writing to Aiden again?" Erin, pen in hand, turned around and replied with a squinting smile. "Yes, I sent him a letter every time I'm at a hotel, like a diary." "Ha." Mrs. Isabella said nothing, just looked at Erin, inside. Isabella came closer and said, "Erin, watching you, I often wonder if I could have lived like you when I was pregnant for the first time." Isabella recounted her first pregnancy. "Before, I was lost, overwhelmed by advice from others, even though I was pregnant with my own child. But I didn't take the time to understand my body's capabilities. I didn't even dare to think that I could do anything I wanted." Isabella confessed in a low voice. "Watching you, I realized how weak I was before." She looked up at her and comforted her. "That's not true, Mom." Erin stood up and took her hand. "I can do all these things because—" Erin mentioned her father, her, and Aiden. "Aiden, you and Dad placed your complete trust in me and have supported me unconditionally, and you've done so since I was little." Erin asked Isabella, "If there hadn't been someone to pave the way, how could I have grown up and become the person I am today?" Isabella was deeply moved when she heard her say that, and she was stunned for a moment. Then Isabella exclaimed in an affectionate voice, "Oh my, thank you, Erin." Just as the two were expressing their mother-daughter affection to each other, Judith burst through the door. In her hands, she held a stack of papers, wearing pajamas and a headband. Judith said excitedly, "I have an idea, Duchess. This story will be a mystery novel about uncovering hidden romances within this mansion." Seeing the two embracing intimately, Judith realized she had arrived at the wrong moment. She said awkwardly, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I saw the door open, so I—" Back at the magnificent and grand palace, a vast and imposing edifice, Aiden, dressed in formal attire, returned from the royal palace. Seeing him return, Logan spoke up. "Welcome back."
Aiden coldly asked, "Are you here?" Logan rested his hands and glanced at him, asking, "How is the crown prince?" Aiden recounted Frederick's exact words. "Oh, I've waited for 3 years, so what's 1 month? It's like a single night." After finishing, Aiden added, "That's what he said." Aiden looked up and thought to himself, "How can that be?" He looked up at the sunlight streaming through the window. Aiden pondered deeply. Even now he couldn't imagine a mansion without Erin. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Duke." Felix brought a letter, saying, "A letter from the madam just arrived." Hearing this, Aiden quickly snatched the letter. He opened the letter and read it. Logan immediately came closer, also curiously peeking in. He asked, "Does it say anything about your mother?" While feeling sad, Aiden's eyes lit up after reading the letter. Logan also joyfully asked, "Did she say they'll be back soon?" As the two were engrossed in reading the letter, Erin's voice came from behind them. "Aiden, father." Both were stunned in surprise. Erin and Isabella were standing at the door, Erin's face radiant with a smile. She asked, "Is everyone here?" Aiden still stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. He ran quickly to the door, Aiden embracing Erin tightly. As Erin was embraced by him, she softly asked, "Are you wearing formal attire to wait for me?" Hearing her words, he let out a soft laugh. He gently replied, "That's right, it's what my beloved wife likes." Erin pushed him away slightly, then turned to Logan and said, "Mother and I are back, father." But he paid no attention to the two of them, and instead approached Isabella, kissing her on the forehead, to which she exclaimed, "Logan."
He gave her a quick peck, and seeing this affectionate scene, Erin immediately covered Aiden's eyes with her hand. Back in their room, Erin was standing, preparing things, and as she did, she told Aiden everything that had happened there. So that night, she suddenly came up with an idea for a story and went into the room with a pile of notes. Aiden was sitting cross-legged on a chair, listening to her speak. Erin continued, "The amusement park project is about to proceed. When we start renovating the mansion, we will also revitalize the neighboring village." Hearing this, Aiden's face grew serious as he asked, "Are you going back there again?" Erin turned to look at him. She stood up and walked over to Aiden. "The princess will personally handle the supervision and management." She moved closer and touched his face. "It's time for me to return, otherwise someone will worry." Hearing this, his face brightened, no longer as serious as before. Erin said to him in a low voice, "They might say that the Leinster domain had targeted the royal family's business from the start and had secretly planned the princess's divorce. So this time, only I will go. If the Duke goes with his subordinates, it will look like a family business." She spoke about Duchess Quinn Anderson. "The princess met me after returning to the Empire, and people will think that the princess and I are collaborating because we have a private acquaintance."
Aiden held her hand, looking at Erin's growing belly. He softly said, It's gotten a lot bigger since I last saw it, hasn't it? She then asked, how do you feel about being home for the first time without your wife? Aiden replied, not the first time. Actually, I was home alone even when I faked amnesia. Hearing these words, she froze, thinking to herself, oh my. She remembered his angry face. Erin thought to herself, I don't think Aiden was happy at all back then. This time I'm going then further and for longer. He accepted it and confidently said goodbye to me, but perhaps my absence reminded him of that time?
Aiden turned his face away, reaching for something. He said, but that time was quite interesting. Erin looked at him with wide eyes. Aiden continued, you sent me letters every day. He took out a box containing many unopened letters and said softly, and when I couldn't reply immediately because I was always busy with work, I wrote replies and kept them. Erin took the letters, opening one to read. Dear Erin, I'm very happy that this carriage is comfortable. Having dependents certainly makes work easier than before, but I still feel strange, making decisions without asking for your opinion, Erin. He wrote another letter in reply to her. My dearest Erin, reading your letters before sleep has become my nightly habit. After reading today's letter, I reread the previous ones, imagined your journey, thought of you, and talked to your image in my mind, then put pen to paper once more. Aiden picked up his pen again and diligently wrote to her, Erin, I no longer feel that strange queasiness. Perhaps it's because we are far apart, which makes me strangely sad. He smiled, pouring his heart and soul into the letter, but knowing you're coming back, the anticipation overwhelms all my worries. Oh, Erin, I eagerly await your next letter. Sometimes when I'm lonely, I start to wonder what I should write in reply to your letters. Another night passed without her presence. He looked out at the night scene. He wondered, do you feel as happy as I do? I miss you, Erin. Erin held the letters he had written, her face touched beyond words.
Aiden let her sit on his lap, acting as a makeshift chair. With one arm, he embraced her shoulder, while the other covered his mouth as he said, I didn't expect you to be reading this here. Seeing her focused expression as she read his letter, Aiden thought to himself, is this how I look every time I read a letter written by Erin? Suddenly, Erin let out a cry. Ah! This made Aiden anxious, and he frantically asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Erin clutched her belly, her eyes welling up as she looked at him. The baby moved. Aiden asked in surprise, what? She immediately took his hand and placed it on her stomach, right here. Aiden placed his large hands on her belly, feeling the baby's movement. The baby kicked his hand strongly. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring intently at her stomach. Erin then gently said, perhaps the baby wants to be touched there too. Aiden looked up, his lips close to hers. Their lips were inches apart, and he gently pulled her even closer. Aiden kissed her passionately. At the mansion, a voice echoed, we are waiting for the two of you. Mela was drenched in sweat, trembling with her eyes tightly shut as she lay on the bed. A voice in the room announced, the Countess is about to give birth.
Aiden and Erin were in the room. Erin sat down by the bed and asked, Sister, can you hear me? We're here. Mela weakly called her name. Erin. Erin held her hand tightly. Erin replied, yes. Erin reassured Mela, we'll be by your side, so don't worry. Mela's face was drenched in sweat, but she still smiled and said, thank you, Erin. Mela glanced at the person next to Erin and said, Duke, thank you for coming. Aiden narrowed his eyes at Mela, saying nothing. A voice suddenly announced, Duke Leanter has come to visit. Mela, sitting calmly at her desk, spoke up. Welcome, Duke. Please forgive me for not being able to stand properly to greet you. Aiden calmly put his hand in his pocket and replied, It's all right, Countess Ahad. I am the one who came here unannounced. He placed a letter on the table, pushing it forward, and said, Of course, I'm sure you know why I'm here, Countess. With a face full of anger, he continued, I expect you to explain clearly why you sent me such a letter. His gaze was fixed on Mela, while Erin was not present. Then Aiden emphasized her title and name, Countess Ahad. At this, Mela calmly propped herself up and explained, When the Duchess proposed that matter, I carefully investigated all the crimes the Zahad family has committed up until now. Images gradually appeared, accompanying her narration, from kidnappings and prisoner escapes to illegal drug trafficking. I reinvestigated everything using the Zahad family's internal records. As I did so, I got closer to the root of the problem, footprints etched on the sands of time, scattered documents, and finally, Aiden, still calmly listening to your explanation and affirmation. Everything pointed to you, Duke Leinster. Yes, I told the pharmacist to do it. Unfortunately, it affected your pregnancy, but Aiden's hand still clutched the letter on the table. But I'm still curious. Didn't my wife already inform you? I thought you knew because she allowed me to. Aiden leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, asserting dominance over Mela. Furthermore, I believe this is the best outcome for you, Countess. In response to the subsequent questions, Mela remained calm, her head held high as she faced him. Isn't that why you cooperated with us and personally reported your husband? Then she suddenly explained, leaving Aiden somewhat stunned. What I mean is, things went much further than that. Ever since Gail inherited the title, he's brought home strange business ventures from who knows where. Those projects all appealed to my husband's and mother-in-law's arrogance. Each one proposed absurd get-rich-quick schemes. A young man was extremely worried when he wrote a letter, and it was the pyramid scheme that started everything. That was an endeavor that Elder Diarn had participated in 10 years ago. Mela herself also tracked down the creditor who had previously invested in Gail, only to find that person didn't exist. The man in the memory handed a piece of paper to the person next to him. I will create a new identity, so lend them money under that name. This person had invested a large sum of money into that ridiculous business venture. Mela's eyes remained resolute as she continued her account. I've been dealing with ledgers since I was a child, trying to compensate for this family's extravagance. No matter how many times I calculated and changed the formulas, the investment capital always brought everything back to square one.
Aiden remained silent for a long time, not speaking, but his next words made her smile gently. Do you have proof? She immediately replied, no. No one will believe me based on those calculations. He continued to lean forward. Besides, I don't want to accuse or incriminate you, Your Grace. Suddenly, a compliment rang out while Aaron was sleeping. Well done, Countess. She calmly looked up, her eyes still glistening with tears, when someone announced, Sister, look, a beautiful little girl just like you. At this, Aaron's eyes widened as she looked at the child very gently. I'll help bathe the little one. Following the maids retreating back, a voice echoed, Don't overexert yourself. But I want to. Aiden's gaze silently followed every action inside the room. Aaron was gently holding the child. Did she want to tell Aaron? An indifferent expression still lingered on his face. Then he suddenly realized that Aaron had been a member of the Leinster family for a very long time. Mila also closed her eyes tightly and smiled in response. That's right, just like me, a member of the Zahat family. Her gaze suddenly dropped. I think Aaron has the right to know the truth. Aaron was still sitting there, taking care of the child. Aaron's face was incredibly gentle and happy. This place was now the child's family, rebuilt by Aaron, a place that always supported and fulfilled the child's wishes. Aaron's hands were still holding the child tightly in her arms. The child's other relatives would continue through generations here. Suddenly, Aiden stepped out and looked towards Aaron. Aaron also instinctively looked back at him and smiled. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Above all, no matter what you do, it won't change Aaron's feelings for you. Then Aiden's steps became more hurried. He moved in front of Aaron, half kneeling, half sitting, looking at her. At this, Aaron suddenly looked at him and smiled, so he also looked up at her. He gritted his teeth as if wanting to say something. Then Aaron lay sleeping peacefully beside the child. Suddenly she lowered her face, wondering, if everything is like this, then from now on. As if unable to believe what was before her eyes, she covered her mouth with her hand. Aaron's reflection shimmered on the water, and embarrassment appeared on her face, making it flush red.
She happily looked into her teacup, lost in thought. How wonderful it would be if I could completely convince you. I think everything changed because I decided to change my fate that day. The image of young Aiden suddenly appeared, but long ago, Aiden had already chosen to be by her side. So she brought her hand up and bit it lightly a few times. Her hand suddenly reached up to touch his cheek. Suddenly she was a little taller than him. He had diligently tried to convince her for 10 years before he fully understood his own feelings. His eyes showed his stunned expression. Was there any villain in this world as adorable as him? Her hand rested on Aiden's shoulder, and she whispered close to his ear, I'll punish you with 1,000,000 kisses. Finishing her words, she placed a passionate kiss on his lips. Do you think 1,000,000 kisses are enough for this wicked behavior? Moi, Aiden said. Inside the room, with melodious music playing, a question rang out. Have you noticed that when spring arrives, high society debutante balls occur frequently? The young lady smiled serenely, as many young ladies were traveling to the capital. Suddenly, a man approached and offered, May I have this dance? But the girl gently refused. Perhaps next time. The girl in the blue dress lightly fanned herself. So, based on what you just said,
she continued her questioning in the face of Helena Zahad's boasting. You went to Salon Breeze, didn't you? Lady Helena immediately replied, Not only did I go there, but I also participated in a horseback riding session with Marchioness Vernon. The girl in the brown dress standing nearby recalled the party and made a judgment. She went there by herself. She's actually the only one who ought to be embarrassed. Despite Helena Zahad's tearful complaints, the girl in the brown dress continued walking and added, But if she still can't ride a horse at this age, she won't be able to ride with us. What if I ran into the Duchess while I was there? Helena Zahad's face slashed as she calculated. After my first visit there, I had so much fun that I started going more often. Suddenly, the girl in the brown dress pleaded, Please, Lady Helena. Then the two other girls continuously begged, Could you take us to Salon Breeze with you? At this, she began to laugh triumphantly. Ha 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 ha, if you don't want to go alone, then I'll show you around.
Stepping outside, the girl in the blue dress suddenly looked around once and wondered, She looked at the people around and asked, what are they doing over there?
The girl glanced and then explained that they were the child group from Bree's salon. The ladies with young children had together invented necessary items and improved their efficiency. 2 maids were pushing prams. Recently, they had been researching and developing a new stroller, and they came here to test the model we had designed. Then the 2 girls stared at the blueprint. If we change the drawing, add a cushion here. Suddenly, a question arose. So what material will be needed? Suddenly, the girl was startled and exclaimed, "Oh, I've never seen this young lady before." Helena Zahad smiled and explained, "They are the young ladies I met at yesterday's debutante ball. They were very curious about the salon, so I intended to give them a tour." Suddenly, a maid hurried down the corridor. Another maid, hiding behind the door, called out, "Countess, please forgive me. The young lady still hasn't stopped crying." The math club's assistant teacher was writing on the board with a hint of worry, while the urgent plea continued, "Please come quickly." The assistant teacher left in a hurry, saying, "Everyone, wait for me for a moment."
The girl standing next to Helena Zahad suddenly explained, "Many families have requested lessons taught by Countess Zahad, so she kindly dedicated some time to them. Erin was comforting her child in the presence of the maids. She could do this because we have a lot of help from the nursery at the salon. We hope that ladies who cannot be away from their children for too long can still participate in activities at Salon Breeze." Suggestions for Salon Breeze, the Duchess suggested. Suddenly, the girl in the blue dress wondered, "Are you talking about that famous Duchess? Don't you ladies know?" Erin's subtle presence emerged, and Helena Zahad still tried to demonstrate her knowledge. The founder of Salon Breeze is none other than Duchess Leinster. Suddenly, the other girl chortled, "It seems there are a few young ladies gathering here." Then a man stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am pastry chef Brody. If you don't mind, would you ladies like to try a drink I've prepared?" The girls took the drinks. "We would be honored if you could share your honest reviews with us." As soon as the glasses of drink began to empty, everyone praised, "There's something smooth. Is that grape? It's called Knock Luke. So refreshing."
The girl walked up to the chef and asked, "Have you developed a new menu for Angela? As always, you're amazing, Brody." Then he proudly revealed, "I didn't develop it myself." Another girl, holding a glass of water, looked at it and praised, "Those are all the ideas of the Duchess of Leinster." But there was no shortage of suggestions. "I'm thinking of adding fermented grapes from Fenneron to the spring drinks and selling them. That way, people who can't drink alcohol can still enjoy them."
The chef snapped his fingers in understanding. It would be an exclusive drink on the Autumn Manor's menu when it opens. Its name would be Autumn Manor. Hearing this, the girl rushed over asking, "Do you mean Autumn Manor is real?" Helena Zahad was momentarily stunned. "What is Autumn Manor?" The girl in the blue dress retorted, "Don't you know Detective Miss Helena? It's the most popular detective novel recently. She solves all mysteries with her genius observational skills, carrying a cane and wearing a top hat, and there's a truth to it." The subsequent flattery left Helena Zahad bewildered by her limited knowledge. The setting of that novel is Autumn Manor. The manor which inspired the author, Judith Hunan, is currently being prepared to soon welcome visitors. The author, Miss Hunan, is also a member of the book club at the salon. Following that remark was a sudden gasp of surprise. "Oh, another person has a wish. Can I also join the book club?" The book club has grown continuously and has many members, so now it has different subgroups: Book Club 1, Book Club 2, Poetry Lover Society, Dark Book Club Fans. You will have to choose carefully. The girls were stunned upon hearing the explanation. 2 girls appeared before them. "Is this heaven?" A girl stood silently before a pillar driven straight into the ground. "The formula development has been completed and introduced. Since Miss Helena has quite a few young readers, we believe the public's demand for Emerald will be even higher than initially predicted." He then looked up and replied, "I have also gathered business partners from nearby towns and completed contracts for wine and grape distribution." Then everyone gathered together. The surrounding villages were very excited. At the same time, he looked up at the sky and smiled. "Isn't it wonderful? Even though I'm directly involved, I'm still amazed. That place is a magnificent palace. How could one imagine all of this?" Aiden suddenly became pensive at the question. "It seems you're very eager to leave, Duke of Leinster. It hasn't even been 30 minutes since you sat down here at the Academy Partners meeting."
Aiden immediately replied, "Well, there isn't much to discuss since Erin isn't here." Immediately, Frederick leaned back and waved his hand. "That's it, we're done." Aiden turned towards the door and instructed, "Don't call me for the next 4 months." Frederick immediately smiled. "The baby will be born in May and we'll become godparents even though we're not married." At this moment, Claire Harris smiled and called Erin's name, expressing hope that they would all be healthy and meet again next time. Outside the building, a carriage appeared. Aiden pushed the door open and walked into the room, a thoughtful expression on his face. Erin was sound asleep. Suddenly, Aiden bent down, brushed her hair aside, and pondered. They said today there was nothing unusual, or perhaps they didn't notice because she was sleeping, she wasn't sweating. He slowly caressed her face, his own expression gradually changing. She remained sound asleep in the room, Aiden glancing at her. Their child would be born soon. The blanket over Erin was still carefully tucked in. Only she remained in the room. While Erin was resting and recuperating in her beautiful garden, Ulia suddenly approached, breaking the quiet with her question. "Oh, you're outside?" Hearing this, Erin replied, "It's because the weather is so lovely today." At that moment, Aaron was overjoyed. "Welcome, Ulia." And behind Ulia were other children. She began to introduce them. "These are the children who were with me at the orphanage. I've brought them here to introduce them to you." A slightly trembling and anxious voice spoke up. "It is an honor to meet you, Duchess." Aaron happily replied, which made the 3 children a little surprised and blush at her friendliness. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." A beautiful fruit platter appeared on the dining table, while Aaron continued their discussion. "So, the children will work at the salon?" Ulia replied, "Yes, the Crown Princess suggested that idea. It's a safe place for the little ones to work." While the two continued talking, all the children's attention was focused solely on the delicious food on the table.
Hearing these words, Aaron praised again. "That's truly good news. Working there will benefit the kids as they'll get to experience many things. And with the salon's growth, we'll need even more staff. I don't think Miss Elena's success has affected the salon. These past few days, the art center has been flooded with requests to draw or sculpt characters and scenes from Miss Elena. Even artists are inspired to create their own works. Ulia, you've been commissioned for so many pieces to be displayed at the amusement park, haven't you?" A smile suddenly bloomed. Hey, thanks to that, Ulia moved out of the center and established her own studio. It's not just you. The entire street around the art center has been filled with studios. At this moment, Aaron's gaze remained gently fixed on Ulia, listening. Now, Leicester is a landmark for artists. Then she exclaimed, "You must be very busy, especially since you're personally sculpting all the pieces for the Autumn Mansion." Right at that moment, Ulia introduced, "So I brought this little one along." The boy, who was ravenously chewing on something, suddenly blushed when Ulia patted his head and praised him. "This kid is my assistant. He's been helping me sculpt since he was little." At this, the boy calmly replied, "It's not exactly helping. He helps me work more enthusiastically."
That very head pat made the boy frown in annoyance. Seeing this, Ulia immediately wondered, "Are you complaining about something?" But the boy still tried to deny it. "Oh no, my lady." Then Aaron rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Even though this wasn't in the original story, she still felt it was very natural, the moment an image of the boy carving woodblocks to help Ulia spontaneously appeared. Never becoming main characters, they were just living their ordinary lives. At this moment, the 2 girls were still calmly sitting by the tea table, and that space wasn't dependent on her sight or imagination. It just made her feel a sense of empathy, because he was living and shining in his own way. Aaron looked at Ulia and suggested, "I'd really love to see your new sculptures, Ulia. The strong, clear forms perfectly combined with your gentle and warm strokes. Well, we'll be leaving now. Please get some good rest. Oh, right, the trade ship has safely docked at the port. By using the new route, it even arrived faster than I expected. It seems the trade goods will reach the capital this month. So while you're waiting to give birth, could you send any matters related to your shares to the Duke? Is Ulia discussing business with me? You can discuss that with our manager, Austin. Aiden, good day, Your Grace." The discovery of the new route didn't just involve Aaron's personal finances. Oh my, another high-ranking noble. It also concerned the finances of the Leinster household under the manager's authority. He will oversee and handle everything. So, at this moment, Aiden had become more irritable. "You are not to visit us for the time being," but Ulia's smile remained on her lips as she joked back, "But you'll let me see my nephew and niece at least once, right?" Aaron immediately replied, "Of course. If you say you're leaving, then hurry up and go." "Lady, I'll see you later, Ulia." As Ulia was getting into the carriage, the young boy beside her seemed worried and asked, "Did you make an enemy of the Duke?" She simply replied, "The Duke is often irritable like that." Watching the 2 figures leave, Aaron seemed much brighter and spoke up. "It seems Count Shard is planning to relinquish his title to Ulia." Aiden, next to her, nodded and explained, "The Count's family also has dependent families, so she'll have the chance to learn little by little." Seeing the books in his hands, she immediately wondered, "By the way, are you studying these books too?" He didn't look up but replied, "Father suggested them to me." At that moment, Aaron gazed at him, lost in thought. Then she leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Aiden, what kind of person do you want our child to become?" Hearing these words, his gaze drifted into the distance as he wondered, what kind of person? Aiden then recalled his childhood, when a man had placed a hand on his head, a gesture he trusted implicitly.
"I think a child who knows they are loved will be a good child, a child who feels loved. We can't protect them forever. They will certainly face difficulties, but knowing there are still people who love them will give them strength. I hope we become people who know how to love. Whether it's a person or something else, acts of love give us the courage to move forward, no matter what we encounter. But ultimately, despite our hopes, the baby will grow up in their own way. For now, Ulia is still diligently working, but that is enough. The chef is once again immersed in the music. The children don't need to try to meet others' expectations. They just need to grow up and be themselves, and the other women are much happier. A girl is embracing her child. At this moment, Aaron was in immense pain, but was supported by Aiden standing beside her. He panicked, wanting to shout for help. All the maids heard the sound and immediately rushed there. As soon as they arrived, they saw Aaron about to collapse in Aiden's arms.
Yes, instead of hoping his child would become a certain type of person, even the kind of person we want our children to become, he placed a comforting kiss on her forehead. This was also the best way to convey our feelings, marking the arrival of a new member inside the castle. At this moment, Aiden and Aaron were embracing their little angel in their arms, so let us love each other with all that we have. In the spacious room, Leo, delighted, was preparing to stand up, pushing all his strength into his tiny legs. His whole body trembled from the effort.
A large hand embraced the boy and lifted him up, making Leo's eyes widen in surprise. Aiden called the boy Leo. He handed Leo to Aaron, who held the boy in her arms. Aaron asked doubtfully, "Do you want to stand up? Lately you've been putting a lot of force into your legs." Hearing her say that, Aiden also felt a bit worried. He said to Aaron, "How can he stand on these tiny legs?" Mona walked in from outside, carrying a tray with 2 glasses of water. She carefully said to Aiden, "I will take care of young Master Leo, so please, both of you drink some water." He also looked at Mona. Then Aiden replied to her, "Even if I drink water to regain my strength."
Aaron took a glass of water and brought it to her mouth to drink. Hearing Aiden's words, she quickly nudged his arm. Seeing this scene between the two, Mona, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Holding the glass of water in her hand, Aaron was heartbroken to see Aiden looking so pale and gaunt at that moment. She asked Aiden with concern, "Aiden, haven't you been getting much sleep lately?" He looked at the glass of water, his eyes unfocused, then replied to Aaron in an affectionate tone, "I can endure this for at least another month." Both turned their heads to look at Leo. Aiden squinted the boy, while Aaron smiled gently at Leo. She called out, "My dearest Leo." Leo sat obediently, his blue eyes exactly like Aaron's. The boy looked incredibly adorable and cute. Aaron asked the boy, "Are you planning to let Daddy and Mommy sleep tonight?" By night, the entire mansion was shaken by Leo's cries. Aiden held the boy in his arms, but Leo continued to cry uncontrollably. Aaron, holding a toy, tried to soothe the boy to stop crying, but it was no use. She sighed. Why is he crying at this hour? He's already eaten and slept. Aiden and Aaron were utterly flustered at this point, both helpless against Leo's cries.
Aiden put Leo down, pulled down his pants, and looked inside. It was still very clean. He told Aaron, "It's not this either." A gentle, soft voice came from the doorway. "We could hear Leo crying all the way from the gate." Mrs. Isabella and Mr. Logan had returned a few days ago after visiting the mansion. Seeing the two at the door, Aaron was surprised. Then, as if she had found a savior, she asked them, "Oh, Dad, Mom, did you enjoy the party?" Mrs. Isabella smiled and replied to Aaron, "Later, no one will certainly be able to drown out his voice." Aiden gently closed his eyes, feeling helpless with his son. Aaron also forced a smile, then pointed at Leo and said to Mrs. Isabella, "It seems he cries the loudest when Aiden holds him." He sighed, then sadly said, "I think so too, for some reason." As soon as Aiden finished speaking, the boy started screaming again, leaving Aiden dumbfounded. Mr. Logan and Mrs. Isabella burst out laughing when they saw this. Aaron coaxed, "Leo, your grandparents are finally back. Why are you still crying?" Mr. Logan stared at the boy in Aiden's arms. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Let me try to soothe him." Aaron and Mrs. Isabella were astonished. She exclaimed, "You?" Aiden was equally surprised. Mr. Logan approached and took the boy. Aiden, unsure, told him, "Please be careful." The choked sobs suddenly lessened and then stopped completely. Aaron stared, unable to believe her eyes. Mr. Logan cradled the boy carefully. Just by seeing how he supported Leo's head, one could tell how meticulous and careful he was. Aiden and Isabella stared wide-eyed at how Logan soothed Leo. She hesitated. "You're quite good at this, aren't you?" Leo stopped crying, lying in his arms, blinking his tear-filled eyes. Aiden felt a jolt. Leo let out a yawn, and then gently closed his eyes. Seeing the boy lying in his grandfather's arms, still clutching his scarf, Aiden exclaimed, "What kind of magic is this?" Logan thought for a few seconds, then told Aiden, "Just experience." Aaron was utterly astonished, a few glints of admiration appearing in her eyes. Logan said, "From now on, if you can't sleep because of Leo, just hand him over to me." Hearing this, Aaron's eyes shone even brighter than stars. She excitedly replied to him, "Yes, father, you're amazing." Isabella looked at the situation before her, as if still unable to believe what was happening. She sat silently, not speaking. Looking at Logan holding Leo, she fell into deep thought. The next morning, the morning sun shone directly onto the mansion's window. Logan was mixing shaving cream. Isabella propped her chin on her hand, staring at the man opposite her. Logan stood shaving in front of the mirror. Isabella couldn't help but ask him curiously, "Experience? What do you mean? The way you've been soothing Leo these past few days doesn't seem like the first time." Hearing that, Logan looked in the mirror, glancing behind him. He remained silent, but then answered Isabella's question. Back then, Aiden also often cried in the middle of the night. Do you remember? She recalled that time, then said to Logan, "That situation didn't last long, but you never saw Aiden when he was little, did you?" Logan ran the razor blade across his face. He smiled. Seeing Logan say nothing, she felt puzzled, so she looked at Logan with a hint of suspicion.
Back then, 20 years ago, the young Duke returned after achieving great military feats. Logan's hands were stained with too much fresh blood. His mother's words echoed, "Did you leave your noble dignity on the battlefield?" Logan's mother turned her back, looking outside, then sternly questioned him. "You still call your wife by a pet's name. That's truly improper. After the Duke's passing, shouldn't you behave like a true heir?" At that moment, Logan looked at his hands. His mother still didn't let it go easily. In that common household, how much would they despise us if they knew you were a bastard? Isabella was in her room at that moment. Isabella's image flashed through Logan's mind. His mother's words made the matter increasingly grave. "She will despise you too." Logan bowed his head, adjusted his collar. He said in a low voice, "I will be careful."
Isabella stood waiting for him outside, worried when Logan was scolded by his mother. Isabella sat up, looking at the empty spot beside her, secretly thinking, "I want to ask him if he went to the battlefield because he hated me." But Isabella remembered Logan's dejected appearance, and she couldn't help but feel troubled. When he actually returned, he was even more troubled than when he left, so she hadn't been able to say a word to him. She suddenly startled, looking up into the void. At that moment, Logan stood before her, looking at her with an unusual gaze. Isabella was so surprised by Logan's gaze that she couldn't utter a word. Logan sadly recalled his mother's recent words, "That girl will also despise you," and these words were like a sharp knife cutting into his heart. Standing opposite him, Isabella thought, "Actually," she lowered her head hesitantly, I'm pregnant." Logan's expression at that moment stayed with her forever. He widened his eyes, astonished, and looked at Isabella. She glanced at his reaction, unsure what to say next. As if not receiving what she secretly hoped for, Isabella turned and left. Isabella hastily said, "Then I'll go now." Logan's hand had already risen, intending to hold her back, but his hand stopped in midair. Logan was stunned, letting her leave just like that. Sometime later, as Logan anxiously waited outside the room, he was suddenly startled by a loud cry, echoing throughout the mansion. A maid happily ran out to inform Logan that it was a very healthy baby boy.
But Logan didn't pay much attention to the maid's words. He turned around, his heart filled with worry for Isabella. Logan was anxious, wondering how Bella was, what her condition was. When Logan stepped in, he saw Isabella taking a little one from the nanny's arms. He stood silently and discreetly outside, observing. Logan's eyes brightened, his gaze fixed on Isabella and the child. At this moment, the baby was sleeping peacefully in Isabella's arms. She glanced outside, surprised to find him already standing there. Seeing his expression, Isabella also gave a contented smile. Logan stood watching this scene, his eyes welling up with emotion. The woman sitting on the chair firmly told Logan, "I am selecting the best experts. A child who has been tainted cannot be completely cleansed, no matter what you do." She added, "How can I entrust the boy to you?" Hearing her words, his face suddenly became strangely sorrowful and pensive. In his mind, images of his wife and child suddenly appeared. Isabella, lying on the bed after having just passed through the gates of death. She held the baby in her arms with affectionate eyes, and spoke, "From today onwards, Aiden should be entrusted to the nanny's care."
Snapping out of his reverie, he returned to reality with a sudden surge of worries. The woman observed Logan's expression for a moment before she began to speak. "If Isabella doesn't agree, you can't send Aiden to a nanny. How dare you disrespect me?" Then she adopted a threatening tone with Logan. "Should I tell the girl that you are merely a bastard child of this family?" Upon hearing her words, his face instantly darkened, looking quite angry. The woman's gaze was now terrifyingly dangerous, and she continued to tell him, "The one most hurt by that truth will be you." He could no longer hold back, standing up abruptly, his hands gripping the table, and seriously told her, "I am currently a renowned war hero in the capital. If you insist on taking the child away from her, I will appeal to the royal family and reveal this disgrace." His gaze was now just as terrifying as the woman's had been moments ago. He looked her straight in the eye and said with conviction, "You should try to protect your noble pride." As for Isabella, she was now standing outside the room's door, talking to Whitney. Isabella spoke up, "I'm sorry, but I don't need a nanny."
Whitney likely disagreed with the lady's recent proposal, so she said to her, "Aren't you still struggling with childbed fever, my lady?" Knowing Whitney was worried about her, Isabella gently replied, "I'm much better now." She then carefully instructed Whitney, "Tell them that I will raise Aiden myself. If the boy needs an education, I will personally assess and find a teacher for him." Whitney seemed quite hesitant about the lady's decision, still trying to persuade Isabella. Whitney said to her, "If any problems arise, then I—" Before she could finish her sentence, Isabella quickly interjected, asserting, "That won't happen." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Isabella's ear. "I have convinced the Duchess, so you may leave now." She turned to look, and it was her husband. With her husband by her side, Isabella felt much more confident, as if spurred on by a new resolve. She declared, "Yes, we can do it ourselves, so don't worry." Looking at the two people before her, Whitney recalled the saying, "A united husband and wife can achieve anything, even drain the East Sea dry." Now that the couple was so united, what else could she do? She reluctantly accepted,
Understood. Whitney left. After she was gone, he turned to look at his wife. Feeling his gaze on her, she suddenly realized how disheveled she looked. She turned away, thinking, I'm in my pajamas and my hair is a mess. She immediately rushed back to her room and slammed the door shut. Logan, however, didn't understand his wife's feelings. Seeing her turn away when he looked at her, he felt a pang and hurt, thinking, it seems she's still not comfortable being around me. A few days later, one day he had just finished his sword practice when he heard a wailing sound coming from the room ahead. Logan approached a servant and asked, Is Aiden crying? Is the boy sick? It was just a simple question, yet the servant was sweating profusely. He stammered in reply, No, it's not like that. The servant began to explain why Aiden was crying to Logan. Young Master Aiden often wakes up at night, and once he starts crying, no one can soothe him.
His heart nearly stopped when he heard it. He suddenly realized something and began to recall. Wasn't the wailing he had continuously heard from the training ground the echo of the battlefield? While he was still in shock, his wife was tiredly coaxing their baby. Isabella gently patted the baby's body, softly saying, Oh, you're such a good child. Yes, you are. She guided the child's gaze towards the mirror, letting the baby look at its own face, then affectionately said, If you keep crying like this, we won't be able to see these beautiful eyes. What she thought wouldn't work, worked incredibly well. Aiden stopped crying immediately. But then a noise came from outside, and the baby cried loudly throughout the room again. She looked curiously towards the door, questioning, What is everyone doing out there? Well, the maid tremblingly told Logan, The madam said we don't need to help him. His mood suddenly turned pensive, his face still as he looked in one direction. Thoughts arose in his mind. While I wallow in self-pity, she is trying to keep our child from being taken away. Then he suddenly shouted her name, Bella! Thinking her husband was about to scold her for failing to soothe the child, she immediately replied, I'm sorry, I'll make him stop crying right away. She shouted back, I'll handle it myself. We can handle it ourselves, he thought to himself. Seeing that his wife seemed not to trust him, Logan told himself, I must find a way to help Bella. He was now in the study, turning the pages of a book on the table, pondering, But what should we do after we solve it? She won't even let me into the room. He thought sadly for a while, then began to regain his spirits, comforting and encouraging himself. Now is not the time to worry about this. Now I must become someone who can help her, even if Bella rejects me.
So we can find a way together. The words came from his mouth and sounded quite authoritative. True to his word, he went and knocked on a stranger's door, saying, I hear you are the most experienced nanny around here. After receiving permission, he stepped inside and made a proposal to her. I hope you can give me some advice on how to care for a newborn. She looked at him with a puzzled expression, not knowing why this man had come here and was saying these things, but in the end she responded to his offer. Well, that's not an easy job for someone of your high status. He did not give in, insisting, Any advice will do, please tell me. Seeing his sincerity, she softened and instructed him. First, you must shed your ego. After hearing this, he thought to himself, But I have no arrogance left, do I? Then she continued, Can you sing or dance? Back at the mansion, all the servants were in a panic. They kept calling his name, shouting, Duke, the Duchess has fainted. Upon hearing the news, Logan rushed to his wife's room with a worried expression. Isabella was lying tiredly on the bed, her face pale.
He stared at her, oblivious to the beads of sweat dripping profusely from his recent run. Just as he was about to take her soft hand, a cry from the nearby crib caught his attention. Logan walked over, picked Aiden up, and gently comforted the little one. There, it's okay. Holding Aiden, he carefully checked his hold on the baby to make sure it was correct. In his mind, he began to recall, support the neck firmly so it doesn't tilt, ensure the baby feels safe. Logan paced back and forth, trying everything, but the little one still wouldn't stop crying. He had to lower his voice and plead, Please, don't cry anymore, little one. He looked tenderly at the baby in his arms, earnestly pleading, Please, I beg you. But it was still no use. Aiden continued to cry incessantly. Logan was helpless. Neither politeness nor dignity had any effect. He suddenly remembered the advice of the elderly woman. To soothe a baby, you must be ready to become a horse, or a rabbit, or smile and jump like a clown. Oh, the little one just kept crying and crying like that. He began to contort his face, making it look incredibly funny. Logan spoke up to attract the baby's attention. Look here. Whoa, Logan made never-before-seen faces just to make the little one laugh. A sniffle, and Aiden also seemed to gradually stop crying.
Logan saw this and secretly rejoiced. It was working. Grr, are you captivated yet? Grr, chirp, chirp. Logan just stood there clowning around like that. Grr, ha ha, hee hee. He kept making strange noises to make the little one laugh. Yet Aiden only showed a confused expression, not understanding what on earth he was doing. Not giving up, this time Logan even deliberately imitated a cat's meow, raising both hands like a real cat. Grr, meow, he said, then looked at Aiden and saw that the little one's expression still hadn't changed. It was a complete failure. He suddenly glanced to the side. Isabella was now awake. She slowly opened her eyes, intently looking at the man in front of her.
She couldn't believe her eyes, thinking it was just a dream. She spoke up, "Am I dreaming?" Logan was now as stiff as a statue, probably due to extreme embarrassment. He curiously carried the baby to Isabella's bedside. After observing for a while and seeing no movement from her, the father and son turned to look at each other with very sorrowful eyes. The words of advice echoed in Logan's ears. Everyone is like an animal when they are first born. The lady is enduring exhaustion. If the boy doesn't recognize you, try not to be discovered if everything goes smoothly. Perhaps she will wake up this evening, so let's wait. If the boy is curious about something, show it to him. The servants outside whispered among themselves, "Has the master not come out yet?" Another servant cautiously replied, "He doesn't allow anyone in except the doctor." The instructions continued to echo. If the boy likes it, let him play for fun, and when he feels comfortable enough to let down his guard, hold that arm and take step by step, lulling the boy to sleep. Logan now felt truly useless. Seeing Isabella's current state made him even more heartbroken. He thought to himself, "Does she feel I'm so untrustworthy? Does she have to go on this exhausting journey alone?" Seeing the tiny thing in his arms stir, he immediately cooed, "Sleep, little one." Logan gazed adoringly at the innocent face. He silently marveled. The boy is exactly like Bella. Logan implicitly affirmed that this child was the bond between him and the woman he loved. At this moment, Aiden raised his tiny hand and gently touched his face.
Logan was utterly surprised by the baby's actions. Their eyes met, and in that very moment, he knew that this was his only flesh and blood in this mansion. There was one undeniable truth: a son born out of wedlock to a man who had no children with his wife, a bloodline whose legitimacy no one could acknowledge. Negative thoughts suddenly surfaced in Logan's mind, and a thought quietly formed. The sapling he had long sought had unexpectedly appeared in his life. Continuing those thoughts, his enemies must have realized they were being pushed to the edge of a cliff. This time, Logan told himself that he must be ready to push them further away. He would protect what he cherished, even if it meant taking up a sword to fight. He held Aiden tightly, then turned to look at his wife, who lay exhausted on the bed, and made a firm resolution. He would no longer look at this child and feel burdened by guilt, but instead he would see the boy as her trust. At that moment, a servant's voice called from outside, "Master, there is an urgent message for you." The person outside continued to announce, "It's from the capital." Logan remained calm, gently placing the baby in the cradle. He stepped outside, his previously gentle expression replaced by a fierce one. Logan looked directly at Whitney and told her, "You are Whitney, aren't you? I will order everyone to keep this matter a secret." He also carefully instructed her, "When I am away, take good care of Bella."
Whitney politely replied, "Yes, young master, I will do my best." But after he left, her attitude changed immediately. Elsewhere, Logan was discussing something with a woman, who then told him, therefore, the inheritance process must begin immediately. Logan secretly marveled, thinking that on that day he was no longer alone. Instead, he had moved forward. As for Isabella, she had now woken up after a long sleep, and her first words were to ask about her child. "How is Aiden?" She looked around, saw Whitney, and said, "So you've been taking care of the boy." Hearing that his wife had woken up, Logan's face brightened considerably, and he immediately rushed back to the room, thinking as he ran, "Bella is awake?" Arriving at the door of the room, he didn't dare to run in, but only stood at the door, looking inside. Isabella saw that her child was well cared for, and she kindly thanked Whitney. "Thank you." Whitney respectfully replied, "You don't need to thank me." Seeing the happy expression on her face and looking at their child, he contentedly thought, "Although the journey ahead is very long, and my path forward is still a mystery, I only see one destination, and that alone is enough to make me keep going." At this moment, Whitney suddenly stepped out of the room, and seeing her master standing at the door, she felt quite puzzled.
Logan raised an index finger to his lips, signaling her to be silent. Logan turned and walked away, but his mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of her. When one falls into despair, one will unconsciously look towards where she stands. Wherever that may be, one will find the strength to move forward once more. Breaking free from his thoughts, he turned to his secretary and said, "Secretly investigate the Duchess's heirs." Logan's heart now held but one main wish: "I hope that one day I will see her smile when I stand by her side."
Back to reality, Isabella said to her husband, when Whitney was dismissed. "That's why we haven't heard any news about her." Aaron and Aiden, who had been standing outside the door listening to the entire conversation, couldn't help but be stunned, sweat pouring down both their faces. Seeing his state, Mrs. Logan confidently stood up, left her seat, and said, "Oh, look here." She grabbed the napkin from the table, gently walked over, helped him sit down, and wiped the sweat from his face. Mrs. Isabella looked at Mr. Logan with affectionate eyes, then spoke. "All that time, alone, you must have struggled greatly." She continued to speak loving words to him. "Thank you for not giving up on me."
At this moment, Leo suddenly burst into tears, thus revealing Aaron and Aiden's presence. Both looked inside in a panic. Hearing the sound outside, the couple also looked towards the door. Logan, exasperated, said to his child, "Bring the boy here to your father, quickly." Aiden, as if relieved, profusely thanked him. "Hee, thank you, father." 3 years later, ding ding, the bells chimed. Frederick tenderly held Claire's sawed hand, guiding her up each step. Witnessing this romantic scene, the wedding officiant spoke, "And therefore we declare these two legally wed." Then turning to the people, he added, "Along with that is the appearance of our empire's new crown princess." Both stepped into the wedding carriage, sharing a sweet kiss in front of everyone present. At the palace, all the esteemed guests were present, chatting lively. Moving to the kitchen, Mela was intently watching Mira, telling the girl, "Our Lady Mira is very happy." Mela smiled, saying to Mira, "Please eat a little more." Seeing that Mira didn't seem convinced, she resorted to a trick, "And the Countess will come and praise you, won't she?" At this moment, Leo suddenly jumped out from somewhere, even doing a few hip-hop moves.
Mona saw Leo and immediately shouted, "Young Master Leo!" Mona was panting heavily, utterly exhausted. She held the boy and gently said, "You're finally back. Let's have some food, young master." Leo looked at Mara, then walked over to her side, pointed straight ahead, and said to Mara, "Hey, your aunt is over there." Hearing Leo, Mela's heart almost stopped, fearing the girl would run off to find her mother. She quickly interjected, No, your aunt will be here soon." Leo paid no attention to Mela's words, grabbed Mara's hand and pulled her along, running off without stopping, all the while grinning as if he had just achieved a great victory.
Seeing this, Mela cried out in alarm, "Milady!" Mona was no different, calling out loudly, "Leo, hey young master!" A proposal was made. Al Jolson wanted to reserve all batches of the next year's snow wine, the kind she had supplied for this reception. Francis smiled and gently said, "Well then, let's continue our discussion when we return to Fennerom." The other person didn't give up, stating directly, "Milady Francis, our group of merchants is also very keen." Her words were interrupted by a lady who asked, "You are the writer Judith Hunan, aren't you?" The woman pleaded with Judith, "Could you spare a moment to give an interview with our Republic Daily?" She was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but still managed to keep her composure and replied to the woman, "What, aren't you here for the royal wedding?" At this moment, a commotion came from behind. She turned to look and saw Leo and Mara running towards them. Judith exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, young Master Leo." Then she suddenly yelled towards the two children, "Wait, if you run off like that, you'll get lost." Frederick and Claire heard the shout and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Frederick spoke up, "Is Leo running wild over there?" He looked at Leo and Mara and burst out laughing.
Claire saw that and also smiled, then praised, "Isn't it very lovely? I truly enjoyed today's party. However, Father doesn't seem very pleased." Wrong. The Emperor was currently sitting thoughtfully on his throne, wondering, "I wonder when I'll have a grandchild like that." As for Leo and Mara, the two were running around quickly when Ulia suddenly appeared out of nowhere and startled them. Wah! The two children panicked and stopped abruptly. When they clearly saw the person in front of them, they both exclaimed in unison, "Aunt Ulia!" She smiled kindly and said, "That's right, Aunt Ulia is here." Ulia bent down close to their faces and gently reminded them, "Running around the banquet hall like that is very dangerous. You might get hurt." After saying that, she ran to where her father was standing, reached into his pocket to retrieve something, and added, "Oh right, Auntie has a gift for you. Father, wait a moment." Then she placed the gift in her hand, extended it in front of Leo and Mara. Ta-da! It's a beetle, just a small figurine. Both children stared intently at the beetle in her hand with curious eyes. Seeing that the boy and girl seemed interested, Ulia immediately coaxed them. "I'll give this to you, so please don't run around the banquet hall anymore, okay?" The lady turned to scold her husband. "Since when have you been keeping beetles in your pocket?" He scratched his head, looking flustered, and told his wife, "Ulia asked to borrow my pocket." Someone passing by suddenly called her name, Rowena. The lady turned and recognized an acquaintance, also calling out, "Angelina." Duchess Shart praised them. "You two danced very well earlier." Lady Quinn proudly boasted to her, "It turns out Brody secretly loves dancing." Duke Brody wanted to disappear into the ground upon hearing his wife say that. He didn't even know the first thing about dancing. Lady Quinn looked down at the two children standing next to Ulia and unexpectedly said, "Oh my, aren't those children from House Aaron?" Ulia quickly replied, "They are looking for Countess Ehad."
Madame Quinn understood the problem. She pointed in the opposite direction and said, "I just met Countess Jahut here, this way." Ulia looked at the children and said, "You should say thank you, Your Highness." Leo and Mara obediently followed suit, saying in unison, "Thank you." "Mara!" Mela exclaimed upon seeing her daughter. As soon as Mara saw her, she rushed into her warm embrace, calling out, "Mommy!" Mela hugged her daughter tightly, asking worriedly, "Did you come here by yourself without a nanny?" Then she turned to Leo, gently stroking his head, and said, "Leo, did you escort Mara here?" Being caressed so affectionately, the boy was a little surprised yet delighted. He looked up at her and asked, "Where is Leo's mother?" She wondered, Leo's mother. Mela turned to hug her little child, then smiled brightly at the boy and said, "The Duchess is here too." Hearing her words, Leo immediately looked around, searching for his mother. After a while, suddenly seeing a familiar figure, the boy exclaimed, "Mommy!" Hearing the familiar voice behind her, Aaron looked back, half believing, half doubting. Leo?" The boy quickly ran to where she stood, hugged her, and affectionately called out, "Mommy!" Aaron returned Leo's hug, then questioned, "Did you skip your meal and run around again?" The boy let out a contented, as if he had just achieved his wish.
Suddenly, a large arm lifted him up, calling his name, Leo. Only then did he realize that the person who had just picked him up was his esteemed father. Leo softly called out, "Father." Aiden looked at his son with loving eyes, tenderly telling the boy, "Now your mother and I will share a dance." Logan stepped forward, taking Leo from his arms, and said with a smile, "Leo, stay with your grandfather and observe quietly." Though a little reluctant, the boy obediently complied. "Yes." Madame Isabella also came over, holding the boy in her arms with Mr. Logan, and gently said, "After this, we'll go together so you can eat your meal." Aaron kissed the boy's forehead to soothe him, not forgetting to add, "We'll be back, Leo." After entrusting their adorable son to his grandparents, the couple comfortably moved to the center of the palace to dance together. While immersed in the dance, Aaron turned to look at everyone. Everyone had a radiant smile on their face. She thought contentedly, "Everyone is very happy." Then she slowly turned to look at her handsome husband standing before her. Aaron slowly said, "Aiden, I have something to confess." He leaned his ear close to her mouth, whispering, "What is it?" She wore a look of utter contentment, looking straight into his eyes, and softly said, "Right now, I am truly very happy." Aiden also looked straight into her eyes with affectionate eyes, gently speaking the words in his heart. "Thank you," he continued, "for the happiness in the moments we spent together." They both smiled happily and then danced together. And finally, their shared affectionate thoughts, a wish after a long and arduous journey. Let's keep loving without stopping in this happiest moment, living each day as if it were a year, and each year as if it were a day. Thank you for watching today's video. This marks the end of this captivating series. We'll see you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and have a great day.